He told me that the guy who lived there is gone at work all day when the mail arrives. I was confused and thought that maybe his neighbor was stealing his mail or something. The next day at my route, I did not see the barefoot guy. I continued.
Okay, boom. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Flip Dot Show. It's your host with the most, King Truth, host of Bird, Betty Ball, the one to word, the one to flow. And you live, man.
After he heard about me handing the mail to a guy coming out of his garage.
At 103, this will be the last one. We're going to be on tomorrow after this one. It's going to be Diddy, man, destroyed with this documentary that 50 Cent made, man. It's going to be a couple clips. Might be about an hour. Just a couple clips, man. It's probably like 10 clips. We're going to do the commentating now. Yeah, man. It gets crazy, man. 50 done really trolled Diddy on this documentary, but word is from Whack 100 is Diddy got a hit on 50 for this, and he sent a cease and desist out, so we'll see.
That's been my craziest experience as a mailman.
Follow me on Kick, Twitch, IG, Discord, TikTok, like, share. Like, share, hype the video, make sure y'all there, hit the notification bell.
I live in northern Utah on the edge of a small highway town. There's not really anything but a few stores.
We have to find somebody that'll work with us that has dealt in the dirtiest of dirty business. We're losing.
Sean Diddy Combs, seen in what he's now calling stolen footage, getting dressed, greeting fans.
I need some hand sanitizer. Yeah, I gotta take a bath.
And arguing with his lawyers 6 days before his arrest in New York last year.
Listen to me. I'm gonna get off the phone right now, and I am gonna let you professionals look at the situation and come back to me with a solution.
Was there anything that surprised you when you were watching?
I think it was surprising that he actually filmed it. That's one of the moments where he forgot he was on tape.
Curtis 50 Cent Jackson at the helm of the 4-part docuseries Sean Combs' The Reckoning, coming to Netflix December 2nd. The longtime Diddy critic sitting down with Robin Roberts on Good Morning America Monday.
If Sean Combs watches this, what do you think he's going to feel?
Like, wow, this is amazing. I think he's going to say this is the best documentary I've seen in a long time.
Expect more never-before-seen moments, plus 2 jurors speaking out for the first time about how they reached their mixed verdict back in July.
It was a scary situation because you have, 12 people who hold the fate of your life.
As for Diddy, well, he's sharing his thoughts with E.T. from a New Jersey prison, where he's serving a 50-month sentence on prostitution-related charges. Through a spokesperson, he's calling the project a shameful hit piece that relied on stolen footage that was never authorized for release.
We have to find somebody that'll work with us that has dealt in the dirtiest of dirty business.
Diddy's team says Mr. Combs has been amassing footage since he was 19 to tell his story in his own way. It's fundamentally unfair and illegal for Netflix to misappropriate that work. They add, it's equally staggering that Netflix handed creative control to a longtime adversary with a personal vendetta.
How do you respond to people who say that it's more about the disdain that you have for Sean Combs than it is for giving the victims a platform?
What they consider a pre-existing beef, right, for 20 years, right, is me being uncomfortable with him suggesting that he takes me shopping, or I looked at it like it was like a tester, like maybe you'll come play with me type of thing. And it's not personal, but he knows the truth. I think he'll see the truth in it.
Let me tell you something. 50 Cent dead wrong. He trying to destroy the diddler over a woman. 50 Cent need to be left in 2025. After this year, I don't want to hear no more about 50 Cent. This is what they went, this is what that. I don't want to hear no more about his show. He left in 2025 with Tyler Perry ass. He only got smoke for black people. He never go at no other race, culture, or network, just us. This time, he added again. He allegedly is going at Diddy again. He making a surviving Diddy tape documentary right now that's going to expose Diddy rainbow activities. Everything we saw and all the shit we ain't seen yet. This documentary that he got coming out is a direct assassination on Diddy's character and image. He also put Keefe D confession in the documentary about how Diddy allegedly put $1 million on Tupac bald head ass. And everybody sit back wondering, why 50 doing all this to destroy Puffy after he already been publicly humiliated? Why would 50 Cent do this after Diddy been sentenced to 5 years for buying some goddamn Gucci? Here's the truth. 50 Cent, 5-0, whatever you want to call him, is forever mad with Diddy for destroying his goddamn family. 50 Cent baby mama, Daphne Joy, had some freak-offs with the Diddy for money, allegedly, and not destroy 50 Cent chance at being a father to the new son he had with a woman and starting that family that he wanted to start with Daphne Joy because of the embarrassment of her sleeping with the goddamn op. Allegedly, 50 Cent feels disrespected by Puffy. Allegedly, he is tender, mushroom tipping. Instead of checking the broad and respecting the player that knocked you for your chick, you took the feminine route and seeking to tarnish the diddler. Now ain't shit player about that. 50 Cent is a mob. We respected the whole Ja Rule move years ago because we know they tried to unalive your ass. We let you slide with beefing with your own son, with your goddamn old ass baby mama poisoning the boy against you. We sided with your ass on that, and sometimes I still question you on that. We even chose 50 Cent, the rapper, over Big Meech, the street ninja, and accepted the BMF cancellation. But this time, you done took it too far over a thought. Cause you can't be mad with the diddler. You got to take that, take that, take that. You chose to fall in love with that slut bucket, allegedly. You know what she was before Diddy got her, cuz. How you mad at the man for doing what men do? Ain't you the same rapper that made that song, P.I.M.P.? Ain't nothing pimping about this Curtis. This a whole wankster move. This a whole lot of sipping going on. Ain't no pimping going on. Pimping, curly. Now the world need the young thug your ass and cancel you like they did him for trying to try it on Gunna. Do you really think Hollywood ain't got nothing on your goddamn ass? Y'all think Hollywood ain't got no dirt on 50 Cent? You don't make hundreds of millions, damn near billionaire, without either bending over, doing people wrong, or sacrificing your closest loved ones. They got something on your ass, Curtis, and you know it. So what 50 trying to do is take as many people down with him as he can, cause them folks coming, and he know it. Cause just like God could bless your ass, the devil could bless you too. But there's a difference. God's blessings are everlasting, and the devil blessings never last. And now you done let a skeeter head cause jeopardy to your legacy. You need to let that shit go and prepare to do damage control, cause Hollywood coming to diddy your ass next, Curtis. And ain't nobody gonna be there to save you, boy. You ain't got nobody on your team. You done crossed out everybody, went at everybody, sued at everybody. Remember, everything in this video is fake. This allegedly. Can't sue my ass. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I know exactly who I'm talking about. You done crossed out everybody. You need to learn the game of chess, cause life is chess, not checkers. You keep jumping on everybody's coattail, jumping on everybody's head, and now you left out there for dead. Ain't nobody coming on your side, Kurt. Who you down with? Who gonna save you? Ain't nobody coming to save you, boy. This ain't nothing about this PIMP. You know this by the broad. Boy, sit your ass down. That boy doing 5 years behind that shit he did, dog. We know he like the goddamn rainbow people. We know he part of the rainbow community. Leave him alone, Curtis. Let him rainbow in peace. Free the diddler. And free R. Kelly too. Lock the goddamn parents up. Curtis, your ass on the clock. Somebody watching, and your ass is next. Y'all comment below and let me know how y'all feel about Curtis making a whole documentary on Sean Puff Daddy Combs about over a goddamn woman that he knocked and had a freak out with and goddamn had a kid. She had a kid from Curtis. The money wasn't long enough, Craig. She wanted something to diddler. You should have checked her instead of going at that ninja. Y'all comment below, like this video. Y'all make sure y'all share this video. Tag somebody in the comments. We the business.
Do you think that hip-hop culture was on trial as much as Sean Combs was?
Look, if I didn't say anything, you would interpret it as the hip hop is fine with his behaviors. There's no one else being vocal. So you would look at it and just say, because that mind your business, or let me not say nothing about nothing, or those things, it would allow the entire culture to register as if they're for that behavior.
If Sean Combs watches this, what do you think he's going to feel?
Like, wow, this is amazing. I think he's going to say this is the best documentary I've seen in a long time. Because you'll see people saying that. I mean, he may feel a different way about pieces and bits of it, but he knows the truth. I think he'll see the truth in it.
Never before seen footage of Sean Diddy Combs in the days leading up to his arrest in New York last September.
You want to put stuff in my fanny pack?
The exclusive video obtained by Netflix shows Combs debating with his lawyers about strategy.
Listen to me. I'm going to get off the phone right now, and I am going to let you professionals look at the situation and come back to me with a solution. No matter what nobody said. Let's just here and there, y'all are not working together the right way. We're losing.
The footage is part of a new, highly anticipated docuseries by director Alex Stapleton and rapper and executive producer Curtis 50 Cent Jackson, titled Sean Combs: The Reckoning. Was there anything that surprised you when you were watching?
I think it was surprising that he actually filmed it.
Yo, P. Ray in here, bro.
It's Ray Give TV.
Ray Give TV. Let's get right to it.
Nigga Brian McKnight kid do to him. He was not that nigga, huh? They said Brian McKnight Jr. claims his dying brother asked their father to say, I love you.
Damn.
And he refused.
Right to it.
Damn.
That nigga did something.
And then the mom had wrote a book or something.
I don't know. He did something.
He said that whole family was a mistake.
Yeah, you know, he don't claim his first set of kids because he said he had them ungodly or some shit like that.
What?
Oh, yeah, he crazy, bro.
What? Wait, what? Because the kids was... Wait.
And that nigga Tupac, he's a bitch-ass nigga. I'm watching this. That ass nigga, he deserved everything he got. This nigga talking about, yeah, when I was in jail, everybody telling me they bragging about it on the street. Biggie them bragging about killing me. So first it was you knew the niggas that did the shooting. Now it's what you heard in jail. That nigga
What?
Fox,
That's what I was talking about. That shit right there.
Yeah,
he just made up some shit and made up some shit, bro. That shit is crazy, my nigga. It's some niggas that didn't know you was coming. You didn't take a bag to go do a verse. Niggas don't spot you until you're on the sidewalk and tell you, oh, nigga, we up here in studio such and such. You hit the elevator, man, yo. I'm glad his mother told the truth, told somebody I seen, like, my son wasn't a gangster. He was nothing. He wasn't like that.
You know that 50 Cent thing he just dropped on Diddy.
That had me up. I was watching that.
I've been hearing about it.
I didn't see that.
It's good.
I didn't see that.
50 so diabolical,
50
bro.
cold.
Nasty, bro.
Hey, when it's
50
up
on a
with him,
different
it's
ball
up.
game.
On the game, he cold.
He
And I
promised
study
that
50.
shit. And to see him doing runs on the news, bro. You promote this on the news.
Man,
and-
this on Netflix, bro. This is a
Yeah.
Netflix series. And it's
It's
like #1. It's going crazy. Look, I just heard about it yesterday. I wasn't gonna even watch it, but when I couldn't go to sleep last night, I clicked on my Netflix account. I'm like, man, you know what? It was the first thing right there. Man, let's tap onto this. We got in
Yeah.
it. I ain't gonna lie, it was good, man. 50 did his thing.
That's crazy.
Hey, man, he missed the power move. For real, he
Oh,
don't miss.
Beef with 50, you better have no skeletons in your closet.
He did his
None.
thing, man.
None.
He got
None.
people from
It's
his
like what?
past. How I'm talking about like just the editing and everything. I'm looking at it. I said, yeah, he cold. He cold ever put this together for
These
sure.
lawyers put out a cease and desist too.
Oh, so I didn't finish watching it.
Record that.
Hey,
I
hey,
didn't see it. I gotta go watch it before that shit
I think I
disappears.
watched 2 or 3 of them. It's 4 of them. I think I watched 2 of them. I gotta go get the last 2 out the way.
Hey, 50 go ignore that. 50 go ignore
Because
that.
see,
though.
that's the thing though. That's the only thing that I would say, because it's hard to fight somebody like 50 because 50, you know what I mean, he gonna expose a lot of skeletons. But the other thing is though, Diddy got a lot of money.
Yeah.
So it's like it's not a lot of people who fight
Sure.
against 50 who got that same type of bankroll. So it'd be interesting to see for sure.
Yeah, that ain't coming down though. Like anything, like 50 could get a dream team too, just like
Nah, but
Cliff.
that's why it's gonna be a good fight though. You feel
Yeah,
me?
'cause 50
It's
got
gonna
that
be-
bad too.
it's
Nigga,
gonna
you
be
gotta
a
remember,
battle
this
of the
nigga still
lawyers.
got that vitamin water money.
Yeah.
Feel
But
me?
it's-
Man,
but
he
you
had
gotta
them
think
bunk
they
ass
never-
shoes.
They never took.
He had.
I
remember them.
I
think I had a pair.
Nah,
Nigga
you
was
remember the
kids.
tank top
I
was
was a
hard.
kid when them came out.
The
Them
tank
was
top
crack-
was
Hey,
hard.
look, I was a
Them
50
was crack-
fan.
Y'all remember the
I
tank
was
tops?
I was a diehard Get Rich Dog. Like 50 showed me on that album, but I never bought no GU. It's not the
Nah.
shoes.
Hey, bro,
I
what
don't
about
even
the
think I
tank
had. I
tops,
might have
though?
had a
I had
shirt.
G
I
on
might
it. I
have
was
had
in
a
fifth
shirt.
grade, though.
Y'all remember
I was
the
in
tank
fifth
top?
grade, but Yeah, but I'm
definitely
a skinny bro. You look stupid with the tank top on.
Looking
dumb as fuck. You gotta have a little name or like little definition. Like I like, you know what I'm saying, I had a basketball jersey on or something.
Nigga out there looking like a
But
stalker.
hey, I done read books when I was in jail. G Unit didn't publish books. He had the water, the clothes, the
You got the hood books.
Yeah, but he's publishing
and video games.
Yeah.
The
only-
games
like-
was the shit.
The video
The
game
first
was
one
hard,
was.
bro.
The second one was whatever.
Bulletproof
The
was
first
crazy.
one was fire.
First one, yeah.
No cap.
Nah,
The first
they
one was
had
fire.
banks
And
and
that shit, yeah, yo. First one was fire like a. Absolutely.
Can't no.
He took a few hits too, though. Yeah, he had like a few lawsuits where he had to file for you know, do the little bankruptcy
and shit,
thing. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I think though that thing
That
I
come
think
with
that
it,
just
though.
be-
It's fit for sure.
That come with the game, and I think like them businessmen, especially when you see people thrive after declaring bankruptcy, you could tell it's like, all right, that's just clearly a good business move for you.
Oh no, for sure, for sure. Depending like chapter 11, certain chapters, depending on what you filing. But I think I think what he had did that pertaining to somewhat the boy baby mama, Rick Ross baby mama, when he was trolling. And he had had her on camera getting knocked down by one of his folks. I think like she had like sued or like did like some other stuff. Yeah, like
Who baby
I
mama?
think I remember hearing about that.
Tia
Kent. The loud.
Tia Kent. Oh, that's the baby mama he had?
Yeah.
Hold on. He had one of his boys knock her down?
Yeah.
I thought he just took her. I thought he took her shopping or
man, piping her, all that. No, you just.
But she wild too. She not like
Tia
exclusive.
Smooth
Tia Kent,
magazine,
yeah.
Smooth magazine.
She ain't
and had
exclusive.
one of his boys hidden.
She not exclusive
Like
to this
taste like
day.
like a porn, like some porn type.
Hey, I love that nigga 50, bro. He a divvy.
Yeah,
No, for real. Nigga. What?
Yeah, he was clowning, pimping Curly, all. I remember that little time. I was fresh out. And I was like,
Yeah, he was one of the first internet trolls. And he was one of the first niggas. Even thisis50.com. My mom used to be on that shit all the time. Like, nigga, he was one of the original trolls. Yeah. It was one of the original trolls. Like, before that shit was cool. Before everybody was doing it, this making entire skits about entire well-edited skits about in 2009. Yeah, remember 50 was talking crazy on the beef tapes too, though. Absolutely. 50, man, he's legendary for beefing.
Yeah, that's why I mimicked this with the no jumper robbery. How, you know, you got to how to rob and all that little shit.
You know, he been doing that shit for 20 years.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, no, I fuck with 50,
Of
bro.
course, yeah, of course.
50, cold for sure. Cold mind for sure. Cold business mind.
It's
for
really
sure,
been
for sure.
30 years now. That sounds crazy.
Jock came out, said he snitching.
Josh said 50 snitching?
Hey, bro.
Ja Rule came
Ja
out.
He been
with a
saying
tweet.
that
He
shit,
like,
and if you don't
yeah,
shut
no,
the
but
fuck
see,
up,
they been
saying that shit.
Hey, Ja Rule came out like he came out like, yeah, I see you still snitching like you been doing and woo and some other little stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I ain't never seen nobody
bro.
Hey, Ja Rule
substantiate.
don't want to see 50 from the shoulders.
Ja Rule, bro.
That's gonna be bad.
When a nigga hear you rapping,
for sure.
when a nigga hear you rapping, the only reason you gotta stop, bro. When that rapping, the only reason we don't know is DMX is because he rapping for the.
Nah, hear me out.
When the nigga singing
Ja
like
Rule was
Ashanti,
nice, bro. Ja Rule had some hits.
All
hits,
his hits was with Alicia
that
Keys.
Nigga, I ain't saying it wasn't.
This is New
I ain't
York.
saying it wasn't.
Hey, I ain't
but
gonna
bro
lie.
had some hits.
No, look.
Bro had some hits.
Before 50 came and did his
He had a
thing,
run.
Ja Rule was the guy,
Ja Rule was
man.
that
He had
nigga,
a
bro.
Shanti, Murder Inc. He had them hooks.
Yeah.
Man, he was
For
cold.
sure.
Then 50 came, it was like, man, I don't know what happened.
But see, that was back then when you could actually end your career. I feel like nowadays it's real hard to do that to another artist. 50 was legitimately snuffing people's careers by beefing with them, bro. It was really one of the things, and that's why the people who did make it out, you see them, they some of the largest groups or some of the largest faces in rap today. You feel me? Like
I just kind of feel like in that beef, Ja probably didn't fight hard enough, or he just, 50 came with the gangster rap. Ja was really like, singing and, love songs. I don't think he really had the formula for 50. So
yeah,
I think it was that. I think 50 really won because he made it comical at a time when he wasn't doing that.
Yeah, for
He
sure.
paying comedians to get on the album and sound like
Oh,
trannies
yeah,
and
yeah,
shit.
yeah,
like,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
nigga, I used to sing
yeah,
that shit word
yeah.
for word, that whole song. Like,
For sure.
nigga, he made it comical,
whole
and he
skit.
was the biggest rapper on the planet at that
I was
time.
I was about to say, but that and that's what tied back in the end shit.
Yeah,
though.
When he
03,
dropped that
04,
out,
I
when he
thought he
dropped
the
that
biggest
out,
rapper
made
in the
that biggest
planet.
thing.
That's what tied back in the end shit though, is considering that 50 was the biggest artist at the time, and bro was pushing like essentially like gangster music and beef. Motherfuckers don't want to hear. What I be with my baby? You don't hear that shit. You don't hear that shit in the middle of beef, bro. So
Nobody want to hear that shit, bro.
Hey, it's easy to see when you look at me, Benny, man. But we're trying to hear that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, to hear that.
Shit.
Okay, that had me as a little ass boy walking to school listening to that shit. Nigga ready to trip on something. Nigga in third grade walking to school with that in
Found me
his
in the
head.
club.
See when you look at me. If you look, I'm like, this nigga hard. I'm finna somebody up today off this, nigga. Oh my mama, nigga, look at me crazy in this class today. Somebody get smashed. He had on that,
I ain't
bro.
gonna even lie.
He was the face of that shit.
One of my favorite songs off that album was like some wars with the song Beef. That it's beef cocking and dumping. The drama really is nothing to me. I ride by and blow, man. I'm like 50 was going crazy. That whole album.
We liked it because he had Dre on the production. He was an LA, New York.
I went crazy.
He got Dre on the production. If you go listen to any 50 Cent's biggest song, them is all LA beats. Every single one.
Oh, Dre did his thing, but I ain't gonna lie.
Every single one. That's why we liked it.
50 came with the right rhyme schemes for them tracks too. You know what I'm saying? On everything.
Yeah, he was one of the first New York on LA on West Coast shit, and we with it. He was still a New York ass, but the whole production was LA'd out the game because it had Dr. Dre hands all over that for sure. That's why we liked it, that shit.
So
what we got today, man? What we about to talk about?
We're gonna watch them clips though. We're gonna watch them clips.
Yeah, I want to get into the 50 clips.
Yeah.
We got to wait till you come back.
Nah, we get it.
It says before filming, so everyone can get caught up.
Some copyright. Hey, what the clips about? Like y'all know the context of it?
I mean, they probably was gonna just show some of the clips from the documentary.
For Biggie's funeral, but charged it to Biggie's account. Documentary says Diddy paid to get Tupac killed and say that possibly Biggie too documented domestic violence.
I'm gonna say the only thing I'm gonna really take heed to is number 3, the documented domestic violence, because realistically, like, I don't know, man. I would need to see a little bit more before I could back those type of claims and shit like that, bro.
Domestic violence?
Nah, the domestic violence I believe because we seen it. You feel me? Like we seen him beat one of his joints, so I ain't gonna put it past him that he would probably beat another one. You feel me? But all that he got Tupac killed, and then he was supposed to pay for the funeral and charge it. I would have to see a little more evidence before I really give a stance on that.
Yeah, you know me, I don't like when it comes to murder and stuff, I don't like to play too much into that, you know what I'm saying, things like that, because you don't never want to be saying the wrong stuff. But
I mean, it's good in the clear, because the Von Zip dude, he opened the club with the money though. So luckily he did that. You can't get no murder for hire because the money never made it. You know what I'm saying? So he could talk however he
no,
want to
they
talk about
not.
it.
So and the thing, this is the thing that they not talking about no murder for hire. So basically, it's all this allegedly. So 50 is showing through his editing how or allegedly how Diddy may have had something with Tupac death. You know what I'm saying? So he was basically showing how before Pac was signed to Death Row, you know what I'm saying, Pac and Biggie had a close friendship. Pac really didn't care for Puffy. Puffy was trying to dig into Pac, make some money with Pac. They like Pac was shining him off. Like, man, look, bro, I'm cool off you, but I'm dealing with Biggie. They said that Diddy got jealous because of that. Him and Biggie was best friends. He was jealous of him and Pac situation that led to the stuff that happened at the studio. They trying to say that he really set that up. He set that to happen, set that up to happen. And then, initially, you just have to watch the thing. I don't want to spoil it for you. If you is gonna watch it, you're gonna have to watch it. They're gonna narrate on down from that on to the club stuff and how Pac
Did
got
Haitian
killed.
Jack come up?
They didn't mention. Did they mention Haitian Jack? They didn't. I know about. I know Haitian. They didn't mention Haitian Jack. Not that I seen or I missed it, but I know that whole. I read the whole little book, so I know about Haitian Jack. But I didn't hear his name in the documentary. But they just had like the other dude that started Bad Boys with Puffy as well, the co-founder. They had him speaking out against him and was like, how Puffy
speaking out against Diddy.
Yeah,
That's how you know it's all
said
bad.
Puffy strong armed him for
Of course he did.
That's why he not in Bad Boy, though, because they like, so what happened to your percentage in Bad Boy? So he said when Bad Boy first started, Puffy, when Andre Harrell fired Puffy and Puffy started Bad Boy, he didn't want nothing in his name in the beginning because he was basically alluding to Puffy being on some illegal stuff, allegedly. So he said he gave him 25%. 25% was in his name and 75% was in Puffy mama name. You know what I'm saying? And then from there, you know what I'm saying, he said like years down the line, he explained to how Puffy said Puffy was never a street dude. He like Puffy, man. Puffy was raised by his mama. His dad, died when he was young. His dad was a street dude.
Yeah,
He
our
was
dad
like,
got smoked.
you know what I'm saying? He like, he went to college, performing arts. He was showing the dance and stuff. Like, he kind of had like a little similar, like little dancing past the Pac and all that. He was like how he was at Howard, then dropped out of Howard and all that. So it was just basically, he was just like, man, I've been knowing Puffy from this age, man. I seen, man, when Puffy was a square to him, wanted to buy into this gangster person. And he like, man, one day he came in the office and like, like had like a bat or some, it was like, just like looming over me. Like, hey man, look, I need that 25%.
What?
But I'm gonna give it back to you. Don't even trip. I got a business deal I need to make, but I need that 25%. So he was like, man, I knew I shouldn't have did it, but just trying to be down for the team. It wasn't like he was firing me and telling me he was out of the office. He was basically saying he gonna give it back to me, just trying to do a deal right now.
That nigga sound stupid.
So he said he gave it to him. Then long down the line, man, shit, he got booted up out of there. But he said he kind of seen it coming because he said Puff was doing all type of crazy. He said he said one day he just called him man to the office for nothing. Like, hey, check it out. He said he going to office, Puffy getting head. And he like so he like Puffy just wanted him to see the broad he was getting head from. He like, what's up? He like, oh, nothing. He like nothing. He like, man,
he just wanted them to watch. But he in this shit like that. We see like that get proved. Like, I ain't gonna hold you, and it's crazy for to rob you and tell you, yeah, I'm gonna get it back to you later, and you expect that you like, nah, it's all right. He gonna get back to me later. It's crazy.
Yeah, that sounds weird. You would have to go Barry Bonds with the bat. You got to figure it out.
Crazy.
But he wasn't like he was spooked. He wasn't no street like he grew up with Puffy. He was telling you both their upbringings. He like, man, we wasn't no street dudes, man. He like, man, like Puffy bought into that later on. He started accumulating that image later on through the industry. But he like his mama groomed him for that. He like, man, Puffy used to get some cold ass whoopings. He like his mama used to dish some cold ass whoopings out to him. He said, man, I watched Puffy from being a punk to, man, if you get into a fight with him, he like, man, Puffy gonna bite your ear. His mama told him to do anything to win, anything to come home with the win. So,
all right. So if we speaking in just a simple hypothetical, you feel me? Like all alleged, feel me?
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think that Puffy has something to do with the whole Tupac or the whole Biggie shit?
I don't even want to buy into it. I don't know. So I don't even allow myself to go down the rabbit hole because I mean, it could be some compelling arguments made. But like I said, I ain't no detective, so I just I let bygones be, you know what I'm saying? Let it lay where they may. But you know, if you watch how 50 narrated shit,
Hey, bro,
you'll be looking like, God damn. Like, okay.
That's what I was looking for.
He like, dude, this is crazy, 50.
Hey,
That's why
I
he
think that
dropped
weekend
saying you
shit,
telling. Like,
that weekend went organic
Okay.
though.
Okay.
I don't think that was a
Okay.
calculated weekend though. You know what I'm saying? Although
no, what
they was
he didn't know all that wasn't calculated, but she just
yeah.
gotta watch it, how 50 put it together, how everything playing a part, you know what I'm saying? Like, man, I don't even want to spoil it for y'all. Like 50, he put everything together. Like, man, look, he started getting Pac went to jail after the shooting thing. Suge had been in the industry. Suge used to bodyguard for Al B. Shore. So Suge was already in the game. Suge went from a bodyguard, stole the game, and went and started Death Row. So Puffy used to try to be friends. They already knew each other. Like him saying that Suge speak on that. Like, yeah, when he first came in the game, you know, I was, you know, did a little business with him here and there, was allowing him around, you know, stuff like that. But y'all just gotta watch the thing, cause like 50, he cold.
tap
He
into
cold
it
how he
tonight.
put it together, bro. Like how he put it together, you would look and be like, oh, like this crazy. So he was just like basically, and he like just played into that narrative. Like,
Dame
you know,
Dash spoke out and said that his doc is cap. You know what I'm saying? But you know, they got their thing going anyway.
When it's time to get dope, I take off. Before the feds get the dope, I take off.
Sean Combs' The Reckoning has hit the internet and everybody is talking about it. Everybody's going crazy about what was actually released about Diddy. Now, in the documentary, there's a lot of things that we already knew. A lot of the stuff that was on there, I said to myself, like, I done seen most of this on YouTube or on the internet already, so a lot of it I did know. But there was some details surrounding certain situations that, you know, kind of made me think about certain things. Now, one of those details or one of those stories that were told in the documentary was about Tupac. And, you know, they showed how Pac kicked it around Biggie, how Pac was even at one of Diddy's birthday parties. But there seemed to be some animosity about the relationship between Biggie and Pac that Diddy didn't like, according to people who were on the film that were talking about it. Now, with that being said, of course, the incident with Tupac and Biggie came up, you know, the night that he actually got hit up at the studio, as well as the whole East Coast, West Coast feud and how all of that began, how it started, and how a lot of people ended up either in jail or losing their lives behind that entire incident. Now, with that being said, though, Whack 100 would go on Clubhouse and talk about Tupac. And we know that Whack 100 has said he was a fan of Tupac's music, but he's also been very critical about Tupac in some of his past statements about Pac. But let's dive into what he said in this latest clip.
Tupac, he's a bitch ass. I'm watching this shit, deserved everything he got. This nigga talking about, yeah, well, I was in jail. Everybody telling me they bragging about it on the street. Biggie them bragging about killing me. So first it was you knew the niggas that did the shooting. Now it's what you heard in jail.
Well,
that nigga Tupac's a
that's
bitch
what
ass.
I was talking about. That shit right there.
Yeah, he let
He's
niggas
a
put a bug
bitch
in
ass,
his
just made up some shit and made up some shit, bro. That shit is crazy.
You're weird for that.
That didn't know you was coming. You didn't take a bag to go do a verse. Don't spot you until you're on the sidewalk and tell you, oh, nigga, we up here in studio such and such. You hit the elevator, man. Yo.
If y'all familiar with the entire story of why Tupac ended up at Quiet Studios, then you will know that some of what Whack 100 is saying is incorrect and totally false. First and foremost, in a documentary, it talks about Diddy once working at Uptown Records with Andre Harrell. Well, once Andre Harrell actually fired Diddy, he allowed Diddy to take Biggie with him. Biggie was signed to Uptown Records as well. Lil Sean, the artist that Tupac was going to do the verse for, he was actually signed to Uptown Records as well. So all of these guys were actually associated with each other, not only at Uptown Records, but even after Diddy left Uptown Records. But if you just take a quick Google and you look at it, you'll see that not only am I correct, but it tells you that Lil Sean came with a hit. They talk about his hit Dom Perignon, which was on Uptown Records, which featured fellow Brooklyn rapper Notorious Big on the 20th of July, 1995. And it just so happened that Lil Sean was the one who Pac was going to do the song with, was in the same studio, Quad Studios, as Biggie and Puffy that night. Now, if that isn't enough proof that these guys were connected and there was no way that Sean would have been at this studio without Puffy and Biggie and them knowing that they were all at the same studio and that Tupac is coming, just because Lil C's was surprised that Tupac was downstairs doesn't mean that other people didn't know that Pac wasn't coming. But let's listen to what Gene Deal had to say in the interview that he did with the Art of Dialogue about not only Tupac coming to do the song with Lil Sean, but how Puffy or Diddy actually knew that he was showing.
You understand? Big ain't know nothing about it, but you understand? The people who was in the office with Jimmy Henchman knew something about it. You hear what Lil C said? And I'm just gonna break. I know people might think Lil C's is a liar and Lil C's is evading some of the questions and stuff like that. But some of the shit she said had some validity in it. He said, we didn't even know Puffy was in the studio. They didn't know Puffy was there. All right. Tupac was there to get robbed. He owed Jimmy Henchman some money. He was refusing to pay Jimmy Henchman the money. So Jimmy Henchman said he could work it off by doing an album, by doing a song with Little Sean or whatever. Puff was there to spy on Big. What did Little C say? I didn't even know Puff was in the studio. He wanted to catch Big writing for them. He wanted to catch Biggs doing songs with them so he could prove. And now he got Andre Harrell with him. They go see Jimmy Henchman. What do Jimmy Henchman tell him? Andre Harrell can't stand fucking Tupac. Puff can't stand Tupac. What do you think the conversation with Jimmy Henchman and Andre Harrell and Puff in that office when they know Tupac is coming up there? I'm about to straighten this little nigga out. He gonna stop talking reckless to me. I got somebody that's gonna tighten his ass up. What they didn't know was, in tightening Pac up, if you come to bring some, you're gonna get some. That's what I like about that little nigga. And end up Pac getting shot like that.
Promised to pay back Jimmy Henchman in due time. I know you bitch niggas is listening. The world is mine. Set me up, wet me up. Niggas stuck me up. I heard them guns bust, but you tricks never shut me up.
I'm glad his mother told the truth. Somebody I seen, like, my son wasn't a gangster. He wasn't like that. He was a great actor. This nigga, man. But you know, it's crazy, this world I see. And, you know, I'm going to start playing on the world even more now because it's like, they believe the facade. If you got niggas that'll kill you behind Tupac, but being born when he died.
Man.
Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
I believe 99.9% of the rappers are rapping about stuff they didn't necessarily do. Let's just take this for example. His favorite rapper, when I say his, I'm talking about Whack 100. His favorite rapper is Ice Cube. We know Ice Cube wasn't about nothing that he rapped about. Did that make me feel like or look at Ice Cube any different? No, because I understood that it was music. You got musicians who sing about being with a whole bunch of women and doing a whole bunch of stuff with women, and sometimes they don't even like women. Me growing up in that era, I've been following hip-hop since I was a child. I used to have the Word Up and Vibe magazines, Source magazines, all over my walls. This way before Double XL. You know what I mean? So I would buy the magazines regularly. I was working at like a grocery store back in the day when I was a kid, like my first job, 15. So when I be in there, I get my checks. I be buying all the magazines, but nevertheless, I never looked at Pac as a gangster. And if you listen to the Strictly For My Ends album, if you listen to the Me Against the World albums, if you listen to Tupacalypse Now, Tupac would talk about the struggles of living in the Black community. he would tell stories about other people, like my homeboy this or my homie this. He would his rhymes were more of a story, even if it was like a first place person story where he was placing himself in these situations. And nobody necessarily bought into that. The Tupac we bought into was the things that he was doing once he became famous, once he became a rapper, the things he was doing on the sets of these movies, the things that he was doing while he was out in public, going to clubs or wherever he was going, getting into these issues with other individuals or other people. So that was Tupac's persona. That's when Tupac began to get the bad boy image from the things he was doing after he became a rapper. Now, did some of us look at Tupac sideways when we started seeing him like flying red rags and it's looking like he may be leaning towards being a gang member and he's not necessarily from California? Of course. But I also looked at it like this. Tupac had been around a lot of people. A lot of people turned on Pac. I felt like he felt the people that was around him who happened to have been Pyrus, who happened to have been Bloods that were at that studio or part of Death Row. I felt like he felt those guys was family. So in order to be further embraced by that family, I want to be down with what y'all doing. That's how I always looked at it. I didn't look at it like, oh, I'm on the West Coast now. Now I want to gang bang. I looked at it as if Pac was trying to find a family.
We know exactly why Tupac got killed. It ain't no mystery. You went over there because you was on some fake gang bang shit and put your hands on a real gang banger. And you got your ass gang banged on. That's it. And then Suge paid to blew your brains out $60,000 after that to get on the stand to give him an alibi. There you have it. Meet the West Coast, dummy. And then got held like a goddamn punching bag when you tried to dive in the back seat.
He held that nigga up.
And he sure did. Forearm that nigga, held that nigga like a shield.
Human shield.
Wack is correct about how Tupac got smoked, though. It didn't have anything to do with Puffy or Big or Diddy or whatever names we want to use directly. The incident that happened at the hotel or the casino was all on Pac. Pac did jump out there. Pac did involve himself in some stuff that was going on in the streets of Compton that as an artist, he shouldn't have had nothing to do with. Even if he wanted to claim MOB, even if he wanted to consider himself a Pyru, you know what I mean? Whatever he was doing, he should have kept it in the studio and used that as the rappers today that are signed to certain individuals do the same thing. He should have left that in the studio. He should have left that street stuff to the dudes that's really in the streets. That incident at the casino is actually what got Pac smoked. Now, did Keefy D actually try to get a payment from Puffy afterwards? That's what Keefy D said. Basically, we didn't took him out, even though it didn't have anything to do with y'all's beef for y'all situation. You wanted something to happen to him. Hey, it happened. What's up with my money? And that's how that played out. But he's totally correct. Diddy had nothing to do with Pac getting smoked, even though Diddy wanted to put a bag on Pac's head or whoever else's head at death row who he could get. Now, as far as Suge Knight using him as a shield, I've heard this discussion on Bomb First. I done heard this discussion by Wack several times. I've even heard other people before Wack was even on the internet, before we even did this YouTube thing, that Suge used Tupac as a human shield, which is crazy. And another thing that Wack pointed out that was crazy was that Suge Knight actually paid 60 bands to Orlando Anderson after Tupac got smoked in order for him to not go to jail or to try not to go to jail for that probation violation that they was hitting him up with. And he said, welcome to the West Coast. And I agree. It's some dirty politics and there's some dirty niggas out on the West Coast. And if you get involved with the wrong ones, you might end up taking a dirt nap. But it's like that everywhere. You can get involved with the wrong individuals in any streets, on any coast, any Midwest, any down south, any city in the United States. You hook up with the wrong people and you put your trust into the wrong people, they gonna do you dirty. And that's just how we do each other. You feel what I'm saying? But with that being said, I really don't know Wax issue with Tupac other than he always said he was fake. And I guess he just despised fake individuals. You know what I mean? I really don't get it. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't bother me that much. I don't know if it's because people prop Pac up to him. He felt like Pac is being propped up on a level to where he don't feel like he deserved to be at. I don't know. It wouldn't bother me if people was giving another individual accolades, but for some reason, Wack has this opinion about a rapper who I don't take none of you rappers serious. Like, it's only so many King Vons that's done either been in the rap game or that's in the rap game now. The most of y'all rappers who talk about street shit is Tupac. But get in the comment section. Let me know what y'all think about this. Y'all already know what it is, though. Ruler Gang.
What's good, y'all? It's your boy, the Answer Man. That reckoning, boy, is causing a firestorm. Diddy responds. He's sending subliminals. He's sending threats. And he's sending cease and desist. The cease and desist is demanding Netflix not to release the docuseries. Too late. Produced by his longtime rival, 50, of course. CNN is reporting stolen footage was using that was never authorized for the release, and they called it a shameful hit piece. Netflix had an immediate response. It came to us. We obtained the footage legally and have the necessary rights, Stapleton said in a statement forwarded to CNN from Netflix. We moved heaven and earth to keep the filmmaker's identity confidential. One thing about Sean Combs, he's always filming himself, and it's been an obsession throughout the decades. We also reached out to Sean Combs' team for an interview and comment multiple times, but did not hear back. Diddy's folks said, as you are undoubtedly aware, this is legal team talking, Mr. Combs has not hesitated to take legal action against media entities and others who violate his rights, and he will not hesitate to do so against Netflix. Now, in a separate statement from Netflix, the rumor was that they obtained the footage from a doc that was supposed to be done if he was not guilty. I'm now here to say that that was a false claim. The project has no ties to past conversations between Diddy and Netflix, the company said. The footage of Combs leading up to his indictment and arrest were legally obtained. This is not a hit piece or an act of retribution. Curtis Jackson is an executive producer, but does not have creative control. No one was paid to participate, which is crazy because these people did it for the free ski. So how much do they not like this man? His former security, Roger Bonds, let it be known exactly how the footage was obtained.
I'm getting to this. Yo, Bonds. Yo, man, how 50 get? Blah, blah, blah. Yo, Puff, take this self on that. Let me explain something to y'all. All right? Whether it's NDAs, whether it's whatever. When these young boys come in, first of all, he only deal with young videographers because he want to rob them, and he know that they want the opportunity to follow Puff Daddy, P. Diddy. They want that opportunity. So they get him at a low price anyway. But when you stay out so many hours a day, Puff wants a videographer with him 24 hours a day on call. Whether we on a yacht, whether we on a ship, wherever we at, he wants to videotape that, right? So now, they come to agreement. They come to whatever the pay is going to be. But then it be so many hours on that invoice that he don't want to pay. He gets in touch with the office. He gets in touch with the chief of staff. Yo, what is this I'm paying? What is this I'm paying? You know what you paying. You was outside all of these hours. It's 160-something hours in a week. You was outside 140. That's the invoice he put in. So now, being if you got a contract and he don't stand to that contract, guess what happens? he could do whatever he want to do with that footage. So now that footage goes to the highest bidder. And 50 had to be the highest bidder to get the, yo, this is business. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't in love with you. Everybody ain't dedicated. Everybody ain't loyal to the point of stupidity.
50 then posted that he got flowers from Diddy at Club 11. He say, why all the foreplay? Get busy. You know I'm stupid. Indicating that the flowers were for his upcoming funeral. Y'all know what that means. And 50 is with it. He like, I'm with all the BS. Let's have it. 50 also replied, a warning? I'm grimy, ninja. You don't warn me. LOL. We're going to see how this turn out. I'm sure Fifth being the strategist that he is and knowing Diddy for 20 plus years, he's not surprised by any of the antics. I'm sure he's ready. I'm sure his security is ready. And I don't think he's sweating one bit. I think as the troll that he is, and he didn't take trolling to a whole nother unimaginable level, he wanted all of this. It would be irresponsible of me not to say, I hope this stays where it's at and no actual retribution is forthcoming, but you never know. But I know that Diddy does not want his sentence extended because of perceived threats to the outside. So we'll see how it go, man. Let me know what y'all think in the comments. Appreciate y'all tuning in, man. Until next time, it's your boy, The Answer. We out. What's good, y'all? It's your boy, The Answer, man. Last night, y'all know the documentary came out. Diddy tried to block it. Apparently, what really happened is Netflix had the footage, owned it, signed a deal with Diddy in case he was not guilty. He was found guilty. They retained the rights. 50 bought it. Anyway, man, let's get to what Corey and them was saying. They was wilding out.
The Netflix special on Diddy from 50 Cent yet?
I haven't seen his.
Oh,
no.
okay. I'm gonna watch
50
it.
man is
I'll watch it tonight.
he's a savage. That's how you're supposed to be when you have beef with somebody. You're supposed to try to destroy them.
Finish him.
Well, let him tell it, of course. He's saying that it's not about the old beef and it's not about this and that. But anyway, a lot of people thought that Diddy was suing him over it, and Netflix, no. They just gave Diddy's lawyers are threatening. So they're basically telling him, remove it. They're not going to remove it. Netflix, it's making a lot of buzz. Anyway.
Also, what are you talking about? Dude.
The whole documentary is about. And what happened is, okay, so Diddy's lawyers are saying that there's stuff on there that nobody should have seen, and that footage allegedly was stolen. There's a lot of footage.
Now that's some desperate. So how is footage stolen?
They said it was private footage from other people that knew Diddy, and I guess that allegedly 50 got it or whatever.
But that's stupid. So how is it stolen if it's private footage? It's exposed, dumbass. People are stupid. I watch some of these YouTubers, they channel. Man, it is a girl, DoorDash, snuck in somebody's house, recorded them naked and put it online, and she acting like a victim. It's another girl, some African girl.
Oh, that's the white girl.
Yeah, that's the white girl.
I've seen that, yeah.
They got another, my man, I don't know why I'm saying his name.
Those are shots from the documentary.
They got girls. It was a girl who jumped in this dude video, some rapper dude. I can't think of his name. And talking about, I'm from America's Next Top Model. And the hoe got mad because she's told dude, here, give me a kiss. And he was like, no, I don't do that. Yeah. And she got mad at him because he wouldn't kiss her. and it's talking about she'll sue him for showing the footage of when that happened.
What?
And she jumped in the camera. The point I'm trying to make, where is some stolen footage at? Somebody said her name is Kenya Hill, I think. I'm saying like people come out with bullshit reasons for making a fool out themselves, but it's never their fault.
Exactly.
The
right.
footage was stolen. Where?
And speaking of Diddy, though, his lawyer.
Oh, that's the rapper and that's the lady. She tried to make him kiss with her old face ass.
Yes.
Oh,
That
wait,
bitch looked like
they're
Seal
together.
without the scar.
So they were together. They're dating.
No, they not a couple. He's a rapper. He was out there promoting his. She jumped in his video, and as he was trying to, as they ended, she tried to get a kiss,
What?
and he was like, "No, man, face," because like I see that look without that makeup. That looked like she about to say, "I got nothing but love for you, baby." Eddie Kane Jr. face ass.
Hell yeah.
Wow. But like I was saying, if speaking of
Nights like this,
I wish. Yeah.
raindrops would fall. Face ass. Get your ass up out of here.
anyway, last thing on Diddy. His lawyers also, just to piggyback on that other story, his lawyers are also, they want everybody to know that a lot of those pictures that they're seeing of Diddy with inmates near him, hugging him, talking to him, smiling, laughing, are AI, and that not to believe what you're seeing.
That Diddy looks like he fell asleep over the barbecue pit. That,
No,
like, that nigga look like he got
What be them
mesquite in his-
conversations in Diddy's cell at night?
One at a time, fellas.
Right.
Oh, you.
Diddy like when niggas fight over him. We be having them niggas fist fight over that.
Wash up in the toilet then.
Who gonna put the teardrop over my? That nigga, that tattoo artist is. He got one big ass tear that cover his whole ass cheek.
I'm about to Gerald Levert. This. Ooh. Baby, I'm ready. Ready.
I mean that all these pictures are his.
They gotta be fake, huh? That's AI. Ain't no way them niggas. Come on, man. That's crazy.
You were great last night.
Yeah. This nigga got a whole eyesight.
They might
eyesight
right. They might be fake because ain't nobody that happy in jail.
Yeah. And look at the.
And all the pictures he's smiling.
Why the other nigga got veneers too? You did niggas in jail don't have veneers like this. Nigga teeth behind him is too straight.
You stupid.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, there you go. Yeah. And I don't like that wet thing on his hand. His hand looks like it's moist. See?
Yeah, see that.
See how it's shiny?
That nigga got gravy on his hand. Man, gravy.
And one hand has a glove and the other one doesn't. Okay, see, so maybe something. Yeah, that's not right.
I don't feel like, because, you know, he's in Dick's prison. You know that, right? That's the name of the jails.
What's the name of the prison?
Dick's, D-I-X. Dick's. The Dick's prison has, I guess, one of the best drug reform programs. So the fact that he got admitted, they took years off his sentence. You know what I mean?
Well,
So,
there we go.
Everybody on their football team want to play center.
yeah, real. Yeah.
Hey!
Okay. Anyway, moving on.
All right, y'all, there it is. Yeah, for clarification, like I said before, this stolen footage, private footage, was actually the footage from the original deal with Netflix and Puff. If he was not guilty, he was found guilty. They retained the rights to the footage. 50 bought him out. Y'all know how I go from there. And I've seen some clips, but I heard that the documentary went real hard. It didn't seem like it was really tied to 50 necessarily, but it still did what it was designed to do. So let me know what y'all think in the comments, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Till next time, it's your boy Dell the Answer, man. I'm out.
Is she a victim in all this?
I believe Cassie's a victim in all this because she came in as such, she's like 18, like 19 years old in the very beginning. After a while, over time, you condition for it.
Do you think that hip hop culture was on trial as much as Sean Combs was?
Not all. Look, if I didn't say anything, you would interpret it as hip hop is fine with his behaviors. There's no one else being vocal. So you would look at it and just say,
We got the media team in here. Where the media
team? We got content. TV's in the go. We got TV in the go.
You looking for that fire Clubhouse content? Well, you need to subscribe to the home. Hey, yo, Clubhouse TV. Let's get to the content.
That's a good one.
In the block. Tupac, he's a bitch ass. I'm watching this shit. That bitch ass, he deserved everything he got. This nigga talking about, yeah, when I was in jail, everybody telling me they bragging about it on the street. Biggie them bragging about killing me. So first it was you knew the niggas that did the shooting. Now it's what you heard in jail.
Well,
that nigga Tupac's a
that's
bitch
what
ass.
I was talking about. That shit right there.
Yeah, he let
He's
niggas
a
put a
bitch
bug in
ass.
his
Just made up some shit and made up some shit, bro. That shit is crazy.
You're weird for that.
That didn't know you was coming. You didn't take a bag to go do a verse. Don't spot you until you on the sidewalk and tell you, oh, nigga, we up here in studio such and such. You hit the elevator, man, yo. I'm glad his mother told the truth. Somebody I seen, like, my son wasn't a gangster. He wasn't like that. He was a great actor. This nigga, man. But you know, this crazy, this world I see, and you know, I'm gonna start playing on the world even more now because it's like they believe the facade. If you got niggas that'll kill you behind Tupac, wasn't even born when he died.
Man.
Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. I'm watching this video. They had started the wrong. In the block.
He could die for the image.
Yeah, on some real shit. You talking about, you know, Tupac said, yeah, man. They talk about it, they bragging about who bragging about it on the street. How they know?
Why is he even talking about this shit?
Then there's whoever this other is narrating, who was supposed to be on the company with Puff. He, yeah, I believe in my mature mind, Puffy had something to do with it. Was you anywhere around anywhere?
He the one
I'm gonna be real. I think they saved Craig. Craig, man, was supposed to perform that night at the club. I think they were gonna do something to the. He was supposed to perform at 662 that night. I don't know if they was trying to be funny to fuck with Puff. Maybe that's what that was. If Craig, I don't know, but then this nigga talking about Puffy paid people to travel.
pay people to drive. That's a chauffeur, right?
No, he paid people to drive from New York to Vegas. Probably was his security. A different security. Everybody ain't. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go with the people you trust.
This is what we do know. We know exactly why Tupac got killed. It ain't no mystery. You went over there because you was on some fake gangbang shit and put your hands on a real gangbanger. And you got your ass gangbanged on. That's it. And then Suge paid that blew your brains out $60,000 after that to get on the stand to give him an alibi. There you have it. Meet the West Coast, dummy.
Wow. Right, because I don't know how people try to overcomplicate Pac's demise.
That's crazy.
Like,
Meet
no,
the
fuck
West
with the
Coast,
what?
dummy. These niggas don't give a fuck. Meet the West Coast, dummy.
Oh, stupid ass.
Dumbest mother.
Dumbass.
Stupid brother. Should pay that nigga $60,000. Hey man, could you come get on the stand and tell him I was trying to help you? And then got held like a goddamn punching bag when you tried to dive in the back seat.
He held that nigga up.
Man, he sure did form that nigga, held that nigga there like a shield.
Human shield. Nigga getting lined up without even knowing.
What you call it? But this is his proffer. They playing his proffer with Greg Cadence. Look at it. And this right here, he doing some talking. KVD talking like a bum. When the KVD paperwork come out, it's gonna break the foundation of gang banging in that section. It's probably about 50 Crips and Power Rules and Compton Crips telling, along with him.
Shit.
OG names too. Oh, it's gonna break it. I want now see the East Coast and everywhere else should have a field day with this shit. They should have a field day. I'm telling them, I'm giving them heads up. As soon as Keefy DK start, they should have a field day, boy. They got some names in that shit. Tell him. K-Dub, he's a real rat. I called him. I said, hey, homie, you in this work, bro. You know that? Oh, whack. All I did was gave him a description of the Cadillac.
God.
Wow. These dudes.
All I did was give a description. The Cadillac is crazy.
Mm-hmm. K-Dub official. He's a rat. Had a nigga call me last week, said, well, bro, whack, it's different levels of rat. I said, yeah, this is why I'm on the street. Right here. Guess you got first degree rat, second degree rat, third degree rat, I guess, right?
Hell no.
Damn it, not levels.
It's crazy. Why they keep saying D-Mac? What D-Mac are they talking about, bro? I know they ain't talking about the D-Mac I think they talking about. KVD say he ain't get paid nothing. That's what that They got pictures of Zip. Just crazy. I see this one dude, whatever dude, he putting up all kind of shit about 50. He had a case in 2003 or 2013. Man, don't nobody give about that. What they got to do with the Diddy documentary? Go do a 50 documentary. He had a domestic violence. Let me explain something to you. It's a small percentage of men who ain't committed domestic violence have been accused of whether they did it or not.
That's a fact.
So I'll tell a nigga in a minute. If you ain't did it, then she didn't report it. And if you did do it, right, you're probably going to justify it. And some of y'all didn't do it, were just accused of it.
Yeah.
I look at domestic violence a little different. Domestic violence without cause, right, you're in violation. I believe it need to be an antagonizing law.
Real shit.
The provocation.
Real shit.
That'd be great.
Nah, for real, because I just seen some shit I just seen trying to get away. Motherfuckers getting slapped and shit thrown at them, keys snatched, standing behind the car, all kind of shit, man. If something happened to you after all that, nigga snap, listen, man, that's what it is, man. So you could just antagonize him, kick a nigga in his ass and do all kind of shit. And you know, while he's trying to get away from you to prevent anything from happening, and it's just all on him. Nah, that ain't cool. He out of line for that.
Yeah, that's out of pocket.
Yeah, he out of line for that, but I didn't see some niggas trying to get away. Like, all right, you got that. All right, I'm gone. The crazy part about it is, one thing I know about this Puff nigga, they put everything on. The people that rushed the door, it was his fault they did it. You know, it's crazy.
Everything. He over promoted. This man, that was just a party.
Out of here, man.
That was just a party. It happens.
No, the people saying we ain't got tickets, we bum rushing the door.
Hey, we know what that word means. Soon as he said it was something called bum rushing the door back then. Hell yeah. Because I don't bum rushed a few parties back in the day.
It's his fault though. He did it. It's crazy.
Hey, doing that little puffy shit, that's the first time I heard what Keefy D said on that tape.
Yeah,
that nigga crazy.
Yeah, he was in there with Greg Cadence. That's when he was debriefing.
Man, and then he talk about he was over the cars. Nigga, he was in there comfortable as a motherfucker.
Yeah, that nigga was debriefing. He left the gun on the tire, all that.
Yeah. don't give a fuck what niggas say. Proper is telling, bro.
That's the fact.
A proper is it's a new way of telling. When I got locked up, it was called a free talk. Come out with a yellow pad and just talk. You know what I'm saying? And now they call it a proffer. That's crazy.
Crazy.
I think the only thing saving them that Zip died.
Baby Lane and Zip was
Zip was Puffy boy.
Yeah, but they wasn't going. I mean, Zip, I know Zip personally. Zip wasn't finna do no talking.
No.
None of
What I'm
that.
saying, if he was alive and they could tie that shit together,
he was alive when they tried to tie it together.
Is that right? Yeah, that shit crazy, man. I was like, dang, this nigga talking like a mother. The game is over. Kids, stay out them streets. The big homies ain't what they used to be.
Yeah, I just seen the cease and desist they put on that. They just sent one out.
For Netflix?
Oh, yeah.
It's too late.
I know. But
it's too late.
I'm saying that out loud for anybody who ain't watched it yet. You better go and watch it.
Hey, man, that shit screen recorded now. That shit gonna be around forever.
They shit that shit out the day of, or the day before, one of those.
You could probably go watch that shit on YouTube now.
Oh God.
Yeah, they wouldn't fall for that.
Yeah.
They gonna run that.
That shit is too late. Cause I just heard about it yesterday, nigga. I went and binge watched that motherfucker yesterday.
I did.
I was like, damn.
Yeah, that little I don't know, it was like going over the audio or something in the morning show. Yeah, that shit was
oh yeah, they had started it, and I just went in there and watched it on my own.
That's what I did too. Yep.
Yeah, that shit.
Yeah, that shit was sheesh. Okay.
What him and 50 got going? They just never liked each other?
Ever since 50 offered to take him shopping, he been tripping.
Oh yeah.
50, wait. 50 offered him to take him shopping?
Yeah,
Who he offered 50?
And one day he was on a meet, they was on an interview, and he was like, yeah, Playboy, you know, maybe I'll take you shopping sometime, some shit like that. And 50 got offended by that shit.
Oh, like he did Fabulous.
Yeah, same type of shit.
Clubhouse TV. Clubhouse TV.
What's going on, YouTube? It's Clubhouse TV. Welcome back to the channel. This is where we break down the hottest conversations in hip-hop, the drama behind the headlines, and what the streets are really saying. Certainly appreciate y'all for checking back in and checking out the content. But today, as y'all heard, Wax reacting to the new 50 Cent Diddy documentary, and Wax going off about Tupac, giving two completely different accounts on who was behind the shooting, and also some other things, key things. So let's get into it now. So with this new documentary heating up the internet, 50 is once again stirring the pot around Diddy, around the 90s beef, and around the truth behind these legendary moments. One of the biggest things resurfacing is Tupac's conflicting statements about his shooting, something that Wack is calling out loud and clear on Clubhouse. According to Wack, this ain't just history, this is accountability. And he says once you start rewinding the tape, the inconsistencies start looking crazy. So Wack broke it down. He said the first time Tupac spoke publicly, he said Biggie, Puff, and Bad Boy had something to do with him getting shot. He accused Biggie of knowing the setup, not warning him, and basically leaving him hanging in enemy territory. Now, this is a story the world ran with. This is a story that kept the East Coast versus West Coast war blazing. This is the version that shaped hip-hop history for years. And then Wack says, that's not the only version Pac told. Wack reminds the room. Later, Pac completely switched the narrative, saying he didn't know if Biggie was involved at all. Instead, he claimed the dudes who shot him were people who he already knew. And this is where Wack went off. Says Pac created two totally different stories that can't both be true. And Wack says the hip-hop culture has never wanted to address that contradiction. Wack puts it bluntly, if Biggie was responsible like Pac first said, why did Pac later say he didn't know that? And why pin it on Biggie and then retract it? And how did the entire culture ignore that part? Wax says that right there changed the way the streets interpreted everything that happened afterward, including the beef, the diss records, the tension, and eventually both Pac and Biggie losing their lives. Wack told Clubhouse hip hop is held on the Pac's first version as gospel truth, but the second version is rarely talked about. And Wack says that's unfair to Biggie, unfair to actual facts, and unfair to the people who got blamed. I also gives 50 credit for exposing these contradictions in a big platform documentary, saying 50 don't care who gets mad. He's going to tell us straight. Wack's takeaway, if Pac did give two different stories, the culture needs to stop cherry picking the one they like and start asking why Pac changed it. No matter what side you fall on, the documentary is opening wounds that never fully healed in hip hop. Wax challenging the narrative, 50's blowing the lid off old secrets, and the Pac versus Biggie storyline is being re-examined in real time. Y'all let me know what y'all think about the content in the comments. Do you think Tupac really contradicted himself, or is Wack reading too far into history? Don't forget to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Hit that notification bell so you're always notified when I drop new content. Subscribe to the media team so you get that exclusive WAC 100 content. Any questions, suggestions, need me to advertise for you on my channel with over 46,000 subscribers, just get at me on IG and I'll get right back to you. As always, we certainly appreciate you for checking out Clubhouse TV, and you already know I'm off to the next one. I'm out, y'all. Peace.
$13,000 to put them bricks around my yard, my nigga. You know how much it costs to put the trees all around my yard? Stop playing with me. Got cars I don't even drive. Shit over here looking dirty. I ain't gonna show you too much. That's all. I ain't come to shit on you. I came to inspire you. Stop playing. Stop playing. Picture me rolling. Picture me rolling. Niggas talking about he shop on Fordham. No, this is Darucci, baby. Here, let me put my Darucci on. Picture me rolling. Let me put that Darucci on, huh? Picture me rolling. Now, let me ask you a question. If you had to choose, right, who you gonna get money with? If you had to choose who you rolling around outside with, right? Huh? Huh? Who you sitting next to? Whose car you getting in? Mine's or theirs? Put it in the comment section. We are not the same. Yeah, this is that Darucci that you seen Tommy and Ghost rocking. Yeah, on Power. That. This ain't that Fordham shit, my nigga. I go back to Fordham to shop to support my people. Niggas that diss me. Like, how you dissing me? You live in the hood. I shop in the hood to support the hood. You leave the hood to go shopping, but you live in the hood. I go to the hood to go shopping, but I don't live in the hood. You in the hood because you stuck. I'm in the hood because I'm visiting. I live in the suburbs. I go back to the hood to give back. You in the hood, this in the hood. You shop at Fordham. Nigga, you live on Fordham. I don't care if it's Brooklyn. I don't care if it's Queens. What are we talking about? My address ain't your address, my nigga. My fly ain't your fly, but then again, you know what? Even if I start dressing bummy, I still own property. Even if I decide to start dressing bummy, nigga, I'm driving an AMG GLE. You driving an ABC? Easy as 1, 2, 3. Stop playing with me, my nigga. We are not the same. We are not the same. Stop comparing me to these niggas. Don't compare me to these niggas. And the haters, they sick. They don't want to see no more. I think them niggas really started leaving. I think niggas really started leaving like, we don't want to see that. No. Picture me rolling, my nigga. Picture me rolling. Yeah, it's time to take out the trash. And as a matter of fact, you know, I get so fly with it sometimes. Sometimes I just be switching coats up. I could switch up. It's cold outside. I could do it a little bit different. I could rock this. Or I got flavor for days. Huh? Put it in the comment section. What we talking about? Huh? Yeah, this that Derucci. If you feeling this coat, press 1 in the comment section. If this coat is whack, press 2. Huh? Picture me rolling. How I look sitting inside this Benz? Huh? Who y'all riding with? Who y'all riding with? Huh? I gotta stop stunting on these niggas. Gotta stop stunting on these niggas. Stop playing. I could switch. Listen, man. I does this. It might get a little cold. You know what? This coat right here might not be warm enough. I might have to switch up again. I'll ride around. Here, take that one right there. What? I didn't even know I was coming outside to my car. So y'all can't even say I had this plan, but put it in the comment section. Huh? Let me see. Here we go. Huh? What we talking about? Huh? I'm a different type of nigga. Nigga said you was a bum 4 years ago. Nigga, so was your mother. Nigga said you was a bum 4 years ago. Nigga, so was your mother. Huh? What? Now let me ask you a question. How much you think I spent on these coats together, all together? My coat game. Stop playing with me. It's easy work. That's why niggas don't like me. Cause I got where I'm at without selling my soul, my nigga.
His relationship with Aubrey and how he was sending her shit on some.
Did they put her in?
Yo, I'm masturbating tonight. I'm gonna think of you, and yeah, I want to fuck. And when that didn't go right, then they pan right to the footage of him kicking out the group, and she looking at him like,
oh wow.
She looking at him like, yo,
Did she speak? Did she?
Yo, everybody been talking about this Diddy documentary that was done by 50 Cent. So we had to see what the Joe Budden review is hitting for. Y'all better like the video. Y'all better subscribe. Let's get it.
Takes a lot of the reasonable doubt away. Like they do a good job of laying it at his feet. I was pissed by episode 2.
Really?
I was absolutely pissed by episode.
Pissed at the doc or pissed at Puff?
Yeah. Puff.
Oh, okay.
Because the way the doc is framing it was Big didn't want to go to LA at all. Like that little segment, and we maybe have heard that before. This doc did a good job of making you say, right after Pac dies, why would Biggie want to go to LA to finish recording the album? Like that just sounds real stupid today.
It does a little bit.
It does.
And then they got interviews with all these key people where even if they are saying something you heard before, they saying a little more in depth. So they got the guy saying, I forgot his name, sorry. They got him saying, yo, Biggie was supposed to go to LA and then run with me over to London 2 days later, but that didn't happen. He was urged to stay. I mean, and then they get into the swapping of the Rolling Stone cover. Again, more things that you have heard, but it's
framed differently.
Somebody, and again, maybe that's 50. There's somebody in the know putting this timeline together. Yeah, I was saying fuck him for the big by episode 2.
Wow,
really?
Yeah, it was.
I gotta watch this tonight.
I'm watching today for sure.
For sure.
Episode 3, then they get into the women and just where this
that life. Yeah,
you know where it goes. And 4 is the end.
Okay.
And 4 is the end.
How was it in? Like at him
now? Now, Cassie, they got footage of. They got all the footage. They got footage of Ryan Leslie bringing Cassie in the conference room and then Puff at the head, and then them in the studio with Puff saying, yeah, I like this song, but I want to love it. I need a rapper need to do this part that you on, Ryan Leslie. And then there was no more Ryan Leslie. Then it was Kim Porter was the wife, but then Cassie was the wifey. And then when Kim Porter would come around, it was Cassie to go to the spa or some shit because they couldn't be around each other. Then they got fucking Albie Shore and they got Eric Sermon in there talking about Misa.
Wow.
Talking, when Puff met Misa, yada, yada. Like, it's just
wow,
a whirlwind of shit. I won't call it a hit piece because they did focus on his success as well.
Okay.
And that's the story they were telling. Is like,
but the success drove him to be a monster? Is that how they framed it?
No, I won't say that. But the guy that got away at every turn and continued to rise and rise more. And then when this got dead, the Danity Kane, they went into the whole making the band shit and what that looked like with today's ears and climate. His relationship with Aubrey and how he was sending her shit on some.
Did they put her in?
Yo, I'm masturbating tonight. I'm gonna think of you, and yeah, I want to fuck. And when that didn't go right, then they pan right to the footage of him kicking out the group, and she looking at him like,
oh wow.
She looking at him like, yo,
Did she speak? Did she speak in the doc?
Huh?
Did she speak in the doc?
I think so.
It's
all fuzzy. It's all fuzzy.
I know you just.
You go rewatch it. You have to rewatch it.
Oh no, this is.
It's all fuzzy. But she looked at him like, my man, really? Because he's sitting there saying, "You're not provocative enough. You're not promiscuous."
Oh shit!
Right, nigga. Word.
Yeah, and then it got into when I was done with Danity Kane. He fucking X'd that whole group, took Dawn, put in Dirty Money. Now it's him in the group, so he's the focus. The story they kept trying to tell was he always wanted to be the focus. The executive who had all of these artists, but
wanted to be the man.
I'm the artist.
I'm a star.
So
Suge was right.
That's where you insert the Suge speech from the Source Awards.
Right. Yeah, then they got into Suge. They got into what he said at the Source Awards, what Puff said at the Source Awards, how Suge was Albie Shore's bodyguard, and how that turned to executive. And this was just a very well done piece involving a lot of info that you know, but framed a certain way and with some more shit. Because they have footage of, and this is what I guess Puff's people was beefing about. They have footage of like 6 days before the arrest.
Yeah.
They got fresh footage of him in the car.
Oh shit.
Goddamn.
Him talking to lawyers. I saw him arguing.
Yeah, him talking to lawyers. That's the clip that was going viral yesterday, was him in Harlem hugging people. Oh, that they didn't do that no good either. The doc was like, and when everybody turned their back on it, it was totally over. Now you're back in Harlem. Now you're walking around. You're a man of the people and all of these. Like they was making it seem. No, they're not making it seem. At one point, they said he don't fuck with black people.
Oh shit.
Damn.
Yeah. They said that shit. They had one of his male escorts on. And the dude said every March 9th, religiously, no matter where I was, him and Cassie flew me out to be where they was at.
That's
specifically on March 9th.
Wow.
That's a little creepy.
That's
what I'm saying. There's a lot of other shit that was just like, and then later on he goes on to say, that toward the end of their whatever they were doing, they would collect his semen in a cup. And he didn't say nothing for a few times. And then finally he did. He was like, yo, what the fuck
are y'all
doing with my semen?
Yeah.
And they said Puff was like, yo, I like to make her drink it, play with it, douse in it. Why? What's the problem with it? And then they have him on that type of shit very early too, earlier than all of this, but you know that's there.
Yeah.
You know that's there. But back to the Dirty Money shit. From Making the Band to Dirty Money, the story that they were telling in there, the other girl from Dirty Money, I forgot her name.
Kalia.
And let me just say, the Dirty Money album is a classic. It's a great album. The Dirty Money album is a classic.
And the remix album too. Fire. They did a remix album.
So they got her saying that the relationship between Puff and Dawn was very strange as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you ever met a billionaire, what would you do to be his girl or be in his
concubine, whatever?
Yeah.
Kalina.
All while Cassie is there. So it's a lot of facts. It's a lot of footage. However they got the footage, it certainly helped in this story they were telling. It did.
Right.
It did. Wow. It did make you feel like at the end he didn't get enough time.
Really?
Really?
It would have to. They show the shine shit. Yeah. They show the girl. They show too much shit to where it's like, if you don't believe this, or if this didn't do it for you, or if this didn't do it for you, it's like certain shit is too consistent in the story that they tell.
Did they mention anything about the trial, like where the state fucked up or the feds or whoever was trying it or anything like that?
No. Before every episode, they did the black screen with the words, Puff is serving such and such. He is charged with such and such and such.
Got it.
He wasn't charged with such and whatever they said in the black screen. I don't even read them shits after. Once I see it saying the same thing. But
right.
Yeah, what a fucked up start to the morning to watch it. It wasn't
That's
great.
heavy.
And then it's banger after banger after banger after banger in this.
Oh, they had the music?
I mean, yeah, you can't tell a story without.
I didn't know they had license for it. That's why I was. That's
some of the music. I mean, Benjamin's came on. More Money, More Problems came on. The
that
awards with him performing, with Sting coming out is like and even that is real sinister if you get into what they're trying to say.
I wonder how they got that. I guess that's fair use.
It's fair use.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Whoever was in charge of collecting the footage and the
archives
and the paper clippings.
They did the right thing. They did their thing.
yeah, you went crazy.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And then Puff is saying this shit is a hit piece because of that little clip they got going around of him saying, I need a shower and I hugged 150 people, so I need to bathe and cleanse myself. I need to hand sanitizer. Oh, buddy.
That ain't it.
Who cares about
that
that?
ain't shit.
No, that's absolutely not. I actually agreed with him.
Oh, he was right about that.
I absolutely agreed with him. If I'm out here just hugging and kissing, and I want
I
hand
want to shake
sanitizer.
50 hands. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I mean, but he seemed to shake 50 other things at these parties. I mean, I'm saying if you're a germphobe, it's just a lot of knobs. I'm like,
but I'm telling you, that was part of them attempting to frame it like, yo, dog,
He don't like them.
He don't
Yeah.
fuck with them.
I
didn't get that.
Right.
I
could
didn't get
take that with it. That could be with anybody, but I get what you saying.
because I would do the same thing.
Yeah. Then the from that to the Ciroc deal, like this guy has been the pinnacle of success for. They got him Sean John. It's like this guy
elevated.
Has had I had 60, 80, and 100 million in
the 90s.
Yeah,
late 90s.
Yeah, that's a long time now, but
a lot of fucking money.
In the recent footage, he's like, "Yo, I'm on my way to the bank to deposit 200 million. They're holding the bank open for me." It left me saying, I just wish he had like real friends at some point. But when you making that much and you worth that much, you don't get
And
that.
you that type
You
of-
don't get that. Like even watching it, you never saw a sinister, mega talented, more talented than everybody / by gangster that sold it. Like this guy is in his league of his own. He is. It's dark and it's twisted, and there's some other words that come to mind. And I'm telling you, with all of this shit, I still think that if he comes out and says the right rehabilitative shit,
America loves a
that there's
redemption
path.
story, bro.
That there's a path.
I think
for sure.
I think
Absolutely.
His resilience, his persistence, and his just overall willingness and drive to win is something you can't teach.
He's also really smart at doing things like
Yeah,
buying
bro.
1,000 turkeys for the jail. Like he's gonna do some shit like that. Where you're like, oh, he's not such a bad guy.
And he also got powerful friends.
That's
He's a
true.
winner, bro.
Yeah.
We keep forgetting that
Who
part.
he has dirt on.
Yeah.
And they know that.
Now I understand why people are calling this documentary the nail in the coffin for Diddy. Look, the way Joe just broke it down, I don't need to see it, to be honest with you, but it sounds crazy. I didn't know they were going to go into the Biggie part of Diddy's life, but I guess it's a Diddy documentary. It's not, let's talk about Diddy and Cassie. I guess that's what I assumed, but they're talking about the entire past of Diddy. And even Joe said he couldn't call it a hit piece because he said that they were bigging up Diddy and his success. And he has been very successful, but with that success came some dark moments. When they got into the dirty money part and Danity Kane, and the Aubrey part, and I think about those reality shows, and Aubrey always said it was something, she didn't want to tell, she didn't want to come clean. So I guess she finally saw fit to say it in this documentary. But remember, it was years Aubrey would just always say, I got something on Diddy, but she would never let us know what it was. And everybody was like, why won't she speak? Come on, tell us. And I think a lot of people just assumed she was afraid of Diddy, which goes to a part where Queen's Flip was talking about. He heard that, or he felt like it was times that Diddy would move a certain way without certain clearances and paperwork with people because people feared him. You wouldn't play with Diddy like that. He would have to be incarcerated for you to feel like you was going to get something past him. Also, the March 9th bit, did y'all hear that part? If y'all don't know, March 9th is when Biggie passed away, which sounds crazy. And even if you want to say, okay, maybe Diddy would have a little orgy or something like that to celebrate Biggie's life, it still sounds weird on multiple levels. it almost sounds like a celebration instead of somewhere where you're supposed to be mourning this individual who basically helped you get a lot of your success in the beginning, right? The stuff with the escort and the semen, and we heard all type of stories about that. But the Dawn part, and a lot of people, when they saw that interview with Dawn and they said she sounded like she was intoxicated, I might agree with that, allegedly. She did look like somebody who was ride or die for Diddy. She reminded me of what I imagine Mary J. Blige to be for Diddy. Because Mary J. always seemed like she was like 10 toes down with Diddy. And that's how Don was coming off, like, he ain't did nothing. You know what I mean? Joe said a couple of things. He said by episode 2, I was mad at Diddy. That was very telling. And he also said, I left it feeling like Diddy didn't get enough time. And even as somebody informed like Joe Budden, he's still like, no, he should have got caught up on some other stuff. Just based on this documentary. And look, I'll give it to 50. I really didn't want to relive a lot of this stuff. Because honestly, while I was hearing this with y'all, my chest started getting tight. I'm like, damn, man. It started feeling dark. The energy got dark. The energy got dark. I can't explain it. It's crazy.
Hey, no Diddy, man. No Diddy.
And also just this part where they're saying basically they were trying to allude that Diddy doesn't like black people. Wow. And also, you know, I did feel that way about that footage of Diddy being out in Harlem and Diddy was in Miami. Wasn't he riding bikes and talking to people? I did feel like, okay, yeah, you know you about to get locked up, so now you trying to... It might have been, now you trying to act like a man of the people, or it could have been, man, this might be my last time to go do normal stuff. So let me go out and do something I would never do, right? But the hating black people part, oh my God. And what do y'all think about the whole 50 Cent part of this? Where it's like, you see Ja Rule and other people coming out and they feeling like this is wrong of 50 to do, and basically feeling like he only put out this doc because he has an issue with Diddy. And look, if I had to bet, does 50 Cent know some other crazy, weird, or nasty people in the industry? Sure. I think he does. It's a documentary that could be done about Dr. Dre. Would 50 do that documentary? And so, yeah, I do think this is personal for 50. Whether or not the documentary was done well or not. Very disturbing documentary, to say the least. It felt like I was listening to the Dahmer story or something like that. I don't know. But y'all tell me what y'all think about this. Like the video and subscribe. I'll see y'all next time. Peace.
Netflix wasn't even ready for the amount of chaos one single docuseries could unleash. And Sean Diddy Combs definitely wasn't ready for how fast the world would react. Picture this moment. It's the eve of Netflix releasing a 4-part deep dive called Sean Combs, The Reckoning. A documentary executive produced by 50 Cent, the one person Diddy probably never wanted narrating his downfall. The trailer is trending. Reddit threads are heating up. People are posting countdown tweets like they're waiting for a championship fight. And then, boom, just hours before the premiere, Diddy's legal team jumps out the shadows with a cease and desist letter demanding that Netflix stop everything. The letter calls the entire doc a shameful hit piece. It says Netflix is using stolen footage never authorized for release. It claims they included private legal strategy that was never intended for public consumption. And they warn Netflix in writing that Diddy will not hesitate to pursue further legal action. It's dramatic. It's desperate. It's the exact type of move that tells the public there's something inside this documentary he really doesn't want you to see. The internet reacts exactly how you expect. Everyone who had zero interest in this series 24 hours earlier suddenly has it at the top of their watch list. This is the Streisand effect on steroids. Every time someone tries to bury something, the internet shoves it into the spotlight and hits the gas. People start tweeting, "If Diddy wants it gone that bad, I'm watching it twice. He just promoted the documentary better than Netflix. I wasn't even planning to watch this. Now I'm locked in." Reddit threads explode. YouTube reactors get their cameras ready. Podcast hosts start scheduling emergency live streams. Bloggers who hadn't written about Diddy in months start lining up their headlines. And guess who's watching all this unfold with a smirk? 50 Cent. While Diddy is threatening Netflix with lawsuits, 50 is out here posting memes, counting likes, and throwing gasoline on every single spark of drama. This man has been calling Diddy out for 15 straight years, from interviews to books to skits to trolling. He's been hinting that something about Diddy ain't right. And now he's the executive producer of the documentary that looks like it's putting a final nail in Diddy's reputation. He celebrates the release like it's New Year's Eve. He reposts the legal letter. He mocks Diddy's complaints. He calls him scared of the truth. He responds to Dame Dash's criticism. He treats the whole thing like a championship victory lap. But what makes this moment even crazier is the content of that trailer. The footage that Diddy is claiming was stolen. Because inside that trailer, you hear Diddy on the phone saying, "We need someone who's dealt in the dirtiest of dirty business. We're losing." When the public hears that, it doesn't come across like I'm innocent. It sounds like someone trying to fix the story with a crisis communications hit squad. Diddy's spokesperson tries to explain it away, saying, "Diddy has been filming himself since he was 19. He's always documented everything. The footage was part of his own personal documentary. Netflix somehow got it through a mystery source. None of this was meant for public eyes." But Netflix and the director clap back instantly. They say, "We obtained the footage legally. We have the rights. We reached out to Diddy's team multiple times for an interview. They never responded." So, you got two sides pointing in opposite directions. Diddy's lawyers. This is stolen, biased, illegal, and designed to destroy him. Netflix. Everything here is legit, cleared, and documented. The only thing this fight accomplishes, it makes the world more curious about what Diddy is trying to hide. And that's why this documentary starts trending before it even drops. For decades, Diddy controlled his own narrative. The flashy cars, the suits, the champagne, the celebrity friendships, the mogul image. But the second he tries to stop this documentary, the world finally sees something different. Not a mogul, not a legend, not a visionary, but a man who might actually be worried that for once, the truth isn't in his hands anymore. And that's where this journey begins. Because The Reckoning isn't just a documentary, it's a collision between reputation and reality, between power and consequences, between secrets and exposure. The series opens with a single idea. This might be the moment where even Diddy can't outrun the darkness anymore. Before the doc even airs, the internet witnesses a three-way collision: 50 Cent, Dame Dash, and the legacy of Sean Combs. It starts with a simple academics post, a side-by-side clip that blows the conversation wide open. On the left, Dame Dash sitting in an interview, bald, suited up, calm. He claims that 50 Cent is lying about buying the rights to Paid in Full. He says 50 doesn't own power the way he claims. He calls 50 a storyteller who exaggerates for attention. On the right, Dame Dash again, this time on selfie cam, missing tooth, visibly irritated, calling the doc shameful, calling the entire project a cultural betrayal. And then he drops the quote that turns the internet upside down: "Never trust a black man who tears down another black man for a white man. That's nasty work." He's basically saying 50 is selling out the culture, doing corporate hit jobs, and cashing in on another black man's downfall, and Twitter eats it up. Some people ride with Dame. He's right. Black men shouldn't help white corporations destroy each other. Dame is the only one who speaks on principle. 50 loves beef too much. Others clap back instantly. Dame defending Diddy? That's wild. Where was all this energy when Diddy was abusing his power? So 50 is the problem, but Diddy isn't. The reaction splits the culture in two directions. Team truth versus team loyalty. Some say the documentary is overdue justice. Others say it's exploitation packaged as entertainment. And 50, he doesn't let Dame slide for 1 second. He goes straight to Instagram, cracking jokes, clowning Dame's teeth, calling him broke and bitter, posting old pictures, flipping Dame's words into memes, doing what 50 does best, weaponizing humor, pettiness, and timing. The funniest part? Just months earlier, Dame was talking about ending his beef with 50. He wanted a meeting. He said they should squash it and do business. 50 responded with, I agree. We should work together. Oh wait, Cam just said FK Dame and his fake ChatGPT lawsuit, so it's still FK Dame. That's the backdrop of this whole thing. 50 doesn't let beef die peacefully. He treats it like cardio. He stays in shape with it. So when this doc comes out and everyone is talking and Dame is hovering around trying to take moral shots, 50 treats him like a warm-up. But here's the truth. This wasn't really about Dame Dash. It wasn't even fully about 50 Cent. This was about something deeper happening in the culture. A split between people who think Diddy deserves exposure and people who think 50 is using tragedy to boost his brand. Some think 50 Cent is a hero for shining a light on decades of silence. Some think he's a villain exploiting another black man's downfall. Some think Dame Dash is protecting black unity. Others think Dame is protecting black abusers. In all of this noise, all this drama comes before viewers even hit play. This is the perfect storm for a documentary release. Drama in the culture, drama in the business, drama in the legal system, drama in the media. And Diddy isn't even here to defend himself. He's in a federal prison in New Jersey, reading headlines, watching the culture he once controlled now turn into a courtroom he can't manipulate. And the world hasn't even seen the first episode yet. Before the documentary unleashes its heavy allegations, before the hidden footage, before the witness accounts, before the civil lawsuits, the reckoning begins by rewinding the tape. And this is where viewers get hit with something unexpected. You start to realize the warning signs were always there. The doc opens by taking us back to the early 90s, back when Sean Combs was just a hungry intern at Uptown Records. This is pre-Bad Boy, pre-mansions, pre-multi-million-dollar deals. This is the version of Diddy the public used to admire. The kid with the crazy work ethic, the ambition, the all-gas, no-brakes personality. And for a moment, the series leans into the mythology. They show the parties he promoted, the artists he discovered, the aggressive drive that helped him rise faster than almost anyone in the industry. But the tone shifts fast. Every time someone praises his hustle, they slide in a detail that feels off. A former employee describes Diddy in the 90s as magnetic, brilliant, unstoppable, and dangerous, unpredictable, and obsessed with control. Another staffer explains that Diddy didn't just want things done. He wanted them done his way, with no hesitation, no pushback, no questions. A crew member says if Puff felt you weren't moving fast enough, he didn't ask twice. He demanded. And then we get the first real red flag. The documentary highlights the 1991 tragedy at City College, the celebrity basketball game Combs promoted that ended in 9 deaths after a stampede broke out. This is the first moment where the doc makes its intentions clear. They're not just here to talk about the crimes. They're here to show the pattern. People interviewed in the doc say things like, Puff was always doing too much. The event was overcrowded, and everyone knew it. Planning was reckless. He was warned about safety issues. And when the tragedy happened, Diddy reportedly wanted to move fast, get back to work, push forward, rebuild his image. On camera, Bad Boy co-founder Kirk Burrows drops a bombshell. He claims that Diddy's own mother, Janice, tried to slow him down after the incident, and Diddy allegedly slapped her during an argument. This allegation hits viewers like a gut punch. This isn't from tabloids. This isn't from a rumor site. This is from someone who built Bad Boy right next to him. People online reacted instantly. He hit his own mother? This is deeper than we thought. This explains a lot, but the series doesn't linger. It keeps showing the momentum of Diddy's rise mixed with the chaos trailing behind him. They show how he began recruiting artists, how Biggie changed everything, how Bad Boy became the center of hip-hop's universe, how the money, the pressure, the fame, and the ego all started twisting together. The doc plays rare footage of Diddy backstage, shouting orders, snapping on staff, hyping himself up as the visionary in the room. Every clip is energetic, powerful, magnetic, but also controlling. Then comes another pattern. Diddy allegedly demanded employees sign agreements to give up pieces of their business shares. People describe baseball bats, intimidation, fear, silence. One former employee says, if Puff wanted you to do something, you did it. If you didn't, you wouldn't be in the building the next day. This is where the doc subtly reminds the audience. Power isn't just earned, it's enforced. From here, the tone shifts again. The series transitions to the first assault allegations Diddy ever faced, long before the public even knew. We meet Joy Dickerson-Neal, who calmly, heartbreakingly reads a letter her mother wrote back in 1992. A letter describing how Joy woke up screaming from nightmares. A letter saying Diddy allegedly videotaped her during sex without her knowledge. A letter saying he showed that tape to dozens of people. It's quiet, it's raw, it's disturbing, and it's from 1991, 34 years before the Netflix documentary. The point becomes clear. Diddy didn't just fall from grace. His empire was built on things we never saw. When the documentary shows an early 2000s clip of Diddy partying in fur coats, popping bottles, flashing jewelry, posing with celebrities, the contrast is jarring. It's the image we grew up with, the version the media loved, the icon. But after everything we've seen so far, that same image now hits different. Because behind the champagne, behind the limos, behind the superstar persona, was a trail of silence, fear, manipulation, and unchecked power. And it doesn't stop there. The rise of Bad Boy and the shadow no one talked about the documentary moves into the Bad Boy Records glory era. Biggie, Total, 112, Faith Evans, Craig Mack, Ma. The hits start rolling. The label takes over MTV. Every party becomes legendary. Puffy becomes the center of the culture. But again, the series keeps pulling the curtain back. Former employees describe insane demands, 20-hour workdays, sleep deprivation, sudden firings, verbal outbursts, staff crying in bathrooms. People terrified to tell him no. One person says, "We were working for a genius, but he wanted to be a god." Another says, "He could make your career, or he could crush your life." And he knew it. That's when the documentary introduces another dark thread. Hidden cameras. Several insiders mention that Diddy was fascinated, almost obsessed, with filming everything around him. This becomes important later, but the doc plants the seed early. Private moments were recorded. People claimed they didn't consent. Some footage allegedly showed intoxicated or unconscious individuals. And this next part hits viewers like a shockwave. One accuser says that people who saw the tapes, people Diddy trusted, employees, associates, were the ones who eventually told the victims, meaning they had no idea they had been filmed until someone else told them. This sets up the documentary's central theme. Diddy wasn't just powerful. He allegedly used that power in extremely dark ways, but Netflix doesn't rush it. The pacing is slow and surgical. The documentary builds a timeline. It connects dots that were always there but never put together. It shows the culture around Diddy, the enabling, the silence, the loyalty for hire. You start to see that this wasn't a secret life. This was a structure, a machine, a system built to protect the man at the top. And the people who spoke up, they vanished from the industry. They were replaced, blacklisted, cast out. One former staff member says, "You didn't expose Puff. Puff exposed you." This brings us to the next major turning point in the documentary, the death of Biggie and the shift that changed everything. The doc reveals never-before-seen footage from the night Notorious B.I.G. was killed. Police radio, ambulances, people screaming, pure chaos. But then you see the 911 call as Biggie's friend races him to the hospital. The desperation in his voice is chilling. This is when the doc shifts from power to paranoia. Because after Biggie's death, insiders say Diddy began changing. He became more controlling, more isolated, more extreme. Several interviewees claim that trauma turned his obsession with control into something darker. His ego grew. His paranoia grew. His need to dictate every part of his surroundings grew. We see footage of him moving across the room while talking to staff, snapping orders like a director running a movie set, except this was real life. One person says, Puff wasn't the same after Big. He thought the world was coming for him. And when someone thinks like that, there are no limits. Another staffer describes how Diddy allegedly used Biggie's death as emotional leverage to keep people loyal. Even when some people wanted to speak up or walk away, they say he treated it as betrayal, as if loyalty to him was the only way to honor Biggie's legacy. This emotional manipulation is another point that the documentary hammers home repeatedly. People felt trapped, financially, professionally, socially, emotionally. This is the moment viewers start saying, this was never about music. This wasn't a normal label. This was a lifestyle built around one man, and the doc doesn't shy away from the uncomfortable truth. A lot of people around Diddy weren't just witnesses. They were enablers, not out of evil, but out of fear, out of survival, out of wanting to keep their careers. When the documentary finally introduces Aubrey O'Day's segment, it transforms the entire tone again. Aubrey reads explicit emails allegedly sent by Diddy during making the band. Emails describing domination, control, sexual expectations, and manipulation. She reads the line, I don't just want to sleep with you, I want to turn you out. Then she reads another, I make my woman do what I tell her to do, and she loves it. The audience reaction online was instant, jaw-dropping. She explains how she rejected his advances, how she felt targeted, how she was eventually removed from Danity Kane. But the part that hits the hardest, Aubrey says she discovered, years later, an affidavit from someone claiming they witnessed her unconsciously assaulted by Combs and another man. She breaks down saying, I don't even know if I was, and I don't want to know. That moment in the doc is devastating. The doc doesn't sensationalize her pain. It lets viewers sit in the silence. And Aubrey's testimony sets the tone for the series moving forward. These weren't rumors. These weren't allegations for attention. These were patterns. Patterns spanning decades. Patterns across states. Patterns across entire eras of Diddy's career. And then the doc jumps to the next part. The part that Diddy tried to stop at all costs. The footage he filmed himself. The fourth chapter of this documentary is the part that even your competitors online are calling the footage that cooked him. This wasn't an interview. This wasn't hearsay. This wasn't another witness recounting trauma. This was Diddy recording himself. And that right there sets the stage for a level of downfall we rarely ever see in hip-hop. Because when this chapter opens, Netflix doesn't play it slow. They don't set a vibe. They don't build their way toward the reveal. They drop you directly into Diddy's worst week on earth, with cameras rolling the entire time, because he wanted it that way. According to Netflix, Diddy hired a videographer just 6 days before his arrest, trying to craft his own documentary. He thought he could spin the narrative before the world turned on him. He thought he could drown out the accusations with charisma. He thought the fans would take his side because, in his mind, he had always been able to talk his way out of anything. But the footage they recovered, it's not the footage of a man defending himself. It's the footage of a man unraveling. It starts with him pacing across a penthouse floor, his voice sharp, his hands shaking, as he tells his lawyers, we're losing. Y'all don't understand. We're losing the narrative. The documentary cuts to a bad boy employee, Capricorn Clark, who says something chilling. He's been recording himself for decades. He thinks he's the greatest storyteller in hip-hop. He thinks He can outtalk anything. But in this footage, there's no polishing, no edits, no publicist-approved lines, just raw panic. Netflix shows him demanding his team find somebody that deals in the dirtiest of dirty business. And he's not talking about lawyers. He's talking about media weapons, people who can bend narratives, shape trends, slide influence into TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, the timeline, anywhere potential jurors might scroll. One staff member in the doc says it felt like watching a general at war. But the problem was, Diddy wasn't fighting a narrative. He was fighting reality. At one point, he orchestrates a visit back to Harlem, telling the camera crew to get cutaway shots of police on rooftops for dramatic effect. He's shaking hands with fans, smiling, cracking jokes. Yet the moment he gets back into his SUV, his face collapses. I need hand sanitizer. I gotta take a bath. I've been out among the people. And the way he says, the people, that tells you everything. This wasn't love. This wasn't community. This was strategy. His former head of security, Roger Bonds, sums it up perfectly. He only goes back to the culture when he needs it. Now he's begging Harlem to save him. The documentary uses these clips to show a man whose entire empire is built on optics, public manipulation, and mood control. But now, those tools weren't working. Not even his sons could hide his desperation. Netflix shows Justin, his son, being instructed to dig up old videos of artists praising him to counteract fresh allegations. The footage gets dark when he finds out about Dawn Richards' lawsuit. He explodes, screaming, punching walls, demanding statements, telling his team the gloves are off. Prosecutors later described these calls as witness pressure. Diddy's lawyers denied that, but the footage speaks for itself. Netflix director Alexandra Stapleton says they obtained everything legally, and she refuses to name the filmmaker who gave her the material, which makes Reddit and X spiral with theories. Some say it was a disgruntled staffer. Some say interns leaked drives. Others think the FBI had access and quietly allowed it. Netflix doesn't say, but the footage is real, and it's damning. The chapter ends with one of the most bone-chilling shots in the entire series. Diddy staring into the lens, eyes bloodshot, whispering, "This is my life. Nobody's taking this from me." But the irony? He handed the world the very footage that helped take everything. And the doc cuts to black. Up next, the trial, and what the jurors really thought. United States of America versus Sean Combs. And this is where Netflix goes deeper than any news outlet ever did. They sit down with two jurors, Juror 75 and Juror 160, who explain exactly why Diddy avoided the most devastating charges while still getting hit with the transportation for prostitution conviction. Juror 160, a middle-aged woman, says something that breaks the entire internet. He wasn't charged with domestic violence, so we couldn't convict him on that. This is where the doc shines. It shows the gap between what the world believes and what the jury was legally allowed to decide. Juror 75 goes even further. He says he didn't understand why Cassie kept going back. He thought the relationship was toxic love. He thought it was two people clapping hands together. He said, "You can't clap with one hand." It's the kind of statement that makes viewers pause the episode and just sit in disbelief. Netflix cuts to experts explaining trauma bonding, cycles of control, power imbalances, why victims return to abusers, why jurors often misunderstand. Prosecutors then discuss how they believe Diddy's charisma and fame influenced jurors subconsciously. One of them says, jurors were starstruck. They saw Puff Daddy, not the allegations. And then Netflix cuts to clips of Diddy smiling in court, winking, laughing at moments, acting like the room is his stage. One accuser in the doc says he never felt fear a day in his life, but prosecutors reveal something deeper. Behind the scenes, Diddy was calling certain people too much, enough for the government to hint at witness influence. One of those people, Kalena Harper from Dirty Money, revealed she was pressured to counter Dawn Richards' lawsuit. She eventually released a statement in his favor, but she admits on camera she felt cornered. Netflix then dives into the chaos leading up to the trial. FBI raids, civil lawsuits stacking, the press circling, activists posting survivor stories, Diddy spiraling online. Then the documentary explains why the jury acquitted him on the heaviest charges. The evidence wasn't clear-cut. Some witnesses were too afraid to testify. Key video evidence was unavailable. Cassie didn't testify. Live charisma clouded perception. But at the same time, Netflix makes it clear the conviction he did get wasn't minor. It was serious, and it was federal. The chapter ends with Juror 160 saying, "Justice was served." But the way she says it, it feels like a question, because the truth is coming in the next chapter. This chapter hits like a freight train. Netflix brings out accusers from across decades, different cities, different eras, different parts of Diddy's empire, and yet every story sounds the same. This is where the documentary focuses on one key theme, pattern. They don't just show allegations or worse or B. They show consistency. First, Joy Dickerson Neal. She doesn't retell her entire assault. Instead, she reveals a letter her mother wrote to Diddy's mother in 1992, Utah. One of the most devastating pieces of the entire doc. Her mother describes Joy waking up screaming, vomiting from trauma, terrified. She explains how she believed Diddy recorded her daughter without consent and showed the footage to dozens of people. The letter says, "Your son shows these tapes at parties." Netflix cuts to the crew's reaction. Even they're stunned. Then comes Aubrey O'Day. She reads explicit emails from Diddy on screen. Emails sent while filming Making the Band. Emails telling her what he wanted to do to her. Emails describing acts he expected from her. Emails she ignored and was fired shortly after. O'Day calls it the most traumatic power dynamic of my career. Then Rodney Jones, the music producer, reveals he woke up after being drugged in a house filled with hidden cameras. He believed he was recorded. He believed many people were recorded. He describes a culture where nothing was private. But the most disturbing part, many of the accusers say they learned about the tapes from third parties, friends who saw the videos and told them later, which means some people watched illegal recordings and said nothing. Netflix highlights that silence. How many people in his circle turned away? How many careers depended on him? How often fame washed away accountability? This chapter doesn't move fast. It moves heavy. Every story drops like a weight. And the doc uses silence as a weapon, seconds of nothing on screen to make the viewer absorb what was just said. Then the documentary transitions into the next chapter, the one that broke the internet, the one Reddit calls insane, the one even 50 Cent laughed nervously at, the freak-offs. Netflix interviews Clayton Howard, a former male escort, who describes 8 years of being flown into freak-offs with Diddy and Cassie. Howard describes days-long sessions, baby oil laced with drugs, Cassie being bossed around, physical assaults happening mid-encounter, Diddy controlling when she could move or stop Diddy's mood swinging violently. He says he once asked what they were doing with a cup of his semen. Diddy allegedly told him he liked to watch Cassie drink it. The documentary doesn't linger on it. They move quickly to avoid graphic content, but the implication is enough. Then comes the most insane allegation. Freak-offs, scheduled every March 9th, the anniversary of Biggie's death. Howard says he didn't know why, but it was consistent. He describes those nights as chaotic, drug-filled, violent, and disturbing. Viewers online said this chapter left them sick. The tone shifts. Even the narrator speaks slower. Interviewees look away from the camera. The documentary feels haunted. Netflix then positions freak-offs as the centerpiece of manipulation, saying it reinforced control addiction, submission, loyalty, silence. This chapter cements everything the doc has been building toward, because after hearing these stories, after watching the tapes, after seeing jury interviews, after hearing the ex-employees, after watching his own footage, the idea of a comeback feels impossible. And that takes us into the conclusion. The documentary ends the only way it can, Bluntly, Netflix says Diddy's career isn't just damaged, it's over. They show clips of 50 Cent calling out the industry, clips of Dame Dash calling out 50 Cent, clips of fans arguing online, clips of lawyers preparing more cases, clips of reporters saying more charges may come. They show Biggie footage. They show Cassie footage. They show Diddy smiling in 2000, 2005, 2010, 2020, as if replaying the arc of a man who built an empire off perception. And finally, they show the same footage from Chapter 4, Diddy whispering into the camera, "Nobody's taking my life from me." Then they cut to a black screen with one line, but the truth always catches up.
Well, as you may know, rapper 50 Cent has been teasing a documentary about his purported rival, Sean Diddy Combs, for more than a year. But now the 4-part docuseries has finally premiered on Netflix. The series explores Combs' life, from his upbringing, the creation of Bad Boy Entertainment, to all of the allegations of assault and sexual abuse since the 1990s. And it also investigates his alleged connection to the deaths of iconic rappers Biggie Smalls and Tupac Shakur, featuring insights from those close to him, witnesses from his racketeering and sex trafficking trial, and jurors who heard weeks of testimony. So we're not only going to dig into some of the biggest moments from this series, but also what Combs' legal team is doing, because they are pushing back quite hard against the whole project. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Right now, Sean Diddy Combs is locked up in a New Jersey prison cell, serving a 4-year sentence after he was convicted on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution during his very high-profile federal trial earlier this year. The jury acquitted him of the top charges in the indictment, conspiracy to engage in racketeering, as well as 2 counts of sex trafficking. Now, the allegations against Combs, they have dominated the headlines since November of 2023. That's when his ex, Cassandra Ventura Fine, filed a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the music mogul, claiming he abused her during their 10-year relationship. And since then, he's not only faced this criminal trial, but also dozens of civil lawsuits that were filed on behalf of alleged victims. And many of the lawsuits include claims of sexual misconduct and rape and more. But to be clear, Combs and his legal team, they have adamantly denied any and all accusations of wrongdoing. Since Combs' arrest at the Park Hyatt Hotel in Manhattan in September of 2024, there have been several documentaries that have been released about the rapper's rise to the top of the music industry. There have been shows about his trial, but one of the most anticipated retrospectives is from a reportedly years-long rival of Combs, rapper Curtis Jackson, better known as 50 Cent. He is the executive producer of this project, initially teasing it with the title Diddy Do It, but the series was retitled Sean Combs: The Reckoning. It was released on Netflix on December 2nd, and it has skyrocketed to the top of the charts. In fact, 50 Cent posted on his Instagram on Wednesday, #1 on Netflix. You know, if you really like this docuseries, I'll make more, LOL. Now, the documentary's director, Alexandra Stapleton, said in a statement to Billboard, quote, "This isn't just about the story of Sean Combs or the story of Cassie or the story of any of the victims or the allegations against him or the trial. Ultimately, this story is a mirror reflecting us as the public and what we are saying when we put our celebrities on such a high pedestal. I hope this documentary is a wake-up call for how we idolize people and to understand that everybody is a human being." Okay, but here's the thing. Just one day before the series was set to air, Combs' attorneys sent a cease and desist letter to the streaming giant, calling the documentary essentially a hit piece, demanding it be removed. Now, we're going to take a closer look at that letter, the arguments that Combs' team is making for all of this to be taken down. But first, I want to talk about some of the biggest, maybe most shocking moments from the series, and then we'll get to the C&D letter. So to do all that, I want to welcome back on Elizabeth Vulai, legal counsel here at Law and Crime, who knows a thing or two about the inner workings of the media and when things are brought in. But you also watched the entire show. Elizabeth, it's good to see you. Thanks for taking the time. Now, you watched all of it. What was your main takeaway from the series? As somebody who actively followed the Diddy criminal case, has been here on Sidebar talking about the case, talking about his civil cases that he's facing, what was your main takeaway?
Yeah, there were a couple of takeaways. I think it was a really sort of original documentary, well put together. There were 4 episodes, usually most of them around an hour long, so it's very thorough. I think the 2 key takeaways were, one, everybody's talking about access to this footage and where it came from. You know, one of the things that I think Diddy had done was he had said he'd hired a videographer. He's someone who films himself, you know, as we've come to know, for most of his career and life. So he had hired this videographer to kind of follow him through this process. I'm not sure if the thinking was, he thought that he might evade the charges and come out with his own documentary afterwards. But just the access of footage that we get, we hear him speaking to his legal team. It's very rare you get an insight into that because, again, that's usually covered under attorney-client privilege. So speaking to his legal team, kind of his own thoughts about what was going on, because also remember, at this point, we really hadn't heard Diddy talk much about this. He had issued an apology over that video of him and Cassandra Ventura in that hotel hallway months before, but he hadn't really given any interviews to the media. He hadn't spoken about it, probably on advice of his attorneys. So getting access to that kind of information was really something that we had never seen before. It's what a lot of people are talking about. And I think the other thing that struck me was just how in depth they went. There's been a lot of documentaries and coverage on the Diddy case. People are covering the allegations, him and Cassandra Ventura. But, one of the episodes goes into his history with Biggie and Tupac and insinuations there and kind of going a little bit deeper into his upbringing and his career, a little bit further beyond what a lot of other people have covered.
By the way, yeah, we're talking cease and desist letter here, potential legal action, maybe financial repercussions. You might not relate to all this. Let me tell you something that a lot of Americans relate to. Credit card debt. Okay, this is real. This isn't an accident. Every call, every fee, every high interest trap, it is a system designed to keep Americans stuck. The banks profit, the creditors win, but real families lose. Today's sponsor, though, PDS Debt, helps people fight back. So whether it's credit cards or personal loans or medical bills, PDS Debt has customized options to help you pay off debt faster. And in fact, there's no minimum credit score required. Plus, they're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. The system can make you feel like you're drowning financially, which is why I want you all to find solutions to your debt. It is your money. It's your future. Do not let the system decide for you. You are 30 seconds away from being debt-free. Get your free assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/sidebar. That's pdsdebt.com/sidebar, pdsdebt.com/sidebar. Yeah, and it wasn't even really about the trial, maybe because that was oversaturated, maybe because everybody was watching our coverage here on Law and Crime about the trial. And by the way, found out that my voice and Elizabeth Milner's voice, Queen Elizabeth, were both in the documentary, I think in like episode 4 when it was going into the trial or in his arrest. It was interesting. I'll talk more. I am curious about what you think of that footage, and we'll talk about how it factors into the cease and desist letter. First of all, no attorney-client privilege, because if he is actively, deliberately, knowingly recording that, the privilege, anything that he says to his attorney, that's waived, right?
Correct. So that was one of the first thoughts I had is, he's speaking to Mark Agnifilo, who's the lead attorney on his legal team. They're talking about, overall case strategy, the indictment that they expect to come down. My first thought was, we've never seen this before. This must be privileged. But again, you forget there's a videographer in the room. So when you think about attorney-client communications, yes, that's usually covered under privilege. But if you have a third party that you're inviting into those communications, that's not necessary, unless the person is an interpreter or maybe an accountant. If you have a videographer that's there not for legal reasons, you can make that argument that, the privilege is waived.
And by the way, that conversation, the actual context of it, it's something that we always were thinking was going on behind the scenes. There was a sense of frustration about how the media and social media was portraying Diddy and the narrative. And he was like, we're losing. And he was getting a bit combative with Mark Agnifilo about what was going on. And he's like, look, I did everything. You said I'm like basically an ideal client, a star client. I did everything you want. I came to New York. And like he was just waiting to see if he would be arrested and indicted. And that was like a bit of tension there, which it's a rare behind the scenes glimpse of what those conversations and what those moments are between an accused and their defense attorney before the hammer drops.
Yes, very rare. And that's, I think, one of the things that struck me and what a lot of people are talking about. Again, you don't usually get a window into that. I think the push and pull was, in the conversation, Mark Agnifilo had said, look, an indictment hasn't been dropped yet. The indictment came down September 16th of last year. And Mark Agnifilo had said it's mid-September at that point. So I think the indictment was really just about to drop. So at that point, you have Diddy who, he said, look, I've come to New York. I've basically surrendered. His legal team is taking the position, you have to cooperate and kind of show that you're here ready to take this head on. But then Diddy's sort of saying, we need to get someone out there on the comms front, as somebody who's, in his words, has dealt with the dirty side of media and propaganda. So I think what Diddy was trying to say was, there's nothing to be done legally on the criminal front because no indictment had been dropped yet. But in the court of public opinion, it seemed like he wanted to take a more aggressive approach to put a certain message out there. And his attorney seemed to kind of think the opposite.
And just to be clear, so the documentary begins with this shot of Combs in his hotel room in New York. This is, I believe, just 6 days before his arrest last year. Turns out Combs had hired this videographer to film him while he's in New York. The documentary's producers got their hands on this footage, and he's talking on speakerphone with Mark Ignifilo, this high-powered attorney, who is, by the way, just one of several lawyers he would have on his multi-person legal team, and says that more needs to be done to help his public image, that it appeared to him like they were losing. And remember, again, this is before he was officially indicted and arrested. Now, apparently he knew it was coming. He'd been under investigation for months at this point. In a statement to NBC News, Combs' publicist, Judah Engelmeyer, said, quote, "The footage was created for an entirely different purpose under an arrangement that was never completed, and no rights were ever transferred to Netflix. A payment dispute between outside parties does not create permission for Netflix to use unlicensed private material. None of this footage came from Mr. Combs or his team, and its inclusion raises serious questions about how it was obtained and why Netflix chose to use it." Now, Elizabeth, we're going to talk more about what Combs' legal team has to say in this cease and desist letter, but what's your reaction to that?
Yeah, it's hard to say because there's still such a big question mark in the air because, Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent, is one of the executive producers on the series. Him, the director, Netflix in general, is not saying where they got this footage, only that it was obtained legally. Diddy's side is saying this is coming from a videographer I hired. I know we'll get into the cease and desist. One of the arguments they make is, this is subject to NDAs or agreements that the videographer had signed with Diddy because he was, employed by Diddy, and therefore the footage belongs to Diddy. That's the argument that they're making. So it's difficult to say because Netflix is not really saying how or where they got this footage from. One of the things that they did say was that it was sent to them legally. So, if you have the videographer sending the footage to them physically, that would be fine, but it does leave a question mark about where the legal rights are coming from. The only really avenue I see is if there's some way that the videographer had obtained a license for the footage, then the videographer would have the ability to take that license and then transfer the footage over to Netflix. But if the footage belongs to Diddy, then that's a little bit tough.
That's a good point. Okay, let's keep that in mind. We'll talk about that in a minute. I do want to talk about the content of the series. So the series featured interviews with many people who were at one point in Combs' inner circle. This includes Aubrey O'Day, who was a member of the girl group Danity Kane, which was created on Combs' MTV show Making the Band. She has since accused Combs of basically grooming her, firing her for refusing to give in to his alleged sexual advances. We have Albie Shore, singer, songwriter, former record executive, dated Kim Porter before she was in a relationship with Combs. There's Roger Bonds, one of Combs' apparent former bodyguards, who's gone on the record to say that he knew Combs was allegedly physically violent with his then girlfriend, Cassie. At one point in his interview with the documentary's producers, he said of Combs, "When I first met him, I liked him as a person because I didn't know him." You have Kalina Harper, who was part of Combs' group Diddy Dirty Money, released a statement supporting him after the third member of that group, Dawn Richard, had filed a lawsuit against Combs. And in the documentary, Combs can be heard calling Harper to complain about the lawsuit, asking her to put out a statement. A former friend, business partner of Combs, who appears throughout the documentary, is Kirk Burroughs, the co-founder of Bad Boy Records. The two apparently worked very closely together for years. Burroughs served as the general manager, handling the rapidly growing company's funds. And according to Burroughs, when they started Bad Boy, Burroughs was given a 25% stake in the company, with the other 75% being in Combs' mother's name, Janice Combs' name. And we're going to get more into why Burroughs alleges it was set up that way in just a second. But according to Burroughs, Combs allegedly threatened him in 1996 with a baseball bat, forcing him to sign over his stake. So Burroughs apparently sued in 2003. The lawsuit was thrown out because too much time had passed since the alleged incident. And more recently, Burroughs sued Janice Combs for fraud, Combs himself for sexual harassment. This is according to a report from Cinemaholic. And those appear to be ongoing, by the way. Now, Burroughs claims that he was blacklisted from the entertainment industry, led to periods of homelessness. He's since re-entered the music industry, starting Pop Life Entertainment in 2018. This is also per Cinemaholic. So, Elizabeth, there's a lot here. But what did you make of the Burroughs part where he was proving, this kind of relationship that he had and that he was coerced into giving up his stake in what would become a multi-million-dollar company? I mean, I guess the allegation is basically that Diddy ruined his life.
Yeah, that was there are a lot of difficult moments in the documentary. I watched all 4 episodes as mentioned, and that was a tough one. And again, information that we hadn't really seen before in prior documentaries. So, this is someone who had co-founded Bad Boy Entertainment with him. A lot of the things he was saying seemed to kind of run along the theme that I think prosecutors were trying to push in the actual case, was that in the prosecutor's view, this is somebody who will do anything to basically get what he wants. He doesn't really care what effects or damage that causes to other people. And it's in different ways, right? Whether it's in the context of alleged abuse, business disputes, alleged sexual assaults, things that have been alleged in the civil lawsuits against him. And I think with Burroughs, it was really, kind of seemed to strike that theme as well, because he's saying, he had forced me out of the stake of my company. He had to deal with things like homelessness, while in the 2000s and 2010s, Diddy was really prospering, music, business, fashion. And one of the things that he had said, what he alleged in the documentary, and again, this is an allegation from him, was that the name Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs's name was not really involved in that on the corporate side. And one of the things he's saying is the reason for that was to avoid having to pay any liability from, the devastating basketball game that had happened in the early 90s, where he was the subject of wrongful death lawsuits because of the multiple deaths that had occurred as a result of that basketball game that Diddy was behind organizing. So that was really, surprising to hear.
Yeah, that was a big allegation, because the families of the victims killed in that stampede, it was horrible. We're talking about December 28th, 1991. Combs, fellow rapper Heavy D, they hosted this charity basketball game. The game took place at the gymnasium of the City College of New York. And according to the New York Daily News, before the basketball game started, people who weren't let inside, they broke a window, swarmed toward the entrance of the gym, all went down a staircase. The doors at the bottom of those stairs opened towards the stairs, not towards the gym. So once a crowd got down there, they couldn't get the doors open and people started being crushed. 9 people died. Dozens of others were injured. And there were no criminal charges that were ever filed against anyone for the stampede, but multiple families and injured victims, they filed lawsuits. And that's just one part, right? So I actually wanted to get into this too. The docuseries devoted a lot of time to the killings of Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls, and Combs' alleged connections to this, to both men, obviously knew both of them. So there have been accusations made in the past that Combs' involvement in the East Coast, West Coast rap feud of the 90s, there was more than just talk, that it could have involved things like hit orders. Now, to be clear, these are allegations. There's no evidence to suggest this. This series, though, it emphasizes that he has never been investigated or charged regarding their assassinations. Nevertheless, several interviewees during this documentary expressed that Combs' actions seem suspicious in hindsight. The documentary plays part of an interview that Dwayne Keefe D. Davis did with investigators looking into Tupac's murder, which had become a cold case. And on the tapes, Keefe D. says that Combs agreed to pay him if he killed Tupac and also rival record label head Suge Knight. Now, Davis allegedly admitted that his nephew Orlando Anderson was the one who shot the men, killing Tupac, injuring Knight. But Davis says Combs never came through with any payment. And by the way, Davis is currently awaiting trial for Tupac's murder in Las Vegas. Combs has always denied any involvement in the assassination. That was a big moment, I would say. Elizabeth, that was a big part of this. I didn't know that was going to be a part of this documentary.
I was really surprised as well. So I believe it's the second episode that dedicates a lot of time to it. And like you said, there have been insinuations in the past. They played video clips of, Sean Combs being asked in prior interviews in the 90s and 2000s, do you know, who killed these men? Did you have any involvement? He's always denied it, to be clear. These are just allegations. But yeah, that was really, really shocking. And one of the sort of a little bit more of the backstory behind his alleged involvement with Tupac was that a lot of the interviewees in the documentary were saying that Biggie, who was signed with Bad Boy and who was really close with Diddy at the time, was starting to form a friendship with Tupac, and they were getting really close. And a lot of the interviewees were saying, in their view, Diddy didn't really appreciate that. So I think that a lot of the themes that you see again is coming up as him sort of wanting and needing to be the number one person in people's lives, whether it was personal, business. And it's really interesting because you see a lot of the themes that, again, the prosecution was trying to push forward that we saw in his personal life with Cassandra Ventura, always needing to be number one, not necessarily regarding the damages he's doing to other people in the prosecution's eyes, right? Playing out in the business sense. So the backstory is that he didn't appreciate the friendship that was forming between Biggie and Tupac, and therefore, that's where his alleged involvement came in. And then when, in terms of the non-payment, I think that was also a really shocking moment as well, because that's something we saw happening over and over in the documentary. Multiple people who were saying, I was cheated out of my share in the company. I wasn't paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. And allegedly, that's sort of how he treated the artists that were on his label. So again, it's the theme of always wanting to be number one and, not necessarily giving people their due, business sense or personal sense.
Okay, so with that, I will tell you, I think one of the most shocking allegations comes to Biggie Smalls, okay? You talk about finances, you talk about that, okay. One of the biggest names at Bad Boy, seemingly very close friends with Sean Combs. Well, according to Kirk Burrows, Combs, and again, this is his allegation, according to Kirk Burrows, Combs insisted that Biggie travel to Los Angeles as part of an album tour. And this is despite, the serious dangers that were present from the rivalries, the East Coast, West Coast. And once there, Combs allegedly decided to cancel a trip that Biggie was supposed to take to the UK, instead saying he needed to stay in LA. Combs apparently threw a large party, and after which, someone opened fire on the car that Biggie was riding in, killing him. Now, Burrows alleges that Combs used all of this publicity around Biggie's murder and his massive funeral to just gain his own fame for his own benefit, shooting to the top of the charts with the song Missing You, which featured, by the way, Biggie's widow. But this was one salacious claim that I really wasn't expecting. According to Burrows, Combs allegedly charged the costs of that massive funeral to Biggie's estate and had Biggie's recently renegotiated contract changed to make it more favorable for Bad Boy Records and less favorable for Biggie's loved ones after his death. Elizabeth, again, that one I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, it was really unexpected. And again, I think it speaks to the strength of the documentary, just at least creatively and what they were able to get in terms of the interviewees, claims that we hadn't heard before. So the claims were that, he had wanted, in the documentary, the interviews talk about, Diddy had said, we need to put on the biggest funeral New York has ever seen for Biggie. And when apparently, allegedly, when he saw how much it would cost, that's when he had said, we'll be charging this to the estate, allegedly. One of the other things was he had wanted to put out that song about Biggie after he had passed away, and that was really a big moment. He had performed it at the MTV Movie Awards. And then one of the other claims was, Biggie was set to debut on the cover of Rolling Stone, or at least be on the cover of Rolling Stone. And allegedly, one of the interviewees says after he had passed, Sean Combs had called him and said, I'm coming out with my first solo album. I need that cover. So Sean Combs had allegedly taken that cover from Biggie even after he had passed away. And again, it kind of rides to this theme of, in the public, his friend had passed away. He was devastated. But sort of what you see behind the scenes, at least what the documentary is alleging, is all the different ways he's using that to help benefit him financially and in terms of his career, which is something that we hadn't seen before. And, even myself, like I'm sure you empathize, Jesse, as a millennial, we grew up seeing Diddy, knowing the backstory of him and Biggie and sort of knowing that song and thinking, oh, they were close friends. He paid tribute to his friend. That's so moving. And then to hear all of these allegations, it really paints, another picture.
I remember when that happened. It was such a sad time. And to think about them dedicating a song to his close friend, I mean, it hit an emotional core. You looked at Diddy in a totally different light. Now, these again are a different narrative, a different allegation. We're trying to piece it together. I do want to get into the jurors. Okay, so the jurors at the trial. Before we do, let me just highlight a couple more things, and then we'll get into the jurors in the cease and desist letter. So one gripping moment in the series, I got to call it out, came when Aubrey O'Day, again, this former Danity Kane member who spoke out against Combs after Cassie had filed her lawsuit, reads this affidavit from another unidentified person that detailed an alleged sexual assault against her. And in that affidavit, the witness said they walked in on Combs and another man performing sex acts on O'Day, who the witness said appeared to be heavily inebriated, was just lying there. And O'Day became emotional when she was reading this, saying she'd never actually seen this document had only heard it read to her over the phone, and she said she had no memory of that happening to her, which is just, it's a really powerful moment. Someone else who worked closely with Combs was producer Rodney Little Rod Jones, who was also interviewed for the series. We've talked about him a lot here on Sidebar because he detailed several of the incidents that he had previously included in a lawsuit against Combs, including that he believes Combs drugged him on multiple occasions. He also claims that he worked with Combs for a year on the last album he put out, actually living with Combs during that time. But his allegation is he claims he never got paid for his work. And the documentary included alleged voice messages from Combs where he assured Little Rod that he would get paid eventually and that he was making a big deal out of nothing. But now I got to talk about the jurors. Okay, so we heard from two of the jurors who served on the jury during Combs' federal criminal trial in New York. So Juror 75 and Juror 160. They spoke about the split verdict, with Juror 75 saying, "We saw both sides of it and we came with our conclusion." Juror 160 said that she never felt like Combs was being coercive toward the jury, agreeing that sometimes he would look over at them or nod his head, but saying it didn't seem like he was trying to sway the jury one way or another. There were others in the documentary who claimed that Combs had an entire PR team working outside the courthouse, making sure to speak with bloggers and content creators, pushing their narrative into the public consciousness. The jury, by the way, wasn't sequestered during the trial. Some in the docuseries wondered if, despite their best efforts, they could have been influenced improperly by the discourse going on around them. But Elizabeth, these two jurors speaking out there, what stood out to you about their comments? And does anything that they say, in your opinion, affect the verdict?
Yeah, so this was so fascinating. You very rarely hear from jurors talking publicly, especially about such a high-profile trial like this, and especially on camera. So I think that was a real coup for them to be able to get these two jurors to come on camera. I think it spoke to two things we saw in the trial. So the first juror, who's a younger female juror, had talked about, I think, the issue of what she saw as lack of credibility or the evidence that was being presented. So one of the things that she talked about was when Capricorn Clark, who had worked for Diddy for a number of years, came on the stand. She had talked about, her allegations were that she was kidnapped, that she was forced to go with Diddy when Diddy allegedly wanted to, commit physical harm upon Kid Cudi. And one of the things that the juror had said was that she found some credibility issues with Capricorn Clark, that her testimony was overly emotional, but she was testifying to things that happened a decade ago. So it goes to sort of the issue of credibility. And also one of the things that she had said was, that video of him and Cassie in the hallway was devastating, but domestic violence, DV, was not one of the charges. So I think it kind of spoke to the issue that some of the jurors had of, jurors love black and white evidence. They love videos, they love photos, they love sort of that being caught red-handed moment. So if DV was one of the charges, obviously I think he would have been convicted just based on that video. But I think she kind of spoke to the issue of, at least in the jurors' eyes, and what we saw from the verdict was, where was that evidence of coercion in terms of trafficking, sort of that physical evidence? At least they didn't see it from what the verdict appeared. And then the other juror, who was an older gentleman, had talked about the nature of the relationship between Cassie and Diddy. And I thought that was really fascinating, because one of the things he had said was, we heard testimony from her about how difficult this relationship was, but she kept going back. So one of the things he had said was, if you don't like something, you get out. And I think that kind of speaks to maybe the difficulty that some of the jurors had of understanding the nuance between two people in this kind of volatile relationship. I know, the trial had experts to come and testify about the emotional ways that can play out, but I think that spoke to two themes: the nature of the evidence, and then also difficulty in kind of understanding the back and forth relationship and why Cassandra Ventura would go back given how she was being treated.
Well, we say all this to say it's not surprising that Sean Combs and his team are not happy about this, okay? Which now we go back to the C&D letter, the cease and desist letter that Combs' lawyers sent to Netflix's chief legal officer. That's what I want to focus on now. Okay, so according to attorney Michael Tremonti, they had already sent a cease and desist letter to the streaming service in July of 2024. This is before Combs was even indicted. But now they send this new letter on December 1st, the day before the documentary was set to be released, and essentially calling it a hit piece. Quote, "First, Netflix's promotion of the program as a documentary is fundamentally misleading. In truth, the program is a hit piece. It was conceived and produced by Curtis James Jackson, aka 50 Cent, whose irrational fixation on destroying Mr. Combs' reputation is a matter of public record. The evidence of Mr. Jackson's vicious animus against Mr. Combs is overwhelming. He has been trolling Mr. Combs on the internet and social media for years and has made a career of attempting to defame, belittle, and provoke Mr. Combs and turn the public against him. We provided ample evidence of Mr. Jackson's avowed hatred of Mr. Combs in our prior cease and desist letter dated July 3rd, 2024, and since that time, Mr. Jackson's determination to take down Mr. Combs has increased dramatically. Simply put, there is no one less able to view any aspect of Mr. Combs' life and legacy through a fair and objective lens. Given Mr. Jackson's central role in the project and his declared objective of disgracing Mr. Combs, Netflix cannot honestly market the program as a documentary, as that term falsely suggests it is based on facts. Instead, the program is based on fabrications born from Mr. Jackson's personal vendetta against Mr. Combs. For this reason alone, Netflix must withdraw the program. Now, to be clear, recently, 50 Cent, who's been doing a media tour for this, has said, I don't have any hatred against Sean Combs. I've actually worked with and employed his sons. And so he tried to beat back against that narrative. Now, according to Tremonte, Netflix had actually been in talks with Combs to make a show about him before the sudden cratering of his career. Quote, in or about 2023, CEO Ted Sarandos proposed that Netflix produce a documentary about Mr. Combs. However, Mr. Combs rejected the proposal when Mr. Sarandos insisted he give up creative control. Thus, the choice of Mr. Jackson to produce the program was Netflix's vindictive response to that rejection, an attempt by Netflix and Mr. Sarandos to ensure a one-sided character assassination rather than a balanced and accurate portrayal. Now, Elizabeth, you know about C&D letters, right? Very common in the media industry. This idea that this isn't journalism, this is a hit piece, this is based on fabrications. What do you take away from this letter? Is there a strong, let's start with this part, this idea that it can't positively be called, it can accurately be called a documentary, it's improper.
Yeah, it's not surprising that they tried to get out in front of this and tried to persuade Netflix not to come forward with it. I think it's an interesting argument because what they're claiming is, Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent, has had a longstanding, animosity against Diddy and sort of vice versa. And because he's at the helm, they're arguing this can't be taken seriously. This should sort of be seen as propaganda. And one of the things that Netflix hit back with was, yes, he's the executive producer. He doesn't necessarily have creative control. And that's something we know, that just because you're the producer on a project doesn't mean that you have final creative say over, what the tone of the piece is going to be, how it's going to be depicting somebody. So it makes sense that they would use their argument. They're trying, and there's multiple arguments within the cease and desist letters about why they allege this is improper. So I wasn't surprised that they tried to use that argument. And again, like you said, 50 Cent has been the public face of this. He's been doing interviews about it since the documentary dropped. So I'm not surprised that they use it. I don't think it's necessarily the strongest argument to be made because, as you know, there's so many people that have their hands on this type of project, especially, one as lengthy as this. Just because he's the producer on it doesn't necessarily mean he has sort of final control of how it's going to come out. And also remember, it's Netflix. They produce esteemed and established documentaries for years and years. So I don't think all the people that are involved in a piece like this are going to, put it out with sort of a propaganda lens or, this view to try to take Sean Combs down. The director of the piece had said, we wanted to be able to give the interviewees a chance to speak their truth and talk about their experiences.
Okay, let me go to the second argument in the cease and desist letter and get your take on it. Second, Mr. Jackson's malice towards Mr. Combs is exacerbated by the payments he apparently offered to those who agreed to appear in the program. No serious studio would distribute a documentary in which the subjects were paid to offer testimonials consistent with the producer's bias against the subject. For this reason also, Netflix must withdraw the program. Now, to be clear, Netflix has disputed that anyone was paid for their participation, and there's lots of news programs who refuse to pay participants for their interviews, but you do wonder, are there any actual legal limitations here, Elizabeth? What do you think?
Yeah, so that's true. So Netflix had come out and said nobody was paid for this documentary. That's the viewpoint. Like you said, there's many news organizations that refuse to pay for interviewees just because it kind of goes to the credibility of the news organization. I think there's a little bit of a fine line between, pure news coverage and long form documentaries. There are some entertainment companies and production companies out there that will pay interviewees depending on how much, or that will pay for access to certain materials, photos, videos, releases, things like that. But a lot of them don't, because like, as you said, it sort of goes to the issue of credibility. So here Netflix is saying we did not pay anyone. And, you know, we haven't really seen evidence put forward yet by Combs's team that they have. So, you know, I think, again, makes sense that they would try to use that argument. But again, you know, even if some interviewees have been paid, I don't think that necessarily scrapes away at the integrity of the project. I think it's just case by case. Some companies pay for interviewees, some don't. You know, here Netflix is saying they didn't. So, you know, that's, you kind of have to take what they're both sides are saying at face value.
Okay, let's go into the third argument. So the cease and desist letter's third argument arguably might be maybe its strongest. The claim that Netflix broke copyright laws by using media that didn't belong to them. Quote, Netflix is poised to publish content, including intimate personal information that it obtained in violation of the Copyright Act, Mr. Combs' privacy rights, and in breach of numerous non-disclosure, non-disparagement, and intellectual property agreements about which Netflix is or should be aware. For example, it appears that Netflix possesses and intends to rebroadcast portions of video recordings of Mr. Combs that are his property, but which employees and independent contractors illicitly disclosed to Netflix in violation of binding contractual prohibitions against such disclosure. By distributing video recordings exclusively owned by Mr. Combs and or entities owned or controlled by Mr. Combs without authorization, Netflix would be subject to liability for copyright infringement under the Copyright Act. Elizabeth, is there any grounds to this? Because let me tell you, copyright infringement, that's where the numbers can go up. That is where you can get into serious payments. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so I agree this was probably their strongest argument they set forth. I was kind of surprised they didn't place it as sort of the first argument within the cease and desist, because usually the rule is for any motion or cease or desist or any legal document, you start out with the strongest argument first and kind of work your way down. But right, so that's the thing that they're claiming, is that this usage of the footage of him speaking to his attorneys, having these conversations, violated copyright, privacy, and also various agreements that they say the videographers had signed, you know, NDAs, non-disparagement clauses, things like that. I think that's the strongest argument. And again, you know, there's still a question mark in the air because it hasn't been proven who ultimately has the rights to this footage. You know, I would venture to say that in most cases, if you are an individual employing a videographer to film yourself, you know, the person who, the videographer and the person who's filming likely has signed rights over to the employer. That's how it usually works. So if Sean Combs does indeed have the rights to this footage, you know, and it was obtained by people behind the documentary without the proper licenses, I think there could be a valid claim for copyright here. However, if it can be proven that, you know, the videographer obtained rights to this footage, if he obtained a license, he's able to transfer it over to the people behind the documentary, then I think a strong argument could be made in their favor as well. I think if this does play out and if there is litigation filed, I think it's going to come forward who ultimately has the rights to this video. Netflix keeps saying the video was submitted to them and they obtained it legally. So if that's the case, then you know, is there, again, a license? Is there a release that was given to them by the videographer? We know it didn't come from Sean Combs. So I feel like that would be the only real scenario, is that somehow the videographer was able to obtain rights to it and then grant it over to them.
Well, look, Combs and his lawyers, they're demanding this entire series be wiped from the streaming service. Quote, to mitigate further damage and avoid legal action in connection with the concerns we've raised, Netflix must immediately withdraw the program. Prior to any future publication, Netflix must verify that each and every statement about Mr. Combs that it intends to publish is true and not made in violation of any contractual obligations or legal duties, must conduct a thorough investigation to determine whether it is in possession of the videos or any other unlawfully obtained media, must immediately return the videos or any other unlawfully obtained media to the undersigned counsel, and must immediately cease and desist from any use or dissemination of the foregoing content. Now, in a statement to Variety on Tuesday, a Netflix spokesperson said, quote, the project has no ties to any past conversations between Sean Combs and Netflix. The footage of Combs leading up to his indictment and arrest were legally obtained. This is not a hit piece or an act of retribution. Curtis Jackson is an executive producer, but does not have creative control. No one was paid to participate. Okay, we'll see where this goes. Elizabeth Vulai, thank you so much for taking the time. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me.
And that's all we have for you right now.
Trapmore gang, a lot of people have been wondering, when is there finally going to be justice in the case of the murder of Tupac Shakur? It's been talked about endlessly for decades in the hip-hop history, and a lot of people were absolutely blown away when the last living suspect in the 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur was actually indicted in Las Vegas on the murder charge. I'm talking about Keefe D, okay? Keefe D, long known to investigators as one of 4 suspects identified early in the investigation. He isn't the accused gunman, but was described as the group's ringleader by authorities in a news conference. He was eventually charged with murder. Even if you helped commit the crime, they said that he was the shot caller for the group of individuals that committed the crime, and they want to try and actually have justice for Tupac after these decades have gone by. Now, what's so crazy about this, okay, is the fact that although the article called him the last living suspect, Keefe D has repeatedly claimed that actually there was another suspect. There's another person who's very much living who should be in the case. P. Diddy, the diddler. He's claimed for years, okay, that Diddy actually had $1 million bounty on Tupac, and that's really why this whole thing went down. Let's refresh our memories on this.
Yeah. And I guess you said that Puffy called and said, "Was that us?" And you didn't say nothing.
I didn't say nothing. Yeah, you're right.
There's also, you go into the book that apparently there was supposed to be $1 million that Zip was supposed to bring back, but he ended up keeping the money and buying a nightclub with it.
That's what the FBI said.
The FBI said that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys never got any money.
Never.
For anything.
Nothing. Not even a pair of Sean John drawers. You know what I'm saying?
So he said that they did it. They did it for Tupac. They did Tupac for Diddy, and he never got the money out of it, but he was supposed to be given a whole bunch of cash. Now, reports have now come out to say that Keefe D's apparent trial has been postponed. Rescheduled for August 2026, the defense has been granted extra time to examine decades of evidence in this iconic case. So let's just take a little look back at what some of this decades-old evidence might actually be and whether or not Diddy was actually involved in this incident, okay? Because basically, all the way back on September the 7th, 1996, this is when Mike Tyson was fighting Bruce Seldon, okay? And basically, this is the highlights of the fight, okay? This is what went down. All right, they were in attendance. Tupac, Keefe D, everybody was in Las Vegas for this fight. It was a wild fight. I don't want to get in too much trouble, but this, you know what I'm saying, this is how it all went down. And you know, they have it basically. Just to give you some context, this is the fight. Tupac was there in attendance. Mike Tyson was doing his thing. Okay, right after the fight, though, Tupac decided to get his Mike Tyson on. Okay, and before everyone gets on my case, okay, Tupac, I call him Tupac. I got an English accent. It's not Tupac. If I was American, I had American accent, I'd probably say Tupac. But I'm English. I say Tupac. Tupac. If I say Tupac, it doesn't. Tupac. That does not make sense. So just for the record. But basically, right after the fight, Tupac Shakur, okay, he decided to try and get his Mike Tyson on. He was with Suge Knight and their whole entourage, and they were basically seen attacking Keefe D's nephew. They were basically trying to get busy outside the fight. They had a long-running beef. There were chains that were stolen. Death Row were at war with this other group. And basically, okay, they ended up jumping this guy, Orlando Anderson, a Southside Compton Crip, inside the MGM lobby. And I was there recently. Okay.
Las Vegas MGM Grand Hotel.
I was actually there recently.
Death Row Records co-founder Marion Suge Knight is circled. Rap star Tupac Shakur is nearby. Prosecutors say Knight is seen kicking Orlando Anderson, and that act is the alleged probation violation. The video is evidence in Knight's probation revocation hearing, proof the DA's office says Knight took part in the beating of Anderson last September.
Tupac Shakur and Suge Knight were kicking the Orlando, who was on the ground at that time.
Deputy DA Bill Hodgman backed up the video evidence with testimony from the hotel's security manager, Annette Machuca, who said she tried to stop the fight. The judge is not allowing Machuca to appear on camera.
Tell us what you saw.
He was kicking him.
More than once?
Yes.
More than twice?
Yes.
More than 3 times?
Yes.
But when the beating victim, Orlando Anderson, took the stand, he testified Knight tried to stop the beating. Again, we cannot show you Anderson on the stand.
I seen him standing right there helping. He was about the only one. He was helping you, is that correct? Yes.
Las Vegas Metro Homicide Detective.
So, you know, there's different versions of the story, all right? And it would be essentially just 2.5 hours after this very ill-guided beating, that a fan would end up snapping what would be the final photo of Tupac and Suge in the BMW stopped at a red light. Now, moments after this image was taken, obviously the rest is legend, and we know that that's when shots were fired into the vehicle and Tupac was critically wounded. He would end up losing his life, and sadly the news would report his death. Oddly, 6 days later, it would take quite some time, but ultimately his fate was sealed, and like I say, moments after this image, it all went down.
Complications from several bullet wounds sustained Saturday night, September 7th. He was 25 years old. Shakur was shot 4 times after leaving the Mike Tyson boxing match in Las Vegas in a car driven by Marion Suge Knight, the head of his label, Death Row Records. The shots were fired from a Cadillac that drove up alongside Knight's BMW, but police still have no leads on a suspect or motive. Tupac had been on a respirator in the hospital and had 1 lung removed. Here's a look back on a turbulent...
So it was serious, man. And, you know, there was always a chance he might have survived. You know, there could have been a fluke. There could have been some luck with his health. But unfortunately, he didn't make it. And, you know, that was just a really tragic incident that just really changed hip hop just forever, you know. But to give you a little bit more context as to why basically Diddy might have wanted to put $1 million on Tupac's head, we have to go all the way back to 1994 when Tupac ended up getting shot and survived in this quad studio shooting. Now, just to give you a little bit of background, okay, Dexter Isaac was one of the men who was allegedly called to teach Tupac a lesson, and he would basically describe what went down in this quad shooting in his book, From Friends to Enemies, and this is kind of some of the excerpts from the book that were posted to a forum. And basically, just to give the background, okay, Jimmy Henchman, who was obviously an infamous he is an infamous drug kingpin turned music mogul turned back drug kingpin turned jailbird, basically, to put it lightly. Okay, he was definitely in these streets, and he's been involved in the rap game as well as the streets for decades, right? And basically what happened is Jimmy agreed to pay Tupac $7,000 for making a guest appearance on a song for one of Jimmy's artists, Lil Sean. And basically he wanted to give Tupac a check. Tupac wanted cash. Jimmy didn't want to give him a check. And then basically Tupac dissed him. He called him a hoe, a pussy, a bitch. He said, "You New York bitches better have my cash when I get there." And if you know Jimmy Henchman, he ain't play. Tupac should have known better than to disrespect Jimmy like that, talking recklessly. Everyone knew Tupac had a big mouth, but now he seriously upset Jimmy. So basically, the hitters, the shooters, the gangsters, they were dispatched to go and teach him a lesson, basically. They were sent over there. They said, "You need to go and teach him a lesson. All right, get over there and deal with Tupac." Says here, Jimmy needs you to do a job for him. He wants you to rob the rapper Tupac Shakur and teach him a lesson about respect. So the deal was going to be basically that he got to keep all of the jewelry from the robbery except for the biggest diamond ring. Jimmy wants that as a souvenir, and he'll give you $2,500 to pay your peoples for helping you. They ran down a whole list of the exact jewelry that Pac will be wearing, the value of each, and basically he knew where he'd bought all of this jewelry from. He knew what he had, he knew what he bought, and basically knew everything that was going on. And basically, this is where you start to see, Diddy and Biggie kind of get involved in this situation. And this is a situation where, you know, Pac basically ended up feeling a certain type of way about Diddy and Biggie. And obviously, the Biggie Tupac beef is legendary, and they both ended up losing their lives. They basically explain. When we got off the elevator, Jimmy was right there waiting for us. To my right, I saw Biggie sitting on the sofa talking to Lil C's by the window. To the left up front, I saw Lil Sean behind a glass booth. All the way to my left, I could see Puff Daddy. He was talking to some dude with a dark bronze complexion like his. The dude was a little taller, and I would later find out this was Puffy's mentor and ex-boss, Andre Harrell. How many people know what's about to go down? He knows, Jimmy replied, nodding his head in Puffy's direction. He said Diddy looked him dead in the eye, and that's when I knew he was involved. What Paulie told me, is this real? Yeah, it's all official, Jimmy stressed, but I don't want you to kill him, just rough him up and take his stuff. They got a call. Tupac will be here in 15 minutes, and he's got a couple dudes with him. They said, all right, we're ready. Jimmy called again, letting them know that Tupac and his entourage were in the garage around the corner, parking their car, and they'd walk around the corner at any minute. So they pulled up. They ordered Pac and his crew to get the F on the floor right now. They dropped to their knees, but Pac was bucking. He reached for his gun that he had tucked in his waist. JD grabbed his hand, and they both struggled for control. Pac's gun goes off before he can pull it free from his waist, and then JD started pistol whipping Pac in the head, over and over with a 45. When I heard the shot, I crept around the corner to see what was up. Everything is cool, Spunk said. We got this under control, but right at that moment, Lil C's comes riding downstairs on the elevator. When the door opened, I barked to him, get the F back inside and go upstairs. His eyes got as big as a crackhead's who's just finished his first hit. So they stripped Pac of all of his jewelry, and they basically took off, put the guns and the jewels in the stash box, and got out of there. It says, after we reached our cars, Paulie approached me and said, "Why did you shoot Pac?" He asked with disappointment spreading across his face. Jimmy called complaining about Pac and his boys come up to the studio all bloody, and Tupac said, "Y'all shot him." Now, this is crazy. I didn't even know this story, right? But it basically says, he said, "Follow me upstairs. I'll show you something." He had all his boys put the guns on the table and empty the magazines. After laying all the bullets on the table, he counted every bullet to Paulie, showing him not one bullet was spent from our weapons. They said Tupac shot himself in the groin with his own gun. The wounds on his forehead came from the pistol whipping JD gave him, and the wound on his hand came from the slide on his gun when he fired it when it was stuck on his waist. It says Tupac went and told everybody he was shot 5 times at close range, which was an outright lie. If we'd shot him 5 times, he would have been dead, and then we would have had to shoot and kill the dudes that were with him too. Why would we shoot him 5 times if we weren't trying to kill him? If we shot him 5 times, we would not have left any witnesses. The mission was not to kill Pac that night. We were there to teach him a lesson for disrespecting Jimmy, and that's what we did. All that crazy stuff about him getting shot 5 times was just acting. People forget the brother was an actor. He should have got an Academy Award for his acting skills. So obviously Diddy and his crew allegedly being in on it and knowing exactly what was going to happen, there was obviously going to be bad blood. And it sounds like he saw one of the artists associated with Biggie while the robbery was going down, and he kind of knew what was up, basically, right? And so apparently, okay, while Tupac was broke and locked up awaiting trial for his 93 assault case, Suge Knight would publicly show support for Pac and diss Diddy just outright in front of everybody at the 1995 Source Awards. This went down as being legendary, and this was basically throwing shade at Diddy and basically, frontlining it for Pac.
First of all, I'd like to thank God. Second of all, I'd like to thank my whole entire Death Row family on both sides, you know what I'm saying? I'd like to tell Tupac to keep his guards up. We ride with him. And one other thing I'd like to say, any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star and don't have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death Row.
So that was a giant diss to Diddy. Diddy was the one who was always dancing, can't stop, won't stop in the videos, dancing, all of that stuff, okay? Now, this would basically lead Tupac to get out of jail and immediately sign with Death Row Records and get the bond money he needed for his release. And this is the contract that he signed, okay? This is the contract that he apparently signed. He needed money to bail himself out of jail, and Suge Knight came with the infamous Death Row Records Napkin contract, a 3-album, $3.5 million contract, but Interscope Records owned Death Row, so to make things official, on October the 4th, 95, Tupac signed a formal contract with Interscope, sealing the deal to work with Death Row. And basically, what makes the contract even more special is Interscope Records deems this to be Tupac's bail agreement and detail how, when signed, that they'll release Tupac from prison. So basically, he signed this contract, he signed a record deal that simultaneously released him from jail and also signed him to a $3.5 million record deal. Now, weeks before Tupac gets out, this is unfortunately when this feud would sadly end up claiming its first life. And in an interview with The Art of Dialogue, Mark Curry and Greg Taylor would basically explain how Suge Knight and Campanella Pyru Big Jake actually confronted Diddy at Jermaine Dupri's birthday party, with this actually leading to a violent altercation.
And we get there, I had been at Jermaine Dupri's party and I seen Jake. I got a business card from him. It said President of Death Row, Jake, right? I was like, cool. And this dude was bigger than Suge. Suge was big, but Jake was bigger than he was, right? And he was looking for Puff and they was looking for Jermaine and them there. And I didn't see them at their own party. I'm like, where these guys at? I get over to the Platinum House. They're all in there. So we walk in, and it's Jermaine Dupri, his security, Puff with Wolf. And Jake looks in and see these guys, right? I'll never forget that bend over. He looked over, he looked at that door and seen that they was in there. He went back and got Suge. Suge came back. Boom, 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 boom. He came right in and slapped the out of Jermaine Dupri. Wow! Jermaine ran out the goddamn club, my boy Jermaine. Shout out Jermaine. It was no way he could even compete with that because he slapped his security too. They beat his security. The nigga supposed to be.
So you got these guys, they're going to war with each other's securities. They're pulling up, securities are slapping people out. People are getting chased through the club. It's no surprise then that this led to a very, very ugly escalation, man.
He protected them. And, oh man, it was a nightmare. And Jermaine ran out, his security ran out. Jake and shit's birthday. On his birthday, he got slapped like that. He hit that dude, he didn't even speak to him. What's up? Bah! Jermaine ran. So then we like, oh, snap. right? And Puff was standing right there, and he snatched Puff off his feet. It's the first time I ever seen a man dangling in the air off their feet with one hand. Suge had him with one hand and was shaking him. Like, what's up?
He said Suge Knight really had Puff by the neck and was shaking him. And you know what I'm saying? I guess, you know, he must have not been oiled up that night. He managed to get a good grip on him. He was shaking him. The coins probably fell out his pocket, man.
You've been flying all around the country since you had me go in there and do that thing for you. What's up with Mary J. Blige Publishing? What's up with Josie Publishing? Puff go, yo, Suge, I ain't gonna be your bitch. Grabbed his arm with his right hand, and Suge shook him again. Then Wolf reached over and grabbed him. Wolf was so gangster. He said, boom, Suge ain't going down like this no more. And enough was enough. And he brought Puff out the air, set him back on his feet. And him and Puff went at it with Suge. They both went at it with him, right? Then Jake reached over and grabbed the two niggas that was sitting at the bar that ain't had nothing to do with it. He grabbed this Jamaican dude, the smallest one. The littlest dude, he grabbed this dude like, ugh! And dude go like this and go, me not no fan of yours. I don't watch television. Jake was like, ooh, we was all like, ooh, he grabbed the live wire. Like, this dude saying, you don't watch TV. So he set him back down. We like, whoa. Yeah. And we.
So apparently, right, after this, while this section of the altercation, it just ended in a little fisticuffs, a little shake around, you know what I'm saying, a little shake it up kind of maneuver. Apparently things did actually escalate once they got outside of the club in a very, very sad way. The fight ended. They left the venue, and apparently it was at this point that a lone gunman actually ran up and ended up shooting Big Jake, who was, you know, Suge Knight's close friend, who was rolling with them at the night. And apparently Suge avoided getting hit by using Diddy quite literally as a human shield.
We like, nah. Let them niggas fight it out. So we went up, we had a room upstairs, and then we just shoot dice in there. We go up there, and it was Suge, Puff, Wolf, and Jake with V walked into the room. We stood out, let them go in, and held the door down where everybody was watching. And all you can hear was boom, 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 boom. They was in there fighting like a motherfucker. And all of a sudden, V opened the door, and there goes Suge and Puff standing there like this, hugged up. We like, oh, these niggas worked that out. They worked that stuff. They was like, quick. And we all came down. We came out the club. It was like the beef was squashed. We came down the dance floor, and we were walking out the Platinum, and it had a little atrium. And I'll never forget because I could see it, the tour bus across the street. We standing there, Suge's in front of, with Puff. They walking to the limo, hugged up. Jake and Wolf is walking behind them. All of a sudden, somebody started shooting across the street. And I knew Mark was at the front of the gates. Yeah, I'm like, I'm at the front. I know he was up there strapped. And I'm like, who the fuck is out there shooting across the street? And I can see the dude just busting, pop, 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 pop. And the security ran. The Atlanta PD ran that we paid to protect us from unwanted attacks and shit. When soon as that dude started shooting, the cop ran. I'm like, oh, it's first one. We in trouble. The cops ran. Yeah. Then all of a sudden, the dude just came out of nowhere. While everybody was looking that way, this dude came out of nowhere and flashed like the Flash and spent, and he touched Jake with that gun. I never seen that shit before. Them New York niggas is the coldest killing niggas I ever seen in history. They killed that play. They called the play for the overlay. They started shooting across the street to make everybody look. We looked. The dude came out of nowhere and just touched Jake. And Jake was about 400 pounds. He hit him like, what, 4 times, 7 times? 5. I mean, he just kept shooting, just touching him, bop, bop, bop. But the whole time he was looking at Suge like, you next, nigga. And we like, oh, and I'm standing right behind him. We like, it's happening so fast. And then he pulled out on Suge to blast Suge. And I thought it was a girl because it was screaming like a girl.
It could have been 2 times because when I looked, I seen him have Puff. That's when he had Puff in that chokehold.
So he's saying he had Puffy in a chokehold, low key, protecting himself.
Jake was doing that. The reason why, just imagine, if the girl was in front of, why he wouldn't have let the girl have it too? If he just finished doing what he was doing, if it was a girl, and that was all that was protecting him at that time, she would have got it too that night. He couldn't do it. That's why he grabbed somebody he couldn't shoot at. That's why he looking at him like, yo, this should have been you, but I can't get you right now, but I got him.
To let you know.
Yeah, to let you know.
That's why he looked at him like that.
That's why he was looking, because he couldn't do nothing to it because Puff was right there.
So hold on. So then he drew down on Suge to give it to him, and Suge snatched Puff up.
Yeah, that's when
and that's when they wouldn't shoot.
With that tan linen shoot on.
And then he backed, because they was going to the limo, then they backed up to the back door. We go back into the back door to the club.
That's when he
snatched the girl.
Yeah. That's when he was running crazy. Remember he's like, oh shit.
I know I was running. I don't know. All I know, that nigga started shooting. It was like slow-mo camera, like it was like your whole life flashed before your eyes.
Yeah, but when he was shooting, I knew he wasn't going to shoot me because I told you I used to see him all the time. Like I used to be the one that served him his, crystals every night. So when he was shooting, it let me know that I could actually look at it because I said, he's not going to shoot me. He's shooting somebody else. So I was able to sit there and look like this and go, wow.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
It's crazy, man. It's actually a crazy story. Now, later on, they would also open up basically that Diddy himself, the slippery character he is, he denied all involvement in this hit. But Suge and the Pyrus, they blamed Diddy, and they vowed revenge after Big Jake died at the hospital that night, man.
Well, dudes, so when I got around that corner and seen Jack down there in V with Jake, when he was Jake trying to bring him back, Suge and Puff was like right here.
Right there, over to the right.
And Puff kept going, man, it's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Suge was like, it's going to be all right. Tell your kids it's going to be all right. Tell your mom it's going to be all right. Then he like slaps Puff again. Bow! He hit that nigga so hard and so fast, you ain't had time to react. I felt sorry for Puff. Man. Because he kept trying to explain that he was innocent, that he ain't had shit to do with this. He said, Suge, there you go, man. I ain't got shit to do with this, man.
He was like, what you mean you ain't got nothing to do with this?
He was like, it's going to be all right, though, Suge. It's going to be all right. It's going to be all right. Then I was like, you know what? This nigga dying. The ambulance is taking forever. I said, in Detroit, we got to play. Let's throw this nigga car and take him to the hospital. Right down the street. So load him up and take him. So we go to load up Jake, and the police drew down on us. I said, y'all gonna draw down on us after we try to save a black man's life. But it's, when the dude was shooting across the street, y'all ran. Y'all supposed to run to the action instead of running from the action, but y'all gonna drive down on us after we try to save this man's life.
Got bad. They broke bad.
So they made us wait for the ambulance to come. We waited. So it was like all of us while we was there. Then the 4 guys came. They were like the X-Clan, or I thought they were like
the X-Clan, man. It looked like them because they had the African, the African stuff.
It
looked just like the X-Clan.
They were like, yo, another black man shot dead in the streets. Is what they said. They jumped out, was like, and they walked up and they seen Suge. It was like that. They seen Puff was like, they seen Dallas, they seen Jermaine. They were like, hey man, we trying to get to where y'all at. And y'all out these streets, y'all trying to get to the streets where we at. Why every time we see y'all, we see death?
Every time we see y'all, we see nothing but death.
And we was like, oh snap, right? And then Suge was kept going, it's gonna be all right, Suge.
They kept going back.
They were going back and forth.
It's gonna be all right.
It's gonna be all right, right? And then the police were saying when they seen it was Suge and Puff, the police said.
So look, all right, this really just was a messed up situation. Okay, essentially, okay. This is a situation where Suge was going to vow revenge. And around this time, Diddy needed the protection that he knew how serious this was. So he apparently linked up with the Southside Compton Crips through his godfather, Eric Von Zip. Now, in an interview on AGTV, a retired NYPD officer actually would claim that Eric Von Zip was known as the king of PCP. This is a serious character, okay?
Yeah, so Eric Von Zip was known to me as somebody who was at one time worked with Melvin Combs, who is Puffy's father, who's a drug dealer in Harlem. He was known as being the king of PCP in New York. And if you wanted to
Melvin, I'm sorry.
Zip. Okay. So Eric Von Zip was known as the PCP king. If you wanted liquid PCP, he had it, and he'd sell you it in like huge, allotments. Back then, guys were dipping, weed, a joint into PCP, smoking it, and doing really crazy stuff. I guess it's like kind of like a meth speed kind of thing, but it also has, the ability to make people violent.
So this is the sorts of people that Diddy's getting around him for protection, all right? So things are getting very serious and they're really spiraling out of control. Now, according to comedian TK Kirkland, a close friend of Zip had also been romantically involved with Diddy's mother at one point. So this was getting very conflicted.
Zip is one of the... Listen, when we would go shopping, Zip would get in 20 cars before we got into the main car, before we got to the
you just jump from car to car?
We would go from car 10 blocks. I thought that was just in the movies when I saw it.
So he had cars he owned parked in different
Zip
locations?
had cars, my man.
Wow.
We would get in one car, do that.
Someone told me, I forgot who this was, said that before he passed, he was dating Puffy's mom.
Yeah. I thought that was a money grab. That's what I said. Motherfucker. That's exactly what I said. That motherfucker
you talked
Zip.
about it?
Yeah, I said that motherfucker Zip. Because me and his sister is tight too to this day, right? I said that motherfucker Zip. Needs something else, but
yeah.
Zip something.
So the king of PCP, Zip, all right, he allegedly was moving product all across state lines. And apparently one of his alleged West Coast partners was the Southside Compton Crips. Now, Keefe D, the man later fingered for the murder of Tupac Shakur, he would apparently, okay, according to some conversations on Vlad TV, he would apparently essentially, end up revealing that he was basically with Zip, right? Keefe D was apparently with Zip when Diddy called asking for protection, and essentially he aligned Bad Boy with the Crips against Death Row and the Piru Blood. So it became an interstate Crips versus Blood gang war, all off the back of Diddy linking up with these Crips, and basically Keefe D and Death Row will tapped in with the Bloods. It became Crips versus Bloods interstate. Okay. And
before hit him up,
this is Keefe D breaking down.
Was Puffy approaching y'all for security and protection?
No, he had a West Coast. He had a West Coast tour coming up.
Okay.
San Diego, San Jose, the little areas, Anaheim, LA, stuff like that, Vegas. So he called when I met Zip. I don't know whether they had set this up or not, but Zipper came pick me up. We rolling up Greenleaf in our neighborhood, and his phone ring, boom, and it was Puff. And he like, you think it's cool to come out here and do concerts? I'm like, why wouldn't it be cool? So he like, the big CEO dude. So
Sugar.
Yeah. I like, damn, what's going on with y'all? He like, man, shit, you think it's just cool? I like, shit, just let me know the dates and give me some tickets. We had a Crips there. But I see he was trying to play us against each other. Crips, Bloods, you know what I'm saying? Sugar, Blood, we the Crips. So I guess that was his protecting thing going.
Okay, so
So basically, all right, Bad Boy tapped in with a bunch of Crips. Death Row tapped in with the Pyrus. Diddy's over there in New York, but he's basically got this LA gang war popping off, right? And now bear in mind, all of this is going on while Tupac is dealing with legal situations. He signs his multi-million-dollar deal so that he can get out on bond. And when Pac bonds out, he immediately declares war on Diddy, all right? He declares war on the diddler long before we knew how despicable the diddler really was behind the scenes. He declared war on Diddy, Biggie, and the whole of the Bad Boy record label, and he accused them all of being involved in the quad setup, or at least knowing who was, which arguably we have established is actually true.
Because they know the prodigal son has returned. I'm alive. The ghost is walking around. You know what I mean? And I'm alive talking. It was never a beef. It's only a difference in opinion. That's like me being mad at my little brother because he get cash now. I'm not mad at that. I'm just mad at my little brother when he don't respect me. And when you don't respect me, I'm gonna spank your ass. I don't give a fuck how rich you got on the block. I'm your big brother. I will break your big ass down. Everybody thinks that I disrespected or I love my East Coast fans. I'm from there. I'm eating New York pizza. I drive New York Jeeps. I want to hear New York. But I'm saying, let's keep it real for a second. If you have the level of music that you are, study. Go back and study. Study why I would be mad. Study why I would be mad when half of New York, half of the major New York rappers, or they managers, or they agents, or they somebody was there when I got shot, and nobody could give me no information. Just study that. That's all I ask for. If you're gonna act like you a gangster or a G or the king of New York, I'm gonna expect that. When you don't come through, then I'm gonna want to crush your empire, and that's what it's time for. It's not about easy.
So he said he's going to crush their empire. He said everybody knew what was going on. He said, I got shot in your studio. You're supposed to be the king of New York. And you don't know what's going on. I see what's going on here for real. Now, okay, by the end of 1995, okay, at a Death Row Christmas party, apparently a record executive loosely tied to Diddy was actually interrogated and beaten by Suge Knight, Tupac, Dr. Dre, of all people. Apparently Dre was there, and several Pyrus looking for information on Diddy. Now, knowing Diddy, he might have liked that. He might have actually enjoyed getting slapped around by some real bad boys, okay? And Mike Dorsey from the Murder Rap channel actually did an amazing job covering this on his channel, so let's hear what he had to say about this alleged incident.
So Suge allegedly has his brother-in-law, Norris Anderson, clear everyone out of the VIP room and then stand outside the door. And left in the room with Bell is allegedly Suge Knight, Tupac Shakur, Dr. Dre, a male black with gold teeth whose name Bell doesn't catch, so he's just referred to in this report as Gold Teeth, and two other men. Suge puts a chair in the middle of the room and tells Bell to have a seat, and Suge takes a seat in front of him. Suge asks him about Puffy and asks again why Bell didn't cooperate. And Bell tells him he doesn't want to get involved. Suge asks him questions about Combs' parents and where his mother lives, where Puffy's office is. And then this is interesting to me. Bell claims that Tupac would whisper into Knight's ear and he would ask more questions. So it's like Tupac is feeding questions to Suge during this interrogation. And during these questions, Gold Teeth offers his own input, which is hitting Bell on the side of the face. And he says, this is for the person who died, most likely a reference to Jake Robles, and we're going to kill you. And he or another person in the room also says, that was our homie that died. So Bell is beaten with fists and champagne bottles, and Suge tells him he's going to have to deliver Puffy. And Tupac says Bell is lying about not knowing where Combs was at. And one of the other men tells him, I could kill you now if Knight says so. And then Suge goes into the bathroom and comes out with a glass that Bell believes is full of urine. And Suge hands the glass of piss over to Bell, and lucky for him, Gold Teeth hits him again, and this makes him drop the glass, and at that point he makes a break for it. And he runs out to a nearby balcony, hoping to either jump off of it or to at least be seen and get someone's attention. But Suge and Tupac grab him before he can get over the railing, and he holds on tight, and it takes about half a minute for them to break him free, hitting his hands to get him to let go. But lucky for him, even though he doesn't make it over, the gambit works, because downstairs, his friend the photographer sees him, quote, spread out on the balcony, and he thinks he sees Tupac making a stabbing motion at Bell. And as they're dragging him back into the room, Bell claimed that Tupac is hitting him on the neck. So they get him back inside the room, and Bell's friend said that he saw Suge come back outside and straighten out a Christmas tree. Because, you know, Suge's all about that holiday spirit. So the friend decides that Bell...
all about that holiday spirit, man. So look, the man himself, okay, Mark Anthony Bell, he's apparently beaten up and robbed. And essentially, this is all just, you know, for not providing the information and as revenge for Big Jake, they basically just do a number on him and just completely just absolutely smash him in, man. It's crazy.
They go check it out. Meanwhile, back inside the room, the altercation turns into a full-on beatdown after they've dragged Bell off of the balcony, with everyone hitting and kicking him and throwing things at him. And Suge supposedly says body blows only. And Gold Teeth puts Bell in a chokehold for a minute or two and says this is for our friend that died. And Bell nearly passes out and decides to just go with it, and he plays dead. And while he's on the floor, someone takes his watch off his wrist, and he also loses his gold chain and his wallet. And his attackers also consider taking his diamond earring. Altogether, about 30 grand worth of items and cash are taken off of him. Then they back off, and he stands up, and Suge suddenly acts like the beating never happened. And he offers him money, allegedly saying, if you come over to our side, I'll make you rich. And you can be a part of this team. I can make you rich. Do you want to make 500,000 or $1 million? Do you have friends that could deliver? So it's like, you may not know where Puffy stays in LA, but I bet you know people who do. And then they hear people talking on portable radios, and they get the heads up that the cops have arrived. And Suge walks Bell to the bathroom and tells him to clean himself up, and that if he wants his jewelry back, he can call Suge tomorrow and, quote, we'll talk about it. Gold Teeth then asks Suge, should I do him? And Suge was probably thinking, what, I just asked the guy to clean himself up and call me tomorrow. Like, weren't you listening? So Suge says he's good. And Gold Teeth tells Bell, you're lucky that he said you were good. And I think Gold Teeth needs to just settle down.
So he nearly had this man murdered, right? Gold Teeth was basically ready to have him murdered. Now, off the back of this, okay, out of nowhere, very, very disrespectful, Suge Knight also tries to get back at Diddy by spending time with Diddy's ex, Misa Hilton. And basically, his son, Justin Combs, even ends up spending time with Diddy, okay? Misa Hilton, Justin Combs, and Suge Knight. That's her legs pictured to the far left. That's Justin Combs with Suge. Now, this is insanity. Okay, this is murder talk. Okay, that beef was very, very personal. Suge is giving the springs in that sofa a run for its money. That's facts, man. He was a big man. But anyway, things would just continue to escalate from here. And of course, as you may well know, or you may not know, by July 1996, this is the summer of 96, and this is when Orlando Anderson, who's Keefe D's nephew, allegedly ends up robbing a Death Row affiliated Pyru for his chain.
This is a flashback episode. One of the Bloods in Suge Knight's inner circle at Death Row, named Trayvon Lane, had a beef with a Crip rival named Orlando Anderson, which had reached a boiling point during a fight at the Lakewood Mall, just a few miles from Compton, where Anderson and some other Crips had tried to take Trayvon's Death Row medallion. From what I've heard from a couple of sources, it was decided after this incident that the next time the Bloods aligned with Death Row saw Orlando Anderson, it was on.
So they said it was on site, right? And obviously it did end up being on site when they bumped into each other at the Mike Tyson fight. Months later at this Tyson fight, okay, Pac and Suge's entourage, they end up spotting Orlando Brown, and they jump him right there in the MGM Grand Lobby, man. Beautiful lobby.
People who were there. Trayvon Lane and the other gang members from Compton who were with Suge and Tupac as they came out of the Tyson fight spotted Orlando Anderson in the crowd. Anderson and his uncle, Keefe D, had picked up tickets from a Rollin' 60s Crip when they got to Vegas. But since they were scalped, the seats weren't together, so they had split up and agreed to meet back up at the hotel's food court after the fight. So Anderson was either on his way to the food court or had paused to see if he could spot any of his friends in the crowd when the Death Row entourage saw him. So Tupac then sees that his friends are kind of looking at this guy in the crowd, and he knew about the beef with Anderson, but he didn't know what the guy looked like. And this is where the infamous claim that Trayvon Lane whispered in Tupac's ear, then Pac took off after Anderson, came from, as if Trayvon told him to go punch the dude, which I don't think is what happened. I believe that Tupac was simply told something like, that's the guy we've been talking about, and not realizing that Pac would just take off on his own and lay Anderson out. But that's what Tupac did, And most of it, after he'd thrown the first couple of punches and knocked Anderson to the ground, was captured on MGM security cameras. There's Anderson on the ground as the rest of Tupac's group joining the beatdown. There's Suge Knight with a little kick that would violate his probation and send him to prison months later. There's Tupac trying to get another kick in. There's Neckbone in black and Buntry in white with the hat, both well-known guys from the neighborhood who were associated with Death Row. And that appears to be Trayvon, dressed kind of like Buntry in a white shirt and a fedora, but with dark pants instead of white. So casino security are in the middle of it almost immediately, shielding Anderson from the kicks. And then the Death Row entourage hightails it, led by Tupac and Suge. And the network of security cameras tracks their movement through the huge casino. This is an interesting moment as they're walking through the casino. Neckbone gives Trayvon Lane a little punch. Kind of like, we did it, man. We got him back.
We're saying, hey, we got back, man. Get back has been achieved. And so this is where some of the diabolical self-snitching takes place, right? So according to Keefe D's 2019 book, Compton Street Legend, I've got some excerpts here in my little helpful little research document. Basically, this is when the Southside Compton Crips immediately started planning their retaliation, okay? And this is an excerpt from the book I'll read you. It says, when I asked him what happened, he said, them Death Row dudes rushed me. One of them dudes from the Lakewood Mall was running with that boy that started that stuff. A few East Coast Crips came over and asked if we wanted them to go with us. Nah, we're good. We'll handle our stuff, but good looking out. We appreciated their offer, but this was a matter we determined to handle ourselves. We couldn't let no record company, studio gangsters do us like that. Had they lost their effing rapping ass minds? On top of that, Puffy had already talked to me about helping him out with the problem he was having with them dudes. That was a double whammy. Then you add on top of that the fact that we helped Suge with the money to get his record business going, and the dude's going to bite the hand that fed him. Add insult to injury because Suge still hadn't paid Boss Man his money back, got too big for his britches, and stopped taking Boss Man's calls. Strike three, homie, you're out. And then they would go on to basically discuss the $1 million bounty that was on Suge and Tupac's heads at this time. They were ready to collect. They said the South Side had not gone down to Vegas thinking about marrying Suge Knight or Tupac Shakur. We were out there to do what we had been doing in Vegas for years, eat, drink, and be merry. But when conversations would come up about $1 million bounty on the heads of Suge and Tupac Shakur, that was business. But after Tupac, Suge, and them Death Row dudes jumped on my nephew, Baby Lane, that became ominously personal. While we were waiting for the valet to bring our cars, Zip seized the opportunity and called me over to his Benz. Zip was a big-time New York player, pimp, and hustler who had come out to California to handle his business and kick it with us sometimes. As I walked up to the driver's side window, I noticed that the rapper Foxy Brown was in the car with Zip. He instructed her to step out the car and motioned for me to jump in. Zip had a hidden compartment that he opened up. He reached in and pulled back a pulled a black Glock 40 out, and he turned to me and said, it's time to get the money. Zip handed me the 17-shot pistol, which I promptly put down the back waist of my pants. I hopped out the car, held the door open for Foxy Brown to get in, and closed the door, and they pulled off. So once again, Mike Dorsey from the Murder Rap would summarize what happened next in great detail. He would basically explain how Keefe D and his crew followed Tupac to another venue, but left after being spotted by Death Row security.
And then the Crips and some of the New Yorkers, not including Zip, get into a van and a white Cadillac and go to Suge's Club 662, which is about 2.5 miles off the Vegas Strip, where Tupac will be performing in a show later that night. And that had been advertised. Everyone knew about it.
Anyway, I was out in the van with the busters. You know what I'm saying? It's 2 cars going to 662. Yeah, the van and the Cadillac.
And in the parking lot at Club 662, the Crips lie in wait. But after a while, they decide to leave when they realize that police are there doing traffic control, and the Bloods doing security at the club are starting to recognize them. This claim by Keefe was confirmed by a former Compton Pyru named Mob James, who was working security at the door and spotted the Southsiders in the Cadillac.
I was out on the parking lot in front of the club. I see the Cadillac. That's Southside right there. They was parked like right.
So basically, they was on him. They was on his ass, as King Von would say, okay? And then after this, okay, after abandoning their original plan, they would end up changing vehicles, and that's when they ran into Tupac and Suge by complete chance. And according to Keefe D, Suge looked at them directly, and that's when shots got to fly him.
Terrence Brown, a.k.a. T. Brown, is the driver, and DeAndre Smith, a.k.a. Big Dre, is in the backseat with Orlando Anderson.
Stopped at the liquor store. I got out the van with the ass and jumped in the Cadillac. I don't know if it was a bus or they scared.
So the van and the Cadillac part ways. And on their way back to the Strip, Keefe and Anderson and the other guys in the white Cadillac encounter Suge and Tupac and their entourage coming the other way.
We were like, there you go. Yeah, the U-turn. We wasn't supposed to make it. This one of the U-turn. It was in the middle lane. We just pulled up on the side, checked every car, and see where they was.
And they catch up with the entourage at the next major intersection. And Keefe supposedly hands a gun to the backseat, which Orlando Anderson grabs. And Anderson fires the shots that ultimately kill Tupac and wound Suge.
I gave it to Dre. Dre was like, no. And Lane's like, give it to Pop. He leaned over on the window, rolled down the window, Pop.
And then the Crips speed off into the night, and Tupac dies from his wounds at a local hospital 6 days later. So that's how Tupac was killed. And here's how law enforcement came to know this. First of all, the Blood gang members who were around death row, they knew that night that it was the Southside Crips that did it. According to Keefe, Suge looked right at him when the shooting happened.
You say Suge looks over, he sees you?
Yeah.
He looks right at you?
Yeah, he looked at me. Why are you looking right at me? Fucking nobody does something 7, 8 years old.
Suge and Keefe.
So he said Suge looked right at them. Okay, they knew each other from way back. They knew what was going on, all right? And basically they knew what was on, really. They were lacking. Ultimately, that is actually the cold, hard truth, is that they were low-key actually lacking in this situation. Now, the LAPD would identify Orlando Anderson as the shooter, and they sent him to Vegas, okay? But poor cooperation between departments basically made the case go cold, okay? They basically were going to try and get him, and over the years, ultimately, all the suspects except for Keefe D ended up dying in unrelated incidents.
So police in LA are hearing stories like this from their informants, and then a gang war explodes there with Bloods trying to get revenge on the Crips. So Compton PD launches a huge raid on dozens of gang member houses on both sides of the conflict, trying to end the war. And Orlando Anderson is taken into custody, and they hand him over to Las Vegas police. They hand Tupac's killer over to Vegas on a silver platter. Just a few months after Tupac's murder, a Las Vegas Metro homicide sergeant told the media, "We consider Mr. Anderson to be a suspect in the shooting." So they definitely knew. But of course, Anderson denies everything, and Vegas can't build a case, in part, I think, because they didn't trust Compton PD, but also because police in Vegas didn't know anything about Compton gangs, any more than Compton PD would know about gangs in Las Vegas. And so the case went cold, and Tupac's killer walked free. Orlando Anderson was eventually killed at a car wash in Compton, barely a year and a half later, in a shootout that he supposedly instigated over a drug dispute, and he took 2 more lives with him when he died. Orlando's friend, Big Dre Smith, who was in the back seat with him, died from medical issues in 2004. And T. Brown, the driver, was killed at a marijuana dispensary in Compton in 2015, along with the shop's owner, in a double murder that's still unsolved. And Keefe lived to tell police about what happened a dozen years later. And after...
So he apparently told the police what happened, okay? He ends up getting arrested on drug charges in 2008. And ironically, he ends up negotiating a proffer deal, or he ends up negotiating a deal with the LAPD to tell them everything about Tupac's murder under an agreement. And it says Tupac Shakur murder suspect made a deal with the feds 14 years ago that could hurt the case. Dwayne Davis is widely believed to have spoken to federal authorities in Los Angeles about Shakur's murder in a deal in which his statements couldn't be used against him. But here's the ironic thing. Okay, here's the ironic thing. That immunity only applied to what he said on that day. So the Las Vegas PD began building a case using his public interviews, his book, and his confessions. Basically, everything he said after the proffer was self-snitching, and they built the whole case on him based on this. Okay, and look, you got all these interviews that he did. I'm not trying to throw Vlad under the bus. I've read you the excerpts from his book where he basically broke it all down. He's got other interviews, Urban City, Art of Dialogue. They're awfully suspiciously similar to Vlad's thumbnails, but we're gonna let that go. Whole bunch of interviews, man. Whole bunch of interviews, okay? And then ironically, we'll just round it off with this last moment, man. Diddy reacting to being asked if he put a hit on Tupac Shakur on the Breakfast Club, right? We'll answer it once and for all.
Now, it was this documentary that claimed, which we know wasn't true.
Yeah, check this out. We don't talk about things that are nonsense. We don't even entertain nonsense, my brother. So we're not even going to go there, with all due respect, but I appreciate you as a journalist asking. Thank you.
Because you listen, 7 years ago, I'd have been like, yo, did you have somebody kill Pac? But no, you do it like a journalist.
Yeah, no, I mean, we wouldn't even get into nonsense like that. You know what I'm saying? It's nonsense.
Which we never believed, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the way you're rubbing his head, man. The pen movements, the shades on, finger brushing his hair, visible nervousness, no eye contact. That man was extremely uncomfortable. Diddy didn't even let him finish the question. He responded hella fast and was rubbing his head nonstop. I've only done 1 year of psychology class, and I can tell you something ain't right. The quick smile after Diddy said, I appreciate you as a journalist asking, is called Duper's Delight. He went from Puff Daddy to P. Diddy to P. Did It. We don't talk about the nonsense, but when they brought up 50 calling him gay, he called that nonsense, but gave the conversation some attention. Nah, brother, you ain't ducking nonsense. That's just guilt. Dang, that looked kind of suspect when he started rubbing his head and stuttering. You know what would have been funny? If they pulled out a lie detector test and said, Puffy, let's put this documentary to rest and do a lie detector test right now live. It would have been the first time you ever seen. Oh, man. For anyone still not sure, Diddy raps about it in Black Rob's track Muscle Game. He says, F with me, I'll put $1 million on your head, erase you and your whole family, biatch. The way he says biatch was the way that Pac used to say it. Pac was known for saying it in that same tone. He was mocking Pac's death. What? I ain't gonna lie, there's some suspect lyrics on this track, Muscle Game, man. There are some very, very suspect lyrics on here. Diddy, he said, you see in this game, only the strong will survive and the weak shall perish. See, a lot of cats think with their brawn, not with their brain. Ha, come on, man. F with me, I'll drop $1 million on your head, erase you and your whole family, bitch. Come on now, that's Muscle. This might be a you think? Might be a diss to Tupac after his death. It's alleged that Puff P. Diddy put $1 million on Tupac and the Southside Crips collected it when they shot him in Vegas after the fight. But he ain't done self-snitching, man. See, talk is cheap. But Bad Boys move in silence. Not on this song. Not on this song. You ain't even going to hear me coming. Ha ha. You're just going to wake up with a bunch of angels flying around your head. You feel me? You're dealing with another type of muscle. Okay? And this is verse 5 with Black Rob and Diddy. Now, being that it's all out war, I'm bringing more than that 4-4. Come on, take that, take that. Watch me dispose of y'all. Y'all fraud-ass dudes. Tape made me bored-ass dudes. Gun bigger than your sword-ass dudes. Now enter the ring, gun drawn, making moves like pawns. 2 at a time, coming for mine like it's on. CBS, he can't be serious. Finesse, he don't believe I keep a gun under the vest. This is crazy. And this is verse 6 with Mark Curry and Diddy. You think you can destroy this empire we built from scratch? You're stupid. I wouldn't care how ruthless your crew is. We got defense for this area. Try to attack mad dudes on the barriers. Just dying to blast back, bitch. There'll be no giving and taking. Definitely no breaking. Laws we laid down. Here's the situation. Severe torture is what those who offend us face. I show no love for a punk-ass dude we hate. Trying to pay me no brow and then come up missing. Happen to hard-head dudes when they don't listen. I gave you fair warning about the danger you're messing with. A stranger invading a street corner is a goner. Try me if you think it's a lie. The attitude many dudes have, but in the process, many die thinking they can step to the block and bogart. I couldn't see it happening. Warned them first. Get the F out of Dodge. Collision. Diddy, this is our game right here. We ain't playing with you weak dudes. Come on now. I've been doing this for too long, man. If you ain't got the muscle, better have that hustle. It's 1999. No more Mr. Nice Guy. I've been nice too long. I'm going to start making you dudes disappear, man. First, I'm going to take your records off the radio. Then I'm going to mother effing erase your social security number, you know. Take your birth certificate out the file. I'm going to do that to your whole effing family. I ain't going to have no mercy on you. You understand? Come on, no, Mr. Nice Guy. If you ain't got the muscle, you better have the hustle or keep your mother effing mouth shut. Biatch. You tell me in the comments, do you think Diddy did it? Did Diddy did it? Did the diddler did it? I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. When he had that one line, what did he say? F with me, I'll drop $1 million on your head, erase you. Bruh. Diddy, man, just chill. Keefy D, if he's got any evidence that puts Diddy at the scene, he might be throwing him under the bus, man. It would not surprise me, people. But you let me know what you think down in the comments. This shit crazy. I ain't gonna lie. This shit actually crazy. This honeycomb crazy out here, okay? Let me know what you thought of this breakdown, man. I'm super tired. This one's gone long, but shit's crazy. All right, so when this trial happens, you know I'll be keeping you updated. Absolute madness. Madness, all right? Appreciate you watching. Catch you in the next video. I'm out.
What he's being known for with Cassie, I can only equate to some of the things that I've seen him and Kim go through.
You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy camp?
Hell no.
See? I mean, back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the frosted flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before paws was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the frosted flakes because he used to always get up early. Now he's one of the richest stars, my brother.
Yo, what the did Puff just say? Kim is dead. Heavy D is dead. Andre Harrell is dead. The only 2 left are Puffy and Al almost died. Isn't that interesting?
There's no way this man should be getting an icon award when all he has done was destroy the people around him.
Welcome back to another episode of Swamp Stories. For this one, we do something that we've never done before. We take a deep dive into one of America's most controversial figures. He's loved by some, hated by others, but everyone knows that he's a boss that you never want to piss off. As talented of a genius as he is, he's also known to be equally as angry, manipulative, and flat out evil. So in this video, we gather information and opinions to create an unbiased and hopefully accurate depiction of the man himself. This is Surviving Diddy, so let's dive in. The story begins in 1970s Harlem, a very rough place at the time. Poverty and violence ruled the community, and people did what they had to do to survive. One of these people was Melvin Combs, a man who climbed the ranks as a dealer in Harlem. But Melvin lived a double life, one where he risked his life and freedom in the streets, and another where he provided for his wife and 2 children. But by all accounts, Melvin and his wife did a great job sheltering their kids from the chaotic streets. Sadly though, in the mid-1970s, Melvin would lose his life to a deal gone wrong. On paper, Melvin was just another statistic, one of the thousands in New York City. But to his son named Sean, he was his everything. Sean was in elementary school when his father passed away, and his mother always told him that it was a car crash. Her idea was to shelter him from all things bad, and she even moved him into the suburbs. So in the 6th grade, the family moved to the city of Mount Vernon, and Sean attended a private Montessori school. In many cases, going from inner city to a private school can be a struggle, but not for a young Sean Combs. He was highly intelligent and charismatic, an instant leader amongst boys. So Sean spent the rest of his adolescence in Mount Vernon, thriving amongst his wealthier classmates. After high school, his good grades led him to the prestigious Howard University. There, he became an absolute star in all facets. He joined a fraternity and was known for throwing the best parties in DC. On top of this, he started a cab service that would safely take home drunk students after parties. He was already a natural businessman, and everyone knew that he was destined for success. All he had to do was wait patiently for his first major opportunity. For him, this would come rather early. In fact, it was in 1989 after his freshman year. While home in Mount Vernon, he linked up with a good childhood friend named Dwight Myers, also known as Heavy D. Growing up, Heavy D was like a big brother to Sean, a mentor in many ways. Well, Heavy was a talented rapper, and by 1989, he signed a major deal with Uptown Records. So over the summer, he introduced his friend Sean to the owner of Uptown Records, a respected mogul by the name of Andre Harrell. Right off the bat, Andre took a special liking to a young Sean Combs, like an oddly special liking. I guess he saw major potential in him because he decided to give him a major opportunity right away. So in the summer of 1989, Sean was hired as an intern at Uptown Records. Over the summer, Sean spent countless hours in the studio and in meetings with major artists from around the country. It was truly a dream come true for a freshman in college, something that's pretty much unheard of. Well, the fall comes around and Sean has to return to campus in DC. Andre didn't want him to go and tried to convince him to drop out and stay with the label, but Sean's mother was not having it. So together they came to a compromise. Twice a week, Sean would take the train from DC to New York to be at the Uptown office. This was 4 hours each way, meaning that Sean spent a total of 16 hours a week just to remain an intern at Uptown. This really didn't make any sense. What could he bring to the table that required him to do all of this hassle? Well, you might find out in just a second, so hold on. This crazy lifestyle continued for a few months until Andre Harrell put his foot down. He offered him a full-time job at the label if he would drop out of Howard and return back to New York. Sean accepted it and it worked out extremely well. This is because at just 20 years old, Sean was promoted to the vice president of the label. Whoa, now we're all thinking the same thing, aren't we? Why in the world would Andre Harrell promote a 20-year-old to the vice president of his label? The music industry is one of the hardest to crack, and for most it takes decades to get this position. So how did Sean Combs really get this job so young? And that leads us to a little bit of deep diving history. Back in the day, Andre Harrell had a very similar story to Sean Combs. He was another college student in the Bronx hoping to one day work in the music industry. And while in college, he was discovered by a legendary music mogul by the name of Clive Davis. For those who don't know, Clive is famous for founding Arista Records and for being one of the first moguls to come out of the closet. Well, Clive took a special liking to Andre and took him under his wing in the music industry. Long story short, in 1985, Andre was given funding to start his own music label, one called Uptown Records. So just like Puff, Andre went out and discovered underground rappers, one of which being Heavy D. So again, this begs the same question: how did Andre get this position at such a young age? Well, according to Sean's former assistant, it's all a power dynamic with Clive Davis at the top. The insinuation is that the boss takes advantage of a young intern and will pay them back later on.
Tell us how
Who
was
was
he picked up?
mentored by Clive Davis.
Don't tell me that Andre Harrell got by Clive Davis too. Don't tell me that Andre Harrell got by Clive Davis too.
Regardless of the truth, stories like these have always been rumored in entertainment. Essentially, you get taken advantage of by those in power, and that's how you make it in your industry. Then the idea is that over time, the former victims become the perpetrators. Now, of course, these are all just rumors, but Jaguar does get more specific. When Sean was hired at Uptown, Andre Harrell had a personal assistant named Kim Porter, and the rumor states that she caught Sean doing special favors for Andre.
But then again, you know, you had it in for Andre because Andre used to make you and Kim Porter had footage of it. And Kim Porter had footage of it.
The rumors have never proven to be true, but they will be important later on. Well, make of all that what you want, but the fact is that Sean's career took off from here. After becoming the vice president of Uptown, Sean truly put his head down and grinded for success. He scouted the local underground scene in order to find his first diamond in the rough. This is how he discovered his first artist in 1991, an MC out of Long Island by the name of Craig Mack. Craig was an instant success, but Sean wasn't satisfied with just him. While scrolling through the Source magazine, Sean was intrigued by a rapper in the unsigned hype section. This would be a young rapper out of Brooklyn by the name of Notorious Big. So in March of 1992, Sean got in contact with Big and brought him to the studio. He was blown away by his talent and instantly signed him to Uptown Records. Boom, this was his next Uptown protege. Now I know what you're thinking, but Biggie was a certified street dude and he was not going for that. It was strictly a business relationship, and here is where things get interesting. It's the fall of 1992, and Biggie completes his first album to be released. The debut album is called Ready to Die, and both him and Sean feel very strongly about the project. But there's a major problem in the way. Uptown's parent company refuses to release the album. They expressed that the album was not to their liking and contained too many explicit lyrics. As you would expect, Sean was upset and so was Biggie. Sean did not respond well to the decision, and because of this, he was fired from Uptown Records in late 1992. This was devastating, but Andre Harrell had his back no matter what.
Final straw for me was when MCA wanted me to not put out the Biggie Smalls album because they didn't like the subject matter, and they wanted me to tell him he's got to change his tone. And it wasn't up to me, I felt, to tell a generation what they could and could not do artistically. So I knew it wasn't going to work because he was coming from a new space and a new era. And Biggie Smalls was more like in the streets and telling street stories. And he told them, well, I'm really letting you go so you could get rich. I'm really letting you go so you could get rich.
But was this really the case, or was something else at play? Puff had just gotten fired from his dream job at the age of 23. Most people would be devastated, but Sean fell right back on his feet. Just a month after being fired, Sean started his own label called Bad Boy Records. Obviously, the 23-year-old didn't have the pockets to fund it himself, so it was initially a partnership with Arista Records. Wait, let's get this straight. So Sean was fired by Uptown and then given his own label by Uptown's bosses. How does that make sense? Well, it's possible that Jaguar Wright was correct.
He stepped around Andre Harrell and gave you the keys to the kingdom. Andre was in line.
So again, here's the idea. Andre Harrell had to do special favors for Clive Davis in order to be hired and then get his own label. And once Andre established his label, he repeated the same cycle on Sean Combs. But for former Uptown singer and assistant Jaguar Wright, she believes that Clive Davis was in on it as well. I guess her idea is that Sean did things for Andre in order to be hired, and then he did things for Clive in order to climb the ranks. And being that Clive is above both of them, he had the authority to give Sean his own label.
Andre got passed over. Intern.
And that's because you know Clive Davis, and we all know he has lots of secrets. Clearly, he trusts you. He stepped around Andre Harrell and gave you the keys to the kingdom. Andre was in line.
If the rumored power dynamic is true, then Clive Davis did replace Andre Harrell with Sean Combs, meaning that now, instead of Andre, it was Sean doing special favors for Clive. And as a reward, Clive made Andre drop him from Uptown and gave him his own label. Of course, though, this is all silly speculation. But what's not speculation is that Uptown's artists were released from their contracts and were able to sign with Bad Boy Records. This way, Sean now had full control over Biggie and Craig Mack. Well, after starting Bad Boy, Sean started going by the alias Puff Daddy. This is a name given to him by his mom because when he was a kid, he used to huff and puff whenever he was mad. So now we enter the era of Puff Daddy and Bad Boy Records. Puff's Bad Boy released their first album in July of 1994, which was Craig Mack's Flavor in Your Ear. The album took off to immediate success, and this is how Bad Boy entered the industry. Then just 2 months later, Biggie's debut album Ready to Die released as well. Both albums did well, and Puff was eager to keep it going. So just 2 weeks after Biggie's album, Bad Boy released Craig Mack's second album, Funk the World. Puffy couldn't miss, and he was eager to recruit more and more new artists. He was becoming so respected in the industry that other moguls were coming to him for advice. And that takes us down to Atlanta, Georgia. In 1992, music mogul L.A. Reid discovered a 12-year-old singer named Usher Raymond. While watching him perform at a local talent show, he saw some Michael Jackson in him. He was so impressed that he signed him to his label LaFace Records at just 13 years old. Interestingly enough, LaFace Records was under the Arista umbrella. Just keep that in mind. Well, the story goes that in order to prep Usher for his music career, he was sent to go live with none other than Puff Daddy. So at 14 years old, Usher was sent to live with Puffy full-time, something known as Puffy's Flavor Camp. I guess the idea was for Puffy to mentor him and send him down the right path. But according to Usher, there was a lot more going on than just that.
I moved to New York City, and I lived with Sean Puffy Combs for a year.
That's the crazy thing. Now, that was L.A. Reid's idea, right? We're sending you
New
over
York
to
City.
something called Puffy Flavor Camp.
There you go.
To learn some...
Flavor Camp.
Yeah,
Flavor
that's what it
Camp.
was called. And you're going to go to Puff Daddy's. He's going
In the 90s, do you understand what that's like?
Puffy's place was like just filled with chicks and orgying like nonstop, right?
Nah, not really. I
Come
mean,
on.
but hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you
I
seeing?
went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at. It was pretty wild. It was,
So
it was
nobody
crazy.
tried to, some woman didn't come along.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
I didn't say that. What I did say is that there were very curious things taking place,
Uh-huh.
and I didn't necessarily understand it.
Uh-huh.
Biggie Smalls was there.
Biggie Smalls was there. Lil' Kim, Craig Mack.
All these people
all
are
of
hanging
these-
around.
Yeah, man. Faith Evans,
And your parents
Jodeci,
were
Mary J.
okay?
Blige. They didn't know nothing about this shit.
Oh.
I was having a good time. You know what I mean?
Does he have you doing any chores? Are you doing dishes at all? I mean, to keep you humble somewhat? Or are you just like, can you stay up till 4 a.m. with them and party?
I mean, I could. I
Yeah.
actually stayed up longer than them.
And what kind, and do you have money? What's going on?
I mean, I had like per diem.
Yeah.
I had like,
What
like
a
a living.
life.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
14 years old. You're a dad now. Would you ever send your kid to Puffy Camp?
Hell no.
See?
Many people out there believe that Usher was Puffy's first victim of the power ritual. There's no proof to show that, but these clips may convince you that something strange was going on.
I mean, back in the days when he was like 10 and I was a little bit older, his older brother, we used to fight over the frosted flakes. You know what I'm saying? Before pause was invented. You know what I'm saying? But it's my brother for real. We used to actually wrestle off of the frosted flakes because he used to always get up early. Now he's one of the richest stars in the world.
Yo, what the fuck did Puff just say? Nobody's gonna acknowledge this for me. Puff just said we used to wrestle over the frosted flakes, and we're streaming live. That was stupid.
So what do you guys think? Is Usher a part of surviving Diddy, or is this just a silly assumption? Well, now we move on to the next chapter. Regardless of all the nonsense, Puff was truly a genius at discovering and developing artists, and in the process he was gaining immense wealth and power in the industry. As you would expect, the success got to his head pretty quickly. By many accounts, Puff grew an obsession with having complete control. He wanted control over everyone around him, even for the silliest things. So here is the first example. The year is 1995 and Craig Mack is eager to continue his success, so he puts together his third studio album, one by the name of Operation Get Down. The story goes that he brings the album to Puff to get it released, but things don't go as planned. Puff allegedly tells Craig Mack that if he wants the album released, he has to fire his manager and then hire a bad boy manager. But Craig's manager is one of his closest friends and has been rocking with him since day one. Because of this, Craig is loyal to him and tells Puffy no. Even though it's a silly request, Puffy is pissed because he doesn't have control over the situation.
Puff told Craig Mack if he didn't change management, he wasn't with him no more. Craig wasn't getting rid of his management. Craig said, yo, listen here, man, I'm not changing my manager just because you want to. Puff said, yo, I ain't that kid no more. Not at all. I was right there when he said that. Told Craig Mack, you don't change your management, I ain't fucking with you.
Craig stands on his principles and refuses to fire his manager, so Puffy decides to be petty. He completely stops paying him and refuses to release his music. This made things awkward at Bad Boy, as Craig no longer had the power to control his career or his narrative. In this 1995 interview, you can see the awkwardness on full display. Like, Craig Mack could not believe that Diddy would really lie on camera like that.
I'm sure you got much things in store for my man. Yeah, definitely. We got a new album we're working on him to drop in January.
You can see the disbelief in Craig Mack's face, like, no way he's saying this. From here, frustrations grew further between Bad Boy and Craig, as Craig felt betrayed by his boss. I was your first artist. I was the one who took the risk and signed to your label. And more importantly, I've made you a whole lot of money. And now you're willing to throw away my career over a silly manager. What is going on? But not only did Puff want his career to dwindle, it's also rumored that he wanted him killed. Craig knew what Puff was capable of, so everywhere he went, he rolled around with a blicky, something very risky in New York City. He even contemplated getting rid of Puff in order to save his own life.
I had a gun in my lap. And I'm sitting there and talking to God. I'm like, Lord, I don't want to do this. But if it comes to getting ugly where somebody's going to be trying to kill me, I'm going to have to do something first or do something to prevent that from happening.
In what world should an artist have to fear for his life because his own boss wants to harm him? Well, Craig says that Puff tried to set him up at the studio, but when he showed up with certified goons, he decided to back off. So thankfully, the situation didn't end terribly, but it was the start of a new era for Puffy. Not only had he become a control freak, but now he was bringing the threat of violence to the table. Slowly, the golden child of the industry was becoming the villain behind closed doors. And now we enter Diddy's violent era. While the Craig Mack drama was taking place internally, a whole nother beef was stewing in the industry. By the fall of 1994, Bad Boy had competition for rap's biggest label, and this would be California's Death Row Records. Particularly, Tupac had become the biggest star in rap, and everyone wanted a feature. In this case, Uptown Records producer Ron G wanted Tupac to record a verse for Biggie Smalls. So Pac asked for $7,000 and Bad Boy agreed to pay for the verse. So Pac records the verse with Ron G and then is told to go to the Quad Studios in Manhattan to pick up the money. And that takes us to November 30th, 1994. Pac arrives in Manhattan and walks to the Quad Studios. As he's entering the building, he hears some bad boy associates yelling his name from the upstairs window. Pac is excited to meet with Bad Boy and he walks in the lobby to take the elevator upstairs. But as he approaches the elevators, two men in masks are waiting for him right there. Before he can run, the men whip out and reach for his pockets. Pac tries to fight them off, but that's when the men make a wild decision. While being carried out of the lobby, Pac flips off Notorious Big and other Bad Boy associates, assuming that they set him up. Thankfully though, Tupac would survive his injuries after a successful surgery. Speaking of injuries, if you or a loved one are ever injured, you deserve the absolute best on your side. That's because your injury could be worth millions. In that case, you can contact Morgan & Morgan, America's biggest injury law firm. Yup, with Morgan & Morgan on your side, you could get the money you deserve, and that's a fact. Insurance companies often lowball you to get you in and out of the door. But no, with Morgan & Morgan, they fight hard to get you what you deserve.
And if you don't believe me, check this out.
This past December, a Florida man was awarded $12.2 million when insurance only offered $350,000.
What?
That's 34 times higher. Yep, and Morgan & Morgan has over 4,000 support staff available at any hour, and they have over 100 offices nationwide, plus 1,000 local lawyers available. Here's the best part, it only takes a few minutes to see if you have a case, and if so, it's free unless you win. So did you know that you can start your claim with America's biggest injury law firm with just one click? It's literally so easy. To start your claim, go to forthepeople.com/swamp stories, or just click the link in the description. Well, after the incident, Pac wholeheartedly believed that Bad Boy set him up to be killed. At the time though, he couldn't do anything about it as he had his hands tied with a legal case involving a woman. In fact, the day after his surgery, he appeared in court where he was sentenced to 8 months in Rikers Island. While incarcerated, the national story was that Bad Boy set him up to be robbed. On top of this, Pac did an interview while incarcerated where he said that Bad Boy did it overtly. He claimed that when he was on the way to the studios, Puff kept calling him to see where he was. He wanted to know when exactly he would get in, and that was Pac's main reasoning for thinking they set him up. Because of this, Puff was under major scrutiny, and he needed to clear it up.
So I said, what's up to me? I'm about to get on the elevator, and he comes out shot.
The Tupac article had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, he dissed my man, said my man turned his back on him, and I know for a fact that didn't happen, you know what I'm saying? And like the rumors that's spreading is on some tip like we set him up, you know what I'm saying? And that's crazy,
If there's any psychologists watching, please let me know why Puff's eyes are having a dance battle. Anyways, Puff was not done clearing the air. In fact, he visited Tupac at Rikers Island to assure him that Bad Boy had nothing to do with it. But was this really the case? Because Puff's bodyguard claims that he let this happen to Pac.
The people who knew what was going to happen to Pac was in the studio, was in the part of the Quad studio with Jimmy Hitchman, and that was Andre Harrell and Puffy. So Puff knew, Andre Harrell knew.
If Gene Deal's perspective hasn't convinced you, then maybe what happens next will. In February of 1995, Biggie released a hit song called Who Shot You, which many people think is a Tupac diss. And one of these people was Pac himself, who felt betrayed and lied to by Puff. You told me one thing to my face, but your actions proved otherwise. To an alpha male like Pac, that was the ultimate disrespect. Well, after the record, all peace was off the table and Death Row cut ties with Bad Boy. That takes us to August 3rd, 1995. It's the annual Source Awards in New York City, and Death Row are nominated for Soundtrack of the Year. Of course, tensions are in the air because the show is in New York, and everyone is curious if anything will happen. Well, Death Row wins the award, and Suge takes the stage.
First of all, I'd like to thank God. Second of all, I'd like to thank my whole entire Death Row family on both sides, you know what I'm saying? Like to tell Tupac, keep his guards up. We ride with him. And one other thing I like to say, any artist out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the video, all on the record, dancing. Come to Death Row.
This was obviously a sneak diss at Puff, and the crowd was not feeling it. To make matters worse, Snoop Dogg takes the stage and doubles down.
The East Coast don't love Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. The East Coast ain't got no love for Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and Death Row. Y'all don't love us. Y'all don't love us. Well, let it be known then. We know y'all East Coast. We know we at East Coast and out.
This moment here officially kicked off the Bad Boy versus Death Row beef. This meant that Puff's gangster was now being put to the test for real. Being that they exist on opposite ends of the map, interactions would not be often, but being in the same industry, the sides were bound to cross paths. September 23rd, 1995. Here we are in beautiful, well, not at the time, but here we are in Atlanta, Georgia for Jermaine Dupri's birthday celebration at the Platinum House nightclub. Here, much of the rap industry will be in attendance by midnight. Early in the night, though, it's just the Bad Boy crew and associates hanging in the club before it opens. This would, of course, be Puffy, his bodyguard Wolf, Too Short, Dallas Austin, and plenty more. So they're all chilling in the club, and a couple of hours go by. And this is when they receive some unexpected visitors. At 10 p.m., the Death Row crew arrive at the Platinum House parking lot. First, a Death Row associate named Big Jake walks in the club to scope it out. He then looks around and sees Puff Daddy and Jermaine Dupri sitting at a table in the corner. He instantly walks back to the parking lot to tell Suge where they are. Then together, the massive duo walk into the club headed for Puffy. They walk straight up to the table, and that's when Suge Knight slaps Jermaine Dupri directly across the face. This is simply to get to Puffy, who's standing right behind him. Suge then grabs Puff by his arm and brings him in. He begins yelling at Puff, but that's when Wolf gets in between them. He tells Suge it's not going to go down like that. So it turns into a brawl, and they're all escorted out of the club. After all this, Suge and Puff actually hug it out and squash the beef. But then out of nowhere, shots go off across the street. So they all duck down and look over to see what's going on. All it is a man across the street shooting his gun into the air. But while everyone is distracted, a man walks right behind Big Jake.
We own the club, the Platinum House. I had been at Jermaine Dupri's party and I seen Jake, and he was looking for Puff and they was looking for Jermaine them there. And I didn't see them at their own party. Jermaine Dupri, his security, Puff with Wolf. And Jake looks in and see these guys. Shook came back. Boom, 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 boom. He came right in and slapped the out of Jermaine Dupri. Bah! And Puff was standing right there, and he snatched Puff with one hand. Shook had him with one hand and was shaking him. Then Wolf reached over and grabbed him. Ain't going down like this no more. Standing there, Suge's in front of with Puff. They walked to the limo. All of a sudden, somebody started shooting across the street. I could see the dude just busting. Pop, 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 pop. They called the play for the overlay. They started shooting across the street to make everybody look. We looked. The dude came out of nowhere and just touched Jake. And Jake was about 400 pounds.
Big Jake was Suge's best friend and Death Row security wherever they went. So this loss was devastating to Death Row, but they had no idea who did it. But then a few days later, 3 witnesses reported that Puff's bodyguard Wolf was the assailant. Whoa, did Puff's bodyguard take out Suge Knight's best friend? Well, about a week later, Wolf was arrested for the incident. So does this mean that Puff ordered the hit of Suge Knight's best friend? Death Row definitely assumes so, but Wolf was able to beat his case about a year later. In the meantime, though, the beef was up. With Tupac shot and now Big J killed, Death Row was looking at Puffy like an absolute menace. And coincidentally, not too long after the loss of Big Jake, Tupac was released from Rikers Island. As soon as he got back to LA, he hopped in the studio and recorded Hit 'Em Up. One, if not the most disrespectful song in rap history. He dissed Biggie by saying that he smashed his girl and pretty much obliterated the whole Bad Boy camp. As you would expect, Puffy was pissed. But at this time, he felt invincible, so he decided to do the unthinkable. He decided to schedule a Bad Boy tour on the West Coast from Seattle down to San Diego. However, he knew that the tour was a risk, so he decided to tap in with his best connection in LA. This would be a man named Keefe D, who he met at a hydraulic shop in Compton. Essentially, in 1994, Puff asked Keefe if he could borrow one of his cars for a video, and they locked in from there.
He had called up our hydraulics place and asked to use a lowrider.
But Keefe wasn't just a car guy, he was also a high-ranking member of Compton's Southside Crips. So naturally, when Puff announced his tour, he hired Keefe and the Southside Crips to protect him.
He had a West Coast tour coming up, but Zipper came pick me up. We rolling up Greenleaf in our neighborhood, and his phone ring, boom, and it was Puff. And he's like, "You think it's cool to come out here and do concerts?" I'm like, "Why it wouldn't be cool? Just let me know the dates and give me some tickets." We had the Crips there, but I see he was trying to play us against each other. Crips, Bloods, you know what I'm saying? Sugar Blood, we the Crips.
So behind the scenes, Puff was potentially creating a beef between Compton Crips and LA Bloods.
I guess he played it smarter. Dude with the red, I get the blue.
Well, thankfully, nothing happened and the tour went smoothly. But later that year, they would run into each other at the Soul Train Awards and they would have a standoff backstage. Allegedly, Tupac and Suge pulled up on Puffy.
You hear the door go boom, and then you see Tupac with Suge and about 1,000 Bloods and Crips walking down the middle of the auditorium, just screaming because Big them had just went off. So just imagine Tupac coming, walking down the aisle, walking up the steps and just walking into the back. It wouldn't have been too good if they got hold to him because they couldn't handle what they had with them at that time. They were totally outnumbered.
Puff felt embarrassed and disrespected, and something needed to be done. So allegedly that next night, he took Keefe D out to dinner on the Sunset Strip. And there, according to Keefe, Puff offered him $1 million to get rid of Pac.
He and Puffy are at this place called Greenblatt's Deli on Sunset. And he tells Keefe D, "Man, I just need you to take care of this situation with Suge and Tupac."
Keefe, he's claiming that Puffy offered him $1 million to kill Suge or Tupac?
Both of them. Yeah, both their names came out.
$1 million in 1995 is equivalent to over $2 million today. And to a Compton Crip who's probably broke, this is life-changing money. If this is actually true, then Puff is a cold man, because there's no way in the world that any gang member would ever turn this down. And Puffy knew this. It was only a matter of time. September 7th, 1996. It's a big day in Las Vegas as Mike Tyson is set to fight at the MGM Grand. Of course, for the big fight, all of the celebrities are in town, including Tupac. Well, it's the afternoon and everyone is having fun before the event. Particularly, Tupac and Suge Knight are walking through the casino lobby. That's when they're approached by a man who's being disrespectful. This would be a young man named Orlando Anderson, the first cousin of Keefe D and fellow Southside Crip. Well, the story goes that he disrespects Pac, and Pac socks him in front of everyone. Orlando is furious, so he goes and gives a statement to police.
Tupac punched me.
Then he meets up with Keefe D and tells him about what happened at the casino. So Keefe and Orlando sit in the hotel room thinking about what they can do. Then they get a call from a very important factor. This would be a New York plug and associate of Puffy by the name of Eric Von Zip. Zip allegedly calls them and says to meet in his rental car. Keefe and Orlando hop in and he hands them a Glock 40. They then hop out and Zip takes off. Keefe and Orlando then hop in their own car. 11 p.m. The Tyson fight empties out and Tupac hops in Suge's BMW 7 Series. Suge then pulls off and stops at a red light on Las Vegas Boulevard. Coincidentally, Orlando and Keefe happen to be reaching the same red light. They hear some girls yelling Tupac's name and approaching the BMW. That's when they pull alongside the car. From there, Orlando rolls his window down and the rest is history. The incident shocked the world and shifted all the attention away from the Mike Tyson victory. The world's biggest rapper was now in critical condition and not expected to survive. 5 days later, on September 13th, Tupac was pronounced dead at the hospital. Everyone wanted to know who did this, but no witnesses ever came forward. Well, here is where things get juicy. Damn, that was corny. Right after the news broke, Keefe D recalls getting a call from Puffy. He claims that Puff asked him, "Was that us?" and promised him the $1 million reward.
You said that Puffy called and said, "Was that us?"
Because Puffy called too, right?
Yeah, him and Biggie's wife. What's her name?
Faith
Faith.
Evans?
Yeah.
So tell me about them 2 calls and everything.
He just asked, "Was that us?"
Who said that?
Puff did.
Now it's time for Puff to pay up. He allegedly sends $1 million check to Zip and tells him to wire it to Keefe.
Zip had a check in his right pocket, right back pocket, and that check was for $1 million.
Now, all that needs to happen is for Zip to deliver it to Keefe, and his life is changed forever. But did you guys think that that would actually happen?
So the FBI told you that Zip kept that money as well.
They said Zip's a dirty. Everybody cross you.
You guys never got any money
Never.
for anything.
Nothing. Not even a pair of Sean John drawers.
Man, what was Puff thinking? It's almost like he orchestrated this.
But he never gave the money to him.
But thank God he never gave him the money, right? Think about it. If he gave the money, Puffy will be in prison now, money for hire.
You know, Eric Von Zip keeping the money kind of shielded everyone from the situation in its own
So he's a savior.
type of way.
According to the FBI, because Zip didn't give the money to Keefe, Puffy dodged prison. But here's my question. Is Puff really responsible for what happened to Tupac? Yes, he did offer the $1 million, but it was Tupac jumping Orlando Anderson that really caused the situation, right? Well, Keefe disagrees, as he thinks that Puff is to blame.
If I wouldn't have never met him, I wouldn't have never been involved in this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, man. So you feel like Puffy, he's the reason for your empire and Suge empire going down because of the whole situation with Tupac.
Exactly. He the only one still balling because he pitted us against each other, it seemed like.
But what do you guys think? Is Puff responsible for the loss of Tupac, or is Keefe D a grown man not taking responsibility for his actions? Well, if you ask Diddy, he'll tell you that he had nothing to do with it.
Now, it was this documentary that claimed, which we know wasn't true.
Yeah, check this out. We don't talk about things that are nonsense. We don't even entertain nonsense, my brother. So we're not even going to go there with all due respect, but it's nonsense.
Which we never believed, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Regardless of what you believe, the truth is that Puff was becoming the boogeyman of the rap game. With Big Jake and now Pac gone, Puff felt like nobody could mess with him. His violent ways were just starting, and that takes us to the next chapter of the story. After the passing of Tupac, Puff went about his life like nothing had happened. But for whatever reason, his bad boy artists were not so secure in their ways. In fact, they were very cautious of their whereabouts and made sure to avoid California at all costs. Eventually, though, they would have to go back to Cali. And that takes us to the Soul Train Awards of 1997. The awards are held in Los Angeles, and because of this, the bad boy artists do not want to go. In particular, Mace thinks it's too risky, and Biggie decides to not go at all. He happens to have a broken femur, and he tells Puff that he's in too much pain to fly back and forth. He also mentions that going to LA is not the best idea, which is really the real reason. But Puff tells him that he'll be safe and nothing will happen. And according to the bad boy president, Kurt Burroughs, he kept convincing him relentlessly.
We could not go, but Biggie did have an inconvenience. He had a car accident. I think it was in Brooklyn, maybe downtown Brooklyn. He had a broken femur at that time, and he was recovering from that. Big-sized person could not really sit comfortably in a plane, not even first class, with a cast on. It was uncomfortable. He was talked into going to the LA portion of the trip.
Strangely though, Puff doesn't care if Biggie goes to the award show, he really just wants him at the after party.
Yo, that whole week, man, Puff was like, yo, man, Big, you gotta come to this party. You know, and he wasn't getting the response that he needed from Big to make sure that he was going to the party.
Finally, Biggie caves into Puff and decides to come to LA. But what Puffy doesn't know is that directly after the award show, Biggie will be flying to London. This is because Clive Davis booked him for a major media appearance where he'll be introduced to a worldwide audience. March 7th, 1997. The award show takes place and everything goes smoothly. That's when Biggie tells Puff that he's headed for the airport to fly to London. As you would expect, Puffy is livid and he calls Clive Davis right away. He tells him to cancel Biggie's appearance in London because he wants him at the party in LA.
But it was put together so that Biggie could receive an international press junket in London with all press from around the world meeting him that Saturday, Sunday after the Friday award show night. Diddy called late Friday night saying he's not going to London. Call Arista, cancel it. You go. You represent it. You go. He's not going. He wants to stay here in LA. So we knew how big of an event that could be.
Strange, right? Wouldn't you want your artist to fulfill this amazing opportunity? Making him skip out on a worldwide appearance just so he could go to some silly party? It doesn't quite make sense. On top of this, earlier in the day, Mace warned him that some guys might be coming after them.
They was telling him that they wanted Big and Puff, and he was all right. He was good. Me and Mace spoke, and then he was telling me all them bloods and everything that was out there.
If this wasn't enough, Gene Deal informed him as well.
I said, Puff, I got some intel. The guys are coming to kill us tonight at the museum party.
Here was Puff's response.
He said, Gene, I don't want to hear that. He said, you ain't got to go if you don't want to go.
So Puff knew there was a threat and brushed it off. Puff, Big, and most of Bad Boy are at Steve Stout's party in the Hollywood Hills. At 12:30 a.m., LAPD show up to shut down the party due to a noise complaint. Because of this, everyone at the party is forced to go their separate ways. For Biggie, he rolls out with his friends D-Rock, Lil Cease, and his driver G Money. At 12:45, they stop at a red light on Fairfax and Wilshire, and that's when a Chevy Impala pulls right beside them. The incident shocked the world again, and everyone assumed that this was revenge for Tupac. Now, of course, this may be true, but something that happened directly after is very strange. Puff took a flight to San Diego just 2 hours after Biggie's passing.
Puff went to San Diego, and they put him on a jet about 2 hours after Big died.
See, I don't know everything about the world, but what I do know is that when your best friend dies, you don't leave them. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and all I can think of is, was Puff involved in the passing of Biggie? Well, his bodyguard Gene Deal seems to think so.
You got to look at what people do, man. You know Pac just got killed. It ain't no kind of business Big was doing. Big couldn't even walk. He couldn't run. Puff ain't want none of that beef. So what I'm going to do is, y'all want the sheep? I'm going to put them out the pasture. Catch them if you can. If you the wolf, if you got that wolf in you, catch them if you can. Why in the hell you would put your man in a situation? There's plenty of places Big could have been. Why the West Coast?
Did Puff sacrifice Biggie in order to stop the beef on the West Coast? You guys tell me. There's no way that Puff would do this to his closest friend and main artist, right? I mean, after his passing, he even released songs to commemorate him. Not to mention that he spoke highly of him in interviews as well.
And as far as my theory, it would be inadequate for me to speculate. I would just be like everybody else to speculate on who did this or why it was done. I mean, one thing I do know is that it was evil. It was ignorant. And it hurts, you know what I'm saying?
What has it been like emotionally for you? I mean, it's a tragedy. Seeing a close friend like that gunned down. What have you been going through?
Honestly, you know, it's been hard. I mean, that's the only way I could describe it, you know, when it wasn't supposed to be like this.
Let's talk about that. Tupac's Shakur's death about 6 months ago kind of showed how vulnerable rap artists are.
Yes.
Did Biggie at all feel that his life was in danger?
He never told me, I can only speak, he never told me he felt that his life was in danger. We always, me and him, we always had conversations, and I'm very close with God, and through our relationship, I was trying to show him how God is his friend, and he was taking in God as his friend, you know, and it was a gradual thing.
After seeing this interview, are you guys convinced that Puff had nothing to do with it? Who knows, but wow is all I have to say. But I'm not the only one who feels uneasy. In fact, Bad Boy's second biggest artist felt sick to his stomach. In the height of his rap career, Mace decided to leave Bad Boy and to become a pastor. His relationship with Puff had fallen apart and they've been arguing over money ever since. So with Biggie and Mace gone, Bad Boy was falling apart at the helm. But leave it up to the genius of Diddy, he would quickly replace their talent. In 1998, Puffy would discover an East Flatbush rapper by the name of Shine Poe. Shine was brought to him by DJ Clark Kent and he was so impressed that he signed him to a major deal on the spot. The deal was worth millions of dollars and Shine was given 3 cars and 2 homes. Shine was Diddy's new protege and it was working out really well. They were quote-unquote best friends and Puffy had him rolling with him everywhere. Maybe he was a changed man and this was the artist he was not going to fall out with. Or maybe Sean Combs just is who he is. December 27th, 1999. It's a big night for Shine as his debut album is finally finished and it's ready to drop after New Year's. So to celebrate, Puff takes him out to Club New York in Times Square. It's Puffy, his bodyguard Wolf, the infamous J-Lo, and of course Shine. As they're strolling through the club, Puff accidentally bumps into a man named Matthew Allen, also known as Scar. This is bad because Scar happens to be a notorious street dude from Brooklyn. Well, he instantly turns around after being bumped and sees who it is. He then decides to make a scene and starts yelling at Puff in front of everyone. Then, according to witnesses, he threatens Puff and even threatens Shine as well. He then does the unthinkable. He grabs for his waistband and all hell breaks loose. Shots ring out and everyone runs outside the club. 3 people were injured in the incident, but thankfully everyone made it. But here is where things get interesting. In typical New York fashion, Scar went straight to the police. He told them that both Puff and Shine targeted him. So the next morning, Sean and Shine were both arrested. Could this be the incident that finally takes Puff down? Puff hired the 2 best lawyers in America, Johnny Cochran and Ben Brofman. But of course, Bad Boy did not provide a good lawyer for Shine. Either way, both of them were facing major time in New York prison. So here's how it went. For Puffy, his amazing lawyers worked hard and he was found not guilty on any charges. For Shine though, his case went completely differently. He admitted to letting a shot off in the air, but says that he was not the one responsible for the 3 victims. However, the jury didn't believe him and he was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Shine felt betrayed by Puff during the trial. That's because in his eyes, he saved Puffy's life and Jennifer Lopez's. On top of this, he claims that Puffy sent a witness to testify against him in order to take the blame off himself.
People probably have the impression that you're just consumed with the idea that, you know, justice wasn't served here and that somebody turned his back on you.
It's not a matter of, you know, turning your back on me. Like, how do you call a witness to testify against your comrade? But I'm facing 25 years and you looking at probation. Yeah, those are the things that, you understand, are unacceptable. You don't have to hold my hand. You don't have to do nothing, but don't try to hurt me where, you know, he calling the witnesses, you know, to do me dirty. Then you understand that, you know, well, man, if these guys is working for him, because I went to the judge like 3 times complaining about inefficiency with my lawyers because they was just dumbing out.
So now, did Puffy sacrifice Shine so he could dodge a prison sentence himself? Well, of course, Gene Deal seems to think so.
And Shine know he had put people up to testify against him and all that. Ain't no way somebody gonna send me to jail for 10 years when we all could have walked away. Shine know what I'm talking about.
If this is all true, then it's another example of Puffy being disloyal to those he calls his friends. It seems like everyone else is disposable when his is on the line. Or you could look at it like this. In his defense, he had a lot on the line and he did what he had to do to be free. Either way you look at it, this is a major stain on the story of Sean Combs. After he won his case, Puff decided to wash away his past and start with a new persona. So the first thing he did was change his stage name to P. Diddy, or Diddy for short. Some interpret his name change as him trying to leave his old ways behind. Puff represented how angry he was as a kid, and anger led to so much destruction in his life. P. Diddy would now be the level-headed businessman. or at least that was the plan. After all of this drama and loss, he wanted Bad Boy Records to restart their success. But now without Craig Mack, Biggie, Mason, Shine, Diddy needed some new talent. So of course, the musical genius went out looking for his next star. Diddy's strange recruiting tactics. First, he wanted to sign a talented underground rapper by the name of 50 Cent, but 50 recalls what he believes is strange recruiting tactics, like possibly Clive Davis, Andre Harrell activities. West Coast rapper Exhibit had a similar story as well.
I heard you tell a story before about how Puffy, he took you to a club before, and you seen a whole lot of men kissing, and you seen a whole lot of weird stuff going on.
Man, I ain't gonna touch that man. It's been talked about. Shout out to Puffy. Love, you know what I'm saying? All good. We go leave that alone, man. That shit put to bed. Done.
Now these two stories could mean absolutely nothing, and that's why I really didn't even want to include them. But this next part is pretty crazy. The year is 2003 and Diddy is looking to sign new artists. But in this case, an artist comes to his desk looking for a deal. This would be New Jack City actor and R&B singer Christopher Williams. Long story short, Christopher got a deal from Bad Boy, but how it happened is the real story. According to Jaguar Wright, the old rituals came back around. She claims that Diddy's lawyer walked into his office and witnessed Christopher Williams giving him favors.
I think it was like 03. There was a young woman. She's a lawyer. Or at least she was. She used to be an entertainment lawyer. I hope I won't be putting her in danger while she was working at Bad Boy, because she was one of the lead counsels for Bad Boy Entertainment. She witnessed something. She witnessed something that was disturbing to her. But what was really disturbing to her was the conversation that she had with Diddy after. See, Christopher Williams, I don't know, I guess he wanted to sign. I don't know what happened. But Puff was supposed to be giving him a demo deal, and he gave him a demo deal, and I guess it was supposed to turn into an album deal, which that never happened. But this young woman walked in to get approval on some paperwork, see. And when she walked in, the door wasn't locked, so she didn't think twice about just walking in, and when she walked in, she saw Christopher Williams on Puff. And I just don't know, he was like, it's power, see?
Of course, this is all rumors and speculation, so we'll leave it at that and move on to the next generation of Bad Boy. The next generation would be led by Southern rappers Young Jock and 8 Ball and MJG, both of which would go gold instantly, and the genius of Diddy was on display once again. And finally, with these two, there was no rupture between Diddy and his artists. However, just because things went smoothly with them does not mean that was the case with everyone else. So now we focus on another facet of his life. We enter the chapter of relationship abuse and drama of Diddy. So here's where things get really dark and scary. It all began in 1994 when Diddy got in a relationship with Kim Porter. When they first met, Kim was married to a singer named Al B. Sure, and they shared a son named Quincy. Well, once the relationship with Al B. Sure fell apart, Kim got together with Diddy and they had children of their own. Diddy also adopted her son Quincy, and everything looked like peaches and cream from the outside looking in. But internally, the relationship was on and off for years and rocky to say the least. In fact, the people around them say that Diddy was manipulative, controlling, and abusive towards Kim. Apparently, the relationship was terrible, but they stayed together for the sake of the kids. However, enough was enough, and the couple officially went their separate ways in the early 2000s. In any bad relationship, separating is always the healthiest thing to do. Diddy moved on to new relationships, and so did Kim. Kind of. During their separation, Diddy's controlling instincts could not hold back. As we now know, when something is out of his control, he absolutely freaks out. Even though he moved on to other women, he could not handle Kim seeing other men. And this is when the Diddy relationship mania truly starts. According to Bad Boy artist Mark Curry, Diddy began tapping her phone to know who she was talking to and where she was.
Anytime a man would go out his way to wiretap someone's phone or put taps in their homes just to monitor their conversation, that's a sign of insanity. He know everything she doing.
As Diddy allegedly overheard all of her conversations, he was bound to hear something that he didn't like. That day would come, and it would definitely not be pretty. While listening to her conversations, he overheard her flirting with a man named Shakir Stewart. For those who are unfamiliar, Shakir was a respected lawyer turned record label executive, and at this particular time, he was the head of A&R for LA Reid's LaFace Records. Well, when Diddy overheard his relations with Kim, he allegedly went ballistic. According to lawsuits, Diddy was so mad that he tracked him down and even assaulted them. First, he targeted Shakir Stewart himself.
That made him so mad at Shakir Stewart when he went to LA Reid party, hit him with the chair.
This is bad, but not even the worst part about it. Allegedly, he also broke Kim Porter's nose.
Speaking of Kim Porter, because you knew Kim Porter, is it true that Diddy broke her nose?
Bust her nose, man. So when you see someone doing that, you can imagine everything else they do. They try to make it seem like she slipped and fell. She slipped and fell and broke her nose. Nah, the truth was she slipped and fell and landed on his fist.
If this is true, then that's just flat out terrible. And to make matters worse, it's said that Diddy had a deep hatred for Shakir Stewart even after all of this. Now, I can't prove anything, but something very strange would occur in 2008. On November 1st, 2008, Shakir Stewart was found inside of his Georgia home. According to his friends and family, Shakir was acting paranoid and unusual in the days before his passing.
Every time he called me, he was like real melancholy, subdued.
He was in a kind of state of paranoia. He was indicating that he was being pursued. He was looking out the windows. He was indicating that he was being pursued. He was looking out the windows.
The situation is very mysterious, but I'll leave it up to you guys to determine what you want. Well, now we veer off into another Diddy relationship. In 2005, Diddy found his next bad boy protege. This would be a singer out of New Jersey by the name of Cassie Ventura. Diddy's genius revealed itself once again as Cassie was a success right off the bat. In 2006, she released hit songs Me and You and Long Way to Go and instantly became a household name. But Diddy saw more in her than just music. In fact, he really wanted to date her. So in 2007, a 38-year-old Diddy and a 20-year-old Cassie entered a relationship. The sweethearts of the industry. In front of the cameras, everything looked glamorous. But behind closed doors, things were worse than you can imagine. According to Cassie, this is when her life became a living hell. First, she claims that Diddy was physically violent. Of course, this is horrible, but the next part is even crazier. She claims that Diddy forced her into relations with other men, all while he watched. What the actual... Well, by 2012, Cassie had enough and decided to take a break from the relationship. As we know from the Kim Porter experience, this could only mean trouble. After leaving Diddy, Cassie began talking to superstar rapper Kid Cudi. And if you know anything about Cudi, you know that he's probably the chillest guy you could ever meet. Regardless, Diddy's jealousy and control issues ran rampant once again. According to Cassie, Diddy threatened Cudi and said that he would blow his car up. And what do you know, not too long after this, Cudi's car was set to flames in his driveway. How I know this? Well, Cudi actually confirmed it himself. But the jealousy does not end here. Obviously, Kid Cudi and Cassie did not last and they both moved on. Regardless, Diddy was still all up in her business, allegedly tracking her every move. And that leads us to an even crazier story. It's about the year 2012, and here we are in the beautiful Washington, D.C. We're here because Cassie has a studio session with up-and-coming rapper Wale. And before the session, Wale warns his entourage not to stare at Cassie. This is because he knows that Diddy is absolutely nuts for her.
Wale been telling us, like, before we even get to the studio with him and Cassie in the studio, Wale was already telling us, like, man, we better go to the studio with Cassie. Man, Diddy be acting crazy over her. Diddy don't want nobody working around her, so y'all make sure y'all don't look at her too wild or make her feel uncomfortable. Or if you see her security guards with her, just prepping us on how crazy Diddy act over her. Like, any guys that's around her in her vicinity, while Diddy not around, he kirks off, he goes off.
So the DC guys make sure to be as respectful as possible because Diddy could walk in the studio at any moment. And of course, Wale makes sure to keep everything professional.
Her and Wale doing what they do in the studio, but they helping each other. It's just professional, y'all. It ain't nothing like, they ain't doing nothing weird. I don't feel no weird vibes. I don't see no flirting or nothing. It's really professional. They making good music.
But here's the thing, Diddy does not want anyone with Cassie in the studio. Instead, he wants them to email their verses.
I guess they weren't supposed to be there doing it in person together. They were supposed to send it or whatever, but they was trying to creep and do it in person together because they ain't thinking Diddy gonna pop up in here. Like, Diddy probably somewhere living his natural born life. At least that's what they thought.
Cassie's under the impression that Diddy doesn't know where she is, but we know better than that.
Crazy over them girls, like super duper stalking, like he be having private investigators following him. No niggas can't go around, and he very controlling. I swear to God.
So as you would expect, Diddy crashes the studio session.
But he came in with aggression, they moving, and then I looked, it was like a glance once he got a little bit past me. I'm like, damn, that's Diddy.
Allegedly, Diddy heads straight for Wale and chases him around the studio. And once they get a hold of him, they hold him over the balcony.
It's a balcony in the studio, like an out balcony. You can see over the back. I swear to God, my grandmother, they got Wale over top of his feet. They got him off his feet, hanging off the balcony. Like, he hanging off the balcony. They dangling by his feet.
If this is true, then it's next level insanity. Aunt Glizzy is brave for putting this out there, but I'm sure there's tons of other stories that have never gotten the publicity. Also, let me mention that Wale has never confirmed this story. Well, according to Cassie, these sort of occurrences lasted for years after this incident, and she was finally able to break up with Diddy in October of 2018. This is when the madness ended for her, but this was not the case for everyone else. Just a month after the Cassie breakup, tragic news would come to the Combs family. On November 15, 2018, Kim Porter was found in her Los Angeles home. The news was shocking as Kim was such a beautiful and healthy person. Everyone was hurt and confused as the cause of death was not announced for months after the incident. On January 25th, it was officially announced that pneumonia was the cause, but it usually doesn't take that long to figure it out. And here is where the controversy begins. Rumors state that Kim was in the process of writing a tell-all book about Diddy and her relationship.
Kim Porter was working on a book before she died.
But wait, this doesn't make any sense. She died of natural causes, so what does a book have anything to do with it? Well, Jaguar seems to believe that this is a lie and that they covered up the true story.
Kim died from pneumonia, but there's the first coroner's report that said it was ruled a homicide and they found toxins in her body to prove that she had been poisoned. You know, they have poisons that create heart attack and pneumonia-like symptoms.
Now, these are some serious claims, so now let's do some investigation. Firstly, the claims that it was initially ruled a homicide have not been proven. However, the fact that it took months to get a ruling is very unordinary. And because of this, a celebrity coroner named Ed Winter was asked to investigate. So, what did Ed Winter find? Well, he didn't find anything, but not for the reasons you'd think. Ed would sadly pass away of a heart attack not too long after. And as you'd imagine, Kim Porter's case has not been opened since. What do you guys think? Is Diddy powerful enough to take out Kim and Ed Winter? Make of all that what you want, but now we move on to another mysterious case. On May 7th, 2020, Andre Harrell was found in his Hollywood Hills home. The passing was ruled as natural causes as a result of heart failure. Now again, why would this be mysterious? Well, Jaguar has her suspicions.
Andre was writing a book right before he died.
Okay, so she thinks it's another book, but she also thinks that Diddy always had it in for him.
You know, you had it in for Andre because Andre used to make you.
I don't know. What do you guys think about this one? Is Diddy responsible for Andre Harrell? Now guess what? The mysterious cases do not end here. Now we focus on the legendary singer I'll Be Sure. Apparently, Al was working on a documentary of Uptown Records and his own life. Well, one day while he was at work, he mysteriously collapsed.
He fell into a coma. Well, he had a catastrophic medical emergency, but he is back.
There were so many things going on to the point where they were considering sending me to hospice. And what people don't truly understand unless you've been through this type of medical journey is taking for granted breathing, tying your shoes, speaking.
Again, Jaguar suspects that there was foul play.
And Al B. Sure was working on the documentary of his life. And then he goes into a coma.
I don't know about this one, but again, what do you guys think? It is interesting though, through all the situations, it seems like Diddy is the only one to always make it through. From Pac to Biggie to Shine to Kim Porter to Andre Harrell and to I'll Be Sure. Could all of this be a coincidence, or is it a case of surviving Diddy? You guys tell me which ones you believe. Firstly, is Diddy responsible for the loss of Tupac? Secondly, is it possible that he sacrificed Biggie? Thirdly, did he betray Shine and kick him to the curb when things got sticky? And for the rest of the list, is it because they had information that he didn't want to get out?
The survivors and the late of Uptown Records, they were all writing tell-all books.
And she believes that the monster was created when Diddy was allegedly victimized.
See, what Andre did to you, it could have stopped with him. But you like the power too much. So all you did was emulate what Andre Harrell did to you. See, you were a victim, and then you became a victimizer. And that's what you chose.
After all these years, will Diddy ever pay the price for the things that he allegedly did? Well, probably not, because he is smarter than anyone he ever encounters. Like, I will say this, Diddy is a legitimate genius. If he took an IQ test, I promise you he'd be at the very top. Regardless though, Cassie would finally come forward against him on November 17th, 2023. This is when she came forward with a major class action lawsuit accusing him of all kinds of crazy stories. Everyone was shocked, like, whoa, Diddy is cooked. But within just 24 hours, Diddy settled the lawsuit for an undisclosed amount. Many people estimate that the payment was over 8 figures. Diddy will most likely never go to jail, but not everyone around him can say the same. In particular, after telling everything on YouTube, Keefe D is now a wanted man.
It's becoming more apparent that Dwayne Keefe D. Davis likely talked himself into his own indictment nearly 3 decades after the murder of Tupac Shakur.
We now know more evidence considered by a Clark County grand jury in returning an indictment against Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. It consists mainly of Davis's own words gathered over the past few years from interviews he gave.
I got no reason to lie.
Wow, wow, wow. You'd think that with all the crime in Vegas, they'd have other things to focus on. But in their defense, Keefe D did make it really easy. All they had to do was look on YouTube. But here's the real question. Will Diddy get arrested in the case as well? Given the fact that Keefe did say that Diddy put $1 million on Tupac's head, it's definitely possible. However, he may be saved by Eric Von Zip's decision to keep the money. Personally, I can't see him getting arrested, but only time will tell. Well, this might be my favorite video that I've ever made, and I hope you guys feel the same way too. So if you want to see me make another video like this, let me know in the comments what you want to see, or hit me on Instagram as well. So thank you, and that's going to do it for this episode of Swamp Stories. If you enjoyed the video, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Peace!
Everybody want to say this man was for the culture, but it's like you want to disregard the fact that this man, even just the video clip that we have all seen, was willing to drag a black woman across the floor. You want to dismiss that? I can't rock with you. Well, welcome back in, everyone. This is Black Girls Talking TV, where we bring the group chat to life and discuss all your favorite TV shows. Today, we will be recapping and discussing the new documentary on Netflix, The Reckoning, about Sean Diddy Combs. I am Victoria. I am one of your hosts, and I'm a psychologist.
And I'm Kamaria. I am an attorney and a pop culture writer. We do want to just say, give everyone a warning, a trigger warning, because it's a heavy documentary. There's, abuse, violence, sensitive topics. So just wanted to let you know that is going to be some of what is discussed here in this. But overall, we're going to just kind of break it down. I think we have a good combination between, me being a lawyer and you being a psychologist to kind of discuss this, because it's a lot. So what overall thoughts do you have? Because I will say mine, but I'm just like, this was a lot. It was very heavy, especially at the end.
Yeah. It was all of it. Every episode felt really, really heavy. I watched the first one, and then I had to take a break, Um, I watched the second one and then I felt like a lot of just like disbelief and shock, and also grief. Like the second episode really made me sad. That one was really focused on the whole Biggie and Pac thing, which we're gonna get into. And by the fourth, I just walked away thinking like, wow, like the culture was robbed. Like the culture was straight up robbed, not only of people who had so much potential, and just ability to move our culture forward, but also just of, I feel like we were duped, you know, a little bit, just duped. And I know like this is not like some of this information isn't new, but it's just the way this documentary was put together, which I think it was well put together. It's like all of these little pieces that you just couldn't necessarily connect the dots to. This story feels complete. Like it feels like
Yes.
this was a completion of a lot of things that
Mhm.
were just kind of like in the air. You're just
Mhm.
like, oh, okay, it's that, or it's this, or it's that.
Mhm.
It's like,
This painted,
nah,
yes.
player, this was it.
Yeah, I agree. It painted a very clean line. Now, of course, it's not like beyond a reasonable doubt, right? But I have always, call me naive or whatever, but I've always been someone uh who, I guess, I drank the Kool-Aid like like most people. Like I heard people used to make videos. There was a comedian I used to follow. He used to always talk about Diddy. He used to talk about like, why all your artists one hit wonders, everybody they struggling but you. And like he used to go in on him and just talk about like how he was just so horrible. But I was just like, this seems like a lot of hateration. Like it's like I never, it just felt like theories, right? People were just like 1 + 1 = 3, but it's like no, they were saying 1 + 2. You just didn't see the two. You get what I'm saying? Like you thought it was
Right.
1 + 1, but it's two there. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, it was a lot. Episodes 3 and 4 were the heaviest for me, really because of like the SA and the Cassie of it all. Because I will say, watching episode 1 and 2, it felt like it felt sad. It felt like culturally sad, but also I think that as a society we have grieved Tupac, we have grieved Biggie, and we've had an
Hmm.
opportunity to do that. So it felt also like kind of like the mystery of it being demystified just a little bit, you know? And when
Yeah.
we start getting to the SA and like these other, like these power dynamics, it was just kind of like, wow. Like you saw the Danity Kane and the Aubrey, like it just felt like, wow, this person is really, they're just drunk off power and they continue to harm people. You know what I mean? So we'll get into some of
Yeah.
it a little bit later, but overall, like I said, it was heavy for me, and the beginning half of it felt more like a mystery being like unraveled, and the second half felt
Yeah.
like, dang, this is like just ongoing crimes that just
Yeah.
haven't really
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
accounted for, and you know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. I was having a conversation with somebody the other day, just like around these themes of like black men in these very high places ending up in these situations. And like these crazy numbers were thrown out. Like, there's low, like, how can somebody have like SA like over 100 people? And it's like this,
yeah,
just like somebody can have sex with 100 people, somebody can have SA'd every last one of them.
yeah,
And they felt like the odds of that were so small.
really, and
Um,
that's
and so
go ahead.
yeah, 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 yeah. And I mean, this person was a male,
Mhm.
and so I think like just based off of like research and things, I do think that there are some men just based on like either how you're brought up, how you see your mother treated, how much corn you're watching, things like that. It can make it difficult for you to view certain things as SA, right? A lot of people are switching it now to these victims now saying they are willing
Mm.
participants instead of noticing, no, look at these patterns, like look at what's happening here, like why do you feel like it is now on them? And so we'll get into all of that too, but yeah, definitely like a whoa, like it's a lot. Like you said, drunk on power,
Yeah.
just drunk on
And then
power.
one of the things I
Yeah.
want to say before, because I know we're going to get into like the patterns of it all, because that's something that you can see, and people even like you made the TikTok about like there are some patterns going on, and even in the later episodes, because I know you were only at episode 1 at that point, other people started talking about the patterns. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like this
Yeah.
is a
Yeah.
thing, but the perception of Sean Combs it's just so interesting, even getting down to that jury and the jurors talking about how like when she was talking about the kidnapping, I was like, y'all didn't believe her. It's like this perception that everyone has had. And I remember, like, I've heard like the story, the Keefe D story and stuff like that. And I think Keefe D, that I saw an article maybe a couple years back, whatever, when he started naming that it was Diddy. I was like, it was in one ear and out the in one ear and out the other. I was like, now he's saying Diddy, and I never read behind the headlines. But it's like this stuff like this, people saying things and then it being just dismissed. And I'm not saying that we are to blame. I'm just saying how this veil of like, no, it couldn't, it would, why, this just seems so outlandish that you just don't believe it.
Yeah.
And it's like I saw that in
Yeah.
that jury when they're talking about like, I just like the kidnapping, I just like it's it's like we're in an age of like doing things that are out so outlandish and keeping on doing that. Like people are doing that. Like
Yeah.
from the
Yeah.
highest of highest places in this country to
Hmm.
the lowest of whatever, people are just they're not being embarrassed or being having any moral compass about the things they're doing. They're just
Yeah.
getting up and being bolder and brushing themselves
It's
off.
idolized.
Yeah, it's
It's
idolized.
idolized. It's romanticized now. Like the bigger, the better. I mean, it's through every avenue.
Yeah.
It's in food. It's in music. It's in everything. I mean, that's why people are literally dipping their cheeseburgers in dough and frying it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's in everything that it's all about just being this over the top
Oh
where you
girl, I
feel
was
like
like, you lost me on
over
the
the
food.
top
I was
is
like,
now
what's
normal.
happening with the food?
Oh, I'm just like that's just like something that you don't necessarily think about, but that is just like another avenue where
Yeah.
it's like the extreme
Mhm.
is idolized, romanticized. You see these people just scarfing down food. I know
Yeah.
that's kind of like off topic,
Yeah.
but on theme. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this idea of things being over the top, and because it's over the top, it's okay.
Yeah, I guess for me, it's this element of just not allowing shame to hold you back. And I'm not trying to say that people need to have shame and just walk around shameful.
Let the fear of God.
Yeah, this man, look, girl, because I'm like the way he talked about and
Like
used
y'all don't
God,
fear Jesus.
the way he used and talked about God, like it was on. It's
Yeah. Yeah.
it's kind of
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
So
Oh, well, on that note, let's get into the themes
yeah,
because
yeah,
that is
or the
one.
pattern.
Okay.
Yes,
The
that pattern.
patterns. The pattern. Let's start with socially deviant behavior.
Mm-hmm.
That was like the first thing
Mm-hmm.
to me that was like very, very clear. That seems like it was literally rooted in him from a very young
Mm-hmm.
age. But um I don't know who it is, but there's a quote that I've always just put in my head, but
Mm-hmm.
it's improperly socialized children become antisocial adults.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about like his
Mm-hmm.
mom and the things that were happening to him growing up, getting beaten. He was bullied. He was learning how to fight. He had a mother trying to teach him how to be a man in this very toxic masculinity way and being over the top and the dandyism at a very young age, right? And then you got this other layer of it where your mama is taking you out doing God knows what till 3 o'clock in the morning. Then you got
Or
this
letting
other
him be out
layer
is what he
where,
was. What some the report was,
oh, letting him be
or
out.
he
Okay,
was
excuse
outside.
me.
She was like, he
And
got beatings or whatever. But it's like more it, the way they talked about the beatings. It's like more trauma. But yeah.
yeah, the childhood friend, the
Mm-hmm.
way he talked about it, he said they were scary to him. And then there was also this element of like there's parties, and then you and your friend are on stage dancing in front of all of these grown folks, right? So you putting on a show. And who I'm like, child, I don't even want to know what that is because kids entertaining adults at that
It
age,
makes
at
me
that
think of
time.
like what is it called? Michael Jackson and them. That's what it made me think of. It made me think of like, all right, put the boys on the stage or something like that. Y'all do this. It didn't make me think of anything like, you know, where I think you're talking about. It didn't make me think of that. It made me think of like more of like Joe Jackson, like,
Yeah,
do the
it
dance,
could have
and
been
it's
that,
like
right? But
these are
this
kids.
idea of
Oh yeah,
entertaining,
for
right?
sure.
Like this idea of being like being the show, being the center of attention.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and it has led to a lot of these antisocial and deviant behaviors,
Mm-hmm.
and essentially what seems to be not diagnosing him, but he like appears based on the reports in this
Mm-hmm.
documentary, like there is some personality things, and it leads in towards like this antisocial way, because he had like a complete disregard for other
Mm-hmm.
people, a complete disregard for the law,
Mm-hmm.
a complete disregard for social
Mm-hmm.
norms.
And antisocial is, if I remember correctly, when we've talked about this before, this is what psychopath used to be, or what is it?
Yeah, sociopath. Yeah,
Sociopath.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
okay.
It's
They don't call
yeah,
it that
yeah,
no
yeah.
more.
It's antisocial.
Okay.
It's basically saying like antisocial norms, not like antisocial. You don't want to have a conversation. You don't like people. Don't like being around people. Well, actually, you can't say these people don't like
Mm-hmm.
people.
Yeah.
That is true. They don't have a concern
Mm-hmm.
or regard for
Mm-hmm.
others. But yeah.
And where you like, what do you think about in terms of like the narcissism element? Do you feel like that was in there? Because like,
I mean, he had. It seemed like when he was in the hotel by himself, seemed like very low self
mm,
esteem, right? And then you also have these moments where you have like these grandiose thoughts, this grandiose sense of self, this need for admiration. Even when he was on the phone, I think that was like the intro to episode 3, and he like talk to daddy.
oh,
I
you
just
talking
put
about his
200
girlfriend?
million in the bank.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, the bank is open for me, daddy. Like that, and it's a little, it's very very just it's
Cringy.
cringy.
Yeah.
Yes.
And one of the things that like also struck me is like, cause I just be hearing the TikTok psychologists talk about narcissism, but I don't be knowing. But one of the things they talk about is like this ability to charm. And I was like, it's so interesting that every time after everything, he's smiling, taking pictures, doing autographs. He know how to keep that front up. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And meanwhile, horrific things going on in the background. And it's like you would never think it,
Mhm.
because it's like you're presenting this charming exterior, but meanwhile, you got, stuff going on behind the scenes that is just very foul. Um
Yeah.
and so that kind of stuck out to me, because I was like, he just be pausing for these autographs, leaving jail, pausing for these, pictures. Like he don't get frustrated. He doesn't exhibit any sign of any of the monsterness in any of these public settings. And I was like, that feels
Yeah.
calculated given all that we know. You get what I'm saying? It feels
Mhm.
calm. It feels like you know what you're doing. You don't let anybody see the version that we saw of you in the elevator, or at the elevator pulling Cassie, kicking her. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's a mix. It could be that he is a mixed bag of both. I lean more
The
towards
antisocial.
um the
Mm,
antisocial, because of just all the deviant
yeah,
behavior, the alcoholism, the drug
yeah.
use, the sexual
Mm,
exploitation, the physical, the essay, the violence, the bullying, the threats, the fraud. He was doing all of that. You know what I'm saying? And to the people closest to him. And then he kept getting away with it, and so he just kept repeating the
mm,
behaviors, which is literally what like the study of criminality and like a criminal mindset is. You get away with it, and you continue to do it
mm,
over and over and over again. But yes, there is still like that grandiose side of him that I think definitely also stems from his childhood and like the bullying and like needing to be this man. He grew up fatherless,
mm-hmm,
right? And so he's idolizing people who he thinks is like his father. I think they mentioned like the other major drug dealer
mm-hmm,
who would have like the parties
mm-hmm,
on the rooftop and
mm-hmm,
record
mm-hmm,
women. So he's idolizing that, and he's trying to idolize what he feels like his father was, a hustler, a gangster. I think he said something like, it solidified for me that that's what my father was, and I think um he tried to become that.
mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. one of the things that stuck out for me was his relationship with his sons and this focus on friendship, right? And they talked about, the Biggie relationship and how like it's like you had this element of control. You the boss. You the person who's paying his salary. You're introducing. You're his gateway into fame. You are trying to be his best friend, or they were saying like this persona of like their best friends or whatever, but they don't talk about no friends. You get what I'm saying? They don't talk about no friends. And one of the things that stuck out to me was how the sons are very like kids love their parents. And it felt like when I look at him, especially at that later episodes when his sons are with him, and I think about what I know about social media, how the sons and the family and the kid, they're with him, they're supporting him through court and all these other things. I think about how, that relationship for him is probably like amazing because like he now finally probably has friends. You get what I'm saying? And I know it's like friends, they're his kids, but follow me. Like he's got friends, and they are the perfect type of friends for somebody like him because they can do all the shit. He's got them at some parties. People said they saw Justin there, whatever. And he can do things with them that friends you do, but he's got ultimate control of him because I'm your daddy. You know what I'm saying? I am your dad, and so there will never be a time where you are like peer to peer to me. You know what I'm saying? Where I cannot rightfully check you. You get what I'm saying? There's just never a time. And so it's probably so amazing for him to have this bond with these kids because they are adults now. They can party with him. They can do things with him. They can give him support. They can be the friends. Because I didn't hear no friendships in there except Biggie, which the other friend who was like the business partner who he allegedly iced out of the company, Kirk. Yeah. He said that there was something he was trying to like make it seem like they were friends or whatever.
Yeah.
And so it's like, where the friends at? You know what I'm saying? Where the day ones at? Where are they at? And it gives that they're not there. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was giving. And it's like, because how do you operate in a space like this? You know what I mean? How do you operate? But I don't know, like without people checking you and without people, unless you have a bunch of yes men. You know what I'm saying? Unless you have a bunch of yes
That's
men.
what he created. But
yes men aren't friends,
Yeah, no, they're not friends. He wouldn't have friends. People who present with these type of issues, they don't have friends. They don't have the ability to have friendships because they don't have a regard for other people. And like multiple people said in the documentary, the only person that he seemingly cared about was himself. And so it's hard to create relationships where if you're always wanting to be on the top, you can't have a peer. A peer is supposed to be equal to you. Maybe there's some areas where they're better than you or you're better than them and you guys are able to lift each other up, but he didn't want anybody next to him. He wanted to be the top. And so seemingly he created a structure that allowed him to be the person at the top. And therefore everybody had to seemingly eat out of the palms of his hands. Artists, they said the artist was broke. He was making sure he was in everybody's video and songs and things like that. So you can't have friends. I don't think he wanted friends. If it don't seem like it, and if he did, I mean, I don't know.
No,
like
I can agree with that. One of the things that for me that stuck out was like I was like I feel bad for them kids. I feel bad for the kids because like remember that part he kept saying, God told me to do nothing. God told me to do nothing. And he was like, there was a scene when he's in the bathroom with Justin and he's in the bathroom with Justin and Justin's like, saying something like, are they going to tear a black man down or something like this? It just, or he said something, I can't remember. They just want to tear you down. I can't remember what it was, but it was something to that effect. And he was like, y'all got to figure out this. You got to figure it out. Your job. And I was like, that right there. It was like in episode 3 or 4. He was like, what you gonna do about it? What that's your, and I was like, I can see the parenting style of how the control and the pressure to put something on somebody like you, that's God told me to do nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's, you got to figure it out. And he said before in another scene, he was like, that's for y'all to figure out, Justin, da da da. But when he was in that bathroom and Justin was saying something to the effect of like, why, you know, why was just tearing you down or something, I can't remember, but he was like, you got to figure it out. That's on you to figure out. Because and it just like, it made me feel the weight of the pressure of a parent trying to put on you something that's not on them. That's your shit to clean up. But you putting this on him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is the weight of like how you being parented by somebody that is just like operating like that without regard. It's like, this is your mess. You are the father. You should be cleaning this up. It's not on them. Like, this is not on them.
Yeah.
And to use God in that way was just, it's a very like, it's just, it's a very odd thing. It's very odd. Very, very odd.
Yeah, the way he operated with Sean in that
Mhm.
moment definitely made me think about like this, the psychology of fear and abuse, and how you can use fear as a tool for control through like behavior modification, right? And so if somebody is constantly telling me like I gotta clean up their mess, I'm gonna think I'm always Molly the maid. I'm the one who gotta clean up the mess. And then if you use these other tactics, right, to drill it in my head, whether it's, I'm not saying this is what happened in this scenario, but whether it's violent threats to your family, making sure you ain't got no money so you can't go nowhere, so all I can do is answer to you, right? Like all of these things start to like tap into the fear center, where now you are behaving in the exact way that the person who is demanding all these things from you wants you to behave. um and yeah, it's a slippery slope, because the longer you up in it, the more fear become your best friend, and now y'all doing the dance, baby, and it's hard to get out. It's hard to get out.
And that's one of the things with Cassie that I think people just don't understand. Like the fact that the juror, like if I was those jurors, I would not have been in that documentary. The old man, he ain't know. He from a different culture. He ain't know.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
young
yeah,
homie girl, you got girl, sister, girl. I think you knew. You know what I'm saying? That
yeah,
like so because I don't think she came off well. You know what I'm saying? I don't think she came off well.
yeah.
And so I would have just sat my butt at home and watched all of this. I would, because I just wouldn't have. She's smiling through it. She's talking about, oh yeah, I saw the nod, and the nod was back from the making the band-aids. I'm like, how you remember a nod from back in the making the band-aids? Are you a Diddy fan? Like, what are you?
Giving fan,
Yes,
right? It's
yes.
giving fan, and you should have been dismissed. Dismissed, drill number 105. Dismissed.
Yeah,
Straight up.
yeah, and like the lack of believability for like the situation that Cassie was going through. I did not like the jurors' depiction of it, right? And
Yeah,
it's unfortunate, because like really what it comes down to on some level is like the especially like this, the sex trafficking, some of that comes down to like their believability, or their whether they felt like the girls were coerced or like forced or not. And that comes that's where all of this matters. You know what I'm saying? The psychology of
yeah,
fear, that's where it matters. And even when you posted the TikTok about like how we were watching it and we were going to be covering and we're going to be dropping an episode, the very first comment was, okay, Diddy, not Diddy, but 50 Cent is
terrible father.
yeah,
But talk
he's
about
sick
his
and y'all sick
patterns.
too, because he if you can't see that it's like, were you paid? Like, because it's giving that you're paid. Because what's happening? Like, this is a horrific situation that has happened. Even what
Yeah,
we saw with Cassie alone, that was enough to be like, okay, I believe anything about this man now. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah,
But
yeah.
to see what we saw in this documentary, it's like, it's even more, and it's sad. It's sad.
It is
It's
very
sad.
sad.
And so like I feel like with the fear, it's like people they judge her. You know, they put themselves in her
Yes.
shoes thinking like, "Oh, I wouldn't let somebody do that to me." But it's like we're all of our personal issues are set up differently. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
you may not have ever met a billionaire. Okay. Let's start there. Okay. You may
Yeah.
not have ever met a billionaire. Okay. I don't know your
Yeah.
history. I don't know your life, but you may not have ever met a billionaire, and you may not have ever met
Mhm.
someone who had the facade of, this great guy, and you
Yeah.
had to in real time, like, kind of probably gaslight yourself to be like, oh no, maybe that was just maybe this,
Yeah.
maybe I'm not seeing what I think I'm
Yeah.
seeing, or feeling or picking up on what I think I'm feeling on. So that's that. And then secondly, it's like, of the situations that a lot of people experience in their day-to-day life, they be fearful to leave a man that's cheating on them. You know what I'm saying? To leave a man that's talking to them bad. To leave a man that won't commit, that won't
Okay.
put a
Some
ring
people
on it. You know
stay
what I'm
and
saying?
have at home moms and feel like I can't stay, I can't start over, I can't
Yeah.
do this, I can't do this. And
Yeah.
it's like, yeah,
It's fear of all those
yeah.
things in a regular ass life. And so it's a lot.
Mhm.
It's too much judgment going on for her. It's too much. And so I that element
Yeah.
disappointed me with the jury. But like, as a whole, like you said, it's the psychology of fear. It's like, stop putting yourself in her shoes. You're
Yeah.
not in her
Yeah.
circumstances. You don't know how that is.
Yeah. And the thing like that fear does to your brain, it like hardwired, like it makes your amygdala, which is like the part of your brain's like alarm center, it makes it go full force. So all you're trying to do is not trigger that alarm. That's the only world that you can, that you can, like, you become consumed by it. Make sure I don't do anything that pushes this person's alarm. And so that means I'm gonna do whatever they tell me to do. I'm gonna walk the line. And their prefrontal cortex is shut off. Mind you, the prefrontal cortex is not even fully developed until 25. Now research is saying that it's not even fully developed until you're in your 30s. And so people are giving a 19-year-old a lot of weight. Y'all, some of y'all 19-year-old, you can't get them to come in the house on time. And you talking about this 19 year
She was,
old
yeah, that's
was
so
a
young.
she was 19 when she
Mm.
started with him. 19. A non-fully functioning brain, 19 years old, already under what seemed like a lot of manipulation and a lot of fear
Mm-hmm.
tactics. And so she participated, not willingly with a full mature mind, but with the strip down
Yeah.
that had to occur for her to get to that
And
point.
the way they even talked about it in the documentary was like, it didn't seem like it was a, as soon as I signed you, you and me, we're an item. It seemed like there was a lot of grooming, and they were saying he was still with Kim, and it just seemed like there was a lot of grooming around that and her and their relationship. And so it's just like, there's just a lot. There's a lot there, and it disappoints me all the time to see people's reactions. And it's just like, sometimes you just have to have
Yeah.
peace and just
Yeah. But
accept that
I
people
do want to
think
add
how they
another
think, and not let it disrupt your spirit, because it's a lot.
yeah. Yeah, I do want to add another piece about like the frontal cortex, because I think that people think like, oh, it's like this thing that just suddenly makes you mature. Like,
Mm.
oh, my frontal cortex is on. I'm 25. We're developed, but it's like literally your ability to like, one, regulate your
Mm.
emotions, but also think ahead,
Mm.
make
Mm.
decisions, right? Plan
Mm.
accordingly. And so when all of that is shut down, how do you expect somebody to be like, oh, you know what? I need to get up out.
Mm.
I need to get up out. And in that video where she was getting slang across that floor, she didn't even fight back.
Mm.
That right there hurt my heart, because I felt like I saw just like small clips of it here and there on social media, and in the documentary it was played over and over and over again. And so to see her just like, it just seemed like she
She was
just
knocked out.
hopeless, like just yeah,
I couldn't tell.
just drag. No, I think she. Oh yeah, well, you know what? Now that you say that, she might have been
But
knocked
at
out
the
if
same
he didn't
time,
kick her.
I can only imagine how much worse things would be or have been had she,
Yeah,
or maybe she
yeah,
has in past times and learned not to. It's just a lot. And so
yeah,
I don't think you can ever, like, have any type of abuse and say that someone's present voluntarily or like not coerced. I just don't. But you know, that's just me.
Yeah, agreed.
Um,
Agreed. And it's so interesting because when you ask the people who don't believe it, it's like if this was your sister,
mhm,
your mother,
mhm.
your aunt, and they said these things, like, how would you respond?
Yeah.
If they were going up against a person like this, like, how would you respond? And another thing that stuck out to me, when the Harvey, I think Harvey, is it Weinstein, when his documentary came out. I
Oh,
watched
okay.
his, and there were, if I could recall correctly, there were women in there who also facilitated some of the
Mm.
activities, or would have been in a position that it seems like Cassie was in. And in that documentary, wasn't nobody calling them saying y'all participated, y'all, wasn't nobody doing that.
Mm, mm,
With nobody doing that.
mhm.
Everybody want to say this man was for the culture. He didn't do all of this and that. But it's like you want to disregard the fact that this man, even just the video clip that we have all seen, was willing to drag a black woman across the floor.
Mm,
You want to dismiss that?
mm,
I can't rock with you.
mm,
I can't rock
mm.
with you.
Yeah, yeah. It's like there's nothing to
You
be
can't be the
said after that video. There's
yes,
nothing to be
yeah.
said.
You can't be absolutely not. You can't be for the culture and want to talk about all these things that Diddy seemingly has done for the culture, advance the culture, whatever. But also too, you literally see him do what he just did. Not to mention all the things that the public says he did for the culture. Everybody is coming back and saying, I actually didn't get
Yeah.
shit. I didn't get nothing. So he really ain't do nothing but make himself
Yeah,
rich.
and maybe there's some music, but like what is I mean, music's great. Yeah, but what in the grand scheme of all the things, like if you could go back and be like, I have the power to like wipe away everything that happened, but you lose the music, lose the music. You know what I'm saying? It's
Yes.
not that strong. I mean, it's great. There's some great hits, but it's just not we're talking about people's
Yeah.
lives. We're talking about people's,
Right.
like ability to have dignity within themselves. Like Joy, what was her name? Joy, the girl, the lady in the beginning.
Dickerson.
Dickerson?
Yeah, Joy
Dickerson, yeah.
Dickerson. Yeah.
Like Joy Dickerson Neal, her, like the fact that she's a 50-something-year-old woman crying about an assault that happened to her in her, 20s or whenever that was. It's it speaks to the level of how these situations really do bring you down. You get what I'm saying? They really do affect you at a soul level, at a level that is just
Mhm.
beyond like, oh, let me just move on. It's deep. The hurt is deep. The
Yeah.
pain is deep.
And for a lifetime,
Yeah.
for a lifetime, people are carrying the burdens of the acts of somebody
Mhm.
else. And as long as I have been doing therapy, like, and through the lifespan for people, right? Like when those types of situations come up, the essays and the abuse, you can feel it on them,
Mhm.
right? Like no matter how many times they've processed, reprocessed,
Mhm.
tried to heal, try not to allow the triggers to get to them so much, and try to regulate themselves through it, and EMDR therapy, all of these things.
Mhm.
It's like that part of you for a lot of people feels like they cannot get that time in their life back. You know what I'm saying? Like it's connected to this stain, that you can like try and like rub away, but like the fate of it, like it's
Mhm.
still there.
It's damaging. This
And
behavior. It's
yeah,
damaging to the
yeah,
spirit.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but yeah.
Should we get into a little bit of the Pac and Biggie
Mm.
situation?
Mm.
Like I said, I felt a lot of grief after the second episode, which just carried over into the rest of it. But I was shocked
Mm.
that puffer session,
The what?
or whatever it's called,
Oh,
puffer
proffer.
something, proffer.
QVD. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That I said, boy,
Yeah.
how did 50 get his hands on that?
I mean, like I've seen a lot of documentaries on the Tupac Biggie murders, right? And like I had heard the story that Keefe D said in the proffer. I'd heard it before. I can't remember where. In my mind, I think it was like VH1 did some. I don't know.
The part about the hit, the $1 million hit.
Well, not
He
a
said that
no,
before.
no,
That-
no,
not the part
'Cause I'm like,
that's
that's
but yeah, no, that's the part that I believe. Like the Diddy piece was never something I heard until maybe like a couple years ago. And it was one of those like in one, like I said, in one ear, out the other. Like I was just like, you already said that it was the Orlando Anderson guy. Like that's what I remember hearing. That it was the Orlando Anderson guy. It was because of the same story they told in the documentary. And so when the element about Diddy that came out in the news, I also was like, I just kind of dismissed it because I was like, we already know. So seeing this now, though, the way they painted everything, the discussion about the cars, the Kirk was saying how they paid for them cars with New Harlem drivers to go across the country, and he always thought that was odd. It just they painted a very good line. I'd love for someone in like was Tupac killed in Vegas. Like I'd love for the Vegas PD to kind of pick this case up and investigate a little bit more because that's element was like you said very sad. Even if the element of him actually being the one to order or to pay is like false, it feels like you set a lot of stuff in motion, just to be honest. That's what it
Yeah.
feels like.
Yeah. Yeah, it was sad. I was shocked. I've seen a few documentaries, and I felt like most of the documentaries just felt incomplete. And so watching this one, so I'm saying like it felt like there was like a completion to
this story.
this story. You know what I'm saying? And so yeah, definitely a sad thing. And yeah, I'm with you. I hope somebody pick up some of this stuff. Like
Yeah.
because it's a lot to untangle and to think about in the eyes of the law for sure. And just the way it all happened, we didn't touch on it when we were just talking about like the grandiosity and like the need for admiration, but like this idea that was painted through the documentary was he needed to again be at the top, and so anybody that threatened that, he was like they gotta go in one way or another.
And
Pac, and
yeah.
then they said Biggie was supposed to have the Rolling Stone cover. Biggie was supposed to go to London. You pulled that same weekend he shot, and now he gone. It's like
Yeah, it's like a reckless disregard for the well-being and the welfare of others. That's what
it's
it.
literally why insecure people are dangerous. Like
Yes.
honestly, like
Yes.
you can't live your life insecure. Everybody owes it to themselves and to like the best possible life that they can have. Allow themselves to identify who they are and sit in that. No need for validation, no need for reassurance from others. Like you got to get that shit for yourself, honey. And for a lot of people, it can happen through spiritual journeys, religious journeys. If that helps you do that through meditative journeys, whatever. But you got to find it for yourself because it leads to unhealthy relationships. It leads to fueling this idea of this need for control. It fuels harmful behaviors. Like all of these things happen because of insecurities. Like quite honestly, at the uptake level. I'm not
Yeah.
saying, basic insecurity about,
Yeah.
oh, like I
Yeah.
don't like my hair today. I'm not saying that, but like if things fester to a point, it can be this.
Yeah. And it's like you build people because human nature, no one's gonna stay down. No one's gonna stay in a
Yeah.
feeling of insecure, like feeling like I'm not enough or whatever. They're gonna build their house to reach to the top in whatever way.
Yeah.
And so if they don't feel like they can get there on like a healthy ground, they gonna choose the unhealthy ground because it's not an option to stay in the pits. You know what I'm saying? It's not an option to be down there. I have to build up myself. And so with him, it's very interesting. Like even like the elements when they were talking about Pac, because I'm like, this one thing. Look, I'm jumping, but even when they were talking about the elements of like the jealousy with Tupac on Diddy's parts, they were speaking to like that he Pac was trying
adored
to
and
have like more of a connection with Biggie and wasn't
yeah.
necessarily trying to have a relationship with him. That's kind of what the documentary was,
Yeah.
the picture that was being painted. And that there was some tension in the Pac Diddy relationship because of that. And there's
Yeah.
also maybe this feeling of loss of control of this
I don't want to say prized possession, but this cash cow of an artist. And to at a certain point, like I wouldn't put it past Diddy to have been involved in any of these deaths, any of them, any of them, Biggie included. You know what I'm saying? Because like if you at the end of the day have all of these artists and your motto is rinse and repeat, like kick them out, like somehow at a certain point, somebody that's real deal true to the streets like Biggie, you're not gonna be able to kick him out. You know what I'm saying? Not especially if you're making connections with somebody like Pac. Like you're not gonna be able to kick this person out. So maybe they are worth more as a not alive person. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe they are because it's like you end that contract, you end that relationship without having to fire them, without having them potentially come back and expose you. You know what I'm saying? Like you just it's just clean, you know what I mean? And seeing some of those things, like especially like the Sting performance with for the I'll Be Missing You, I remember watching that and it just took me back to that time period. And I think about like all of the time it we all bought it, just hook, line, and sinker. You know what I'm saying? All of us. That song felt beautiful. You know what I mean? Given the what had happened, it felt beautiful. It felt like a beautiful tribute. That moment felt beautiful, and to just see what's behind it all, and it's just like what's behind it all is ego. Is it's just unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
Yeah, all of it. I mean, it just it made you believe that potentially Diddy had something to do with it because it was like the events that followed. Yeah, the I'll Be Missing You tribute, but also to Kirk saying that Diddy made Biggie's estate pay for his own funeral, but you wanted this super large funeral in his honor. The taking out of the pages because Biggie had already signed his name on the contract, and so Kirk is like, yeah, he wanted me to take out pages from the middle to make it seem like nobody was getting this stuff. So it's like
Yeah.
all of this because of ego.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. And
wow.
greed, you know what I mean? And greed. And so
Yeah.
it's just it's really unfortunate. The Rolling Stone cover, it's all of it is just it's sad. It's sad. And I think that the documentary does a really good job of painting the direct connection. They talk about the guy Zip who was allegedly a part of the Crips, and the connection between the Crips that were in LA when they would go there, and that would essentially it seemed like give them protection,
Yeah.
and just how like that he had arranged that. Now this I do want to talk about Andre Harrell a little bit because there was uh one part of Keefe D's proffer session, the moment where he said the hit was put out, right? And that he
Andre was in the
offered,
room.
yes, that's what he said. That's what he said. Now I don't know.
Yes.
But also there's some element about even the beginning of like how Andre Harrell, like he was his intern, and there's this element of like, why was he staying at your house? Like, I never had an intern stay at my house. You know what I'm saying? I don't even give him a ride home. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand what's that about. You know what I'm saying? What's that about? And so there
let my eyes speak on that one.
yeah, and yeah, no. And I think that it was so interesting to me because I was like, this is an important element of like why it's so important for like Black representation matters, and Black people in high places giving people a chance matters. But it's like it was such a squandered sad like the fact that this person put you on, he created a millionaire, whatever he is, I don't know if he millionaire, billionaire, whatever, he created a millionaire, you know what I'm saying, with his access, allowing this intern into this business, you know what I mean. And that's just a separate note, like that it would be great if it had turned out well, but there's just something about that stood out to me because I was just like, you created this guy. He may have gone
you
somewhere
were the
else.
gatekeeper.
Yeah, he might have gone somewhere else, and maybe he would have had a career, or maybe he would have just been a low level narcissist somewhere, wreaking havoc on some girl's local life, and he was like the big party promoter in that town, who knows? But it's just horrible that the access allowed for all of this, And one of the things that was actively to me missing from this documentary was Justin Bieber's story and Usher's story.
Yeah.
Like, because Keefe
Yeah.
D mentioned Usher a little bit when he talked about them having his car.
Getting on a
You know what I'm
car.
saying? And
Yeah.
that's that thing too. It's like don't sit here and act like like I mean, all of it is allegations. You have to rest
Yeah.
some of this rests on Keefe D's word. You know what I mean? But I have never heard him deviate when I've ever heard this story. I've never heard him deviate from the baseline of the story, and it makes just so much sense. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that was added was the who hired
Street
us.
credibility is strong in my mind. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
street credibility goes a long way
Yeah,
to me.
yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Because they know how to be tight-lipped. And
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, I will say he always talked a lot, but I also about this, but I think it was because the Orlando Anderson was dead for so long. You know what I'm saying? Like he died like 2 years after Tupac, I think it was, or a year after, or whatever. So it's like I think that's why he felt more comfortable to speak about it. But I felt like I'd heard him speak about it for years. Like I'm not even playing. I felt like I heard that story, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my memory's playing tricks on me, but I had heard that story. And so when the Diddy part came out, it felt like, are you lying? Because like you already said that Orlando did it, but I never looked behind it to see that, there's what he's saying. He's not saying Diddy pull the trigger. He's saying that there's this that he set the stuff in motion.
that
Yeah.
happened.
And I don't think at that time I was ready to believe that. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't, because like
nobody was.
Yeah. It's just an interesting thing.
It's your word against her.
Yeah. And it's like I never paid attention to him that much. And even like watching this documentary, going back through like Danny Kane and then Diddy Dirty Money, I said I had forgot about a dog on Diddy Dirty Money. But I was like, the patterns, like you start off, the patterns of like you needing to be at the forefront, like this is a raggedy little group.
Yeah. Well, I actually want to go back to Andre Harrell
okay.
because I feel like that was also a key moment in the patterns, right? Like from what we have heard in this documentary, Diddy had a lot of people at the house. You know what I'm saying? Like you come, what's the Lil Rod? I think the Lil Rod. Stay with me while we're producing, while we're creating. Like I think that gave him like a blueprint. My artists stay with me. If they living with me, I don't have to worry about paying them because everything they need is being paid out by me. You know what I'm saying? When he ran to go get whatever it was that Andre needed, and Andre was like, how did you do that so fast? Like, and he was like, I ran for it. He teaching all his people, go walk to Brooklyn and go get my cheesecake.
Yeah.
Like it's set up a structure for him. Like,
was you with us when we went to Junior Cheesecake? When we went to New York?
I was.
You were.
I was, and I'm sitting here like, I can't believe that man put Junior Cheesecake on like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, back in the day when you're young, you're not thinking about what's actually happening.
Yeah.
But you can see people walking from Manhattan to Brooklyn. I was young. I thought it was entertainment at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, I thought, oh yeah, you got to get it. I guess this is how they do it in the in showbiz. But I was a kid with a low level of development in the morale. Like, I did not know.
And sometimes these things are normalized via television for you. You get what I'm saying? And they paint a picture. Even him talking about like the reason why he wanted to let go Aubrey O'Day, like you're being promiscuous and you're just out here doing all this.
Yes.
And it's like, it's this subterfuge. It's like somebody said in the thing, a shell game. It's like you're putting on an act for what it is that is to hide what is really happening. That's what it seems like. And so it's just
because he did it on the cameras.
Yeah. And it's like, and that his conversation about like media was spot on. Like, and his talking
Yeah, I
about
love how they opened and ended with
yeah,
that. I was
yeah,
like, this was like a perfect package. It's
yeah.
about controlling the
And that's
narrative.
why I think
Like,
this is an important documentary. I was glad to see, even though it's a lot, but I was glad to see that it was number 1 today on Netflix. Because yesterday when I started it, I didn't see it like as the top or whatever.
search. I said, oh, where's that? Where is
Yeah,
it? But yeah, no,
yeah,
it wasn't top today. No,
yeah.
for real.
And it's because I think you have to, you have to dismantle like pedestals. Like, I love
Yeah.
Black culture, and we on Black Girls Talking TV, we always talking about like,
Yeah.
we pointing out race issues, we pointing out different things, but but that he, I don't even know how to.
This goes beyond race. This goes beyond
This is
race to me.
morality.
If it's morality, and at the end of the day, like I was saying earlier, what I don't like about people talking about what he has done for the culture is like the disregard for all the Black people he disregarded.
Yes.
What does it say about the culture when this is a Black man willing to literally do what we've already been through?
Yeah.
To strip you of everything, to make you a worker bee in the way that you wanted to manipulate you, right? Like according to what is being
And
said
all
in
the
this
SA,
documentary.
it's that's
Yes.
it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. And even worse when you start talking about what's the hand in Tupac's death, what's the hand in Biggie,
Yeah.
what's the hand in these other, like Suge Knight, was that his friend? They were saying that his that some,
Yeah, that died.
what's
Yes.
the hand in that?
Yes.
What's the
Yeah.
hand in the shooting at
Yes.
Quad Studios? Like, what is your hand in all these things? But to continuously victimize people and women, it's just it's
Yeah.
unfortunate. It's really
Yeah.
unfortunate. And it's like
Yeah.
these victims are Black people.
Yes.
I don't see
Yes.
no white women who
Besides
came through.
Audrey Ade.
Yeah,
She was the only
yeah,
one.
right.
And she had this damn near the smallest part of the documentary.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm not sure what. Yeah, I'm not. Look, it's mind blowing to me. It's like I can't even find my words. Like, this level of behavior is mind blowing to me, and it's like the way he brought up God so much, and it's like this is not
compared himself to God. You put yourself on the cross, like
it's 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 a lot. It's a lot, and
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say. I keep getting to a loss of words because this behavior is like incomprehensible to me. You know what I mean? It's like when Joy Dickerson Neal read the letter her mom wrote to his family. I said, see, that's the type of people that I come from. And I could tell your
Yes.
people are good people because they really thought writing a
Yes.
letter was going to touch the hearts of
Right.
somebody because you're coming from
Yes.
morality.
And to his parents. She said, we're going to take this parent to parent. I'm going to your mother and what she thought was also his father. Like, yeah, that touched my heart.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And to have to be the daughter, right? Like, not only experience that, but because she said she just found it recently, to find that and see the weight that your family was carrying for you. I was like, bruh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the last thing that just like all of this is deny. And
Yeah.
through all of his denial, I was looking at his like body language a lot. It was like rewinding, going back. And he's like, when he's shaking his head, like he's like, no, I didn't have anything to do with this. I promise you, this has nothing to do with me. Oh my goodness, no, I would never. Like all the lies, like it's like every single time you say it low, your head is shaking. Yes, like every time you say it, yes, your head is shaking low. Like I just the what do they call them? The body language people. They be on TikTok like when you do this.
Yeah.
So that's what I was looking at, and I'm like, hallelujah. His head might be telling the actual story in his words.
Really, I didn't.
The words
Yeah.
not me.
I didn't pay attention
But
that much to the body language, but it did feel like the soul feel like it's gone, from this spirit of what
yeah,
you're saying. And
yeah,
like even the fact, like I can't never stand a cocky man. Like a cocky man, I think cockiness is like it's not of God. It's not of God. You know what I mean? It's not of God, because it's like you like these planets that like they not connected to nothing. They suspending out into space and just going out, and you just end up anywhere. You know what I'm saying? You're not grounded.
yeah,
Ain't no gravitational force pulling you back in. And that's what he made me think of. I'd heard someone describe it like that. They were talking about like youth in these gangs and stuff like that, and how they're like separated from like this gravitational force of community and morality, and they're just these planets that just they moving on their own. They're not doing nothing connected
it's a
to.
tornado. Quite
Yeah,
honestly, it's just wreaking havoc.
yeah. And so it's unfortunate, but I do hope
Yeah,
that
yeah,
this is a part of what shapes a different narrative for him, especially since we know he's gonna get out. And
yeah,
I do hope that this does his reputation takes a hit from this, like a huge hit, because
yeah. I don't think he can. I think if you watch it, for the people who watch it, I don't think that I would think like you can't come back from watching it.
yeah, yeah,
I think there's a lot of people who are refusing to
yeah,
watch it because they don't want to have to face the reality
yeah.
of what might be like budding in their gut.
Hmm.
Uh, but if you watch this and you are somebody who can say like I am willing to change my mind,
Mm.
um, yeah, I don't know. And I do hope that if anything, it is that. It is the change of perception, because the fact that that man had 8 lawyers,
Mm. Mm.
$8 million lawyers, who was going to be able to fight that?
Mm.
Who?
Mm.
I can only imagine what them courts. Them the jury was probably spun on top of their head. Okay.
No, that's real. That's real. Because it's always, yeah, that's real. That's real. Because speaking like as a lawyer, right? Who would be in like a courtroom from time to time, right? I spent a good amount of time in a courtroom. I didn't do criminal law, but as an attorney, this is what I would say. Like prosecutors go before the same judges. They have relationships with the clerk's office. They have, and I'm not trying to say like it's a dirty game or nothing like that. I'm not trying to say. I'm just saying that like this is just normal life. They like prosecutors see some of these judges and their clerks and things like that as often as they may see their coworkers. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like that, like a collegiate, a cordial environment, because they're seeing them
Yeah.
a lot. They're trying a lot of cases in front of them. And from my point of view, from what I've seen, prosecutors win most of their cases. Like you'll be hard pressed to find a prosecutor that has a losing percentage. Like I would bet that no prosecutor in the country like has a losing percentage of the cases. And it's not because they're that great. It's because they see a lot of the same cases, a lot of the same like sort of things. They don't have great attorneys on the other side that they're battling up against. And it's just this element of like, I got all the chips, baby. Like, you know what I'm saying? Your client may be trying to push it forward, but I got all the chips. And it's not, and so they're used to doing this with these public defenders, and they're not getting tested. And so that's why when you have like the OJ trials or Trayvon Martin's trial, they came in, they hired these big fancy lawyers, and them MFers, they're not, they don't do
Sharks.
you said what?
I said they're sharks.
Yeah, they're sharks, but they're not giving you what you used to. You get what I'm saying? And so a lot of
Yeah.
times when these big cases, when these prosecutors don't win, they're not ready. They're not equipped. They're not used to winning cases at the level that with the same amount of pushback. You get what I'm saying? And so when them attorneys come in with and they suited and booted, this trial was too much for me. So I was not following it tick tick tick. But the way these attorneys do is like they challenge a lot of things. They're not taking what you say, like, oh, you say it's the part, you the prosecution, you say you did it, prove it. Like they're typically being very much more like, you gotta dot every I and cross every T. Like, I'm not giving you an inch, and they're
Yeah.
used to being given inches from these public defenders or whoever. And I'm not trying to say public defenders are bad, because there's some great ones. DC has a very good, like one of the top in the nation public defender programs, but that's not everywhere. That's not everywhere. So
Yeah. I could see that.
yeah,
I can see that.
so I can see them coming in and just, they're not
Yeah.
100% ready for them, which is
Yeah.
unfortunate. But that speaks to a lot about our legal system. I could go on, but
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think the last thing we did, let's say, like the theme that we didn't talk about was taking people's women, side
oh
chicks,
my
wives,
God,
girlfriends. I'm like, boy, boy, boy,
ego,
boy, boy. And it's
ego.
crazy that, like, even that is flipped to, oh, he a hater because he took your girl. Da, 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 da. No, brother. He has a pattern.
Yeah.
This is how
Yeah.
he want to knock the opponent. This is,
It's an ego thing. It's something. It's an ego thing. It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
child,
and it's
child,
also
child.
it's viewing women as like property or a commodity or something
Mhm.
like that. It's like it's
A prize, something to get,
yeah,
an
yeah,
object.
yeah.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate. And what is the first baby mama? Misa? Is that her name?
Issa.
Misa.
Yeah.
Um it was really unfortunate to hear kind of the allegations about abuse and domestic violence with
Yeah.
Misa. You know what I'm saying? Because like
On the streets.
yeah, because you even now, it like I remember her releasing a statement about the raid of his home, right? And of course her son was in that. And so I can, understand somebody releasing a statement, but it gave me questions like, where do you stand on all of this? Because these still stand with Diddy? Like, is that where you stand in all of this? Um, and it just takes you back to that grooming, that sort of like conditioning and people. Because I'm like, if you've been a victim, you would think that you would sympathize with another victim or the pursuit of justice that they're trying to have. But at the same time, there's an element of, just like we were talking about with Cassie, there's just an element of like being in it and not knowing how to get out of it, or like mentally it's playing tricks on your mind. And
Mhm. I mean, we got to think about the fact that, like, a lot of these none of these people for real came forward until Cassie,
yeah,
right? And so Cassie, even though she was like physically out of it, she was mentally still
yeah,
in it,
yeah,
right? And so there is a likelihood that there are a lot of people mentally
mm,
still in it
mm,
that may have not been represented in this documentary
mm,
or during the court case, the court proceedings, all the things, because they are mentally still in it, because abuse, it does a number on
mm-hmm,
you, point blank period. Like,
yeah. It is interesting, like as a whole, how many people. It's like I don't know what to make of the people who were part of it and then now are here to tell a story, right? Because it's like in
yeah,
some ways they're part victim, part uh oppressor. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Kirk.
yeah,
It's like,
Kirk, the bodyguard,
yeah, or
yeah,
what's her name? The assistant Capricorn.
Capricorn,
Yeah,
yep,
it's
Cap,
there,
that's the
there's
color.
elements of like, this is interesting, because you're kind of like, you're both, right? And I don't know how to view them. I do appreciate that they've told their stories, and I don't have a ton of ridicule for them, but I do have thoughts on the fact that you were here and you saw things and you participated in things. Even the sex worker who was talking about how like you would come and that just like,
Yeah,
and he saw domestic violence, and it's like, it's a tough thing to kind of like
Yeah.
tease
I
out.
think too, like going back to the fear conditioning, right? I'm thinking like if I'm in a situation with these people say that they were in, if I see what potentially could happen to me
Mhm.
because I saw what you did to somebody else,
Mhm.
that right there is a fear and control tactic,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And so you already know, okay, I need to put up and shut up.
Mhm.
So there is a part of me that's like, okay, wow, like you participated in this
Mhm.
and like you are ready to speak out now because you have absolutely no connection
Mhm.
at this very moment.
Mhm.
But like you weren't willing to speak out then, you
Mhm.
know? But like I always have to then ask why.
Mhm.
Like why weren't you willing
Mhm.
to speak out?
Mhm.
Right. And then when you just think about everyone saying like, oh, the money never came, it was hold on this, and then we're gonna wait and for this, and then this will happen. And even Craig Mack's wife talking about so Craig went to him, asked for money, and he gave him a single
Yeah.
$100 bill, right?
Or like,
Stuff like that.
yeah, I'm about to say who
Like
was
stuff
the
like that
girl
keeps you in
with Dawn who was talking about she asked him for
uh
some she needed a loan of $5,000
help.
to get her child, and then he gonna call
Yes,
her. It's like,
yes.
okay.
Yeah. Right, right, right. And so yeah, they was probably in it in deep, and
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure the documentary only scratched like a surface,
Mhm.
right? Like it scratched what people were willing to tell.
Mhm. Mhm.
There's got to be things that
Mhm.
people are not willing to tell
Mhm.
because people who were involved got their own skeletons and demons that they probably fight on a daily basis.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah. Another thing I wanted to talk about was with his mom. I forgot to mention it earlier. Was the moment where the basketball thing happened, and then his mom was kind of like questioning. Like it seemed like from what Kirk was
And he
saying,
said
his
she
mom was kind
slept
of
her.
like,
He
"What's gonna
slept her
happen?" And
and
yes,
call her a
and
B.
called her a B.
That's what he said.
Now,
Yeah. Mhm.
based on what the childhood friend said about how he was raised,
Mhm.
in my mind, I wrote down, "Is this when she felt like her son became a man?"
Who knows what's going on in her mind, but at the same time also it's probably like for him, he the person that like once guys get that adult strength on them, like that teenage strength, it's over. It's over. Once they can throw got a little muscle, it's over. And so it's like if you the person who been abusing this person, they're not gonna be abused no more. You know what I'm saying? They probably gonna
Okay.
learn from you and abuse you in ways.
Right.
And that's not in any kind of way an excuse, because you gotta be like to be someone that young and be willing to do that to your mother. Like the rest of these women ain't we ain't got a chance. The women got no chance to
Mhm.
be treated with dignity and respect if you would do this to your mother. You get what I'm saying? Patterns,
If it's true, it was
disrespecting
definitely a
women.
budding, yeah, it was a budding sign of disregard
Yeah.
for sure of others.
And women.
And of
And
course, yes,
yeah.
yeah. And then of course the basketball game, that was alarming. I didn't know about that basketball game. Granted, it was
Me
before my time.
neither. I
But the
never
fact that
heard
this
about
shit
that.
never came up, it's like these things just like wipe away in history. It's
Yeah.
like how?
Yeah.
How does this happen?
Yeah.
Like
And
9
yeah.
people? Granted, I will say like I was trying to figure out like back in that time, like what was the like the definition of like a secured event? I
Mhm.
don't know,
Mhm.
right? But like and you cannot control people necessarily like
Mhm.
bum rushing
Mhm.
a
Mhm.
door,
Mhm.
but like I'm like, was there any extension of anything to the families?
Yeah.
Any of the
He he's
proceeds from
he
the event?
I don't know nothing about that, but what Kirk was saying is that he put the LLC in the
Yeah,
mom
his mama
and
and
Kirk's
Kirk's
name because
name.
of the not wanting the
Yes.
victims to get
The families
yeah.
to come at
Yeah.
him. That is
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wild. Yeah, Kirk said that was like when he saw like okay, like his
That he
personality
done switched over
is
into
changed. Yeah. It's yeah.
yeah, and it's interesting because like you said, we visit these things now with a lot of like the concerts and the venues, like you talk about. Like I think I saw a documentary on Astro World and Travis Scott and like his culpability in that. But in that documentary, I like, it's like, you should know. There should be like your people, Live Nation, like somebody, the way they explained it and broke it down in terms of the security.
I think that was a lot different.
Yeah, very different.
And a huge event. Like,
yes, very different. But 9 people from a gymnasium is wild.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
It's wild for that to happen. And so, I don't know what the culpability and what the blame is in that for him, right? But I think the most important aspect, somebody spoke about it in the documentary, is that, like, there's all this tragedy and he just moves on forward. And not only does he move on forward, the star rises. He was like, that's where he got famous from, is like, or that's where his first touch of fame came from, that. And then it just shot from there and continued to grow. And so it's what lesson does that teach you? And I think somebody said that in a documentary. It's like that you could get away. It's like it's a little callous. It hardens your heart a little bit. It's like, I am trying to preserve me and my legacy, and all this stuff that happened, it's just noise. It's just whatever. I can see how that sort of mentality can develop, from that sort of situation. But yeah, that whole thing was wild. That was wild. I never heard of that. Never.
Crazy.
One of the things that kind of stood out to me was, like, somebody was saying how, like, he doesn't he never sees all of these situations and thinks like, oh, like, what went wrong? How could I correct? How could I whatever? It was always asking, how can I get out of this? You know what I mean? Like, even at the beginning, he was like, he was calling it BS in the documentary, and he was just like, now I gotta spend money to get rid of this BS. And like, it's like, you knocked somebody down. Speaking about the cat, just speaking about what I saw with my own eyes. You know what I'm saying? You knock somebody down, a woman who doesn't have the same amount of strength as you, and you call in the storm that has resulted because of this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, where is the remorse?
There's no remorse.
Yeah, it's like it's absent. It's not in the building at all. And that's a difficult thing to fathom in a person or whatever. And so yeah, I don't really have a ton else, but
it was so much to cover.
Yeah.
Drop in the comments what we didn't cover, because this was so multi-layered. Well done, because there's so much to talk about. So many things that you just would have never questioned, looked twice at, were revealed in this documentary. And I feel like, I'm like, 50, how long you been holding on to all of this? Because I feel like this even a little pre-trial.
A little what?
I mean, probably it's given pre-trial. Like, he had some of this information, pre-trial, and he was just waiting for the right moment. I don't know.
I got you.
But yeah, it was heavy. Yeah. So we're gonna head on out, y'all. Let us know your thoughts on our recap. Hit that subscribe button. Thank you to all of our listeners. If you made it all the way through, this was a long one. We know, so sorry. Wherever you are, YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify. And we will catch you for the next recap of something else, because it won't be this.
Yeah, something on a lighter note.
Yes.
And with more happiness.
Diddy chapter.
I know.
Yeah, we on Boss Talk TV. Shout out to E. He the reason you see
50 get blah blah blah. Yo, Puff, take this self doing that. Let me explain something to y'all. All right, whether it's NBAs, whether it's whatever. When these young boys come in, first of all, he only deal with young videographers because he want to rob them, and he know that they want the opportunity to follow Puff Daddy, P Diddy. They want that opportunity. So they get him at a low price anyway. But when you stay out so many hours a day, Puff wants a videographer with him 24 hours a day on call. Whether we on a yacht, whether we on a ship, wherever we at, he wants to videotape that, right? So now they come to agreement They come to whatever the pay is going to be. But then it be so many hours on that invoice that he don't want to pay. He gets in touch with the office. He gets in touch with the chief of staff. Yo, what is this I'm paying? What is this I'm paying? You know what you paying. You was outside all of these hours. It's 160-something hours in a week. You was outside 140. That's the invoice he put in. So now, being if you got a contract and he don't stand to that contract, guess what happens? He could do whatever he want to do with that footage. So now that footage goes to the highest bidder. And 50 had to be the highest bidder to get the, yo, this is business. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't in love with you. Everybody ain't dedicated. Everybody ain't loyal to the point of stupidity. Trust me.
50 didn't do that, y'all. He put his name on that shit, but he didn't do it. They sit up here and anybody, 50, forget it. I want half, 50. 50. I want half. Half, 50. Because all those people did was watch what Gene Deal was saying and took it and put a visual to it. I want half. Them motherfuckers is slime buckets. Yo, Fifth, they use your name to get some play on this documentary. But they effed it up because that shit was straight garbage. It wasn't nothing that we hadn't already known. It wasn't nothing that we had spoken other than them putting those two jurors in there and we got their point of view. It wasn't shit in that documentary that we didn't know already. Thanks to yours truly.
Wow, guys. Make sure you like, subscribe to the channel, man. This just in, man. Gene Deal says that he basically already had spoke on this. Gene Deal say this documentary didn't do nothing but just pretty much say what he had already told the people. OG, you there?
Right here. Nobody give a damn what he told the people. He didn't make no $1 million off of it. So just because he was tattletailing and they made money off of it, so your confession is I snitched first. So what?
But these bodyguards, because the first guy I listened to was a former bad boy security as well. And basically these guys are coming out the woodwork, man. His security team and the people that are around him, they just spilling all the beans on every single thing that they can think of that they had going on around Diddy, man. And it pretty much is amplifying the story, if you really want to be honest about it. They're amplifying this story pretty good, OG.
When you see yourself that you done been made a fool of, you working for these guys and you put your heart in it and you really envisioning that you're gonna be somebody other than the help. And then it all goes bad. Now you start reflecting on everything that y'all did. So yeah, that's all they doing. It's if a person take care of you, it's a loyalty to the end. But when you find out that you've been babysitting these Negroes and they be giving you chump change and spending $10,000 a month for rent for another female, oh yeah, that'll make you tell. That'll make you tell.
This former bad boy security guard, Roger Bonds, when he made his I hadn't really just kept up with him. This is my first time seeing him, and he's really giving us the understanding that these younger videographers, they're basically not going to put up with it. They're going to make sure to sell that tape if they don't get no money. And at the end of the day, Diddy don't want to pay, or whoever don't want to pay after they see how long the hours was that they was out there.
And that's just the whole thing with like he said, these young dudes, they see the name. Oh, I want to get with Diddy, and everything he asked them to do, they running 24/7, leaving their houses just to be in the Diddy camp so they can get all this footage. And then put in the invoice. And then when you put in the invoice, it's a problem with it. oh, you didn't work that many hours, you didn't do this. And so, yeah, they eat it right then because they had no alternative. Now it's okay. He think he has this.
Yeah, you can tell.
I got the prints, so I can show. This is how he's getting that. Man, you give me 50,000. I'll show you all this stuff that I got from him.
Yeah, 50,000. They gonna get that videotape up, and I can tell that these guys have seen this stuff happen over and over again. Gene Deal is quite upset though because he say, "Hey man, I was the first one telling the story, man, and y'all didn't do nothing new in that documentary. I seen all this stuff firsthand. Nobody else was able to show and prove like I did. When all them times I was going on all these podcasts." Telling everybody about this is pretty much what he's saying. And ain't nothing new came out of no documentary. Everything I said was what everybody has been talking about, OG. Okay. He told it all.
So you said it for free, and now you want to be mad because I get paid for it? My grandmother used to tell me, why pay for the milk when you get the cow for free? So you're running your mouth to white folks, Gene Deal, telling them, oh, well, I was over here and I did this, and getting $100, maybe got 3,000. It was good for you then. Now you whining about it. You should have kept your mouth shut. And if you hadn't been such a retard, you could have did AI and wrote your own damn book. Wow.
So he could have pretty much sold the information a little bit different than what he gave it out, because he gave it out on these podcasts. And I talked to him one time. He ready to talk right now. He gonna talk. So I guess this new guy, we might not see no more of him, or maybe this is his debut. But 50 Cent was out last night, or I want to say, yeah, and he posted on his page today. He ended up getting some funeral arrangement flowers, and on the ticket, here they are right here. It says 50 Cent, E11, even Miami, 29th Northeast 11th Street, Miami, Florida. That's where he had his show at. They had some funeral flowers, a bed of flowers, one of them little pot of flowers sent to him, funeral arrangement flowers. I guess they're telling him he better watch his back because of what they had said. 50 Cent says, he says, what kind of gay ish is this, Diddy, sending me flowers to Club 11, LOL, why all the foreplay? Let's get busy. You know how stupid I get. I'm a 90s grimy. You don't want me, son.
You don't want me. Because, I mean, if you was that gangster about sending me flowers, funeral flowers, why didn't you hand deliver them? Did they walk up to him and give them to him?
No, they just dropped him off, and they had to go see.
So it's a drop-off. Also, we doing drive-by now.
Yeah, he didn't want to see him or face him and that like that. He's locked up, so his people, they didn't want to see 50. At the end of the day,
when I send somebody to send you a message, I have them walk up to you. If I can't do it myself, I don't have nobody in my crew. I'm gonna throw a rock and then hide their hand.
Wow. Well, guys, hey, man, y'all heard it first. I'm just, hey, listen, here we go again. This is just how the way this thing go. You and I both see what's going on, man. Gene Deal and the security guy comes out. We don't know who sent the flowers, but flowers was sent. 50's been knocking everything down, detouring everything he can, showing everybody that, hey, man, I ain't going out without a fight. The documentary is out. It's making money. So all we got to do now is sit back and, I guess, watch the documentary. I think I'm going to go and watch it. I've been staying away from it because OG been telling me, but I might go and take a look at it tonight.
I'm watching it all the time. Don't be playing.
No, I ain't watched it. I'm going to go and watch it.
Miss Jamaica told me the other day.
I ain't watched. Don't you sit up there and tell that dang story. I ain't watched that crap yet. But I'm about to get into it though, man. Guys, make sure you like, subscribe to the channel, and if you're still watching, guys, you heard us earlier, Mano and Academics. They're having a little back and forth. So Guys, check that out and let us know what you think. And make sure you like, download, subscribe. Boss Talk 101 reviews.
Yeah, we on Boss Talk TV. Shout out to E. He the reason you see.
Calls, I'm getting to this. Yo, Bonds. Yo, man, yo, how 50 get? Blah, blah, blah. Yo, Puff, take this self doing that. Let me explain something to y'all. All right? Whether it's NDAs, whether it's whatever. When these young boys come in, first of all, he only deal with young videographers because he want to rob them, and he know that they want the opportunity to follow Puff Daddy, P. Diddy. They want that opportunity. So they get him at a low price anyway. But when you stay out so many hours a day, Puff wants a videographer with him 24 hours a day on call. Whether we on a yacht, whether we on a ship, wherever we at, he wants to videotape that, right? So now, they come to agreement. They come to whatever the pay is going to be. But then it be so many hours on that invoice that he don't want to pay. He gets in touch with the office. He gets in touch with the chief of staff. Yo, what is this I'm paying? What is this I'm paying? You know what you paying. You was outside all of these hours. It's 160 something hours in a week. You was outside 140. That's the invoice he put in. So now, being if you got a contract and he don't stand to that contract, guess what happens? He could do whatever he want to do with that footage. So now that footage goes to the highest bidder. And 50 had to be the highest bidder to get the, this is business. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't in love with you. Everybody ain't dedicated. Everybody ain't loyal to the point of stupidity. Trust me.
We up? We up first? Please, please, we up first? Please, we up first?
Here you go, bro.
50, just want to put it, please. 50. 50.
I'm probably going here.
Guys, we gotta go. Sorry.
50. You over 50.
Yes.
See you again.
On Prime Crime.
When he comes to a P. Diddy party, this is what happens to the white man. When they come to one of my parties, this is what happens to them.
One of entertainment's biggest powerhouses comes crashing down.
I was up, but I made no excuses. I'm disgusted. I'm so sorry.
A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice.
He's dealt with every challenge in his life, and he's not guilty. He's innocent of these charges.
As his controversial past faces questions that could reveal long-buried secrets.
For myself, and I think a lot of other people in this industry, I mean, it's all a shock.
Hey there, everybody, I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to Prime Crime, where we break down some of the most compelling and memorable true crime cases from across the country. Hollywood celebrities are no stranger to controversies, and they can often become targets due to their high-profile status, but with several allegations now swirling around a famed music producer and hip-hop icon, he may have to soon face the music himself.
He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice.
U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, is talking about 54-year-old Sean Combs, aka Diddy, the musician, producer, and business mogul who rose to fame as one of hip-hop's biggest personalities.
New York, we did it! Harlem, we did it, motherfucker, we did it! The Bronx, we did it! Let's go! The key to the city! Yeah.
But now, Combs is charged in a federal indictment, accused of sex trafficking and racketeering. How did we get here exactly? To answer that, we have to venture back to Combs' rise among the Hollywood ranks.
Diddy was born in Harlem. After his father was murdered, he went to an all-boys Catholic school and then went off to Howard University. And that's when he started throwing these parties. And Diddy was always the life of the party.
What's up, yo? Coming here live from London. Extremely humble, grateful, and blessed. Just got nominated for a Grammy.
Eventually, he obtained an internship at Uptown Records, and that is where his career in music begun.
Today's honoree is the first male rapper to be honored on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, honoring Sean Diddy Combs.
Not only is he a rapper, not only is he a music mogul, this individual is a legend. Who knew that this bad boy was going to turn into a great man?
By 1990, he's working as a talent director for Uptown, but he hits it big 3 years later when he starts Bad Boy Entertainment. From there, it just explodes. He's signing people as a producer, big names like Notorious B.I.G., Usher, Mary J. Blige. It's music, it's fashion with Sean John, where he's a founder. He was literally the top of the world when it came to music, entertainment, alcohol, anything that he touched. He had the Midas touch.
Congratulations. Let's get that chair shot one more time to make sure y'all got it.
And over here with the cheers. Love it.
His empire extended well past his kind of rapping career. That's where he was making more of his money, actually, was off of his, I guess, material empire.
He seemed to be really dedicated to being successful in the industry. And he decided that instead of following someone around, he would make his own way. And he did that. He also is presumably a family man. He has been in some very public relationships. There's Kim Porter. I think we all remember his relationship with Jennifer Lopez. He has 7 children, and he really takes pride, at least publicly, in being involved as a father.
It's no secret how prominent Combs has been in the music and entertainment industries, and not just for his own work.
He just knew how to spot talent. At one point, Diddy had his hands on everyone's career. It seemed like every artist that was on the chart at one point was Bad Boy.
He makes himself out to be someone that people think they want to be. He lives the life that people think they want to live, where it's glamorous, you're flying around, you're on yachts, you dress nice. He was known for throwing parties. The problem is when you have that culture and you don't have people telling you no, you don't have parameters and guidance. And it just seems to get more and more extreme.
Everybody know ain't no party like a Diddy party, so.
Yeah, that's what's up.
As Combs' fame and fortune grew, so did his circle of friends, and word of his notorious parties quickly spread.
I've got a lot I can't tell. So, I can't tell that one either.
Everyone knew about the infamous Diddy parties. And at one point, everyone wanted to go to the parties because the who's who, the A-list would go to the parties. You can go down the list of celebrities who would go.
However, rumors were swirling that these parties, attended by some of entertainment's biggest names, weren't your typical soiree. They allegedly had a dark side.
I've had to turn down $50 million 4 times. 4 times. Just to protect my integrity and that I was telling you about. Right. Because P. Diddy be wanting to party. And you gotta tell him no. You got to tell him no. I did. I did.
As these parties went on, people started noticing some allegedly illegal conduct or nefarious conduct that was happening.
Hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things.
Yeah, but you were 13. What were you seeing?
I went there to see the lifestyle.
Right.
And I saw it. And it was, but I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at.
There have always been whispers and rumors about what happens at Diddy's parties after midnight and how things can get really crazy, and also allegations of sexual assault and abuse.
We just got back to headquarters. Everybody take a shot. Sammy, was it DeLeon tequila?
These rumors and these stories would come up, but just as almost quickly as it come up, they'd often fall by the wayside. I think a lot of people looked the other way or just thought these stories are way too crazy to be true.
It was also his mentorships and interactions with up-and-coming stars that drew attention too.
Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy. You know, where we hanging out and what we doing, we can't really disclose, but it's definitely a 15-year-old's dream. I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me, and we're gonna go full crazy.
Whether it be for hip hop, music, African American or Black culture, Sean Combs has always been seen as a pillar of bringing it to the mainstream. You see individuals like Usher and even Justin Bieber who followed thereafter kind of coming through the roots of Sean Combs, through his tutelage, through his experience, and through his connections.
People would bring their artists to Diddy, and we're starting to see videos of that.
Yet it wasn't all highs for the superstar. Over the years, Diddy's fame came with several run-ins with the law, one of the most infamous being Combs' arrest in 1999.
December of 1999, Sean Combs, his then girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez, their bodyguard, and a young and up-and-coming rapper by the name of Shine all go to a nightclub. There was a dispute, and according to at least one of the 3 victims that were shot, Sean Combs is the one that shot that person.
I came here today just to tell the truth, so hopefully we can get down to the bottom of this. I'm 100%, the charges against me are 100% false, and hopefully due to time, we'll start to see that.
J-Lo was quickly not prosecuted. DP, declined to prosecute, so she's out of it. Sean Combs, the bodyguard, and Shine all go to trial.
How y'all doing this morning? Excuse me.
We're going to win this trial. The facts are going to set Mr. Combs free because he's not guilty here, and that's all that matters is the facts.
The bodyguard and Sean Combs acquitted. Shine convicted of reckless endangerment, assault in the first degree, possession of a weapon, but acquitted of an attempted murder. Shine ends up doing just shy of a decade.
There were allegations that he had bribed one of the drivers to pretend the gun was his and to sort of take the responsibility.
That's the thing about Diddy. There's a lot of speculation. The urban legend is that Diddy was the one who shot her in the face, but Shine ended up going to jail for it. There's a culture of silence, and it's starting to become apparent. And this is just not particular to Diddy. This is particular to men with power and money.
Y'all don't know how to be accountable. I'm accountable. I pay all y'all checks every week. I'm accountable. It's my responsibility to run this company. I'm accountable. I don't make no excuses.
Following this turbulent time for the hip-hop heavyweight, Combs quickly pivots to growing his empire, including signing new artists like Cassandra Ventura, more popularly known as Cassie, in 2006.
Cassie was signed to his label, Bad Boy Records, and released her debut album under the label. Initially, it just looked like a business relationship. Later on, there were rumblings that there was a romantic relationship going on.
Tell me about what you're wearing. This is Nora Tuvu, and it's French designer.
I'm wearing Rick Owens and some Louboutin shoes.
Combs and Ventura soon go public with their relationship, but after several years, it suddenly ends.
They were on and off, but after a decade, there's no ring, there's no children. They broke up. So you're starting to wonder what is going on with that relationship.
But even though their relationship ended, what came next shocked everyone. In late 2023, Ventura files a bombshell lawsuit against Sean Combs that changes everything. And you won't believe what she alleges.
We had no idea at the time the tumultuous nature of their relationship. We didn't know what she was going through.
Hey, everybody, real quick. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving a bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas, they are linked to NEC, but manufacturers, they failed to warn the public of the risks and targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Just visit babyformuladamages.com/primecrime to answer less than 10 questions and check your eligibility to file a claim.
I've had a great life. I've settled $4.125 million with Diddy. Okay, but he's scared that I was going to expose him. I seen the liquor cocaine, I've drank it myself. Having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks it all the time.
At one point in time, Sean Diddy Combs was one of hip-hop's wealthiest moguls. His years in the spotlight brought success and pitfalls, but he always seemed to land on his feet. That is until 2023, when his strong arm of influence began to unravel in the wake of a controversial lawsuit.
There's one thing to go on an interview or go online and accuse someone of something. But the second there's a lawsuit involved, I think is a powerful, powerful move. Cassie was incredibly brave to put her story on paper.
In her civil lawsuit, Cassie said that she was the victim of abuse, sexual assault, and rape at the hands of Diddy.
Cassie alleged she was victim of sex trafficking, that she was forced to engage in sex acts with male prostitutes, that she was threatened, that she was a victim of violence. She's alleging essentially that this was one big ongoing criminal enterprise.
We learned from Cassie's lawsuit that she did try to date rapper Kid Cudi and that Diddy allegedly blew up his car and told her that he was going to blow up his car. She did allegedly suffer at very high lengths his abuse.
It took her years, obviously, to get the courage to come forward. And the shadow of Me Too, where we're talking about, believing women and believing these victims, a lot of people did not believe Cassie and called her a gold digger.
While these were certainly explosive revelations, this was not the first time we heard this. Back in 2018, a seemingly random interrogation of a suspect in Florida in an entirely unrelated case now may be a crucial clue.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself.
Yeah.
Jonathan Odie is a sex worker, stripper, porn star. And in 2018, he was arrested for basically shooting up Donald Trump's Miami golf course. It's crazy. He gets arrested. And during the interrogation, he says at the time, which sounds completely outlandish, that he was, and he does like the kind of air quotes, a sex slave to Diddy and his girlfriend Cassie.
He's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati. I had settlement with Sean, okay? And he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land all the contracts.
Jonathan Odie had beef with Trump, with Obama. People didn't believe him when he said that he was involved with drug-fueled sex parties with Diddy.
I had sex with Cassie and Sean. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. I was like a sex slave, okay? For them, that's what I was.
He's some kind of just like low profile stripper, porn star, is a sex slave to Sean Combs. At the time, it sounds absolutely ridiculous. But Cassie's lawsuit seems to be corroborating what Odie is saying.
Cassie Ventura's lawsuit that was filed in November of 2023 came under the New York Survivors Act. The law allowed for people to be able to sue who were victims of sexual assault, no matter how far back it goes. So she filed, I think, probably the day before the deadline or the week of the deadline. It was settled within 24 hours of the filing itself for an undisclosed amount. Once she filed her lawsuit, that was the catalyst to this entire investigation, and I think opened up the floodgates.
While Ventura's lawsuit is resolved very quickly, this gets the ball rolling as several other people come forward with lawsuits and accusations of their own, including one which definitely raised some eyebrows.
Probably the largest name and the largest recognition being Rodney Jones, who is a music producer. In Rodney Jones's civil lawsuit, he alleges prostitution, RICO, sex trafficking, and potentially the trafficking of minors. He himself was a victim because he was also coerced into performing sex acts.
Stop playing. You heard? My boy want that check. No human harm. I'm just saying, wrap up vibes. Whoa, by Monday. Want that money by Monday, did he?
Little Rod goes into a lot of detail about the violence, the threats, stealing money from Little Rod, and he was just thrown aside by Diddy as just a kook, as someone who's a hanger-on, someone trying to get money. But he provides corroboration to Cassie.
I think that because Cassie's lawsuit had settled, that other people started filing lawsuits in the hope that their cases also end up with a big payday.
Even Combs' son, Christian Combs, is implicated, facing a lawsuit of his own.
Christian Combs, earlier this year in April of 2024, was accused, and there was a lawsuit filed against him for allegedly drugging someone and trying to have sexual relations with them. That's very similar to the situation that's going on with Sean Combs. She was someone who was hired to be a worker on that boat. So it's not like she volunteered to participate in a certain lifestyle or was someone coming to a party that she knew what would happen at the party. She thought she was doing a job.
And as these civil lawsuits increased, often silence spoke louder than words.
Members of the music community, people in the recording industry as a whole, just not even addressing it, ignoring it, pretending that it didn't happen, sometimes is actually worse than denying that they are involved, denying that any of this happened.
Prior to these cases, even prior to the shooting, there wasn't a lot of negative attention around Diddy. He was this young guy that partied. There's been a lot of things said about Diddy over the years. So when you hear stuff, you almost don't know if it's true or not.
Not everyone with a Sean Combs story has filed a lawsuit. Other celebrities have come out with their own allegations, and they take it straight to social media.
We walk in and there's all these ladies there wearing their club gear, and Kanye and Diddy are already completely up. Diddy hands me a drink. Immediately, I'm like, there's something in this drink. I turn and my manager's walking out. The music's low, the lights are dim. I realize that I'm in the studio with Diddy and Kanye, and there's 3 other men and me alone. I'm not in the industry anymore. I'm not filing a lawsuit, so I'm not getting paid. I'm not looking for clout because who gives a about me? So why would I lie about this?
As this man, known for his association with luxury, fame, and a wildly successful media empire, finds himself at the center of multiple career-ending allegations, what is soon revealed is worse than anyone could imagine.
Puffy beat the out of her. I shouldn't say that because I'm trying to protect her image, but he beat the out of her.
Those initial raids were the beginning of the end. They wanted to make sure that what the people were telling them was accurate and that they would be able to find evidence to back it up. And of course, they did.
Amid several lawsuits and allegations of questionable conduct, rap icon Sean Combs is also under criminal investigation. And on March 25th, 2024, with search warrants in hand, federal agents take action at 2 of his houses, one in Miami, the other in Los Angeles.
They did that to make sure that they would not raid one property and he would be able to clean out the other. They wanted to go into both of his main homes at the same time and get whatever information they could. What they were investigating was human trafficking, sexual assault, and solicitation and distribution of illegal narcotics and firearms.
Let's just say it doesn't look good. Again, we pray that P. Diddy has nothing to do with this, that he's innocent of all the allegations being leveled against him, but it ain't a good look at all.
During the raid, dozens of agents searched the properties thoroughly to make sure that they hit every single secret entrance or room, looking for anything that will point to illegal activity that was happening on the properties.
The civil lawsuits meant everything for the ultimate criminal investigation of Diddy and the raid. Without the civil lawsuits, I don't think the feds would have gotten involved. They wouldn't have known about this.
It was Rodney Jones's civil lawsuit, in my opinion, that actually started the raids. Rodney insinuates that there's videos of all of this.
He was the one that said that there are tapes in Diddy's homes in LA and Miami. And then lo and behold, March 25th, just weeks after Rodney Jones's lawsuit, they go and search those exact same homes.
In Jones' sexual assault and harassment suit, he went so far as to claim that Combs had hidden cameras in every room of his homes, and that he had, and I quote, compromising footage of every person who has attended his parties.
Oh, did the camera catch that? Got the camera! Got the camera!
They went in there knowing that there was digital evidence, hence why they turned the house basically upside down.
Combs' lawyers called the raids an unprecedented ambush and a witch hunt, saying HSI brought a gross use of military-level force and that there's no excuse for the hostility exhibited by authorities or the way his children and employees were treated.
They handcuffed his children. The investigators did that because you just never know what the actions of someone would be, and that's standard procedure during the raid process.
The fact that we know Diddy is armed, the fact that we know that he has bodyguards, all of that information is what also caused the federal government to go in there in a very tactical way. I know they've gotten some flack for that, but that was actually the appropriate thing to do. They did find guns, mostly AR-15s and other weapons with the serial numbers taken off. They found drugs. They did find ketamine.
But it was the digital evidence that really got people talking.
Once they got a hold of this digital evidence, they started processing it. And they started looking for the individuals that were on the videos. And they were able to take statements indicating that they were being held against their will and they were participating in these acts against their will.
People lie, but video does not. And if he's on these tapes that shows him involved with the sex acts, perhaps involved with violence as a perpetrator, yes, that could be used against Diddy.
There was a time when almost everyone only had glowing things to say about Sean Combs. But after the lawsuits, and particularly the raids, that all changed.
For myself, and I think a lot of other people in this industry, I mean, it's all a shock. Everybody is still trying to digest it and still trying to understand it. And even though, you know, there's still allegations and it's not anything that's factual yet, it's hurtful and it's confusing to a lot of people.
You see a lot of celebrities trying to scrub their pages of those connections.
People started to either silently distance themselves or come out and saying, I hope this leads to justice.
It's a separation. And that separation would not only be removing pictures or videos from your page, but things that are going to last forever, like your music. If you have a song that either mentioned or featured Sean Combs, you want that song to be able to exist. So if his name is mentioned, they may remove his name. And also, you had some people like 50 Cent really pushing the issue and saying, I told you so. This is who I told you he was.
These are behaviors and things that with drugs and all the stuff that's going on, pills, drinking, it can make this man into a monster. And that's what it did, bro.
Diddy had a lot of fans and a lot of hangers on, and now he's radioactive.
Puffy, your life is in danger because you know the secrets, who's involved. When you go to prison, do not do your time going by Brother Love. Brother Love is not a good code name for prison.
We're starting to find out people knew. They saw things, but because of this culture of silence, when it comes to people with power and money, they're not speaking out as loud as they should be. But I think the tides are changing. People are speaking out loud and they're finally being heard.
And one way people are speaking out is through more lawsuits.
Lawsuits after the raid corroborated what Cassie was saying, where you had other women who alleged that they were victimized by Diddy.
The first of 3 lawsuits comes 2 months after the raids. Model Crystal McKinney claims Combs sexually assaulted and drugged her at his studio back in 2003 and then had her blackballed from the industry. Next, April Lampros files a suit alleging Combs assaulted her 4 times, starting when she was just a college student. A few months later, another suit, this one from Dawn Richard.
Dawn was a part of Danity Kane, which was a music group that Sean Combs was managing, was promoting.
Dawn Richard was hand-selected by Diddy to be part of this band. What's extra powerful, though, is that she apparently was a witness to the violence allegedly committed against Cassie, saying that she saw Diddy strike Cassie. So this is part of the elements of sex trafficking. You have to show force, fraud, or coercion. Well, this is force.
And there's another shocker. Dawn Richard also claims she witnessed Combs engaging in sex acts with young girls. But then, the biggest bombshell of all, May 17th, 2024. CNN releases a surveillance video from 2016 that appears to show Combs violently assaulting Cassandra Ventura in a hotel hallway.
When they saw that video of her in the hotel and how Diddy beat her and kicked her in the face, he kicked her in the face. That really changed the energy around these allegations. And I think that really solidified, oh no, some of these things may be real.
I think the video shocked the world and made people realize that she was telling the truth, if there was any doubt of it before.
The weight of this video isn't lost on Sean Combs. He reacts quickly with an apology.
I was up. I mean, I hit rock bottom, but I made no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I'm so sorry.
He had to apologize after the video came out, and I'm sure it led federal investigators to think there's a lot more to it. The video corroborated what she was saying. It made Diddy look like a liar.
Coming up, could Sean Combs' empire come crashing down?
Breaking news, music trailblazer Sean Combs, also known as P. Diddy, has been arrested by authorities in New York City on federal charges. He was taken into custody at the Park Hyatt Hotel this evening.
Hey guys, listen, thank you so much for following the Sean Combs case with us. We're going to get right back to this. And look, we put a lot of work into this. And one of the reasons we're able to bring you these stories, go in depth into a story like this, is because of the amazing support that we get from our sponsors. And I have to call out one in particular right now, Morgan & Morgan. If you're injured, America's largest injury law firm, maybe who you want in your corner. They have an incredible track record of multi-million-dollar verdicts and settlements. I mean, recently, they secured verdicts of $6.8 million in New York, $12 million in Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia. And mind you, these are all considerably higher than the highest insurance offers in these cases. And even if your case isn't worth millions of dollars, Morgan & Morgan will fight for what you deserve. There's no upfront fee. The whole process can be done straight from your smartphone. You can see if you have a case in just 8 clicks or less. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/primecrime.
Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution.
6 months after the raids on Sean Diddy Combs' houses and a flood of lawsuits, on September 16th, 2024, the self-proclaimed bad boy for life is officially arrested on federal charges.
Between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice.
But there's one element to the indictment that stands out more than anything else: the freak-offs.
I think the freak-offs were the most shocking thing in the indictment. It's one thing to know that he had wild parties. The fact that Diddy filmed himself and filmed others showed that he thought he would never get caught.
Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported over state lines. And he often electronically recorded them.
At its core, what the government is saying is that there's a criminal enterprise that Sean Combs is the leader of that transports women and male prostitutes for the purpose of having these freak-offs, these sex parties where people are drugged and they have sex for days on end. There are a number of charges underneath them, but the freak-offs in these parties are really at the heart of this case.
On September 17th, a day after Sean Combs' arrest, his sons and his attorney join him in court for a bail hearing.
Diddy knew what was coming, and that's what his lawyers said, that he came to New York because he knew this could happen. He could be arrested.
I spent the evening with him. I was with him about 1 o'clock. His spirits are good. He's confident. He is dealing with this head on, the way he's dealt with every challenge in his life. And he's not guilty. He's innocent of these charges.
The charges in the latest indictment are very serious. From a jail time perspective, the racketeer conspiracy, minimum of 20 years to life. Trafficking, minimum of 15 to life, and the transportation for the purpose of prostitution, up to 10 years. For someone who's in their mid-50s, that's a lot of jail time. Even if he gets the low end of it, being in prison for the rest of his life.
We're going to fight this case with everything we have, as is he. And eventually he's going to be shown to be innocent. And so tomorrow we fight again, and we'll fight every day until we don't have to fight anymore.
The first battle line for Combs' defense team to cross is to keep him out of jail, at least until the trial. So they offer a bail package of $50 million secured by the equity in his and his mother's properties in Florida. The prosecution argues that Combs should be locked up without bail.
There are three main reasons why. Number one, the allegations show he's a danger to the community. Number two, he's a flight risk. I mean, here's a guy with lots of resources, lots of connections around the world. And third, he had been known to obstruct and tamper with witnesses to try to intimidate them. Why wouldn't he try to do that if he's out?
During the bail hearing, the judge sides with the prosecution. Then Combs' request is subsequently denied again.
Now that he's behind bars pre-trial, you'll see more people come forward who otherwise would have been scared.
I was disappointed in the judge's decision because with such a bail package that was presented, it was more than enough to secure his presence in court. But to have him detained without being convicted, I think is cruel and unusual punishment.
At the time of this recording, Sean Combs is being detained at the notorious Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn until his case goes to trial.
Can you describe the conditions of the food is inedible, from what I've been told. It's way too hot in the summer. Sometimes there's no heat at all in the winter. The toilet water has been known to freeze. It's violent. Someone like Mr. Combs, might be a target.
You go from living large with your multi-million-dollar mansion and your private plane and your fancy cigars to living in a rat-infested detention facility until you're wearing an orange jumpsuit and a pair of steel bracelets. It's not real. Now it's real.
And one question on everyone's mind: will anyone else go down with Sean Combs?
As a defense attorney who practices in the Southern District of New York, there will be people who are reaching out to defense attorneys such as myself who are worried and concerned that a subpoena is coming and that they too could be involved in a potential prosecution.
Definitely other people will be subpoenaed. I'm curious to see whether other people have been mentioned and the prosecution has struck deals with them to have them cooperate and testify against Sean Combs, or whether down the line there'll be additional charges and additional defendants on the indictment.
We are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly.
You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
No one wants to be mentioned in the same sentence as Diddy right now. No one wants to be in that neighborhood.
I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them.
While DA Williams mentioned both victims and witnesses in his news conference, in the actual indictment, no victims are listed specifically, but one is implied.
When we look at the indictment, they mentioned victim number one. But when you look at the allegations specifically about a hotel incident that was captured on video where allegedly Sean Combs had beaten on Cassie Ventura, you can only infer that the person that they're talking about as victim number one is Cassie Ventura. So other victims haven't been named in the indictment itself. It could be possibly because when it comes to sexual assault cases, usually you do not mention their name. You keep them under a pseudonym.
Besides the victims' names, something else was left out of the indictment. The allegation that minors might have been solicited or abused at Combs' events, as some of the lawsuits claim.
I think the issue of minors as victims will come up because of the testimony of Don Richard, who alleged that there were minors who were victims here. It just hasn't been charged yet.
In Ronnie Jones's civil lawsuit, he alleges potentially the trafficking of minors.
Then, it's announced a slew of new lawsuits will be filed, and minors are mentioned again.
The wall of silence has now been broken, and victims are coming forward. We now represent 120 individuals who intend to bring civil claims in civil court against Sean Diddy Combs, as well as claims against many other individuals and entities that we will name as defendants as we file these individual cases.
How many minors are making accusations in total, and are the feds aware of the allegations of minors in the case?
I don't know what the feds are aware of, okay, but I do know it's 25 out of this 120.
So, given all the videotapes, personal accounts, and lawsuits, will this trial of Sean Combs be an easy win for the prosecution?
I don't think that this case against Sean Combs is a slam dunk for the prosecution, but I do think it's a layup on a 5-foot rim. I think it is a very easy case for them to put together.
The strength of the prosecution's case is the multiple individuals who have come forward with similar stories. The victims are the key here. And when those allegations are corroborated by others who say similar things, that's the strength of the prosecution's case.
The prosecution has to prove in this case that people were in fact sex trafficked, meaning that people were brought in to perform sexual favors and sexual acts for someone else for Sean Combs' benefit.
Do they have the text messages? What comes out of the cell phone extractions? What is in these videos, these surveillance videos? What has been captured? Is there any statements that have been made by Sean Combs? The cooperators, what information they have, and can they testify against Sean Combs? At this point, we don't know because it hasn't been disclosed and it's still too early on.
This is a high-stakes prosecution, and the feds are going to cross every T and dot every I. You don't want to lose a case when the entire world is watching.
As for the defense strategy, Sean Combs' lawyer has already provided some clues in his bail letter and other statements.
His attorney has said that he is going to employ the defense that, you know, these were all consenting individuals. Everyone wanted to be there and everyone was partaking in all of this.
That's one of their strongest points, that these freak-offs are between consensual adults. And it's not a crime to be a freak or to engage in sexual activity with multiple partners. What makes it illegal is whether the person committed those acts under fraud, force, or coercion.
I think Sean Combs will likely take the stand. It's in his benefit, and he has the personality, the persona, and the experience speaking to people in order to be successful at doing so.
He testified in his last trial and he got acquitted. You know, he's a man who knows what it's like to have a jury of 12 New Yorkers look at you and say not guilty. And he's looking forward to that happening again.
Right now, the defense probably feels okay about their chances, but I think that's going to change if and when the feds start adding additional victims and have perhaps a superseding indictment, that could be a game changer.
If the federal government comes for you in an indictment, you're probably going to go to jail. I mean, they really don't mess around.
Feds have a 97% conviction rate for a reason. They've got lots of resources. They take limited cases, so they're not filing cases they don't think they can win.
With the criminal trial temporarily scheduled for May of 2025, there are still a lot of unknowns.
Will big name celebrities be called to testify? Will big name celebrities be indicted as co-conspirators? Who's going to snitch first? Who's going to get that deal?
If there are other individuals, will there be more charges for them? Is that going to take kind of longer to come out?
Who saw what? Who knows what? Was this common knowledge? Did people know? Did people on the inside know and didn't say anything?
However it all plays out, it's sure to be life-changing for many people, alleged victims, witnesses, and the accused perpetrator himself, Sean Diddy Combs. Whether or not he actually serves prison time, his trial could be the culmination of a long and dramatic fall from grace.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. He will never be that person again, even if he's found not guilty of these charges.
Even at the criminal level, there are certain things that are just unforgivable, and I don't think anyone's going to want to align themselves with him.
But as far as whether people will still listen to his music, I don't think this will be the end of Diddy on our airwaves.
We're talking about a person who contributed so much to culture. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about a person who helped provide soundtracks to our lives. You're talking about a person, you know, especially you being from New York City, you know, you had to be inspired by Sean Combs in some way, shape, or form.
Diddy's been an icon for decades. We've all listened to his music. We've all been around him, that at least in my era, and have looked up to him. And in this situation, it's super unfortunate, but it's important to learn a lesson right now and ensure the next generation understands how to move differently with transparency and integrity.
What's happening to him now is one of the greatest tragedies that we're going to ever read about, bro. And he brought it on himself.
Here's the question. Will Sean Combs' enormous empire, threatened by so many lawsuits and revelations, finally collapse? Will he pay a terrible price, or will he skirt the charges? Fans and foes alike will be watching to see what happens next. That's all we have for you here on this episode of Prime Crime. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Jesse Weber, and as always, stay safe.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's trying to paint everybody to hate Diddy because he never could get as big as Diddy, ever. He never was good with women like Diddy was, ever. And Diddy had one of his baby mothers. Remember when he was on the beach with us, smiling, taking pictures of her? You know what I'm saying? That don't make him look right. And he's embarrassed. And this is why he's doing that, to embarrass Diddy.
Real life. It ain't real life. Just say real thing. Real life street stars. You know what time it is.
Real life street stars, man. We in here with Benzino, man. Got him back.
We back, baby.
We back, man. And we had to grab you, man. Man, I just got off watching a 4-part series on Netflix.
Right.
Right, man. And I was like, man, they mentioned the source, and I was like, man, they gotta get Benzino take on it, man.
You know,
you were there. You were there, bro.
You know, it's crazy because every major movie documentary always has a source piece in it. You notice that?
Right.
You know, the Biggie one, the Pac one, NWA. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And yeah, of course, you know, per se, you know, because of the Source magazine, I was around a lot. And we did a lot of business with with Diddy when it comes to Bad Boys, you know, with advertisement. Got a lot of history with him as far as the Source Awards and that whole situation. But yeah, you know, I watched the documentary, man. I couldn't watch all of it because I just, you know, I was in and out. I was getting frustrated. I was really getting frustrated as I was watching it.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So you said you couldn't watch it all. Before we get into, you know, everything about it, did you think that they did a good job? The documentary people, do you think that they did a good job?
I mean, that's a vague question.
Okay.
You know, I think the only part of the documentary that was interesting to me, or
Okay.
I'm sure that probably this was the only part that actually got the deal, was the behind the scenes footage of when Diddy was going to go to jail. Now that's the thing I want to kind of focus on right now. We do know that he obviously okayed that footage, whoever was filming. Now that's the $1,000,000 question, is who actually was filming that footage. And I'm surprised they haven't came forward yet, especially for an interview in today's world. Whoever was filming that footage had the trust of Diddy, obviously, right? I mean, it's common sense.
Right.
For somebody to kind of, I've been through a lot of legal problems, and those moments leading up, especially my federal trial, I've been a part of some murder investigations and all kinds of stuff, you know, back in Boston. And anything that's leading up to a trial is always nervous moments. Those are private moments, and you're not going to see too many people let you into their world, into the most vulnerable state at that point. Very rare you're going to see that. Not too many people even want that out. So whoever filmed that, Puff had trust in it.
Right.
And somehow that trust got broken. Somehow, whether Diddy didn't pay the man, whether the man stole the footage, whether the man, I've been in situations even with Source Awards footage where one of the producers ran off with the footage and wouldn't give the final footage because of some bullshit. I mean, there's always something when it comes to somebody filming footage, and if you don't have the proper paperwork when they're filming it, then you run into problems and difficulties later. I'm sure a lot of people know what I'm talking about when it comes to camera people, footage producers. I just know that, first of all, I knew for a fact that because you didn't hear about how much money 50 got for the Netflix special, I knew something was peculiar. Because in today's world, that's the first thing that goes out. He got 30 million, he got 20 million, he got 50 million, that never even came out. So that shows me there wasn't too much money involved. And the reason I say that is because I'm sure Netflix is a very smart company. They knew that Diddy was going to be coming after him about that footage and about making a documentary about him and, you know, and his intellectual property, which is his life, his brand, himself, and him not making any money out of it. You just didn't, you know, with 50 in today's clout chasing world, you just never heard about how much he made from Netflix. And that's what told me that he wasn't really trying to do it for the money. It was just a vendetta.
Right. So the vendetta, you think, I mean, do you feel like it runs this deep? Or do you, you know?
Yeah. I mean, come on, like, listen, you know, the baby mother, you know, his son is of age. And every time I'm sure he sees his son, this is the only thing that comes to mind. And I'm sure he knows his son is of age to even know what's going on. So yeah, I think that's a problem in his mental when it comes to his son and what happened with Diddy and the son's mother. You know, he comes across as a very jealous man of other black men. For him to go to that lengths, and the disappointing thing is that this piece really, you know, I seen something on CNN where some white man got on there and said, man, you know, this is what the prosecution needed. This is the dark side that they needed to see. They needed to see this part of Diddy. And I'm sure if they would have seen this, that all the jurors would have made up their minds. And it's like, you see, you know, in the hood, we don't do that. We don't do that. I mean, what's the difference of all this exposure about snitching? What is that? To take that footage that was private of Diddy, that I'm sure only him knew about. He had okay, you know, and Diddy's very calculated, and for another black man to show that. You know, I've never seen 50 go at any white man yet. as far as to the lengths that he goes at. This ain't the first black man that he's went at, and went at very hard lengths. We're talking about guys in his group. We're talking about guys on his TV shows. I mean, it never stops. You know, Diddy was just, he just caught the worst of it, the worst of a man that has definitely anger issues and jealousy issues over other men.
Mm. And they alluded that they kept alluding in the documentary that Diddy was the one who got Pac killed.
Listen, there's a man right now that's sitting in jail, that's sitting right now in the Las Vegas prison about this Tupac situation.
Right. So,
okay. All right. So, like, first of all, again, we don't do that. We don't. He's you know, you can call it dry snitching. He's just trying to throw a bone out there for other people to get on. Like, we've seen 1,000,001 Tupac documentaries about that. Right. There's a lot of people involved with that. Right. Diddy hasn't been charged with that. Diddy hasn't been indicted on that. As far as I'm concerned, I'm sure he's been investigated. I'm sure the police looked into all that. But at the end of the day, we don't do that. We don't just bring that up out the blue. What does that have to do with the situation, what's going on with him now? And I just, man, that's just foul. And anybody, you got two types of people out there. You got to understand, man. 50's audience, 50 is in a rare position as an artist. You got to understand, 50 has the benefit of Eminem's audience, which are white people who don't, a lot of them that don't necessarily mess with black culture anyways, but they mess with him solely because of the relationship with Eminem. He's like, you know, he's like the one black guy, like the one black friend that's allowed. You know, like when you watch all these movies and there's like the one black guy with all the white people, that's him. And he plays to them. He knows how that works as narratives in the internet. He knows that they're going to support him on the internet, and it makes it look like the entire community. But, you know, niggas ain't with this. Excuse me. Black folks in the community ain't with this. They're not with this. They can't be with this. You see, they don't live that lifestyle we do. You know what I'm saying? So they don't understand. These are outsiders looking in, and a lot of them don't mess with black people, period. But he gets the benefit of that, and they're the ones that hype him up and push the narrative and comment and click. They don't mind if he goes at another black man. They don't care. They'd rather him do that. You know, so when he does his things, he knows he's going to get the support of them. And any black person that really supports this needs to check themselves. Anybody that says, oh, great, amazing documentary. What's so amazing about a documentary that had nothing in it but a bunch of old footage? They had Kirk Burroughs, who at one point, if all this was going on, when Kirk was getting all that money with Diddy, he surely didn't say nothing. A lot of this is all about money. Now, granted, Diddy need to take care of his people, because he would have a lot of his problems if he would spread that love around with that money. And that's his problem. You know, that's his mistake. Because even the guy that was shooting the camera, if you would have took care of him, paid for the footage right there, then everything would have been straight and 50 wouldn't have got the footage. That's his mistake. Okay, right. Diddy got to start. If he would have took care of Rod, if he would have took care of Cassie, like if he would have took care of these people financially, like he should, the ones that need it, not the ones that be, you know, bitching and moaning, you know, because the ones that are on there, the Mark Currys, the Kirk Burroughs, they've been doing this for the last hundreds of years. So this is not this ain't new. You know what I'm saying? The Gene Dale, this ain't new. Shout out to Roger Bonds. That's my guy. Roger Bonds has had history with Diddy. If Diddy would have took care of Roger Bonds, then Roger wouldn't feel this way. You know, you got people that was loyal to Diddy that Diddy did not take care of. And this is the situation that he's in now. But when you do things based on money, then it brings your character in question to say, well, you wasn't saying all this shit before all this. You know, so I understand both sides.
Right. Kirk Burroughs, he basically was saying that Diddy bullied him out of his percentage, like physically.
Then if you let somebody bully you out your percentage, then that's your fault. As a grown-ass fucking man, you can either go to the law or you can handle it yourself. You got two options. If you're going to sit back and do nothing, then that's your fault.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what I'm saying, Kirk, you should have been like, you know, I mean, you know, of course he's getting money now for that interview. You know that. So he's cashing in now.
Right. So would you blame him about, you know?
No, I'm not blaming nobody. I'm not here to blame anybody, because, you know, everyone has their own personal reasons why they do what they do. I'm just looking at it from a standpoint of, you know, black men are already up against a system that has been destroying us for years. You know what I'm saying? Now we don't, you know, it's getting easier now because our own kind is just helping them. And I'm just not with that. I just ain't with that, you know. I've been through a lot of shit where I've taken care. Look at me. I've taken care of a lot of people, and half of them turned on me. I put mad people on payroll and shit. When I'm out here and I need a call, I don't get no calls from nobody. I help mad people with the Source Awards. I've done mad shit for mad artists. Nobody, so I get it. You know what I'm saying? But that's still not gonna make me for money do something just to go. You know, I'm not here to judge. I'm just looking at a piece, and I just think it's disappointing because look, listen. I mean, the trial's over. The man got convicted. He went to trial. It's over. What the fuck are we still looking at documentaries for? For what? For the hype? That's all it is. People want hype on the internet. But after 3-4 days, ain't nobody gonna be talking about this because it really wasn't nothing new. You know what I'm saying? It's a bunch of people that have been talking about him. Or you can go to YouTube and go look at Kurt Burrows talk, Andre Harrell talk. You can go look at stuff about his mother. You can go look at stuff about everybody that was on there. Ain't nothing new on it. The only new footage and interesting is the stuff that was taken, you know, that what he was filming, which really is like, okay, you know what was awkward as hell because he wanted to take a bath after he shook people's hands and everything and says, look what happens after he shakes his fans' hands. Look what type of person he is. That's some bullshit. Let's put a camera on every single person, celebrity entertainer out there after they leave signing autographs or after they leave fans and see what they got to say. The fuck out of here, man. I'm tired of it, man. It's like I'm more disappointed in the people that just think it's just the greatest thing. I could, again, you're gonna have white people out there that's gonna agree with it. But as far as our own kind, I mean, put everything on the table. Put yourself, you know, let's say it happened to you or your father or your uncle or your brother. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a man done went in front of a court, he spent money, he fought for us, he's believe me, Diddy's taking a beating. He's lost a lot of money. He's lost a lot of businesses. He's like, what else do you want? What else do you want? And when you look at the community, shit, people are forgiving him. When this shit first happened, it was like kill Diddy. Now you have a lot of people just saying free Diddy, and so as a community, black people, we are a forgiving people, and that's our strength. That's the beauty of being black. But at the same time, you know, you got people out here that just want to tear us down for their benefit.
Right. So, you know, part of the new footage was Kalina Harper, right? And
I know Kalina forever. She was signed to some guys from Boston. I known her since she was a little, like a young girl first starting. So go ahead.
right. You know, she was in Diddy Dirty Money or whatever. And she basically tried to ask Diddy for 5,000 for she was going through what's it called, the child case, you know what I'm saying? And he told her no. And then turned around and asked her to support him with the accusation.
Yeah, that's some scumbag shit, you know. But, you know, at the same time, you know, when Diddy signed Kalina, she changed. She was a different person. Kalina thought her shit didn't stink no more when she was on Dirty Money. Yeah, I remember when my man Nate Giz and Gurky signed her, and she was humble and everything. When she signed to Dirty Money, everything was, you know, and she was riding with Diddy. Now when shit get bad, here we go. It's a classic case. Classic case. She got paid for that interview too. But I get it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes when you sign a contract, that's your contract. And then you figure the person that you signed a contract was supposed to take care of you the rest of your life. But you know what I'm saying? You signed that contract, you put in the work. If your shit sold, it sold. If it didn't, it didn't. This man doesn't, if business-wise or contractually, if he doesn't owe it to you, you can't hold it to him if he personally doesn't want to give it to you, to want to tear his whole world down to do an interview. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? I think Kalina was wrong for doing it, but that's just me.
Right. Man, you've been like at the top of the mountain of this shit, Benzino. Like, so you've seen damn near all. When, like how you said, people start turning on you when you're going through this, and how does can you tell us like how that feels? What is that emotion there? Like, can you describe that?
You know, with me, when it happens, I again, anything that happens negatively to me, I have this kind of switch that I have to kind of regulate, because I realize certain emotions will take over you, and you'll crash out one way or the other. So, I gotta have faith in myself, in God, that whatever some human may do or not do for me, that I'm gonna be able to do it for myself again. But if I lost something, I'm gonna get it again. If you know what I'm saying, if I did something for somebody and they don't show love back, then I just have to just chalk that up and just keep it moving. I've kind of conditioned myself to think like that because it happens so much. When you grow up in the hood, everybody is loving each other because everybody's broke. It's only until whoever gets the money is where the hate comes in. And I put many niggas on payroll, street niggas that didn't have a clue out here in these streets. And I helped a lot of people, helped a lot of artists. When I hate using the word fall, but because it just happens, man. It's the plight of the black man. It's hard to maintain riches because what everybody around me doesn't have shit. I'm trying to help everybody. But now, I feel like I've learned a good lesson. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want it to change who I am. You know what I'm saying? I love helping people, and I love, being assistance to people, but it taught me a real lesson to be, you have to love yourself and worry about yourself and those closest, the immediate closest to you. And even the closest to you, man. Even the closest to you. Unfortunately, man, our families have been, man, it's since slavery. We have a lot of hate against each other, and it seems like now in 2025, the only love that a person get is if he has money. If you don't have money, and whatever you did for somebody years ago don't count. Whatever you did for somebody last year, 6 months ago, it don't count. And
Right.
I had to learn that. These are the things I had to learn. You never stop learning.
Right. So now moving on, when you help out people, like, where's your attitude with this? Like, do are you like, hey, I know I can't extend my hand as much now, or do you still get the same
Yeah, I
love?
mean, my phone don't ring. So now, when I get these M's again, I think the people know not to even fuck around and try, because they don't call me now. The ones that are up, you know what I'm saying? They don't see if I need anything. They don't call me. My phone don't ring. I'm doing the interview now. My phone's on. That shit ain't ringing. It rang one time. You know what I'm saying? You know how many niggas I done fucking helped in life? You know what I'm saying? But I don't, again, from across the country, even some cases the world, it was in me. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that, it's, you know what I'm saying? I'm a big boy, so I can come out here and I'm a hustler's hustler. And I say it all the time. I love hustling. It's the journey. I love when I have to prove people wrong. And these last, say, 5 years of my life have truly been a humbling experience that I believe has a lot to do with God. I had a hell of a run. And you know what I'm saying? So God has to show you things when you're stubborn and you don't want to see it on your own. And he has to sit your ass down for a little bit so you can understand what his vision is. And I had to sit down humbly. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I was a multi-millionaire. I had everything I ever wanted. But not having that type of money never bothers me because of where I came from in the first place. You know what I'm saying? There are certain things that make me happy. I like staying fresh and clean. If I can maintain that with a good sack of weed a day, you know what I'm saying? Then that's a good day until I get my shit coming in. And don't get it twisted. I'm always working on something. I'm always got something on the run. I mean, on the move when I'm on a run. So I'm I learned, man. You live and you learn. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to change who I am because I try to teach my kids to help out, but be frugal at the same time. But times are changing, man. Times are changing.
Right. Yeah. Nah, bro. It's in you, bro. I don't worry about Benzino. Benzino gonna be good. Straight up.
Yeah.
I know that. So back to the documentary. They alluded that Diddy was he hit his mom and called her a bitch. Is that could you see him doing something like that?
Nah, and nobody else did either. So somebody to sit there and say some stupid shit like that, like, nigga, what about your deepest secrets? What about your closet? You know, Kurt Burrows got some shit in his closet that I'm sure, you know, and again, when I say this, I'm not sticking up for Diddy, but I want to put shit in perspective. What if somebody that's Kurt's boy comes out and tell his secrets and darkest things and shits that we all got, things that, you know, I don't know if Diddy and his mother had a fight and they got into an altercation. You know, I would never hit my mother. I know that ever. You know what I'm saying? But I can't act like that shit don't happen. I can't act like that. I ain't seen chicks argue with their moms and niggas argue with their moms. I ain't gonna act like I ain't see that. You know, that it's hood shit. It's poverty and struggle, black people shit up in every hood, white people too. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't condone that shit at all. Hell no. That's the last person that you want to put your hands on is your mother, even argue with her. But my thing is, you know, if I ain't seen it from my face, I'm not gonna fucking take somebody's word for it.
Right. Do you feel like Diddy had like a lot of yes men around him?
Diddy had a lot of people around him that wanted to be around him. See, it ain't got nothing to do with yes man. They wanted. He didn't want to be. He didn't go. They wanted to be around him. They wanted to be around the life. They wanted to be around the party and the back. You know, they wasn't trying to. You know, look at. You got people that go to college and go to their 9-to-5 jobs and everything who want to have nothing to do with that life. Shit, you could have been one of them, right? But no, you chose to want to be around that life. This is what comes with the life. You want to be around all this shit. This is what comes with it. You know what I'm saying? Kirk wanted to be around that life. Mark Curry wanted to be around that life. At one point, when Diddy grabbed them, they probably thought he was the greatest thing ever. It's not like they was doing anything for the culture. Sure, Mark was a producer. Kurt was a guy, was like a A&R or some type of an executive or whatever. Well, they got their fame, they got their start and they fame through Diddy. So at the time they was getting that, I'm sure Diddy was the greatest thing ever.
Right.
It's only when the money don't get right, which I can understand. Don't get me wrong. If you ain't getting the proper amount of money, but I also know it's just not the money. I also know when artists get upset because they're not shining no more and they're not selling music no more, the first person they gonna blame it on is the motherfucker who signed them.
Right.
But if your shit ain't popping no more, what the fuck you want to do? A nigga don't owe you for the rest of life. Read your contract. Listen, this is a business. If your contract says this is owed to you, XYZ is owed to you, then you should get what's coming. If your contract says there's nothing else I can do, we've already done what we did, then what the fuck else you want me to do?
Right. Yeah, because they were kept alluding that his contracts were basically like terrible contracts, right?
I'm saying every single contract is terrible. Every contract is designed to fuck you. It's up to you. That's why they put all this fucking words in there. They make you have to go get a lawyer. A lot of that shit, they can make it simple or one sheet and you just be like, okay. But they know that motherfuckers don't understand that shit. Who the fuck does? So, okay, it's up to you to go find the right lawyer, translate the contract into words and the understanding that you're familiar with, and then you move forward. But whatever you sign is your fucking fault. Listen, I've got caught up in bad contracts. I'm suing Universal right now for a gang of money. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not, this is welcome to the music business.
Welcome to the music business. They also alluded that he was gonna make Biggie pay for his own funeral through the.
Man, listen again, bro. I don't listen, bro. Man, listen. Man. I tell you what. This is what I can say from experience. The one-time experience I can say. When I paid for Huddy's funeral, I think I paid. It was like $16,000. I think Diddy gave me $5,000. I paid $11,000 for Huddy's 6th funeral up in Harlem. Nobody else helped me with Huddy's funeral. All his guys that grew up and screamed Huddy 6 and all the Harlem guys and all these guys that are out there hustling and all the artists that he was a part of. And I'm not going to say names, but none of them niggas gave $1.
But who you said put 5,000 on there?
Diddy. Diddy gave me 5,000. Diddy gave me 5,000 cash for Huddy 6's funeral. Nobody ever knew about that.
Damn. Okay. All right, that puts things in a little perspective right there.
Gave me $5,000 cash for Huddy's funeral. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't even kicking it with Huddy, but he remembered the Harlem world. group. Huddy Six was in the Harlem World, but me and Huddy had a close friendship. We had met and we was kicking it. And I had put a group together called the Untouchables with Huddy. And me and Huddy went all around the world with Rock the Party and touring. And that was my guy. Rest in peace to Hud Six, Harlem legend. But the point is, I don't know about that Biggie shit. That don't even sound right. I know he gave me $5,000 for Huddy's funeral.
Our real Day got on there and she stated that she don't remember, getting assaulted or whatever, but they said they had an eyewitness that saw it happen.
Listen, the man went to trial. The man, many lawsuits have got thrown out. I don't think one stuck yet, other than, of course, the Cassie joint. But, in this country, after that, I don't give a fuck what to say, especially as a black man that done been through it so much. Once you're finished with the trial with those people, that I don't want to hear about nothing else. The nigga already done fucking did his trial. The nigga he's been in jail. He's doing his time. What the fuck else you want? Everything else that's said after that, I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Man. It's you know what you call? It's moot.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Welcome back. Gene Deal getting raw here, man. Gene Deal, since the documentary of Diddy came out, we about to listen a little bit what Gene has to say here. And on his last video, he's saying, hey, 50, Gene wants half. Because you know what it seemed like? It seemed like a lot of the things in that documentary is basically what Gene was saying, but they just illustrated it in a documentary. That's what it seemed like. But Gene go raw here, man. You know what I'm saying? So we going to get into this right now. Let's get into what Gene's saying. And I'm going to give my reaction to it.
The people, I told them they would be good for the documentary, Mark Curry, all them, they did that and ran off with my ideal. But I would have did it a whole different way and showed them something.
Let me stop right there real quick. How come Gene wasn't in the documentary? I did see his photo in the documentary, right? I see a lot of people's photos. But how come Gene wasn't in the documentary? That's my question to you right now. If you guys have been enjoying the podcast throughout this, please give us a thumbs up. That'll be greatly appreciated. Also, subscribe for more content. How come Gene wasn't in the documentary, man? Gene, the first person I heard really talking about all this was really Gene. I listened to his 3-part series, a 4-part series, Raw Deal Biggs last night that he had did. I watched that. And a lot of the stories that Gene has been saying throughout the years on his podcast, a lot of stuff he was saying was in a documentary. How come Gene wasn't in it, man? That's crazy. All right, let's go back, Gene.
If you look at that documentary, especially the first 2 scenes, it's what I've been telling y'all all along. I want half, 50, half. Give me half, 50. Look at Cara Pinkley. I swear the whole time I was watching it, Gene. But that's how, let me just tell you something, man. That's how the film and the music industry are. They'll take your shit, and because they are white, bright, and always think they right, they'll take your shit, make money off of it, and say F you.
That's what I was feeling. A lot of the stuff Gene was saying was in the movie, but he wasn't in it. They pretty much took, look, I'm not saying they took what he said and remixed it, because other people lived the same story maybe, but I felt like Gene was talking in that movie. Everything Gene said was pretty much in the movie. There was some stuff Gene said that wasn't in the movie, but pretty much it looked like they just illustrated what he said, for real.
I need all y'all to hit 50 page up. I want half 50. Give me half. Miss Dackerson, I shouldn't get half, Miss Dackerson. Yo, everybody, I'm gonna tell you some points in the thing with that. There was some lies in the documentary. You know what I'm saying? Somebody say, "Give me some dough, fifth." J. Rule theory. J. Rule always come up with some good shit. Give me dough, fifth. Hardaway boys, thank you, man. On the floor like this, and try to resuscitate me to say, "Give me dough." Let's start with the city college shit. Remember, Puff made the statement that he was a whole time he was giving people mouth to mouth and tried to resuscitate them, doing CPR. You see him up there, right? In the white like this. Looking around. You seen a thin, big Gene on the floor like this. A thinner version of me. This thin Gene here. Yo, listen. They never mentioned Jessica. They just put 50. I keep saying 50 name. I don't know why. I want half 50. Heavy D and Puff. Jessica Rosenberg, boom, or whatever. She was a part of that. She was the one who locked the door on the kids. I can say that because I know it for a fact. She ran down the steps and locked the door on the kids. Look at Murdoch Parker, 1270. Yeah, you never heard nothing about her, right, Murdoch? Nah, they ain't gonna put her out there. Her family is rich. She was the one that made the introduction of Puff them to Clyde Davis. Jessica used to be the door person at Nails. Nails was the hottest spot for anybody in the industry in the 70s and the 80s. I finished my leftovers yesterday. Mad cough. I don't know if Ticket was ever 12. I thought Ticket used to play professional sports. I used to be I was a parole officer. Call it 12, 11, 10. Shit, it was a career. I got honey butter in here. Hey, honey butter. No, you can't butter my bread. No, just honey butter. Don't quit. Don't quit yet.
jokes. My mods could get it too, honey butter. Yeah, I thought Boogie Brown. I thought he was a former NBA basketball player. Yeah. Salute to that brother. Or he played overseas. He probably could have played in the NBA. Yeah, they say ticket play pro ball. Yes, sir. It said, Big Gene, everything you said was co-signed on that documentary. At last minute one. I want half. Them motherfuckers is slime buckets. Yo, Fifth, they use your name to get some play on this documentary. But they effed it up because that shit was straight garbage. It wasn't nothing that we hadn't already known. It wasn't nothing that we had spoken other than them putting those two jurors in there and we got their point of view. It wasn't shit in that documentary that we didn't know already.
Yeah, that's how I felt. It wasn't nothing in that documentary that he didn't already say. With the exception of maybe Gene had mentioned this. I didn't realize that Misa was talking to Eric Sermon. You know what I'm saying? Or friends with Eric Sermon, and Diddy started talking to. I didn't know that.
It's to yours truly. Sunshine, was it Blue Sunshine Ent? And good for him. They did no real investigation. They never got in touch with the FBI dude who been making statements, Phil Carson. They never got in touch with him to the point where they could have brought him in and made it a real something that y'all could like, oh shit. Damn. I think, was Phil Carson in there? I think Phil Carson was in there.
I think Greg Kading was in there in the documentary. I remember seeing Greg Kading. I'm not sure about Phil Carson, though.
But they didn't ask him the right questions. You see, they try to keep my name out of it.
They sure did.
I seen a couple of pictures of me in there.
Yeah, I saw a couple of pictures.
When I'm on stage doing big album release party, it's platinum party, and I'm telling dude, them, yo, y'all take that shit back. No, I don't bring that shit out right now. Take it back. You understand? See how thin I was then, you know. Nigga had the, you know, had the nice little, from 92 boutique. You understand? With the gold on, you know what I'm saying? Gold shirt on, like, and then you couldn't see it, but the suit had a little gold in it with beige and brown and stuff like that. It was put together pretty good. But I was on stage doing like that. Then I seen another time I was in a thing, but they kept my name out of it. Because I was the one who saw the dude walk up to Puff truck first. And I saw the picture. They lied and said that there was no such picture. The dude come and kill Big. Yeah, they said nothing about the same game, how he got introduced to Harlem. They said none of that. You heard Tim Dog, when we were kids, Puff mother used to bring us to Harlem.
Yeah, they didn't talk about that part. I know Gene said that he met Puff when they were in the same gang or something like that. They didn't even mention that.
And do her stops because she was hustling. No, I still got that shirt that they said. You see that shirt number 4? That's me. I still got that shirt. I'm gonna sell that motherfucker when I get back to New York. They didn't put it in a documentary too. I still got this. I still got the shirt. I'm gonna put it in a one of those picture frames and sell it to somebody. I still got some big stuff. And Un could verify it. Un Rivera was that Brooklyn Mint was Un Rivera. I thought it was what's that other clown? That clown name? Who was robbing big? What's the dude's name who was robbing? It was Mark Pitts and Wayne Brown. I thought Wayne Brown's had something to do with it like that, but that's on Rivera. I got all the stuff. I said, yo, Gene, keep that. We're gonna do something with it. No, I don't want to keep none of that. I'm gonna sell all that shit. Yo, listen, I'm making an announcement. Yo, go to my email, Gene Deal Show. Leave your comment verbally with your picture, or do a video taping of whatever you want to say. So when I do this documentary, however you feel about Gene or whatever you want to say, good, bad, or indifferent, it may make the documentary. Yeah, I want some motherfuckers talk shit. Yeah, talk shit, talk all your shit. It may make the documentary. And ladies, you can say what you want to say too. Oh, Gene. Yeah, that's me, Q-Rock. That's me behind Big. The Vita Milan.
It's just crazy, man. It's a lot that Gene knows, and they did not use it. It's craziness. They didn't use none of it.
On every documentary, I heard him talk about, or when you did Art of Dialogue, how Cassie was running the whole shit. On this documentary, he said Puff was running it. Which was it? I don't know. I wasn't there. Am I right, y'all? Am I making this shit up? Did y'all hear what I heard? If you look at his when he got on these podcast shows, he was talking about, because he had a lawsuit against Cassie and everything, he was talking about how much Cassie was running this shit and how she was doing this and doing that. But on this documentary, he said it was Puff.
Yep. He talking about one of the entertainers. He said how Cassie was running the show and all that, but he got on the documentary, said something totally different.
Samuel Ramsey, speak on this a couple of times, this, that, and the third. Nigga, come on, I ain't turning down nothing but my motherfucking collar. Put the money on the wood, make the betting good. I don't understand. I wouldn't have turned down nothing. When I told y'all, listen here, man. I told y'all when Kirk Burroughs got to talking, man, I can't feel sorry for Kirk. Because Kirk was doing some felonious and some foul bullshit back in the day. Up until now, I'm going to tell y'all a story that they ain't put in there.
See, the thing is, everybody want to be the victim now. But trust me, they were down with Puff. But now all of a sudden, everybody the victim. I don't believe none of these people. Like in that documentary, I don't believe half of what they're saying.
Miss Honeybutter, yes, how can I help you? You hear me loud and clear? Thank you. Style, art, and good, bad, or indifferent, that's their business. He used to do some foul shit for the sake of Puff, everything. I was about to hurt Kirk at one time. And if it wasn't for Toy and Tiffany, I'd have caught him right there when he's going in his apartment on 111th and 5th Avenue and beat the shit out of him. Or have one of my little niggas from the block beat the shit out of him. That's the kind of foul shit he used to do sometimes for the sake of puff.
He's talking about Kirk Burroughs. That was in a documentary.
Now, what Kirk didn't tell y'all was this. The night that Diana Ross gave that party in California, Kirk had passes to go there. My man caught Kirk on camera hugging up with Diddy. This was a couple of years ago. Whenever Diana Ross gave her that anniversary shit out there in California, I think it may have been in the last 5 or 6 years. Am I right or am I wrong? Can somebody look that up for me right quick? She gave that big affair in California. Oh, that, hold on. Is that my girl Henny on there? That girl Henny. Hey Henny, what's up, mama? How you doing? No. I'm glad to see you here, ma. Yeah. Oh no. You ain't gotta say nothing, ma. We good. You know what I mean? That girl got the prettiest. Oh my God! I was sitting next to her in the courtroom. If I was only 20 years younger.
I know who he's talking about too, because when Gene was in the courtroom, I was sitting in back of him. I know exactly who he's talking about.
All right. So my man, check this shit out. So when Kirk come back, he said, what up, Gene? I said, nigga, I ain't fucking with you. He was like, what, Gene? What I do now? So you ain't the only one that ain't from. I said, what I do now? I was like, what I do now? I said, nigga, my man got you on camera with Diddy hug the fuck up. What's all that about, nigga? Oh no, he was just we was just talking and he was trying to get me to go out with him and everything like that. And what else he said? And he was telling me, that we could talk, but he don't owe me nothing and nothing like this and stuff like that. He was saying shit like that. And he tried to get me to take these pills. I was like, yeah, I ain't never tell him who had the footage, and wasn't gonna tell him who had the footage. He told me Puff was trying to get him to go out with him and trying to give him some pills. I know what them pills would have done for him. Nigga would have been like KP. Oh, he would have took him shopping, all right. To them pearly gates. That nigga would have been shopping behind the. They didn't really get into the relationship with. No, let me shut up. Because it'll be in the next documentary, and motherfuckers, I'll be talking about, I want half! 50, I want half! Hey, Henny. Oh, that girl, Henny Review. What up, mama? She's the Gene Dilla. Hey. Hey, Deshaun. 7690. What up? He said hip hop got the worst industry in the world. Mr. Ramsey said that after watching that. Thanks, Henny. My girl renewed her membership. My membership's so cheap, the motherfuckers should just pay for the whole year. Kirk name wasn't on the as a producer credit. What about Tim? Did they? Wallace Puff didn't want to talk to me and everything, and D-Rock said he didn't want to talk to me. That's the last time I saw him. No, it's not a pity. For who are butts about it? The last time I seen D-Rock, when he said that Puff didn't want to fuck with me. He said Puff didn't want to, I told, let's have a conversation. I wanted to tell him what he had did wrong to Miss Wallace. Puff didn't want to talk to me and everything, and D-Rock said he didn't want to talk to me. That's the last time I saw him. No, it's not a pity. For who? Just don't say that. It's not a pity. It's they lost. It's they lost. Could nobody tell that City College story better than me because I was right there. I was the one opening the door for the kids. They was falling down at my feet. They got me on camera resuscitating, trying to help one of the kids.
That's one thing for sure.
You
Gene was
understand?
right there.
I was there.
He was there.
I know from start to finish. I gave it to him. I said, yo, man, them niggas on outside after the murder. No, they wasn't. Yeah. Yes, they was, bro. I got the pictures. I'm going to show it to you, man. But you can't do nothing with it, man, because the dossier finna come out with something big. You understand? About this shit. Gave it to the nigga. Oh, shit. It wasn't an hour later, this nigga doing a program on it. So who's capping? Nigga, I ain't got a cap on nothing. If I see that nigga on my show, get rid of him. If he pop back up on my screen or whatever like that, all my moderators could go. I don't want nobody on here talking about some other nigga that wasn't even there. Gene, I felt that it was, I don't know how to bring it back down. How you bring the screen back down? Jersey Rick, I don't even know how to bring the screen back down, bro. Thank you, mama. Ain't know why. On stage. Yo, it's some stuff that
But anyway, that's Gene Deal. There's a lot in the documentary they didn't talk about, especially part of Puff's early beginnings in Harlem. They didn't talk on that too much, but maybe they'll do a part 2. Maybe that's coming. But I was for sure thinking Gene was going to be in it, but he wasn't in it. But that's the story, man. Gene wasn't in it. But yeah, man, drop a comment below. Like, comment, share, subscribe. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.
50 Cent says Diddy sent him flowers while he was in the club last night, and he believes he's trying to send him a warning or scare him. You're right, Ralphie. He's coming out on that village shit.
I'm telling you.
Sending flowers.
Show us the flowers, 50.
I want to hear this nigga too. I know he gonna pop it.
What does the note say?
Diddy sent those to 50?
Diddy sent
Or
these
wait,
flowers?
did 50 send this to himself and put from Diddy on it?
Listen,
Very possible.
Maybe.
He's that type of troll.
Yeah,
He'll do
50
that
Cent,
shit.
50 Cent
Ah,
would be like,
hell
look
yeah.
what Diddy just sent
No,
me.
no,
Yup.
a fan probably did it, and then he was just like, "Let me just this
Let
gonna
me
be
just run
funny,
with
like
it.
let me troll some more."
That's an exquisite bouquet.
Yeah, Diddy didn't send him no flowers.
Nah,
That's
hell
cap.
nah.
He said, "Why all the foreplay? Get busy. You know I'm stupid."
Yeah, nah.
Whoa.
50 Cent sent this
50
to
did that to
himself.
him for sure.
He
Okay,
sent this
okay.
to himself. Diddy
That could be
didn't
an
send him
encrypted
this.
message though, man. You know these niggas is weirdos, man. These niggas be on one.
Well, 50 wasn't with it ever since he tried to take him shopping.
Yeah.
Like, he was cool with
50
him.
be,
Like,
he be tripping.
yeah.
All right, and then my bad, Lush. We can go to the next
No,
topic. I
for
didn't want to
sure.
skip this. The flowers.
No, I'm glad
The
that
flowers is crazy.
Yeah, that's just,
He ain't
Flowers
sent that.
like funeral flowers.
don't ever be in 50's bad graces ever in life because he gonna make you look stupid.
Great fucking troll.
A warning, I'm 90s grimy. Or is it? Yeah, I'm 90s grimy. You
You don't gotta
want-
warn me.
Yeah.
Been
Mhm.
on
Alright.
that, nigga.
Alright.
He been on that.
He's with
nigga.
all the
Damn, he
bullshit.
sounds like a little bit like disturbed.
Yeah,
He's
he
like
does.
thrown off.
Yeah.
Maybe
Not thrown
Diddy
off.
really did send it.
50
50
sent
ain't worried about
himself
that
some
I don't know,
flowers, man.
guys.
This is a whole
He a
circus.
troll.
It's a whole circus to go with the
Yeah.
documentary.
That makes sense.
Next-
Diddy out there with the
next-
lifers right now.
And next thing you know, Diddy sent 50 some Vaseline or something like
Yeah.
that. Come on,
He's
man.
sipping Pruno with the lifers, bro.
He sent
He got a
J-Lo
whole
and
rack.
Order a
panties to
package with some
himself.
Vaseline.
It say from J-Lo. I mean, Diddy, like, come on.
He's got a whole operation, brother. Yeah, so
That nigga said from J-Lo is crazy.
From J-Lo, man. From
J-Lo.
Vaseline.
oh, if 50 would have got J-Lo like to do like a
dude.
long form interview in that
She
dog.
getting
my
too much money,
God.
bro. She started
yeah.
Way
doing
too
movies and
much.
shit. They been
Well, she want to separate
billionaires
herself
and
from that
shit.
narrative.
She was, I think J-Lo was in it.
She
No.
was. That's why
No.
she started
No,
dating
I
billionaires and
think
shit.
she was
Nigga,
in
she
it,
went,
yeah.
How?
she knew exactly which way to go.
Look, I'll pop it about J-Lo, but let's keep it a stack. She was super adverse to being around any of that. It was completely against her image. She didn't want no parts of it. It was so disturbed.
Jenny
she
from
let
the
that fool.
block,
And I
bro.
was
Shut
talking
the
to
fuck
girl.
up,
She
bro.
a bop. I ain't saying she's not a bop, but I'm not saying she didn't want her public image to be associated with
A
people
criminal.
getting arrested.
Yeah.
and
That's
criminal-
Jenny from the fucking block, bro.
Sure, but if you look at the
Of
entire
course, she
history,
wanted to elevate from the hood and start doing movies and shit.
at
but
that point,
we-
especially that was
but
when she was still young.
trying to do her thing.
Yeah, I'm
She
not
was
look,
doing
I'm
her
not-
thing.
She was doing
Bro,
her
she
thing,
went
but
straight to
She
billionaires.
was
Then she
doing
was-
it.
hey,
She
if
was,
she
she was
wanted-
in the freak off. She
if
was
she-
selling tickets.
Oh,
at the
yeah,
freak
no
for
one's
off.
sure.
safe. No
Ain't
one's
doubt
doubting
about
that.
How you think she got
No one-
acquainted with them
With the
billionaires? and
billionaires.
shit?
Yeah,
no
she
one's
was in
doubting
there.
it.
And other
Okay, this is all.
She had the robe
He
on
might have
and
kicked the
everything.
door down, and this is what people often do: use hip hop culture as a stepping
Yes.
stone. I hate to accuse
Thank you.
Jenny of the block, Jenny
She
from the
definitely
block
did.
of the Bronx. You feel me? Like I would never want to accuse someone of
Definitely
such
did.
high esteem caliber in the culture. As far
She
as
used to be out
people-
wearing a rhinestone bandana. Then all of a sudden she don't know no more.
I'm just saying, fool. Like
Crop top, wife beater.
She was out there hitting her little moves in the video.
the point is, if she wanted to
had
be
the
around,
knife in her purse or the blower in her purse.
she
did.
still
She
got,
does.
but that was her whole. But that was the whole point. She
still
said he
does.
made me put the gun. in
No,
my
she
purse."
Yeah, she
didn't.
did.
Yes,
Yeah, she did.
she
She-
was
I mean, no,
very-
he didn't. He didn't
but
do
that was
that.
her defense.
No, that was her.
I mean,
What,
like
he asked you to do it and you said, yeah, okay.
no, for sure.
Yeah, I'll
She's
protect
like, hey,
myself.
I
she-
wouldn't ask her to do it then. Shit.
hey, she a trill one. She a Boricua from NYC. She knows the deal. Like,
Right.
boom, held the. You feel me? Held Blick.
Put this up real quick.
Put it up real quick.
Yep.
I mean,
With
you
that
don't know
being-
nothing.
With that being said, yeah, like she wasn't trying to be that. Like, I'm not here defending Jay. It's hard.
Yeah,
it's,
you is.
you know, it's crazy that y'all can't distinguish me saying like is a bop from she wanted to be associated with criminals in a public capacity while she has a career as a pop star.
No, she doesn't want to.
Like, I don't
It wouldn't
understand
be
how there's-
ideal, but she did because she was pulling up.
And then she moved far away from it and was
She
married
was
to Ben
fucking with
Affleck.
Diddy.
She was married to Ben Affleck.
As
Let me,
quickly as she
if I'm the
could.
whitest human being I possibly can
But she
afterwards.
was with Diddy.
Yeah, exactly.
He's the evil villain.
And
She was
before, and
fucking with
be-
the evil
before
villain.
she was a flag girl on In Living Color. She was a background
Facts.
dancer with her
Facts.
right booty cheek right near
So how
Jamie
did you
Foxx's
get
head.
next to Diddy?
Like, you feel me? PEMDAS, order of operations.
There you go.
Yeah,
Parentheses. You feel
And
me?
he got her
Have we
in-
seen
in
her in
that
any
one
type
of
of
them
black
little
adjacent
meetups.
culture, anything since that time?
No.
Hell no.
He was out.
No,
No.
she separated.
She's good.
She's in movies with Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
She
She Post Malone that thing.
Okay, and like we said, this is so that trajectory of her using hip hop for her initial bursts of popularity and fame infusion is one thing, and then there's the what happens subsequently from there, which is, does she continue to be a part of the culture, or does she go in a completely different direction and use it when convenient? So we done seen that.
Yep.
We done seen all that, but I can't say that I'm surprised.
Now, after the damning documentary Sean Combs' The Reckoning, produced by 50 Cent, aired,
I kind of like Diddy.
Diddy and his team have been scrambling to make it disappear. The documentary itself unearthed a lot of truth about the monster Diddy in all his snake-like ways. Now, many people wondered how 50 got the secret footage Diddy didn't want released. And his former security guard, Roger Bonds, revealed exactly how.
I'm getting it as your bonds. Yo, man, how 50 get, blah, blah, blah. Yo, Puff, take this self on that. Let me explain something to y'all. All right, whether it's NDAs, whether it's whatever. When these young boys come in, first of all, he only deal with young videographers because he want to rob them, and he know that they want the opportunity to follow Puff Daddy, P. Diddy. They want that opportunity. So they get him at a low price anyway. But when you stay out so many hours a day, Puff wants a videographer with him 24 hours a day on call. Whether we on the yacht, whether we on a ship, wherever we at, he wants to videotape that, right? So now, they come to agreement. They come to whatever the pay is going to be. But then it be so many hours on that invoice that he don't want to pay. He gets in touch with the office. He gets in touch with the chief of staff. Yo, what is this I'm paying? What is this I'm paying? You know what you paying. You was outside all of these hours. It's 160 something hours in a week. You was outside 140. That's the invoice he put in. So now, being if you got a contract and he don't stand to that contract, guess what happens? He could do whatever he want to do with that footage. So now that footage goes to the highest bidder. And 50 had to be the highest bidder to get the, this is business. You know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't in love with you. Everybody ain't dedicated. Everybody ain't loyal to the point of stupidity. Trust me.
Now, 50 Cent, he actually got a surprise package while at Club 11 in Miami, and it was a clear death threat. Now, if you're familiar with the term pushing up daisies, then you know exactly what this means. Even behind bars, Diddy is showing his power. He never commented back at 50 Cent clowning him for wanting to take him shopping, seemingly hitting on him. It appears the documentary drew the line for the diddler. Now, Diddy sent 50 Cent some daisies, indicating that he's a marked man. Now, 50 Cent commented, said, "What kind of ish is this? Diddy sent flowers to me at Club 11, LOL. Why all the foreplay? Get busy. You know I'm stupid." Then 50 Cent said, "A warning, I'm 90s grimy. You don't warn me, LOL." Now, Diddy is no stranger to unaliving people. Now, let's talk about the bodies that he's hidden and he's responsible for. Mr. Raid were career-ending tapes of recordings of celebrities and electronic devices with incriminating data on it were discovered in Diddy's homes in both LA and Miami by Homeland Security agents. Feds are also looking into a slew of shootings that have been directly linked to Diddy. Now, the crazy thing is a lot of those were swept under the rug, but just a simple Google search will verify all of my claims of his crimes. Now, these are the Diddy shootings. Now, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, and watch this whole entire video so that you don't miss nothing. Now, Diddy has a bunch of bodies under his belt and a few survivors. Now, let's talk about first the most recent shooting that occurred in a Los Angeles recording studio involving his son, Justin, the devil's offspring. Now, the music producer Little Rod, who was suing Diddy, is doubling down on some daunting allegations that Diddy and his son were involved in a shooting at a Los Angeles recording studio back in 2022, as well as, of course, the allegations of harassment that's been all over the internet. Now, Diddy was sued on February 26th by Rodney Little Rod Jones, a producer on his most recent album, who alleged Combs sexually harassed, drugged, and threatened him while he traveled and lived with Combs from September 2022 to November 2023. In the initial complaint filed in U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York, Little Rod also detailed a shooting at a writers and producers camp at Chalice Recording Studio in Los Angeles on September the 12th, 2022. In addition to that, he also alleges that Diddy's son, Justin, and Justin's friend, identified in the court documents as G, was also there. Now, the lawsuit alleges that Combs is part of a RICO enterprise and that he and others are involved in an ex-trafficking venture. Now, RICO enterprise is one in which people or groups act together to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is meant to target organized crime. Now, the complaint is the latest legal trouble for Diddy, who has been hit with a number of recent lawsuits, including multiple allegations of assault. Now, the complaint filed by Little Rod accounts that he heard multiple gunshots after a heated conversation in a nearby bathroom at the recording studio. When the bathroom door opened, Diddy and his son walked out, and Little Rod found G lying on the restroom floor in a fetal position, holding his stomach and bleeding out his leg hip area, the lawsuit said. Little Rod said he helped the victim up and took him to the front of the studio where an ambulance was waiting out front for him. So far, the Los Angeles Fire Department has not responded to multiple requests for more information regarding the shooting. Now get this. Little Rod also alleges in the suit that Diddy instructed him to lie to the police and tell them that Diddy or his son had nothing to do with the shooting and that it had occurred while G was outside the studio by a drive-by assailant. Now, Little Rod is standing by his accounts and maintained that G was not shot outside Chalice, but actually inside the bathroom. Now, Chalice Recording Studio is also staying mute on the shooting as they were possibly potentially paid off by Diddy, and they are not cooperating with releasing any surveillance tapes. Now, reportedly, the studio was contacted by NBC News and they issued a questionable comment. Chalice Recording Studio is alleged to have sent an unnamed person stating the shooting occurred a half a block away from Chalice and it was the result of a robbery. They also said there are police reports corroborating this and to please wait for facts to come out before you start contributing to the defamation of our organization. Now, Chalice also said when LAPD arrived on the scene, it was immediately determined conclusively that the shooting took place some distance from the studio. Now, more information in the complaint also states, citing a media report that claimed G went to the studio after he was shot. But Little Rod's original suit indicates police were inside Chalice and witnessed the blood in the bathroom, but still went along with the bogus claim that the shooting took place outside of the studio. Now, that definitely sounds corrupt. Now, included in the original filing are screenshots reportedly showing the aftermath of the restroom where G was shot by either Diddy or Justin Combs. Now, Little Rod also claims that he has the clothing he wore the day of the shooting, which he says could have the potential DNA of the shooting victim. Now, the filing says Diddy and his son Justin were not at the studio when the police had arrived, and it alleges that Diddy and his son hid out and laid low in another studio while police investigated, and that they were the first ones to leave after the officers departed. Representatives for Justin Combs on February 27th, of course, denied the allegations filed in the complaint, which they call absurd and lies, and said there will be legal consequences for all defamatory statements made about the Combs family. Now, that's just like a lawyer to call everything their client did as lies. Now, let's travel back to 1999 when Diddy shot a woman in a nightclub. On December the 27th, 1999, Sean Puffy Combs and then girlfriend Jennifer Lopez had been celebrating a soon-to-be-released album by Shine, aka Jamal Borough, the rap mogul's 21-year-old protege, in Midtown's Club, New York. They were leaving when Combs, carrying a bottle of champagne, accidentally jostled one of the club patrons, knocking a drink out of his hand. The man, Matthew Allen, a street dude known as Scar, responded with a shove. Things escalated. One of Allen's companions allegedly threw a stack of money in Combs' face, and shots were fired, leaving 3 people injured. Combs and Lopez were arrested, fleeing the scene in a Lincoln Navigator with a gun in the trunk. J-Lo was quickly absolved, and although witnesses said they'd seen Combs with the weapon, and his driver testified that his boss had bribed him to claim ownership, his legal team, including Johnny Cochran, created enough doubt that Combs was acquitted too. He says, "I don't know if you know this, Judge, but this person, Jennifer Lopez, is a very famous actress," one lawyer pointed out. To think Mr. Combs is walking around with her with a loaded gun is so ridiculous that it stretches the imagination. Now, in the end, it was Shine who served almost 9 years for assault, gun possession, and reckless endangerment, though he did so angrily, claiming Combs had sold him out to save his own skin. After his acquittal, Combs changed his nickname to P. Diddy in hopes of putting the past behind him. In suspected retribution, Allen was shot to death at Footlights, a Brooklyn nightclub, and Shine, who embraced Judaism in prison, renamed himself Moses Michael Levy, squashed his beef with Diddy for taking the fall at Paris Fashion Week, where they attended the Kenzo and Givenchy shows together. Now, recently, one of the victims of the shooting came out and named Diddy as the actual trigger man.
Hey, how you doing? So, here today about this latest lawsuit with the P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puffy, Sean Puffy Combs, whatever you want to call him, lawsuit that has come out involving the producer Little Rod. So basically his last 2 lawsuits, or last 2 major lawsuits, the one with Cassie, she made mention that Puffy made her carry his guns into nightclubs and wherever they went. And he threatened her to make her feel like she had to do so. And while there were lots of things of importance, that stood out to me. And I'm going to tell you why. In this lawsuit with the producer Little Rod, they were both SA'd by him and threatened and physically harmed. But in this lawsuit, he appears to be a very young producer to me. But he said something very specific. As a means of threatening him, Puffy said, "That's why I shot up the club in New York back in 1999 and let Shine take the fall for it." Let me tell you why that's of utmost importance to me. Because I am the woman who he shot in the face in that 1999, December 27th, 1999, Club New York shooting. I have told everyone ad nauseum since then, even the surgeon who did the surgery to take the bullet. I got shot in my face with a 9mm hollow point bullet called a cop killer. I literally have told everyone and never changed what I said. I watched him. I got pow-powed in the face. I watched him fire the gun. I've said it all this time. Even the surgeon who did my surgery to take out part of the bullet fragments that was aspirating into my lungs and try to remove as many bullet fragments as possible, testified in the criminal trial that while they were putting me under, I was screaming, "Puffy, pew pew me in the face." He testified in the criminal trial. It is in the record. They all knew he did it. Everybody knew he did it, but he paid off the club bouncer named Sharice and all these other people and the club owners with their video to hide the video. That's his MO. I told everybody that. This man almost took my life, has traumatized my life, has caused undue harm, irreparable damage to my life, lied his behind off. I've had all these youngins on the internet harassing me, swearing that I'm making it up that he did it. And look what he did to Little Rod. He threatened him. Oh, you don't think I bust my gun? I shot up the club in Club New York and let Shine take the fall for it. I shot them people. Well, well, well. It only took 24 whole years for it to come out. You see this tattoo? This commemorates me getting shot. It took 24 years for him to come out and say it. I've been saying it all along, but y'all pick and choose who y'all want to believe. Oh, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. Not only did he pew me in the face, he also set off a course of harassment against me for the past 24 years. When I tell you the things I went through, there was a time in 2017 and 2018 where I got 7 flats on my BMW, 7, the same tire, in a 2-year span, 7 on the same tire, and they were all new. Every time it happened, I had to get a new tire. I have the pictures to prove it. Harassing me. You want to know why? Because prior to Cassie, I was the only person to be victimized by him and then to successfully sue him and get paid. And he had to pay me out of his pocket. He has never gotten over that. Oh, baby. You see this RICO charge that's about to come? This conspiring and pew-pewing up the club and ruining or attempting to ruin my life? As God as my witness, I will not stop until you suffer every single iota of punishment, until I have every second of recompense that you took from me. For every tear that I had to cry or my children had to cry, I am going to get $1 million back from you. I will not stop until you pay the price for what you did to my life. And for all you people out there on the internet and in cyberspace and in the far reaches of my life or the perimeters or wherever who always like, oh, she just saying that to get some. Hell, what you got to say now? What you got to say now? I had some youngins on the internet that ain't even old enough, that weren't even alive when it happened, arguing me down, cussing me out, calling me everything but a child of God. Go check Instagram. It's there. Harassing my life. Harassing me. Oh, you lying. He ain't do that to you. You just want clout. You just chasing clout. What is that to chase clout about? How is that clout chase worthy? It doesn't even make sense. Well, I guess it will make sense in this new generation, but you better believe I will have my say. I will have my say. Hashtag having my say. Hashtag the dopest nerd ever. Hashtag Ebb Talks. Y'all ain't seen or heard nothing yet.
Now, it definitely seems like Diddy is capable of putting that hit out on 50. Now, he already sending him a warning saying, look, man, I can touch you wherever you at. And, you know, he's basically showing his reach to 50 Cent, man. And I do feel like 50 Cent may be a little shook, or he may be just that crazy to where he just don't give a damn. Because 50 got money and power as well. So it's interesting to see what's going to come about, man, with this documentary coming out. If y'all haven't seen the documentary, make sure y'all check it out on Netflix. It's definitely interesting, man. Want to get you guys' take on that. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about this, man. And now, how do y'all feel about this old gangster type way that Diddy is trying to shoot a shot at 50, man? I definitely think, you know, it got his attention. You know, he could have sent a word, he could have sent anything, but he sent some flowers. And not just any type of flowers. He sent some damn daisies. So he's definitely trying to send 50 Cent a message out there, as y'all can see. So y'all let me know how y'all feel about this, man. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe on the videos. Share these videos, and I'm going to peep y'all on the next one. Holla.
Can't get enough? Click on this screen to watch even more great content. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel, and you can also catch my clips on my other channel, The Lionel B Show Clips. And you can stream my audio on the go on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and all other major podcast platforms.
50 Cent has been trolling Diddy ever since he got arrested, but most fans have no idea how serious the beef is. From 50 getting blackballed in the industry to his homies getting killed in the streets, Diddy's been around for it all. And today, we're breaking down the whole crazy story. Everyone has been seeing 50 take wild shots at Diddy, but their beef goes all the way back to when 50 Cent was trying to break into the rap game. 50 Cent came up in the streets of Queens and was active in the trenches way before he got into the rap game. 50's mom hustled drugs in the street, but she tragically died in a fire when 50 was just 8 years old. 50 ended up living with his grandparents, and by the time he was 12, he was already moving weight just like his mom. 50 got arrested for drugs and guns a couple of times, and that's when he decided to start rapping. Back in '96, 50 linked up with Jam Master Jay and was on his way up. They recorded a full album together that never got released, and then 50 got a deal with Columbia Records. 50 dropped his first record, Power of the Dollar, in 2000, and his name was buzzing in New York off his track How to Rob. How to Rob was all about 50 rapping about jacking famous rappers, and he name-dropped Diddy on the track and rapped, "You better recognize, nigga, I'm straight from the street. These industry niggas are starting to look like something to eat. I snatched Kim. Tell Puff, you want to see her again? Dance your ass down to the nearest ATM." 50 also talks about robbing Jay-Z, Wu-Tang Clan, Fat Joe, and way more, and the track blew up in the city. Nas heard the track and wanted 50 to go on tour with him, but then 50 got shot up and everything changed. 50 got hit up 9 times and almost died. Then while he was in the hospital, Columbia Records dropped him from the label because of his track Ghetto Quran. Ghetto Quran is allegedly why 50 got shot because he name-dropped a dude named Kenneth Supreme McGriff. Supreme allegedly put a bag on 50's head, and when 50 survived the shooting, Supreme told everyone in the industry to stop rocking with him. 50 couldn't get anything popping in New York after that, so he went up to Canada and got right back to the grind. Back in the day, rappers didn't really put out their own mixtapes. Usually it was DJs making the tapes. But 50 Cent changed all of that. 50 started recording his own tracks using the hottest beats on the radio and made his own mixtapes. Everyone was rocking with 50's new music, but a lot of labels were afraid to sign him because 50 was too street. People in New York were paying attention though. And in 2001, 50 linked up with Diddy and started ghostwriting for him. Diddy was dating Jennifer Lopez back then, and she's the one who pushed Diddy into working with 50 Cent. 50 wrote Diddy's verse on the track Let's Get It, and rumors were flying that 50 was going to sign a deal with Bad Boy Records. But according to 50's homie Tony Yayo, Diddy didn't want to make the deal because of 50's drama with Supreme.
We went to, for Bad Boy. A lot of people don't know that. We had the meeting, and it was so crazy that Diddy didn't sign him. I know that was one of the biggest mistakes of Bad Boy. And, you know, the Preem situation, and, you know, a lot of people were scared of Preem. 50 wasn't.
According to 50 Cent, he never really wanted to work with Diddy, even when he was trying to get started in the rap game. 50 told the Hollywood Reporter that when he got back to work after the shooting, Diddy was hitting him up to come write verses, and 50 didn't want to do it. But his baby mama told him they were broke and needed the money, and that's why 50 started working with Diddy. A lot of people didn't even know that 50 Cent had been ghostwriting for Diddy. But in 2002, 50 dropped the track You Not Like Me and raps, "Hoes be like, 50, you so witty. On the dick like they heard, I ghostwrite for Diddy. You got fat while we starved, it's my turn. I done felt how the shells burn. I still won't learn. That same year, 50 remixed the track Niggas from the Notorious B.I.G. and rapped, "I run the city, and I don't dance around like Diddy. Niggas is giddy, till they're smack silly or spray with the Mac Millie. They don't want drama, really." 50 was taking little shots, but it wasn't real beef yet. And in 2003, 50 won Best Rap Video at the MTV Music Awards for In the Club. Diddy was the one announcing the winner, and he showed 50 love and dapped him up on stage. Then a year later, Diddy was celebrating the 10th anniversary of Bad Boy Records. He dropped an album called 10th Anniversary, The Hits. Diddy featured 50 and his homie Lloyd Banks on the track Victory, and Diddy rapped, "Yo, the sun don't shine forever, but as long as it's here, then we might as well shine together. Better now than never. Business before pleasure. P. Diddy and the fam. Who you know do it better?" 50 Cent and Diddy were cool, even though 50 had taken a couple shots at him in the booth. They were even linking up in the studio. But then in 2005, everything started to fall apart. And it was all sparked because 50 wanted to sign one of Diddy's artists. After the Notorious B.I.G. got killed, Mace stepped up and kept Bad Boy Records from going under. Mace's first album dropped the year after Biggie died and debuted at #1 on the pop and R&B charts. Mace had 100 hit tracks and was carrying the whole Bad Boy label. And in '98, he started his own label called All Out Records. Fans couldn't wait for Mace's next project. And in '99, he dropped his album Double Up and sold over 100K copies in the first week. Mace was one of the hottest rappers in the game. But then he shocked everyone and announced that he was retiring to become a pastor. There's a lot of different rumors about why Mace left the rap game. Some people claim that Mace was involved in a deadly beef with a hustler from Harlem named Baby Mane. Baby Mane and Mace allegedly started beefing over a woman. Then Mace's homie Pop Lottie got involved with the situation too. Pop Lottie was another well-known dude in the streets, and Baby Mane allegedly sliced Pop Lottie in the face. Most of the stories just rumors that were never confirmed, but Pop Lottie and Baby Mane both ended up getting killed. And a lot of people think Mace was running from the beef. But according to other sources, the real reason Mace retired is because he didn't want to be around Diddy anymore. Diddy's the one who put Mace on when he was trying to get into the rap game, but Diddy played him and convinced Mace to sign a bad deal. Mace grew up playing basketball with Cameron, and when Cameron decided to take rap seriously, Mace brought Cam to Biggie instead of Diddy. Mace already had a deal with Diddy, so people thought Cam would do the same thing, but Mace said he took Cam to Biggie instead because he knew Biggie wouldn't try to play him like Diddy would. A few years after Mace retired, he decided to come back to the rap game and started rocking with 50 Cent. 50 brought Mace on tour with him, and Mace told MTV that 50 Cent and Jay-Z were the only ones who had reached out to sign him. Diddy said in interviews that he would be cool with Mace signing to 50's label, and everyone thought Mace was about to join G-Unit. 50 even put Mace in the video for his track Window Shopper, and what a lot of people didn't know is that 50 was taking shots at Diddy on the track too. The track opens up with 50 saying, "The top feels so much better than the bottom, so much better." Everyone thought 50 was talking about taking over the rap game, but it was also a shot about Diddy hooking up with dudes. And in 2018, 50 confirmed that the line was about Diddy. Mace was also featured on the soundtrack for 50's movie, Get Rich or Die Trying, but their deal never went through because of Diddy. 50 was ready to spend $1 million to buy Mace out of his Bad Boy contract, but Diddy tried to play him and asked for $2 million. 50 said Mace wasn't worth $2 million with $2 million in his pocket, and told DJ Funk Flex that Diddy tried to pull some sucker shit with the deal.
Yeah, I was like, what you looking for that? He said $2 million. I'm like, Mace ain't worth $2 million with $2 million in his pocket. Is you crazy?
It was clear that Diddy was just trying to play 50, because Jimmy Iovine even offered to let 50 and Diddy keep all the profits from Mace's next project. 50 Cent was under Jimmy Iovine's label, Interscope Records. And usually Interscope would take a lot of money from anyone on 50's label, but Jimmy Iovine knew that 50 wanted the deal with Diddy to work, so he offered to let them keep all the profits that Mace's album made. It was a crazy deal, but Diddy still didn't go for it just to mess with 50. After the Mace deal went left, 50 really started beefing with Diddy and dropped a wild diss on him and rapped, "Who shot Biggie Smalls? We don't get him, they gonna kill us all." Man, Puffy know who hit that nigga. Man, that nigga soft. He scared them boys from the west side or break him off. Dump on his ass, so he run to Harlem to shake him off. Everyone knows about Diddy's freak-offs now, but 50 was dissing Diddy over his parties all the way back in 2006. And at the end of the Diddy diss track, he said, "Oh, I guess I won't be invited to the white parties in the Hamptons. I don't give a fuck. I don't want to hang out with your punk ass no way." Then 50 aired Diddy out over the Mace situation and said, "Give me motherfucking run around this nigga Mace. Now you want to play games? Don't want to make the deal, nigga? Man, I'll fuck your shit up, nigga." 50 had spent a lot of money dragging Mace around while he was trying to make a deal with Diddy. And 50 said, "Now you go on and send me $50,000 for this nigga travel fees, you know, airfare, hotel space, for that last tour, nigga, or I'll really service your ass, nigga." 50 also sent a shot at Diddy that nobody caught for years. At the end of the track, 50 said, "All right, I see what you're trying to do, but I don't know why you're doing what you're trying to do. Why you want to make me tell everybody what Misa told me?" Misa Hilton is a stylist and fashion designer who worked with artists on Bad Boy Records like Lil' Kim. She dated Diddy back when he was still an intern at Uptown Records, and that's how she got started in the industry. Misa Hilton and Diddy were on and off again while he was taking over the industry, and according to Diddy's ex-bodyguard, Gene Deal, Diddy beat Misa so bad that she had to crawl under a car just to get away from him.
He beat that woman till she was crawling up under a car, man. No matter how small she was crawling up under the car, man.
Most people had no idea what Diddy was doing to Misa, but after a video came out showing Diddy putting hands on Cassie Ventura, Misa hopped on Instagram and said that seeing the video triggered her own trauma. It's not clear how 50 knew it was going down, but he was already threatening to expose Diddy way back in the day. At that point, it looked like 50 already hated Diddy, but a year later, the whole rap game was shocked because 50 and Diddy performed at Madison Square Garden together. T.I. was hosting Screamfest at the Garden, and he was able to get Kanye, 50, Diddy, and Jay-Z all on stage at the same time. At one point during the show, Diddy tried to put his arm around 50, and you can tell that 50 didn't want Diddy touching him like that. But that same year, 50 also featured Diddy and Jay-Z on a remix for his track, I Get Money. 50 had just made $100 million off of vitamin water after Coca-Cola bought the company out. And with all the money he made from music too, 50 was one of the richest dudes in the rap game. Nobody was making more cash than 50, Jay-Z, and Diddy at the time. All three of them are featured in Forbes, so they all linked up to flex on the track. Fans were shocked that 50, J, and Diddy were all on the same track. But in 2024, Broadway All Day hopped on Reddit and explained how it went down. Broadway All Day is a director who made the video for the original version of I Get Money. According to Broadway, 50's manager, Chris Lighty, was working on some huge deals behind the scenes that involved 50, Jay-Z, and Diddy. 50 agreed to put Jay-Z and Diddy on the track, even though there was some drama, but the business deals never worked out. In 2024, after Diddy got booked by the feds, 50 Cent went on The Breakfast Club and talked about the track. Charlamagne the God brought up how people thought 50 wrote Diddy's verse, where Diddy was confessing to crimes and raps. Bo knows, but Diddy did it. Cars, jewelry, and big homes, yeah, Diddy did it. Shootouts, coastal beefs, yeah, Diddy did it. But my lawyer's so good that Diddy got acquitted. But 50 Cent told The Breakfast Club, I ain't tell him to say that. 50 said Jay helped him write Diddy's verse, and Jay is the one who wrote those lines. 50 said Diddy knew what he wanted to say, so he told Jay-Z, and Jay wrote the bars for him. It's not
Jay, help me with that. Jay, help me with that. Jay, help me with that. Jay did that part right there. What he said.
It's not clear who really wrote the lines, though, because Broadway All Day claimed that 50's homie Lloyd Banks is the one who wrote Diddy's verse. The track ran up crazy numbers, but it almost didn't come out because of more drama behind the scenes. Broadway All Day's girlfriend was given a CD with a bunch of beats on it by a dude who claimed he was a producer. Broadway heard the beats and knew they were hot, so he handed the CD with the beats to an A&R at the label. It turned out that the dude who gave the CD to Broadway's girlfriend didn't actually make any of the beats, though. But by the time Broadway found out, 50 had already made the track and was going to shoot the video in a week. They couldn't use a beat without finding the real producer and paying them for it, though, and the track almost fell apart. Broadway knew his career was going to be over if that happened, so he tracked down the real producer and signed him to the label just in time for the video shoot. When 50 had Diddy on the I Get Money remix, it looked like everything was cool between them. And in 2008, 50 Cent crashed an interview Diddy was having with MTV so he could promote his own show. 50 and Diddy were joking around with each other during the interview and said they were friends. But it was clear that there was still some tension they weren't talking about. It took some more time before the beef really popped off, but Diddy was about to give 50 another reason to hate him. In 2008, Rick Ross was just getting started in the rap game. Ross got invited to the BET Awards that year and said that he saw 50 Cent at the awards and he didn't like how 50 looked at him. 50 claimed that he doesn't even remember Ross being at the show, but that night sparked a wild beef that's still going on today. Rick Ross took shots at 50 on the track Mafia Music and raps, I love to pay your bills, can't wait to pay your rent. Curtis Jackson, baby mama, I ain't asking for a cent. Burn the house down, you gotta buy another. Don't forget the gas can, jealous stupid motherfucker. At the time, 50 was fighting his baby mama, Shanika Tompkins, to get custody of their son, Marquise. The house where Shanika was living ended up burning down, and she accused 50 of paying some goons to start the fire.
Mr. Jackson business. You do think so?
Yes, I know so.
Why do you say that?
He threatened me on Monday.
He did.
He threatened me. Look, watch what I'll do. I'll have someone come kill you. He threatened me. Someone threw something through the window and the house just ignited. Couldn't even make it downstairs. We had to jump out the window.
You think he hired someone to do it?
Yes, of course. I know he's too much of a coward to do anything himself.
After Ross took a shot at 50 over the situation, 50 told Ross straight up that he was going to ruin his life just for fun.
I'm deciding to fuck your life up. Rick, bro, I'm gonna fuck your life up. For fun.
And that's when 50 started doing everything he could to destroy Rick Ross's career. 50 exposed Ross for working as a corrections officer in Florida before he got into the rap game and started dropping bars about being a drug lord. When the photos of Ross working as a CEO came out, Ross tried to claim it was cap and told all hip-hop that hackers put his face on other people's photos. Everyone knew Ross was lying about the situation, though. And 50 made it even worse when he dropped the track Officer Ricky and rapped, fat fuck playing Wii Fit Nintendo. Have another tattoo, here's another tattoo. Run into my goons soon, have new bullet wounds. Officer Ricky, radio for backup. See ass anywhere, you know I'm gonna act up. And it's like every other word out your mouth about a bird. Like you sling cocaine, this shit is absurd. Use a rapper, use a motherfucking rapper. It's a rap. Your career is fucking wrapped up. Then 50 took the disrespect to another level and dragged Diddy and Rick Ross's baby mama into the beef. 50 linked up with Ross's baby mama, Tia Kemp, and did an interview with her about Rick Ross. Tia Kemp helped 50 expose Ross for capping in his raps. According to her,
it was surprising that he would sit there and say he spends $200 a month on food, $300 a month on clothes. His jury is rented, possibly not real. His cars are being leased.
Then in the same video, 50 and Tia Kemp exposed Ross for having another kid with a prostitute.
Before you get confused in any way, like Rick also has a baby mother who's currently working as a call girl. He has a daughter by Brooke, right there. Can you see that?
Then 50 brought Diddy into the beef too. Back then, 50 was tied with Floyd Mayweather, so he clowned Ross again and brought Tia Kemp and Ross's son to Floyd Mayweather's crib in Las Vegas. Diddy looked like he didn't know what was going on in the video and didn't want to be there. And it turns out there was more going on behind the scenes. In 2010, Diddy and Ross started linking up in the studio, and Diddy became Ross's manager. 50 doesn't rock with anyone who's cool with his ops, and Diddy was obviously choosing a side, and he even started a new crew at Ross called Bugatti Boys. 50 has always been dissing dudes who cap about their lifestyle. One of his first hits was the track Wanksta, and 50 took shots at studio gangsters with bars like, "You say you a gangster, but you never pop nothing. We say you a wankster, and you need to stop fronting." Everyone knows that Ross was capping about moving weight in the streets, but Diddy has been lying about his come up ever since he started Bad Boy Records. Diddy has always acted like he grew up in the trenches of Harlem. Diddy's dad was affiliated with a serious drug lord named Frank Lucas, and a lot of people thought Diddy had street ties too. But Diddy actually grew up in a rich area of New York called Mount Vernon. Diddy wasn't hustling in the streets when he was a kid like 50, because Diddy was going to a private school, playing football, and serving as an altar boy. Then after he graduated from the private school, Diddy went to Howard University and majored in business. Diddy and Rick Ross were both capping about their lifestyles, and 50 had major issues with both of them. So after Diddy and Ross started rocking with each other, 50 turned up the heat and took more shots at Diddy. In 2010, 50 did a radio interview and called Diddy a bloodsucker and said his music sucks. 50 dissed Rick Ross in the interview too and said that Diddy should stop comparing Ross to Biggie Smalls. Diddy didn't respond directly to the interview, but he clapped back at 50 when he named his new crew the Supreme Team. Kenneth Supreme McGriff is the dude who tried to get 50 killed back in the day, and McGriff's gang was called the Supreme Team. Diddy was obviously taking shots at 50, so 50 aired Diddy out again in another interview. 50 said that Diddy isn't an artist because he doesn't make his own music.
You know what's interesting? He's not an artist.
He has the album.
Yeah, but he's not an artist. See, an artist would be someone who actually wrote something on the record.
Diddy responded during his speech at the BET Awards post-show and said, "Hate is for suckers. If you hating, you a sucker, and you're ashy, and your breath stink. And you know who I'm talking to, you hating ass crab." 50's biggest issues with Diddy weren't getting aired out yet, but in 2010, 50 dissed Diddy for using the Notorious B.I.G.'s name for money. Diddy and Jay Electronica linked up for the track The Ghost of Christopher Wallace, and 50 started a petition on Twitter to make Diddy stop using Biggie's name. 50 also talks about Diddy's speech at the BET Awards and called him a bitch.
To describe Puffy in one word is see, you know how ugly always got like pretty friends?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
He built his group. He want to be the hot in the group. He want to make sure he getting all the attention.
That wasn't the end of the story though, and 50 was about to drop a bomb on Diddy. Diddy's downfall all started after his ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura filed a lawsuit against him. Cassie claimed that Diddy had been abusing her for years, and the lawsuit made headlines everywhere. Diddy and Cassie settled out of court one day later, but then the video of Diddy attacking her in the hotel leaked, and that's when everything really kicked off. Cassie didn't file the lawsuit until 2023, but 50 exposed the situation all the way back in 2010 during the interview. 50 said that even after the Mace deal fell apart, he'd still kick it on the phone with Diddy. Someone was sending photos around of Cassie Ventura, and 50 let Diddy know about the situation.
Like he called, we should kick it on telephone after the Mace. Matter of fact, they sent me the girl pictures.
Cassie already had news that were leaked, but 50 said the photos he saw were worse, way worse, like penetration pictures.
Not the shit that y'all saw, worse, way worse.
Wow.
Are you kidding me up? Like penetration pictures and
Nah, come on, man.
50 was trying to help Diddy and Cassie out when he knew that the photos were getting sent around. But then 50 realized that Cassie never even wanted to take the photos, and it was all Diddy's idea. What's crazy is that the interview didn't even really blow up, and most people never even heard it. Then a month later, 50 did another interview and said that he had talked to Diddy and made it sound like everything was cool. For a couple years, it looked like the beef was really over. But then in 2012, 50 made a post out of nowhere and exposed Diddy for allegedly hooking up with James Cruz. James Cruz has connections all over the industry and has done business with Diddy and 50 Cent too. Nobody knows why 50 exposed him like that, but Tony Yayo pretty much confirmed the rumors when he did an interview with Vlad TV. Apparently 50 and James Cruz got into some kind of fight back in the day, and 50 yelled at James Cruz and said, "You fuck Diddy."
He said James Cruz F Diddy.
After that, 50 was trolling Diddy like crazy. 50 posted a photo of Rick Ross and Diddy where it looked like they're about to kiss, and 50 captioned it, "Good morning, girl. Love is in the air." Then Diddy, Rick Ross, and French Montana linked up for the track Big Homie, and 50 called it garbage. It was clear that 50 had some real personal beef with Diddy, but he was also using the drama to make more money. Diddy had a deal with Ciroc Vodka and was known for pushing the brand everywhere he went. Then in 2014, 50 got into the vodka game too and made a deal with Effin. The deal was huge for 50, and he started making headlines by dissing Diddy and Ciroc. 50 was taking shots at Diddy's homie French Montana too. 50 posted a photo where it looked like Diddy and French Montana were basically cuddling, and 50 said, "What in the effing vodka world is going on in this picture, man? Something not right." Diddy clowned 50 and said that he was sending him a lifetime supply of Ciroc. And then he dissed 50 again and said that he hopes 50 appreciates Diddy opening all the doors for him.
I welcome him into the game, it's good to see somebody of my color out there, represented in this field. And, hopefully he appreciates me opening up the doors for him continuously.
French Montana was recorded shouting out Effin while all the vodka drama was going down. And it was clear that Diddy pressed him about it because a few days later, French Montana shouted out Ciroc and dissed Effin.
I guess 50 don't know DMX, run CT, right? We don't fuck with that effing vodka over here, you heard me?
French Montana even dumped a bunch of effing bottles in the trash.
That's how I feel about your bullshit. What the fuck is this?
And then 50 claimed that Diddy assaulted French Montana just like he did James Cruz.
Yo, I just seen a clip of French Montana throwing bottles of effing in the garbage. Puffy called him like, "You said you fucking like this shit. You fucking bitch. You want your record out, don't you? You fucking dummy. You fucking playing. They fucking putting us out of business, you fucking asshole. You better do something."
The beef about the vodka kept on going, but 2018 is when everything really started popping off. Diddy went on Drink Champs and was acting weird the whole time. Diddy was saying suspicious stuff the entire interview. But the part that went viral was when he told Fabulous that he wanted to party with him for his birthday.
Did you miss me though? For real, because
I
it
miss-
seems like a thing.
I
It's
miss
his
partying
birthday
with
party,
Puff, man. I
Man,
miss
but I'm
partying
talking about
with
for your birthday.
Huh?
Why won't you party with me for your birthday, man?
We partied for my birthday before. You came to my party.
No, but me and you ain't never really party, you know what I'm saying?
50 clowned Diddy over the Fabulous situation. Then he exposed another crazy story about Diddy. Back in 2003, Diddy and 50 were both at Chris Slighty's wedding and ended up sitting at the same table. At that point, there wasn't any beef. But while they were at the wedding, Diddy told 50 that he wanted to take him shopping.
He said something to me one time, a long time ago. At Chris Lighty's wedding, he told me to take me shopping. I looked at him like, what'd you just say? Let me move, man, before I do something. You're gonna make me mess up the wedding.
After that, 50 wasn't comfortable being around Diddy anymore. And in 2024, 50 told the Hollywood Reporter, "Nah, I'm not fucking with this weird energy or weird shit." 50 said that even though he worked with Diddy a few times after the wedding, they were never friends, and it was all just business. According to 50, Diddy is just a business person who takes advantage of artists and doesn't actually make anything. And since 50 is a real rapper, he didn't respect that. 50's Breakfast Club interview went viral, and Diddy clapped back on the same show. Diddy talked about the shopping story and said he was just being nice because he thought 50 needed some new clothes.
I asked 50 about that, and he said you did the same thing to him. You asked him to take him shopping. Yeah, I thought he needed some clothes.
Diddy was throwing shade in the interview, but at the same time, he said there wasn't any beef and claimed that 50 loves him.
Hey, yo, I don't have no beef with
I don't know why.
With Fifth. He loves me. He loves me.
The situation got quiet for a while, but then in 2021, Diddy made headlines when he started dating 50's baby mama, Daphne Joy. Daphne Joy and 50 had a son together named Sire in 2012, but the relationship didn't last long. 50 said that he wasn't pressed about it because he only fights with Diddy over business, not women. 50 was obviously heated though, because then he posted a photo of Sire and said, "That's your mommy over there with Puffy. Remember what I told you the other day? These bitches be crazy." The beef died down after that, but once the video leaked where Diddy put hands on Cassie Ventura in the hotel, 50 hopped on Twitter and started clowning Diddy again. After all the legal drama with the feds started, 50's been dissing Diddy like crazy. Diddy couldn't clap back at 50 anymore, so his son Christian, aka King Combs, stepped up and started beefing with 50. King Combs dropped the track pick aside and raps, "When all they had was 50 Cent, who put the city on the map? Stop lying. Pop's been hated on by so many men, and nigga, that's fine. They gonna try to stop these M&Ms, and they gonna die trying. Pull up to the south side, we locked, and we got guys." 50 clowned King Combs on Instagram and said he felt so threatened by the things Christian is saying on his record, and "I'm afraid for my life. Please don't hurt me, guys." Everyone knows that beefing with 50 is a bad idea. And after King Combs dissed him, 50 brought up a lawsuit that claimed King Combs sexually assaulted a woman named Grace O'Marque. King Combs, Diddy, and some other people were on a yacht back in 2022, and Grace O'Marque was working on the boat. According to the lawsuit, King Combs forced Grace to drink tequila that had been spiked so he could assault her on the yacht. Then Meek Mill hopped into the situation and dissed 50 for beefing with Diddy's son. So 50 clapped back and dissed Meek Mill for falling off and clowned him for the rumors that he hooked up with Diddy. Meek Mill got dragged into the situation after a dude named Lil Rod sued Diddy too. In Lil Rod's lawsuit, he said that Diddy was hooking up with a Philadelphia rapper who dated Nicki Minaj. And it was clear that he was talking about Meek Mill. Meek Mill was freaking out all over social media when the lawsuit came out. And after DJ Academics read the lawsuit while he was streaming, Meek said he couldn't wait to see Academics in person. Then Meek got clowned even more when he started making weird tweets about how much he likes hooking up with women. And after Meek dissed 50 over the King Combs situation, 50 started trolling him like crazy and posted a fake video of Diddy and Meek Mill in the Rick James music video. Diddy's son isn't the only one in the crew who sent shots at 50 though. A producer named Stevie J has been affiliated with Diddy and his Bad Boy label since the beginning. Back in the 90s, Bad Boy had a team of producers on the label called The Hitmen, and Stevie J was one of them. And after 50 started clowning Diddy for the lawsuits, Stevie J hopped on Twitter and said he wanted to shoot the fade with 50.
I want to shoot the fade, nigga. Fuck all that. Since it's entertainment, let me beat the shit out of you on TV or something. Don't duck that. I'm calling you out. What you want to do, Curtis?
50 obviously wasn't worried about Stevie J though, because a couple days later, 50 took the trolling to another level when he posted a photo of Diddy's face mixed with Jeffrey Epstein's. 50 hasn't been the only dude taking shots at Diddy, but he's co-signing everyone else's disses too. In 2024, Gucci Mane dropped the track Take That and rapped, I got a young Miami bitch from the city. I'm spending money like a trick. No Diddy. I rock pissy yellow diamonds. No Diddy. But she can't be underage. No Diddy. Extendo with a switch. No Diddy. Folks passing pills like Frisbees. There's rumors that Diddy paid some goons to blow up Kid Cudi's car because he was hooking up with Cassie back in the day. Gucci raps about it on Take That and shouted 50 out too when he said, diamonds dancing on my chest. No Diddy. But I blow a nigga car up like Kid Cudi's. I'm on the yacht taking shots. No Diddy. Pay for top from the thought. No Diddy. Some niggas want to box me. I'm not 50. But get a nigga ass touched like Biggie. No Diddy. It was a wild track, and 50 was loving it. And around the same time, 50 showed love to Kesha when she dissed Diddy at Coachella. On the track TikTok, Kesha said, wake up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. But at Coachella, she changed it and said, wake up in the morning like fuck P. Diddy. 50's been clowning Diddy ever since the lawsuits came out, and he's even making a documentary about Diddy for Netflix. 50 has also been saying that Diddy got Tupac killed, and it turns out that Diddy has ties to a dude who killed one of 50's homies. Jimmy Henchman is one of the most notorious dudes in the rap game. He was a street dude who got involved with the rap game back in the 90s, and he allegedly set up Tupac to get shot when he was in New York. That's the moment that sparked Tupac's war with Biggie Smalls in the whole East Coast, and rumors said that Diddy was involved with that too. 50's crew had major beef with Henchman, and Diddy was allegedly there when it went down. It's not clear how it started, but 50's manager, Chris Slidey, got into an argument with Jimmy Henchman while 50 and Diddy were both in the room. According to a witness, Chris Slidey ended up hitting Henchman in the face, then Diddy jumped in between them and broke it up. Jimmy Henchman was managing the game while he was beefing with 50 Cent, but rumors say there's way more to the story. And in 2007, 50's homies Tony Yayo and Lodi Mack spotted Jimmy Henchman's son on the street and allegedly put hands on him. When Jimmy Henchman found out what happened, he put a bag on Lodi Mack's head. And in 2009, Lodi Mack was shot and killed in the street. Jimmy Henchman got hit with a life sentence over the situation. And rumors said that Diddy knew about the hit and didn't do anything. According to Diddy's ex-bodyguard, Gene Dill, Diddy also knew that Jimmy Henchman was going to set Tupac up.
So it didn't surprise me at all that Jimmy Henchman probably told him, yo, I'm about to teach this nigga Pac a lesson for saying crazy shit and talking shit to me. Because it wasn't supposed to be a shooting. It was only supposed to be a robbery. But you never know what happened when people carry guns.
There's no evidence yet that Diddy knew about the hit on Lodi Mack or the Tupac setup, but the feds have way more info that's going to be coming out. And the case is looking so bad for Diddy that even his lawyers are quitting. Diddy's lawyer, Anthony Rico, quit in February 2025 and said, under no circumstances can I continue to effectively serve as counsel for Sean Combs. Nobody knows why Anthony Rico is quitting, but it must be something crazy because Rico's even defended famous terrorists. Anthony Rico's most famous case was when he defended Osama bin Laden in court. So if he's able to work with a dude like that and not Diddy, there's no telling what's about to come out during the trial. Nobody knows what's going to happen next in the Diddy case, and the only sure thing is that 50 Cent is going to be trolling him the whole time, no matter what happens. Diddy was running the East Coast rap game back in the 90s with Bad Boy Records, but he almost threw it all away when he allegedly shot 3 people at a nightclub. Diddy was with Jennifer Lopez at the time, and in 1999, he took her to Club New York with his bodyguard Wolf and a rapper from Bad Boy Records named Shine. According to rumors, Jennifer Lopez snuck Diddy's gun into the club for him, and she passed it back to him after they got through security. It's not clear how everything went down, but at some point, Diddy got into a fight with some people in the club, and shots started going off. 3 people got hit, and that's when Diddy, Jennifer Lopez, and Wolf all hopped in their whip and took off. The police chased them down and found a stolen gun in the car, and Diddy allegedly offered the driver $50K to say that the gun was his. Diddy, Wolf, and Shine all went to trial over the situation, but Shine was the only one who got convicted. Shine got hit with a 10-year sentence, but he kept dropping music while he was locked up. And when he came back home in 2009, the cops deported him back to his home country of Belize, and Shine completely switched lanes. Shine's dad was the prime minister of Belize, and when Shine went back home, he got into politics too and ended up getting elected to the Belize House of Representatives back in 2020. In 2024, Shine did an interview with the media in Belize and said that everyone knew he was just the fall guy in the shooting. He didn't say that Diddy was the one who pulled the trigger, but does point out the witness who came forward also said he was innocent. Diddy skated on the case back then and was found not guilty, but one of the people who got shot at the club says Diddy is definitely the one who pulled the trigger. Natanya Rubin says she still has pieces of the bullet stuck in her face, and she's willing to let a doctor take part of it out to prove that Diddy was a shooter. According to Natanya, everyone saw Diddy fire the shots, but he paid off all the witnesses to cover it up. The surgeon who took the bullet fragments out of Natanya's face also admitted that she was screaming about Diddy being the one who shot her while she was in the operating room.
Everybody knew he did it, but he paid off the club bouncer named Sharice and all these other people and the club owners with their video to hide the video. That's his MO. I told everybody that, even the surgeon who did my surgery, to take out part of the bullet fragments that was aspirating into my lungs and try to remove as many bullet fragments as possible, testified in the criminal trial that while they were putting me under, I was screaming, Puffy, pew pew me in the face.
Ever since then, Natanya claims that Diddy has been harassing her in order to keep her quiet and even popped her tires on purpose 7 times. Natanya Rubin sued Diddy over the situation and settled it out of court, and that's not the only case he beat in 1999. A couple months before the shooting at the nightclub, Diddy allegedly went to Nas's manager, Steve Stout, and put hands on him because of a music video. Diddy and Nas had linked up for the track Hate Me Now, but Diddy didn't like the video. There was a scene where Diddy was dressed up like Jesus and got nailed to a cross. At first, Diddy was cool with it, but changed his mind after the video was already finished and wanted to edit out that scene. Steve Stout said no, because he paid $14,000 to shoot the scene and claimed that it was Diddy's idea in the first place. So Diddy brought 2 homies with him to press Steve Stout. Diddy got hit with an assault charge over the situation, but he got the charges dropped to harassment and paid Steve Stout $500K. Diddy beat another assault case in 2005 for allegedly attacking a TV host. And in 2007, he allegedly punched a dude outside of a nightclub and had to settle out of court again. Then in 2015, Diddy caught a case for assault with a deadly weapon after he allegedly swung a kettlebell at his son's football coach. Diddy's son Justin was playing for UCLA, and one of the coaches yelled at him during practice. So Diddy allegedly went to the coach's office and tried to hit him with a kettlebell. Diddy was facing some real time in prison, but the charges got dropped again because there wasn't enough evidence. Diddy wasn't just allegedly putting hands on people though. He even beat a case for allegedly blowing up someone's car. In 2023, Diddy's ex, Cassie Ventura, opened a lawsuit against him for rape, sex trafficking, and abuse. And according to the lawsuit, Diddy even had Kid Cudi's car blown up because he was dating Cassie at the time. Kid Cudi also confirmed to the media that his car did blow up around that time, although he didn't say who was responsible. Diddy beat the case by paying Cassie Ventura out of court, even though CNN dropped a video where Diddy got caught beating her up in a hotel back in 2016. Diddy beat a lot of charges, but there's a good chance he'll still end up in prison for Tupac's murder. After Pac got killed in Vegas, rumors were flying from the jump that Diddy had something to do with it. The case was cold for a long time, but then the cops officially charged a dude from the Southside Compton Cribs named Keefe D. And according to Keefe D, Diddy put a $1 million bag on Tupac's head. Keefe D was going around doing interviews, admitting that he was involved in the Tupac murder. Keefe D claims he wasn't the one who pulled the trigger, but knows who did, and was in the room multiple times when Diddy met with the Crips about killing Tupac. But it eventually caught up to him because Keefe D was arrested in connection to Tupac's murder in 2023. But even if Diddy beats that case, he's still facing some crazy charges. and might have even been wrapped up with the Sinaloa cartel. A lot of people have accused Diddy of sex trafficking women and men too. And in March 2024, the feds raided 3 of his properties to get evidence. Then the case took a wild turn when a dude from the Sinaloa cartel named Alfredo Gonzalez sued Diddy for ruining his drug business. According to Gonzalez, Diddy wanted the Sinaloa cartel to help him with sex trafficking. Gonzalez turned Diddy down, and that's when Diddy allegedly used his clout in the streets to block the Sinaloa cartel from running drugs into New York. Gonzalez wanted to get over $600K because Diddy stopped him from making money, but the judge threw the whole thing out because you can't sue someone for messing up your illegal business. Lil Boosie is a legend in the South, but he almost got hit with a death sentence over a wild murder case back in the day. In 2010, Boosie was booked on a murder charge for allegedly killing a dude named Terry Boyd in Baton Rouge. Terry Boyd was Boosie's baby mama's brother. According to rumors, Terry had been dissing Boosie while he was in jail, so when Terry got out, Boosie put a hit out on him. The cops didn't think Boosie was the one who pulled the trigger though. According to them, Boosie paid a teenager named Marlo Mike and some other shooters to help him take over the city, and they killed 6 people after Boosie dropped a bag on their heads. Terry Boyd was the only body that Boosie got charged for, but the cops said he was involved with getting another dude named Marcus Gangsta Thomas killed too. Gangsta was driving his truck when a car full of shooters pulled up and killed him. When the cops interrogated Marlo Mike about the situation, Mike told him that Boosie wanted Gangsta dead because Gangsta had snatched Boosie's chain. The killing didn't stop there though. Boosie was also beefing with a rapper named Nusi. Boosie was apparently pressed because Nusi was calling himself Nusi Badass, and Nusi made the beef official when he dropped a whole diss track about Boosie. Rumors said that Nusi actually tried to get Boosie killed, and on the track Lime Life, Boosie raps, "Nigga tried to kill me. After that, a nigga stole my name." Then in February 2010, Nusi was shot and killed. Marlo Mike allegedly took out Nusi, but then the situation got even more complicated because Marlo Mike allegedly killed Boosie's closest homie, Bleak, too. There's rumors that Bleak was actually rocking with Boosie's ops though, and that's why some people think Boosie had him killed. After Boosie got hit with the murder charge for Terry Boyd, all kinds of evidence started coming out. A picture started going around where Marlo Mike was showing off a tattoo he had that said, "Yo Boosie, who's next?" Marlo Mike had been telling the cops that Boosie paid him $2,800 to kill Terry Boyd. His statement is what got Boosie wrapped up in the case, and Boosie was facing the death penalty if he got convicted. While he was locked up at Angola, Boosie got hit with even more charges for trying to sneak codeine into the jail. After he got caught a second time, Boosie got hit with more felony charges that could have added 5 more years to his sentence. But when the trial started, Marlo Mike testified that his original statement was all cap and said that the cops pressured him and threatened his mom and stepdad. The prosecutors didn't really have any evidence on Boosie without Marlo Mike's testimony, and the jury only had to deliberate for 30 minutes before they decided that Boosie wasn't guilty. Cassidy was one of the hottest rappers in Philly and had a lot of momentum in the industry, but he still had heavy ties to the streets and got booked for shooting at the ops with another Philly rapper named AR Ab. Back in April 2005, Cassidy allegedly got into an argument with a dude named Desmond Hawkins. Hawkins and Cassidy were apparently tight, and Hawkins came to Cassidy's crib after the argument to squash the issue. It's not clear exactly how it all went down, but Cassidy, AR Ab, and 2 other dudes allegedly used an AK-47 and some other guns and shot up a van that Hawkins and his homies were in. They dumped over 30 shots into the whip, and Hawkins was killed during the shooting. AR Ab and Cassidy both got booked for the murder. Cassidy was facing first-degree murder, attempted murder, and weapon charges too. The situation was looking tough to beat, but then Cassidy got a huge break when the prosecution's main witness withdrew their confession. According to AR Ab, the cops wanted to take him and Cassidy down, so they wrote up a statement before they even talked to the witness and made him sign it. AR Ab skated on the case, but Cassidy went down for involuntary manslaughter, aggravated assault, and possession of an instrument of crime. The judge handed down a sentence for 11 to 23 months in prison, but Cassidy was credited for the 7 months he had already been locked up fighting the case and got out in March 2006. Even though he didn't totally beat the case, Cassidy still got lucky when the murder charge got knocked down to involuntary manslaughter, because if the situation went another way, he'd still be in prison right now without the possibility of parole. AR Ab beat that case, but he still ended up in prison. AR Ab started going viral for self-snitching like crazy. And in one video, he said the op shot him because
I kidnapped niggas, I robbed niggas, I killed niggas, I got a lot of shit I did.
his own homie started working with the cops too though. And in 2021, AR Ab got hit with 45 years for running a huge drug ring in Philly. Gucci Mane used to be one of the wildest dudes in the industry. And back in 2005, he beat a murder case after he allegedly killed a dude over rap beef. It all allegedly started when Gucci and Jeezy linked up for the track So Icy. It's not clear what went down behind the scenes, but rumors say that both of them wanted the track for their own album, and that's what sparked the beef. A week after So Icy came out, Jeezy dropped the track, stay strapped, and said, I want that motherfucking bullshit ass icy chain, cause you need to take that money shit off. You embarrassing us, nigga. Matter of fact, real talk, nigga. I got a bounty on that shit, nigga. 10 stacks. And so if you come to your town, you just happen to snatch that motherfucker off his neck or knock that motherfucker off his neck. When I come to your town, shoot it to me. I'ma shoot you the 10 stacks, man. Jeezy and Gucci were sending shots back and forth. And then Jeezy's homie Pookie Loke and some other dudes broke into Gucci's crib and put hands on him. According to rumors, they paid a stripper to lure Gucci back to her home, which is when Pookie Loke and the others burst into the house and tried to shoot him. It's not clear how it all went down, but Gucci upped his strap and allegedly killed Pookie Loke. Then he dumped his body outside of a school. Gucci turned himself in on the murder case and was facing life in prison. He told the cops that he shot at the dudes who broke in, but they didn't have enough evidence to prove it was murder and not self-defense, so the whole thing ended up getting dropped. Rumors say that Jeezy is the one who sent Pookie Loke and the other dudes at Gucci. And after Gucci beat the murder case, he dissed Jeezy on the track Truth and rapped, I think the nigga just mad cause I fucked his ex, and I'm a big dog. He got the little boy complex. Go dig your partner up, nigga, but he can't say shit. And if you're looking for the kid, I'll be in zone 6. Jeezy said he didn't send anyone at Gucci though. And on the track Forgive Me, he raps, rest in peace to Pookie Loke. Blame it on me, never snitching. Lord knows I ain't sending the homie on no dummy mission. Gucci skated on the murder case, but he ended up spending a lot of time in jail anyway. A couple of months after Pookie Loke died, Gucci beat up a club promoter with a pool stick and got hit with a 6-month charge. Then in 2008 and 2009, Gucci went back to jail 2 more times for violating probation. Getting locked up didn't slow him down though, and in 2010, he punched a dude right in front of a cop and got pepper sprayed. He beat the charges for that case, but in 2011, he went back to jail for kicking a woman out of his Hummer while he was driving down the road. Gucci got hit with 2 more cases for attacking fans and hitting one of them on the head with a bottle. And in 2013, he caught a charge that almost sent him away for 2 decades. He was booked on 2 different gun cases and was facing 20 years, but Gucci pleaded guilty and only served a few years. He came home in 2016 and turned everything around, and now he's one of the healthiest and most chill dudes in the rap game. Although, deep down, he's still the same Gucci man. In 2020, when he linked up with Young Jeezy to do a versus battle, Gucci dissed Pookie Loke on stage in front of the entire world. After that, they agreed to squash the beef and haven't dissed each other since. New rap fans probably think Snoop Dogg is one of the most chill dudes in the game. He's worked with the Olympics, hangs out with Martha Stewart, and even started his own competitive gaming league. But back in the day, Snoop was really in the trenches and almost went down for a murder charge. Snoop came up in Long Beach, repping the Rollin' 20 Crips, and got booked for cocaine while he was still in high school. He spent a few years going in and out of jail, and that's when he decided to switch everything up and start going hard with music. Snoop linked up with Dr. Dre and helped him make The Chronic, which turned Snoop into one of the biggest new rappers in the game overnight. After The Chronic dropped, Dr. Dre was helping Snoop work on his first album, but before they could finish it, Snoop got wrapped up in a wild case. In August 1993, Snoop was at a gas station when a dude named Philip Walder Merriam, aka Lil Smooth, pressed him and allegedly put a gun to his head. Snoop left, but that wasn't where it ended. One day, Snoop and his homies were chilling outside when Lil Smooth and his crew rolled up on them and started pressing Snoop again. Lil Smooth left, and that's when Snoop and his homies jumped in Snoop's Jeep and tracked him down. They found Lil Smooth and his homies at a park. Snoop pulled right up to them, and Snoop's bodyguard, McKinley Lee, aka Malik, stood up in the Jeep and just stared Lil Smooth down. Lil Smooth yelled, "Oh, what? I'm a punk now?" And that's when Malik upped his strap and aimed it at Lil Smooth. Lil Smooth reached down to grab the pistol he had in his waistband, but before he could even pull it out, Malik shot him in the head and killed him. Snoop and Malik drove off, but then a couple days later, Snoop turned himself in for a murder charge. By that point, Snoop was already a major star and hired Johnny Cochran to defend him, the same lawyer who represented O.J. Simpson. Snoop and Malik both beat the case, but the whole situation changed Snoop forever. After he beat a murder charge, Snoop realized he didn't want to keep rapping about the streets and violence. He was signed to Death Row back then, and Suge Knight and everyone else wanted Snoop to lean into the whole gangster image. But Snoop said, "I just went through a murder case and I couldn't. My heart and my spirit wasn't in the place to write, 'Nigga, I'll kill you, I'll fuck you up.'" In 1998, Snoop left Death Row Records and signed to Master P's No Limit Records, while Suge Knight was locked up for violating his probation the night Tupac was killed. Snoop left the streets behind, but this next rapper is still making crazy headlines. Lil Durk made it out of the trenches of Chicago and became a superstar in the rap game, but he almost lost everything after he got wrapped up in an attempted murder case with King Von. In 2019, Durk and Von were in Atlanta and allegedly robbed a dude named Alexander Weatherspoon. It's not clear how it all went down, but Alexander Weatherspoon ended up getting shot in the leg. According to the cops, Dirk was the one who pulled the trigger and let off 18 rounds at Weatherspoon. Vaughn and Dirk allegedly took $30K from Weatherspoon and took off in Dirk's whip, and it didn't take long before the cops had warrants out for both of them. When the news broke that Dirk was facing an attempted murder charge, he flew straight back to Atlanta and turned himself in. But before he actually went to the cops, Dirk dropped the track, "Turn Myself In," and rapped, "Look up at the judge, can't look. State making up lies for sure. I'm an innocent man for sure. It is what it is for sure. Nobody gonna ride. Had a warrant, so I can't hide. India gonna stay by my side. I did a song with Chance tonight. He giving me positive vibes to better my image for life. I turn myself in tonight, head down with these cuffs on, just read me my rights." The cops knew that Dirk and Vaughn both repped the Black Disciples, so the charges were even worse because the shooting was gang-related. They both had records too, so the case was looking bad for both of them. The prosecutors didn't even want Dirk to be let out on bond, but the judge granted it anyway because Dirk turned himself in and wasn't trying to do the race. King Von got out on bond too, but then he was killed before the case went to trial. Dirk was free, but still had the charges hanging over his head. But in 2022, he finally caught a break and the case got dropped because there wasn't enough evidence that Dirk actually pulled the trigger. Dirk probably would have beat the case no matter what, but the district attorney in Atlanta said that King Von would still be facing charges over the shooting if he didn't get killed. Rumors say that after Von died, Dirk's lawyers put all the blame on Von to get Dirk off, but there's no evidence to back it up. And that wasn't the only case Dirk beat with one of his homies. Back in 2013, the cops spotted Dirk on South Green Street in Chicago and walked up to him. Dirk allegedly had a gun on him, so he tossed it into his whip, but the cops saw it all happen and booked Dirk for the strap. Dirk had a lot of momentum in the rap game and could have pinned the gun on someone else to beat the case, but he kept it solid and didn't say anything to the cops. They didn't have any real evidence on him, and a bunch of people signed statements that said the gun wasn't Dirk's. The judge still held Dirk on a $100K bond because he already had gun charges on his record, but eventually the whole case got thrown out. 10 years after it all went down, DJ Academics posted paperwork that proved Dirk didn't work with the cops, and Dirk reposted it and said, "Just shut the fuck up and you good." King Von would still be facing a lot of charges if he didn't get killed, but the dude who pulled the trigger on Von beat his murder case and walked away totally free. Von was beefing with NBA Youngboy, and when he spotted Youngboy's homie Quando Rondo outside a club in Atlanta, Von walked up and started throwing hands. Quando's homies were ready for the smoke though, and Lil Tim upped his strap and killed Von. Lil Tim got hit up too, but Quando rushed him to the hospital and he made it out of the situation alive. Lil Tim got hit with a felony murder case for killing Von, but in 2023, the news broke that the charges were dropped because Von was the one who started the fight. After he beat the case, Lil Tim dropped the track Left a Stain and raps, "Just got collect call from New Pluto yesterday. He say he on the way. We steady catching plays. I told him about my good news. I'm about to beat this case. I really came from the bottom. I'm feeling like I'm Drake." Jay-Z leveled up like crazy and became a billionaire, but he came up in the trenches of New York and shot his own brother when he was 12 years old. It all started when Jay's uncle Ray got stabbed to death when Jay was 10. Ray getting killed made Jay's dad start using heroin, and that's what really split the family up. By the time Jay was 12, his older brother was addicted to crack, and Jay's homie Jazz gave him a gun because he knew that Jay had to protect himself. Jazz had no idea that Jay was going to use the gun on his own brother though. Jay's brother allegedly stole a ring from him, and Jay pressed him about it. He told his brother to step outside the crib, and that's when Jay upped the strap and shot him in the shoulder. And on the track, "You Must Love Me," Jay raps, "As we grew, fussing and fighting continued. As I plundered through your stuff and snuck your clothes to school. Got intense, real intense as we got older. Never believed it would lead to me popping one in your shoulder." Luckily, Jay didn't have to beat a case because his brother decided not to press charges. But after Jay started popping off in the rap game, he caught a charge for stabbing one of his own homies. By 1999, Jay was already one of the biggest rappers in the game and was getting ready to drop his album, Volume 3, Life and Times of S. Carter. But a month before it dropped, someone leaked the whole project and Jay was heated about the situation. He heard that a dude named Lance Rivera was the one who leaked it. And when Jay spotted at a record release party, he handled the situation himself. Came up moving weight in the streets just like Jay, and they knew each other before Jay ever started dropping music. According to Jay's book, he got into an argument with at the party, but ended up walking away and going to the bar to get their drink. But then Jay changed his mind and the situation got serious. He walked back up to and stabbed him with a 5-inch knife, but luckily survived. Jay turned himself in the next day and pleaded not guilty, but then he changed it to a guilty plea and got hit with 3 years of probation. He was originally facing 10 years in prison, but some people say that Jay wasn't even the one who stabbed Jay admitted that he stabbed and on the track, "I Did It My Way," he raps, "When I seen how big they made my fight scene at the club, let me explain exactly how this shit was. This nigga, yo, I scratched him. He went home without an aspirin, but it's cool because we back friends. It happened and it's over. But when Nas and Jay were beefing, Nas dropped Ether and raps, and your man stabbed and made you take the blame. Then in 2023, did an interview with DJ Vlad and said that Jay wasn't the guy who stabbed him that night.
Jay-Z was not the guy who actually stabbed me that night.
It's not clear how everything actually went down, but Jay allegedly beat another stabbing case back in 1989. Jay was tight with a dude named Calvin Klein Bacote back in the day, and on the track Allure, he raps, "I never felt more alive, riding in Klein's Green 5. And according to Klein, Jay and him got into a fight at a party and ended up getting charged for attempted murder. Klein paid the dude pressing charges $50K to drop the case against Jay, but Klein still took a charge and ended up doing 4 years in prison over the situation. Back in 2007, T.I. was making major waves in the rap game, but he almost got locked up for 30 years on a gun case. According to the cops, T.I. was trying to buy guns from his bodyguard, and what he didn't know is that his bodyguard was working with the cops. The bodyguard tried to buy guns from an undercover fed, so he flipped and started working with the police to beat his own case. T.I. got booked for possession of 3 unregistered machine guns and 2 silencers, and possession of firearms by a felon. They were serious charges, and T.I. was facing 30 years if he got convicted, but he got off easy when he pleaded guilty and only served 10 months. Some people thought the situation was sketchy because T.I. was already a felon and still got off with less than a year in prison. T.I. was beefing with another rapper named Shawty Low back when the case was happening, and Shawty Low said that the only way to beat a Fed case like T.I. did is if you talk. There's no evidence that T.I. actually worked with the cops though, and according to him, he wasn't really trying to buy guns. In an interview with Vlad TV, T.I. said he thought his bodyguard was buying legit guns for himself, but the situation went left and T.I. had to plead guilty. Rick Ross never got hit with crazy charges like the drug kingpin he got his name from, but he's still been beating cases his whole career. Back in 2008, Rick Ross got blasted for working as a CEO at a prison. Ross got clowned for the situation, and he got so pressed about it that he sent some goons to put hands on DJ Vlad. Vlad had interviewed Ross and asked him about working in a prison, so Ross sent his homies to catch Vlad at the Ozone Awards in Houston. They broke Vlad's eye socket and left him looking rough, so Vlad hit Ross with a $4 million lawsuit. Rumors were flying that the cops were going to book Ross for the situation too, but he ended up beating the case and only had to pay DJ Vlad $300K. Then in 2015, Ross and his bodyguard got charged with kidnapping and assault. Ross owned a big house in Fayetteville, Georgia, and 2 of his groundskeepers allegedly threw a party at his crib without telling him. When Ross found out what happened, Ross and his bodyguard trapped the groundskeepers inside the guest house and started putting hands on them. Ross allegedly even hit one of the dudes with the back of a gun and was facing some serious time. Some people thought he was going down for sure, but Ross beat the case again and got off with a week in jail and some probation. Beating a case is never easy, but Meek Mill spent 12 years getting locked up for the same charges he caught when he was 18. Before he started popping off in the rap game, Meek was stopped by the police in Philly while he was walking to the corner store. The cops lied and said Meek tried to chase him down with a gun and shoot them. So they put hands on Meek and even ripped one of his braids out while they were beating him up. Meek was convicted and went to prison for 7 months, but getting out didn't mean he was free. The judge hit him with 5 years of probation, and that's why Meek kept going in and out of jail for the next 12 years. In 2012, Meek got pulled over and arrested, but even though the cops didn't charge him with anything, the judge in his case said he violated probation and took away Meek's travel permit. Meek kept going in and out of jail for probation violations. And in 2017, he caught another real charge when he got into a fight with the dude who works at the airport in St. Louis. It's not clear how it went down, but the airport employee allegedly wanted a picture at first, but then it turned into a fight. Meek got hit with an assault charge, and even after he beat it and the charges got dropped, Meek ended up going to prison again for violating his parole. Everyone knew that the judge in Meek's case was bad, but nobody knew that the FBI was about to start investigating her. She was pretty much stalking Meek while he did community service on parole. At one point, she asked Meek to record a Boyz II Men track and give her a shout out, and the judge even tried to get Meek to sign to her friend's record label. And when the feds started looking into the cops who arrested Meek back in the day, they found out they had been lying about more cases and were convicted of theft too. So in 2019, Meek just pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor firearm case, and the rest of the charges were all dropped. It took Meek 12 years to beat the case, but now he's finally free. NBA YoungBoy's been fighting cases since he was a teenager, but in 2018, he got hit with some serious charges for aggravated assault and kidnapping. YoungBoy was caught on camera throwing his girlfriend, Jania Jackson, onto the ground and then dragging her into a hotel room. The case could have put YoungBoy away for a while, but Jania Jackson told the cops she wasn't going to work with them at all. There wasn't much they could do without her testifying and making a statement, so YoungBoy skated on the case by pleading guilty to a misdemeanor and spent a year on probation. Beating that case was huge for Youngboy, but a year before that, he beat an attempted murder charge too. After Youngboy's cousin Boozilla got killed, Youngboy and his homies slid on the ops and started letting off shots. Boozilla was affiliated with a gang from Baton Rouge called BBG, who had beef with another crew called TBG. Youngboy was once cool with TBG after his homie Lil Herc's older brother G Money brought him around and started teaching Youngboy how to rap. But Youngboy had fallen out with G Money and left TBG because he felt like they weren't supporting his rap career. Youngboy and G Money started dissing each other, and when Boozilla got killed, it took the beef to a new level. Youngboy got hit with 2 attempted murder charges and was facing decades behind bars, but instead, he pleaded guilty to assault with a firearm and got off with a suspended 10-year sentence. Youngboy didn't stay out of trouble though, and in 2020, he got hit with more gun charges when the cops pulled up to where he was shooting a music video. Youngboy fought the case for years and was locked down in the middle of nowhere while it was going down. And while he was on house arrest in Utah, Youngboy got hit with more charges for allegedly running an illegal prescription drug ring. Youngboy and his crew were allegedly calling pharmacies and giving them real people's info so they could get codeine. It's another serious case that could end up going bad for Youngboy. But in 2024, he finally settled his gun case from 2020. Youngboy pleaded guilty and got hit with a 27-month sentence, but the judge gave him credit for time served, and Youngboy's lawyer said he'll probably be out in a year. Youngboy is still facing another gun case and the drug charges in Utah, but it's clear that his legal team is good enough to beat the case. Before 50 Cent dropped some of the biggest hits in the rap game, he was in the streets and moving weight to get his money up. 50 started selling cocaine when he was a teenager, and in 1994, he sold some to an undercover cop. They booked 50 and let him go, but 3 weeks later, they raided his crib and found heroin, crack, and a gun. 50 was facing up to 9 years in prison, but he got off easy and just had to go to boot camp for 6 months. He started rapping when he came home and ended up taking over the industry, but that didn't keep him out of trouble. In 2004, 50 was performing a show when someone in the crowd threw a water bottle at him. 50 got so heated about it that he jumped into the crowd to put hands on whoever hit him with the bottle, and he ended up catching 3 counts of assault and battery. Then in 2023, 50 was performing at the Crypto.com arena, but his microphone wasn't working. He handed the mic off to someone on stage, and then someone brought him a different one. The second mic still wasn't working, so 50 threw it into the crowd and ended up hitting a woman in the face with it. The news broke that 50 might be facing a felony charge over the situation, but he got lucky and never got booked for it. 50 was also facing prison time for kicking his ex, Daphne Joy. He had a kid with her, but apparently the relationship was pretty toxic, and 50 kicked in the door to her apartment and attacked Daphne. 50 could have ended up with 5 years in prison, but instead he beat the case by pleading no contest and only had to do some probation and community service. Besides all the criminal cases, 50's had all kinds of lawsuits. And when he went on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast, 50 said he spent over $20 million just on lawyer fees.
I spent $24 million in my career so far. I can't wait till I get rich. Just on lawyers.
Just if anybody.
I spent $24 million in my career on legal fees.
Tupac is one of the biggest legends in rap, but a lot of fans still don't know about the wild cases he beat back in the day. In 1992, Pac performed at an outdoor festival in Marin City, California. After his set, Pac hung around to take photos and sign autographs, and nobody expected what was about to happen. It's not clear how it went down, but some dudes allegedly tried to press Pac and his homies after the show. Tupac spent some time living in Marin City after moving to the West Coast from Baltimore with his family. That's where he started his rap career. But after he got famous, Tupac said some bad things about Marin City in an interview. According to rumors, the dudes he got into it with at the festival showed up to press Pac about the comments he made in the interview. Pac wasn't going to back down, so a fight broke out and Pac upped his strap. But before he could do anything with it, Pac accidentally dropped the gun on the ground. One of his homies tried to grab it, and when they picked it up, the gun went off and hit a kid who was riding his bike on the playground. The boy tragically died, and Pac's stepbrother, Maurice Harding, got booked for the shooting. The cops traced the bullet back to Pac's gun, but they didn't have enough evidence to convict anybody, so the charges got dropped. Pac beat the case and didn't do any time, but in 1995, he had to pay around $300K to settle the wrongful death lawsuit that the boy's mom opened. Then just a few months later, Pac caught an even crazier case after he shot 2 cops. In October 1993, Pac had a concert at Clark Atlanta University. After the show was over, Pac and his crew drove back to their hotel, and that's when they spotted 2 white dudes beating up a black guy in the middle of the road right in front of the hotel. When Pac saw what was going down, he hopped out of the whip immediately. Everyone else in the crew jumped out and followed him, and that's when one of the white dudes pulled out a gun. Pac upped his own strap, and after the white dude smashed Pac's windshield with a pistol, Pac let off 3 shots and hit both of the white guys. But what Pac didn't know is that the 2 dudes he shot were actually off-duty cops. They were Mark Whitwell and his brother Scott Whitwell. and they had been celebrating with their wives at the same hotel Pac was staying at because Scott's wife had just passed the bar exam. When Mark and Scott Whitwell were leaving the hotel, they almost got hit by someone while they crossed the street, and that's when the fight started. After Pac shot them, he went to his hotel room, but the cops came a few hours later and booked him for aggravated assault. Shooting cops can get you locked up for life, but everyone found out that Mark and Scott Whitwell were both dirty cops. They were drunk that night and were the ones who started the fight, and Mark lied in his statement. And to top it off, it turns out that Mark and Scott were both carrying guns that they had stolen from a police evidence locker. After the judge got all the details, they threw the whole case against Pac out, which probably makes him the only rapper who shot 2 cops and got away with it. Mark Whitwell was also charged with shooting at Tupac's car and making false statements to the police. The judge eventually dropped those charges too, but Mark ended up resigning from the police force 6 months later. Even though the charges were dropped, Mark and Scott never forgot about it and filed lawsuits against Tupac a few years later. Mark ended up settling out of court, and Scott won a $2 million default judgment against Tupac's estate in 1998 after Pac was already dead. Master P started No Limit Records and became a legend in the rap game, but his brother C Murder allegedly kept his feet in the trenches. Back in 1998, C Murder was allegedly involved with a shooting outside of a nightclub in Baton Rouge. C Murder didn't do any time for the shooting, but then in 2001, he let off a shot at another nightclub because the owner wouldn't let him inside with a gun. C Murder's gun jammed after one shot, and that's probably the only reason the owner and bouncer he shot at survived. C Murder ended up pleading no contest to the second shooting and got hit with 10 years in prison. But then the situation got even worse, and he caught a life sentence too. In 2002, C Murder allegedly shot and killed a 16-year-old named Steve Thomas at the Platinum Club in Harvey, Louisiana. Nobody knows what really went down, but the cops wanted to put C Murder away, so they booked him for the shooting and forced people to make statements against him. During the trial, a few of the jurors thought C Murder was innocent, but they voted to convict him anyway because the other jurors were putting pressure on him. After it went down, one of the jurors said, "They literally made this 20-year-old girl so violently ill. She was throwing her guts up. She couldn't function anymore." Even though there wasn't any real evidence against him, C Murder was convicted and got put away for life. One of the witnesses in the case said that the cops threatened him with 10 years in prison if he didn't testify against C Murder. And another witness said that the cops locked him in a hotel room until he agreed to testify. C Murder's lawyers will try to appeal the charges, but for now, he's still locked up. Chief Keef kicked off the drill wave and changed the entire rap game, but he caused some cases that could have put him in prison for decades. In 2011, the cops booked Keef for making and selling heroin, but instead of officially getting charged, Keef was booked as a delinquent and just had to spend some time on house arrest at his grandma's crib. But then a few months later, Keef got wrapped up in a wild situation and almost got killed by the cops. In December 2011, Keef left his grandma's crib and was carrying a coat over his hands. A cop spotted him and thought it looked sketchy, and when he tried to stop Keef and ask him some questions, Keef flashed a gun at him and ran off. The cops started chasing Keef, but he allegedly turned around and upped his strap at them a few times, and that's when the cops started letting off shots. They tried to shoot Keef while they were running after him, but luckily all the shots missed and nobody got hit. Upping a strap at the cops can get you some serious time, but Keef pretty much skated on the case and just spent a few weeks in juvie and had to go back on house arrest. Going on house arrest turned out to be huge for Keef too. While he was locked down, he recorded the video for I Don't Like, which is what made him famous overnight. And on the track, Keef even brags about getting the heroin charge and raps, "I done got indicted selling all white, but I won't never snitch, none in my life." I Don't Like turned Keef into one of the hottest rappers in the game, but he was still catching cases after he blew up in the industry. Back in 2017, Keef allegedly went to a producer's crib named Ramsey the Great and robbed him at gunpoint. According to Ramsey the Great, Keef jumped him with 5 of his homies and stuck an AK in his face. The cops booked Keef for assault and for snatching Ramsey the Great's Rolex. But eventually, all of the charges got dropped because they didn't have enough evidence against Keef. The Game is one of the most controversial rappers in the industry. He's had some of the wildest beefs, and he's been caught up in a ton of legal situations too. In 2005, The Game was at a mall with some homies in North Carolina wearing a Halloween mask and yelling at random people. The mall security called in the police, but Game wouldn't calm down. His crew allegedly surrounded the cops, and that's when the police started pepper spraying everyone. Game didn't do any time for what happened, but he ended up having to pay the cops who pepper sprayed him $5 million. He put out a video showing the arrest going down, but the cops said it was edited to make them look bad, so a judge made Game hand over a huge bag to him. Game beat another case, but still had to pay out when he put hands on a rapper named 40 Glock back in 2012. Game and 40 Glock had beef because 40 Glock was cool with 50 Cent. They had been sending shots back and forth, and when Game spotted 40 Glock, he started throwing hands and recorded the whole thing. Even though he beat up 40 Glock on camera, Game didn't get charged with anything. Bodie Glock sued him for damages, though, and Game had to give him over $200K for beatdown. The Game wasn't afraid to throw hands with anybody, and in 2017, he even punched a cop during a basketball game. The cop was off duty and playing on the opposite team, and after the cop stole the ball from Game and scored, Game fouled him and threw a sucker punch that was caught on camera. Game got ejected, and that's when he threatened to kill the cop he punched. Putting hands on a cop and threatening to kill him is usually serious, but the Game got off easy and just had to go to anger management classes and do some community service. ASAP Rocky has a case hanging over his head for allegedly shooting his old homie ASAP Relly, but this isn't the first time Rocky's been in trouble with the cops. Rocky came up in Harlem and spent some time on Rikers Island back in the day. While he was at Rikers, he was cellmates with another rapper from Brooklyn named Casanova, although Rocky didn't spend too much time locked up for that charge. And after he blew up in the rap game, Rocky still had drama with the police. In 2012, Rocky was in Manhattan when two random people started taking photos of him. It's not clear how everything went down, but a fight broke out and Rocky started throwing punches and trying to take their cameras. The cops booked him for assault and attempted robbery, but Rocky beat the case by pleading guilty and doing 3 days of community service. Then 1 year later, Rocky was performing at a festival in Philly, and a woman in the crowd allegedly tried to hold onto his shirt. Rocky allegedly slapped her in the face, and the news broke that Rocky was going to get hit with another assault case. He had already hit another fan that year when he was at a show in Australia, but Rocky beat both of the cases and didn't do any time. Rocky didn't have any legal drama for a few years, but in 2019, he caught a major case while he was touring in Sweden. A wild video came out showing Rocky and his crew putting hands on some dude in the street. At first, it looked like Rocky and his homies were the ones who sparked the situation, but then more videos started going around that proved Rocky actually tried to stop the fight from going down. That didn't stop the cops in Sweden from charging Rocky with assault, though. Rocky got booked in a Swedish jail and missed a bunch of tour dates in Europe, and TMZ said he was being held in shockingly inhumane conditions. A couple of weeks later, Donald Trump got involved with the situation and said he was trying to get the Swedish prime minister to let Rocky out of jail. Then a former prime minister clapped back and said that politicians shouldn't be jumping into the situation. 3 weeks after he got arrested, Rocky was officially charged with assault. He pleaded not guilty and went to trial. After he testified, the cops let him go home, but Rocky still ended up getting convicted. Rumors were flying that he was going to get sent back to Sweden to go to prison, but luckily the judge decided to give Rocky a suspended sentence and he stayed out of prison. Fabulous was popping off back in 2003, but that same year, he got busted by the cops 3 different times. The biggest case was when he got booked on a gun charge in Brooklyn. Fabulous, his bodyguard, and 3 other dudes all got arrested by a special NYPD unit called the Music Task Force. They went to a club in Brooklyn, and when they realized the spot had a metal detector at the front door, they went back to their van, and Fabulous's bodyguard stashed his gun inside the whip. A security guard saw it happen and called the cops, and that's when they rolled through and arrested everybody. The bodyguard had a license for the gun and proof that it was his, but he still wasn't able to carry it in New York because he didn't have a license for the state. The cops still decided to arrest Fabulous without any evidence against him, though, and Fabulous ended up getting the charges dropped and sued the city for $5 million. He didn't have any trouble after that for a few years, but then in 2006, Fabulous got wrapped up in another situation and almost got killed. Fabulous and his homies were eating at Diddy's restaurant in Manhattan, and they got into a fight in the parking lot after dinner. It's not clear how everything went down, but shots started going off, and Fabulous got hit in the leg. His homies put Fabulous in the whip and rushed him back to the hospital, but on the way there, they ran a red light and got pulled over. The police spotted Fabulous bleeding from a gunshot, and when they searched the car, they found 2 guns with the serial number scratched off. Fabulous was facing some serious charges because he already had a history with gun cases, but luckily he beat it and didn't have to spend any time in jail. Fabulous fell off and wasn't in the spotlight for a long time, but in 2018, he was in headlines again for all the wrong reasons. He caught 4 felony charges for beating up his baby mama, Emily Bustamante, and threatening to kill her dad. Fabulous punched Emily hard enough to knock out 2 teeth and threatened her with a pair of scissors too. He was facing 2 decades in prison if he got convicted, but Fabulous got lucky again when he took a plea deal and just had to complete a pre-trial intervention program to make the case go away. Slick Rick dropped one of the greatest rap albums ever back in 1988. He blew up and was taking over the rap game, but then everything fell apart when he shot his own cousin. Slick Rick's mom was managing him back then, and after he started popping off, she knew that he needed security. But instead of getting some professionals to do the job, she hired Rick's cousin, Mark Plummer, to handle it. It should have been a win for everyone, but nobody knew that Mark Plummer was a stone cold psycho. After Mark started working for Rick, Rick started getting robbed all the time. People were breaking into Rick's house, snatching his jewelry, and trying to extort him. Slick Rick realized something was up, and it turned out that his own cousin and security guard was setting him up. Rick fired Mark, and that's when Mark sent goons to put hands on Rick and threatened to kill his whole family. Slick Rick decided to handle the situation himself and started riding around with a bunch of guns. And when he spotted Mark one day, Slick upped his strap and started letting off shots. He hit Mark and an innocent dude on the street, and Rick ended up getting hit with 2 attempted murder charges. But then the situation got even worse for Rick. While he was fighting the attempted murder case, the Immigration and Naturalization Services tried to get him deported. Rick had moved to New York when he was a kid, but was born in London, and the cops wanted to kick him out of the country over the Mark Plummer shooting. Slick Rick got out and didn't get deported, but in 2002, the INS got involved and tried to kick him out again. Slick Rick had performed on a Caribbean cruise ship, and when it came back to Florida, they booked him immediately because he was a foreigner with a felony record. Rick spent another 17 months in jail fighting the case, but finally got out of jail in 2003. He still had the case hanging over his head for years, but in 2008, the governor of New York pardoned him completely for the attempted murder charge, and Slick Rick finally got his U.S. citizenship. The governor knew that Slick Rick wasn't a violent dude. After the shooting, Slick Rick started working with kids to keep him out of the streets. Plus, it was proven that Mark Plummer was a seriously dangerous dude, and Slick Rick was just trying to protect himself. While Slick Rick was fighting the attempted murder case, Mark Plummer ended up getting killed for a way crazier situation. Mark had broken into a crib and was trying to mess with a kid, but the kid's dad caught him in the middle of the situation and shot Mark to death. Jim Jones has been in the rap game for decades. He's been beating cases the whole time, too. Back in 2008, Jim Jones was with his crew at the Louis Vuitton store on 5th Avenue in Manhattan when they ran into Neo and his homies. It's not clear what sparked the situation, but a fight broke out and Jim Jones started throwing hands. Jim Jones started punching Neo's homie, Javon Smith, who was the younger brother of Jay-Z's road manager. Nobody took any serious damage, but Jim Jones still ended up getting hit with an assault charge. He pleaded not guilty at first, but there was a chance he'd end up on probation and wouldn't be able to tour if the case didn't go his way in court. So he pleaded guilty and still didn't have to do any time. Then in 2011, the cops spotted Jim Jones driving a Bentley in the bus lane and pulled him over. They ran his info and found out that Jones was driving with a suspended license, and that's when they cuffed him and took him to jail. Jones got off easy and was back in the streets in no time, but then he got caught up in a way crazier situation. In 2012, Jones was at a casino in Connecticut when some random dude came up to start problems. Jones ignored him at first, but then the dude started throwing punches, so Jim Jones fought back. Security jumped in to break up the fight, but Jim Jones wouldn't stop swinging. The cops rushed in to squash the situation, and they still couldn't get him to calm down. There were 5 cops trying to hold him down, but Jones kept struggling, so they whipped out the mace and sprayed Jim Jones in the face. Jim Jones was facing some serious charges, like assault on a police officer, but somehow he skated on the case and didn't do any time. Then a year later, Jones got arrested again when the cops caught him speeding through the Bronx and booked him for driving while intoxicated. Jones beat that case too and stayed out of trouble for a while, but in 2018, he caught a serious charge and was facing decades in prison. Jones was riding around Georgia with some homies when the cops spotted them drifting all over the road. And when they tried to pull Jones and his crew over, the driver stepped on the gas and tried to get away. The chase didn't last long though, and when the cops searched the whip, they found a stolen gun, weed, oxycodone, Percocets, and THC oil. Jones told the cops that he had prescriptions for the oxy and perks, but they still booked him for receiving stolen property, possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, narcotics possession, and more. The situation was looking bad for him, but Jones got lucky again when he took a plea deal and only got 2 years of probation. Everything was quiet for a while with Jim Jones, but in May 2024, TMZ leaked a wild video of him throwing hands in the airport. Jim Jones flew to Florida, and another dude on the plane pushed Jones while he was trying to get his luggage. Then another dude started yelling at Jones, and security got called to the gate. Jones just walked off and went to the baggage claim, but the dude who yelled at him followed Jones and started acting like he was going to throw a punch. Jones didn't react at first, but then the other dude faked another punch, so Jones grabbed him and tossed him down the escalator. The dude started swinging. Then the other guy from the plane jumped in and punched Jones too. Jones held it down and fought both of them until security stepped in. And after the cops saw the surveillance footage, they decided not to charge Jones with anything. Dr. Dre is a legend in the rap game, but a lot of fans don't know how wild he was back in the day. In 1991, Dre and the rest of NWA were beefing with Ice Cube after he left the crew and went solo. There was a hip-hop show at the time called Pump It Up, and a woman named Dee Barnes was the main interviewer for it. She interviewed NWA and Ice Cube and put the interviews together for an episode of Pump It Up. Ice Cube and NWA have been sending crazy shots at each other already, and Dre got heated when he saw the episode of Pump It Up. And when he ran into Dee Barnes at a record release party, Dre put hands on her while his security guard stopped anyone from saving Dee Barnes. Dre smashed Dee Barnes into a wall, then tried to throw her down some stairs and started kicking her in the ribs. Dee got up and ran into a bathroom, but Dre rushed her down and started punching her in the back of the head. Dee Barnes ended up suing Dre for over $22 million. Dre got off easy and just had 2 years of probation and some community service, plus a $2,500 fine. And what makes it even crazier is how he admitted to the whole thing. After it went down, Dre said, "Somebody fucks with me, I'm gonna fuck with them. I just did it, you know? Ain't nothing you can do now by talking about it. Besides, it ain't no big thing. I just threw her through a door." Eminem even joked about it on the track Guilty Conscience and rapped, "That's what I did. Be smart. Don't be a retard. You gonna take advice from somebody who slapped D Barnes?" In the 90s, Dre was putting hands on anybody he had a problem with. He allegedly punched a producer named Damon Thomas and broke his jaw. In the same year he beat up D Barnes, Dre even hit a cop in New Orleans during a fight at a hotel. Dre also dated Michelle back in the day and put hands on her. Dre allegedly hit her so hard that she had to have plastic surgery. Dre didn't do any time for that, but it wasn't the last time he allegedly put hands on a woman. Terry B., a singer and rapper who was signed to Ruthless Records, claimed that Dre once assaulted her at a Grammys after party. Terry had made a diss track about Dre called Ruthless Bitch, and when Dre saw her at the party, he punched her twice in the face. A woman named Lisa Johnson, who's the mother of Dre's daughter LaTanya, said that Dre beat her up many times, including while she was pregnant. It got so bad, Lisa had to get a restraining order against Dre. Dre ended up getting married to a woman named Nicole Young, and before they got divorced, Dre allegedly punched her in the face and put a gun to her head. Dre never got booked for the situation, but he ended up having to pay Nicole Young a 9-figure settlement after the divorce was final. Nelly blew up with a bunch of mainstream hits, and a lot of his fans didn't know about the cases he was catching. In 2012, his tour bus got pulled over in Texas, and when the cops raided it, they found weed, heroin, and a loaded gun inside. Nelly was put in cuffs, but one of his homies took the fall for everything, and Nelly got released and didn't get charged. That case was easy to beat, but a few years later, he got wrapped up in something more serious. In 2015, Nelly's tour bus got raided again, and the cops found drugs, a bunch of plastic bags, and 3 guns, including a gold-plated 50 caliber Desert Eagle. Nelly got hit with felony drug charges because the cops thought he was moving meth, but later they tested the drugs, and it turned out it wasn't really meth. That gave Nelly a huge break in the case, and he ended up pleading guilty to a couple misdemeanors and only served a year of probation. He still didn't stay out of trouble though, and in 2017, Nelly got booked for allegedly raping a woman on his tour bus. The cops thought they had enough evidence to convict him, but the woman decided not to press charges. 2 other women came out and accused Nelly of assaulting them too, but he settled everything out of court and never did any time on those cases either. Offset was already locked up when the Migos popped off in 2013. He got out of jail and started touring with Quavo and Takeoff, but in 2015, he caught a major case while they were performing in Georgia. The Migos had a show at Georgia Southern University, but the cops showed up in the middle of the set and arrested all of them and their crew. While the Migos were on stage, the cops had been searching their whips and found weed and a bunch of guns, so they booked everyone in the crew. Offset's situation got even worse while he was locked up. He got hit with another charge for inciting a riot in the jail after he allegedly put hands on someone. A judge denied Offset's bond after the riot, so he started yelling in the courtroom, and the cops had to drag him back to jail. Offset was facing decades in prison for the gun and gang charges he got booked for, but he beat all the serious charges by taking an Alfred plea for starting the riot inside jail. After Offset came home, the Migos kept up the momentum and took over the industry. But in 2018, Offset got wrapped up in another case that almost ended his whole career. He got busted in 2018 after the cops pulled him over for making an illegal lane switch. And when they searched his whip, they found guns inside. Offset was already a felon, so getting convicted on a gun charge could have sent him away for a long time. But a few months later, the news broke that the case had been dropped. Beating the case was a huge win, but it looked like Offset was actually caught up in something way bigger. Court documents prove that the feds were the ones who ordered the original traffic stop, and the only reason that Offset's case got dropped is because they were worried that info would leak about a much larger investigation. It's not clear if Offset was actually involved with that situation though, and the feds never booked him for anything. A few rappers have beat murder cases, but Travis Scott almost got charged for 10 people getting killed at his festival. In 2021, Travis Scott had his Astroworld Festival in Houston, and the situation was out of control from the jump. Before he even started performing, people were already passing out and getting carried off on stretchers. And when Travis actually hit the stage, people started dying. Fans were getting crushed and trampled to death, and people were screaming for the show to stop. But Travis kept on hyping the crowd up, even when ambulances were driving through and pulling bodies out. After it went down, Travis Scott was facing charges for everybody who died. But in 2023, the news broke that the cops aren't going to book him on anything. That wasn't the only time he had issues at a show, though. Back in 2015 at Lollapalooza, Travis told his fans to rush the stage. A lot of people got hurt, and Travis got hit with disorderly conduct charges for what went down. Then a few months later, Travis Scott told his fans to fuck up a dude who had taken the shoe in the middle of a show.
You tried to take my shoe? You want to be a thief? Fuck him up! Fuck him up! Fuck him up!
Everyone knew how crazy Travis Scott's shows were. And in 2017, he got booked again for telling the crowd at a show in Arkansas to rush the stage. The same year, Travis was performing in NYC when a fan fell from a balcony and ended up paralyzed. Travis was encouraging fans to jump and said the crowd on the ground floor would catch them. A 23-year-old fan named Kyle Green claims he was then pushed from the third-story balcony and broke both his legs. Kyle was left paralyzed and ended up suing the venue and Travis for inciting chaos that caused his injuries. After the Astroworld situation, Travis didn't have any drama for a while, but in 2023, he got arrested at another show for attacking the sound guy. According to reports, the sound guy asked Travis to turn the music down because it was too loud for the venue. So Travis Scott punched him in the head and smashed up some sound equipment. The cops put a warrant out for his arrest, but they ended up dropping the charges. Then in June 2024, Travis was arrested for trespassing in Miami Beach. He got out of jail a few hours after the cops booked him. In that same day, he made money off of the situation when he put out new merch with his mugshot on it. A couple of months later, Travis Scott was in Paris for the Olympics and ended up getting arrested again. He had been getting followed around by fans everywhere, and apparently Travis was heated at his bodyguard for not keeping them away. That's what sparked a fight in the lobby of the hotel where Travis was staying. He allegedly started swinging on his bodyguard and smashing faces. A security guard at the hotel tried to break it up, so Travis Scott hit him too. Travis got booked in Paris, but they let him out the next day and decided not to press any charges. A lot of rappers have beat cases, but it's hard to find anyone who beat more than DaBaby. And before he popped off in the mainstream and started working with some of the biggest artists in the game, DaBaby shot and killed a dude in Walmart while he was shopping. Back in 2018, DaBaby ran into a dude named Jalen Craig and his homie Henry Douglas inside a Walmart in North Carolina. According to Henry Douglas, Jalen Craig and him spotted DaBaby and were looking at him. And that's when DaBaby asked them, "Do you know me?" Henry Douglas just said, "I thought that was you," and walked away from the situation. But that's not where it ended. Henry Douglas and Jalen Craig walked off, but they ended up running into DaBaby again, and DaBaby wanted to take it outside and fight them. Henry Douglas told DaBaby that he'd see him outside, but then DaBaby rushed him and started throwing hands. While DaBaby and Henry Douglas were fighting, Jalen Craig allegedly reached for his waistband and tried to break up the fight. That's when someone else yelled, "He's got a gun," and DaBaby upped his own strap and killed Jalen Craig on the spot. After it went down, DaBaby got hit with a murder charge, but he claimed it was self-defense and skated on the case. DaBaby still got charged with a misdemeanor for carrying a concealed weapon, but that was nothing compared to a murder case. A lot of people don't think DaBaby should have beat the case because he allegedly started the fight. Plus, he even brags about it on the track Rockstar and rapped, "PTSD, I'm always waking up in cold sweats like I got the flu. My daughter a G, she saw me kill a nigga in front of her before the age of 2, and I'll kill another nigga too before I let another nigga do something to you." That wasn't the only wild case that he beat though. Back in 2020, DaBaby and his homies allegedly jumped a promoter named Kenneth Carey. Kenneth Carey was hosting a party for another rapper named Stunnerfo Vegas and was supposed to pay DaBaby $30K to perform at the event. But Kenneth Carey only brought DaBaby $20K and said he'd pay the rest later. And that's when DaBaby and his homies put hands on Kenneth Carey and ran off with the $20K. DaBaby caught a battery charge over the situation, but he skated on the case because one of the witnesses wouldn't work with the police. Kenneth Carey still tried to get $6 million out of DaBaby in a lawsuit, but DaBaby won that case too and didn't have to pay anything. And what's really wild about the situation is that the whole thing was caught on camera and DaBaby still beat it. That wasn't the only assault case DaBaby beat. Back in 2022, DaBaby ran into Brandon Bills at a bowling alley and put hands on him. DaBaby had been in a wild, toxic relationship with Brandon Bills' sister, Danny Lay. And after they broke up, Brandon Bills started saying he wanted to throw hands with DaBaby. After DaBaby and his crew jumped Brandon Bills, the cops were thinking about charging DaBaby with assault with a deadly weapon, but the case got dropped because Brandon Bills didn't want to press charges. Brandon Bills didn't help send DaBaby to jail, but he's still trying to get money out of him. He opened up a $4 million lawsuit against DaBaby, so DaBaby clapped back on the track lawsuit on a Wednesday and rapped, "He was gangster before, now you suing me, huh? That's tough shit. He don't want to do it no more. Out the spot, ain't want nothing to do with the whore. Before I walk out the house, tuck my toolie before. Talking about what they gonna do when they see me. The fuck you think Baby still shoot people for?" In the same year that he beat up Brandon Bills, DaBaby ended up shooting another dude. DaBaby was chilling at his crib in North Carolina when someone hopped his fence and tried to get inside the house. DaBaby already had his strap ready, and he shot the dude in the leg before he called the police. Defending your crib is one thing, but DaBaby even clowned the dude after it went down and said, "I chose not to take a nigga life the other day, and it felt great, but he didn't deserve to go. I stepped righteously." DaBaby didn't have any charges filed against him because the dude was on his property, and he ended up beating another gun case that same year. DaBaby was booked in LA in January 2021 after a security guard at the mall called the cops on him. DaBaby and his homies left the mall before the cops got there, but they ended up catching him on Rodeo Drive and pulled him over. They found a gun inside his whip, but everybody said it wasn't theirs. The baby got booked for the strap, but since nobody was talking to the cops, the whole case got thrown out because there wasn't enough evidence. The baby was also facing prison time for punching the old man in the face and knocking his tooth out. Back in 2020, the baby rented out a mansion in LA to shoot a video, but he wasn't supposed to have more than 12 people there. The baby rode up with over 40 people to shoot the video though, and that's when the owner of the mansion stepped in and tried to shut everything down. The owner is a 64-year-old dude named Gary Pager, and when he showed up to kick everyone out, the baby's crew pushed him to the ground. Pager went inside the mansion, and that's when the baby allegedly followed him, told him not to call the cops. Apparently the threat wasn't enough though, so the baby swung on Pager and knocked his tooth out. The baby started getting dragged on social media for hitting an old man, so the baby clapped back and posted a video of Pager screaming racial slurs. The baby still got hit with a felony assault case and was facing some serious time, but he beat the case by taking another plea deal and only got hit with a year of probation. Chris Brown used to have a perfect reputation, but that all changed when he beat up Rihanna in 2009. They were in Brown's whip when it went down, and the whole situation blew up because of a woman that Brown used to hook up with. Rihanna saw text from the woman on Brown's phone and started yelling at him. Then Brown started punching and kicking Rihanna so much that he sent her to the hospital. It was a brutal attack that made headlines everywhere, and everyone thought Chris Brown was going to get locked up for sure. He got hit with a felony assault charge and was facing serious time, but he beat the case by taking a plea deal and just doing a few years of probation and community service. After he put hands on Rihanna, Chris Brown started fighting people all the time. In 2012, Drake and Chris Brown's crews got into a fight at a nightclub and started throwing bottles. A San Antonio Spurs player named Tony Parker had to have surgery to get glass removed from his eye, but Brown didn't get booked for the situation. Then a few months later, Brown allegedly punched Frank Ocean because Frank Ocean took a parking spot at the recording studio that Brown went to. Brown was facing another battery case, but he beat it again because Frank Ocean decided not to press charges. Then later that same year, Brown punched a fan in the face and broke his nose. The dude was with two women in Washington, D.C., and the girls wanted to take a photo with Brown. Brown let the women take a photo with him, but when the dude tried to get into the picture too, Brown and his bodyguard started punching them. Brown got hit with another felony assault case, but then it got dropped to a misdemeanor. Brown didn't spend any time in jail for it. He stayed out of trouble for a couple of years, but then Brown caught another serious case. Back in 2012, Chris Brown had hired a dude named Mike G to help him get his fans back after the Rihanna assault. It's not clear what exactly went down, but Chris Brown allegedly locked Mike G in a room and punched him in the face and neck. Mike G sued him for assault, false imprisonment, and battery. And rumors were going around that the police wanted to investigate the case too. But then in 2019, news broke that Brown had settled with Mike G out of court, and the cops weren't picking up the case either. But the same year Mike G hit him with a lawsuit, Brown allegedly got into a standoff with the cops after he upped the strap at a woman in his crib. According to the woman, she was in Brown's house and was looking at a diamond necklace laying on the counter. Then Chris Brown came out and pointed a gun in her face. She ran out of the house and hid behind the car, and that's when the cops got involved. Reports came out that a SWAT team was in a standoff with Brown because he wouldn't let them into the crib, but it turned out that the whole story was basically cap. Chris Brown let the cops into his crib when they showed up with a search warrant, and the woman lied about everything. After he beat the case, Chris Brown sued her for defamation, and during the trial they found text messages where the woman told her friend that she was going to set him up and call the cops and say that he tried to shoot. YG came up repping the Power Rules of Compton and got active at a young age. And after he popped off in the rap game, he still kept his ties to the streets. Back in 2018, YG got hit with a felony robbery charge after he allegedly snatched a chain from a fan in Las Vegas. The fan allegedly asked YG for a photo, but YG yelled at him to get away and then told his crew, get him. YG's homies allegedly jumped the dude and snatched his chain, so the dude hit YG with a $250K lawsuit. YG ended up settling the lawsuit out of court, and apparently the fan was happy with how it went because he stopped working with the cops for the criminal charges. The fan's testimony was the only evidence they had against YG, so the prosecutors decided to just drop the whole thing. Snatching the chain is one thing, but a year later, YG got wrapped up in a wild shootout with the cops that turned deadly. In 2019, 4 dudes in a bulletproof Cadillac SUV got into a chase with the police in Compton. The cops tried to pull them over for reckless driving, but the driver slammed on the gas and somebody else inside the whip stuck an assault rifle out of the window and started letting off shots at the cops. The shooter took out a cop car, but then 2 more caught up and started shooting back. It turned into a full-on shootout, and an innocent dude riding his bike down the street got caught in the middle and ended up getting shot to death. The cops sent in the helicopter to keep track of the shooters, but the shooters even tried to take the helicopter out too. Eventually, they stopped the whip and ran off on foot, and that's when the cops ran the plates and found out that the car was registered under YG's name. After the news broke, YG hopped on Twitter and said he was in the studio when the shooting went down, didn't have anything to do with it. But since the Cadillac was under YG's name, the cops searched his crib to look for evidence. They didn't find anything against him in that case, but that wasn't the only time the cops raided his house. A couple of years later, the cops showed up at YG's front door at 4 in the morning and even had a helicopter hovering over the crib. YG opened the door and had a bunch of guns pointed at him. Then the cops ran inside and allegedly pointed guns in his kids' faces too. They booked YG on robbery charges, but nobody knew what was going on. The cops didn't release any details about the case, but rumors said that YG was facing decades over the situation. But then in 2022, the charges got dropped out of nowhere because the district attorney said there wasn't enough evidence to convict YG. They said he was at the scene when the robbery went down, but they couldn't prove that YG was actually involved with it. Soulja Boy has probably been clowned more than any other rapper in the game, but he's had to beat some serious cases too. In 2009, Soulja was shooting a music video in an abandoned house without a permit. The cops rode up to the scene to stop it, and Soulja Boy ran off before they could talk to him. The cops hung around and talked to some people there who didn't run away, and when Soulja Boy came back to get his whip, they booked him on an obstruction charge. Then in 2011, Soulja and his homies got pulled over in Georgia, and the cops found 3 guns, 5 ounces of weed, and over $40K in cash. All of them got hit with felony charges for drug distribution and guns. But Soulja beat that case too and didn't do any time for it. A couple of years later, Soulja Boy got pulled over again, and the cops found another gun in his whip. His manager tried to say that Soulja's neighbor stashed the gun there for some reason, but Soulja got convicted. It looked like he was going to get locked up, but he got off easy again and just spent a couple years on probation. Rumors say that Soulja couldn't afford to hire security anymore after his career fell off, and that's why he always had guns on him. Then in 2016, Soulja allegedly sent death threats at a dude named Skrill Drilly, so the cops raided Soulja's crib and found 2 guns. Soulja wasn't supposed to have any guns, but the situation got even worse for him because it turned out that one of the straps had been stolen from a police car. Soulja got hit with more gun charges and was facing 4 years in prison, but somehow he got the charges dropped to a misdemeanor and didn't get locked up. That wasn't the only drama Soulja allegedly had with guns though. Back in 2008, some dudes broke into his house. Soulja Boy told Vlad TV that he grabbed his gun and started busting at them. Soulja said he hit one of the dudes and he fell to the ground while his homies ran off. Then Soulja walked up and took the dude's mask off and shot him again. Droop, the dude Soulja Boy allegedly shot, also did an interview with Vlad and claimed that a lot of his story was cap. Droop claims that Soulja Boy had stolen the famous Soulja Boy Tell 'em dance from him and his homies, so they went to his house to confront him about it. They got into an argument and Droop slapped Soulja Boy multiple times, which is when Soulja Boy pulled out a gun and shot him 5 times and ran off. Droop even showed off the bullet wounds in the interview, so he admits that Soulja did shoot him, but denies that they broke in and said they never intended to rob him. Soulja Boy is known for being the biggest liar in the rap game, but nobody knew how different the real story was until the paperwork came out in 2023. According to the statement he gave the police after the robbery went down, Soulja Boy said he cut all the lights off and hid with his eyes closed. Another part of the paperwork allegedly says that Soulja Boy let off a few shots, but the robbers took his gun and ran out of the crib. Nobody knows how it really went down, but the only thing that's clear is that Soulja Boy was definitely capping when he told Vlad TV about the situation. Before French Montana blew up in the rap game, he was allegedly wrapped up in some serious street politics in the Bronx. French Montana was allegedly moving weight to help his mom and siblings out, and rumors say that's why he got shot in the head. In 2003, French Montana was leaving a recording studio in the Bronx when 2 dudes ran up on him and tried to rob him. Montana fought back. That's when one of them upped his strap and shot French Montana in the back of the head. And while Montana was fighting the dude who shot him, the other dude tried to shoot Montana too, but he hit his own homie instead and killed him. After it went down, Montana was rushed to the hospital and the cops booked him for murder. He was facing life in prison, but then the cops found out they didn't actually shoot anybody. According to rumors, the whole thing was over a major drug deal that French Montana was involved in, and he said that his own homie set him up to get robbed. French Montana survived and beat the case too, but in 2013, somebody else tried to take him out. French Montana had a show in Philadelphia, and after it ended, he hopped in his tour bus and headed to his hotel. A bunch of fans were hanging around the hotel when French Montana got there, and when he tried to leave the bus, somebody pulled through and started letting off shots. French Montana didn't get hit, but a dude named Jawan King got hit in the stomach and tragically died, and another fan got hit in the shoulder. It's not clear if the shooter was trying to take French Montana out, but after it went down, he hopped on Twitter and said he wasn't involved with the situation. Blueface went viral for being one of the wildest dudes in the rap game, and in 2018, he almost killed a dude who tried to rob him at a gas station. It's not clear how it went down, but Blueface and his crew were at a gas station in California when someone allegedly tried to rob him. After the other dude got in his whip and drove off, Blueface and his homies chased him down, and Blueface started letting off shots on the highway. Blueface didn't hit anyone, but he crashed his whip on the highway, and that's how the cops caught him so fast. He was facing some serious charges from the jump, but they got reduced to just a misdemeanor gun possession charge. Then just a few months later, Blueface caught a felony gun case too. He was in LA with some homies when the cops walked up and tried to talk to him. Blueface and their crew tossed their guns and ran off, but it didn't take long for the cops to track him down and arrest him at his crib. Catching more cases didn't slow Blueface down though, and in 2022, he got booked for attempted murder. Blueface was at a club in Las Vegas, and some dude came up to him and made a joke about Blueface speaking with some females in a cheap vehicle. Blueface's crew jumped the dude, and when he tried to get away in his truck, Blueface upped his strap and let off 2 shots. Blueface got booked for attempted murder, but he beat the case by pleading guilty and getting off for probation. He might have beat the charges, but Blueface still took a huge loss because the judge made him pay the club $13 million because they lost their license after the shooting. Blueface beat a lot of cases without going to prison, but in 2024, he got sentenced to 4 years for violating his probation. Rich the Kid went viral for running away from Lil Uzi Vert when Uzi tried to fight him, but his ex-wife said he wasn't afraid of putting hands on her. In 2016, Rich the Kid's ex-wife, Lady Luscious, said that Rich beat her and was cheating on her with Black China and India Love. Rich denied it and said he would never hit a woman, but a couple years later, the case got even more serious. According to legal documents, Rich the Kid beat Lady Luscious so many times that the cops were always coming to the house, and he allegedly forced Lady Luscious to have at least 3 abortions that she didn't want to get. Rich didn't face any jail time for beating his ex, but in 2021, he got booked on a gun case for trying to bring a strap through the airport. While he was going through security at LAX, TSA found a gun in Rich's carry-on bag and booked him immediately. Cardi B's relationship with Offset made headlines for years, but it also got her wrapped up in a wild case back in 2018. The Migos performed at the Angel Strip Club in New York, and Offset allegedly hooked up with one of the bartenders after the show. When Cardi B found out about the situation, she sent her homegirls into the club to put hands on the bartender. Cardi's crew punched the bartender and hit her with an ashtray, but the situation didn't end there. A couple weeks later, Cardi and her homegirls allegedly went back to the club and started throwing bottles and chairs at the bartender and her sister. Cardi got arrested for misdemeanor reckless endangerment and assault, and the DA even offered a plea deal that would keep Cardi out of jail. But instead of just taking the plea deal and moving on, Cardi B turned it down and made the situation way worse. After she turned down the deal, Cardi got hit with 2 felony charges and was facing some real jail time. She fought the case for 3 more years though, and in 2022, she decided to plead guilty and got the felony charges dropped and only had to do a couple weeks of community service. 21 Savage came up in the streets and even got into a shootout with the ops. But the biggest case he caught happened after he blew up in the rap game and was already out of the trenches. In 2019, the feds pulled Savage over and tried to kick him out of the country. 21 was born in the UK, but moved to America when he was a kid. He came to the US when he was 7, but left when he was 12 to go back to the UK for his uncle's funeral in 2005. His visa expired in 2006, but 21 said he didn't even know what a visa was because he basically spent his whole life in America. 21 was arrested after police were targeting his cousin, Young Nudie, on aggravated assault and gang charges. 21 was in the car when they were both pulled over by police and taken into custody for questioning. While they were being interrogated, the cops realized that 21 was living in the country illegally and he was arrested by ICE. Everyone was shocked when the news broke that 21 was actually from the UK, and it looked like he might be kicked out of America for life. 21 was fighting the case for years, and in 2022, the situation got even worse. When 21 got arrested in 2019, the cops found codeine and a gun in his whip, but they didn't even charge him for it until 2022. 21 was facing prison time on top of getting deported, but it looks like he finally caught a break in the case. His immigration case got pushed back after 21 caught the criminal charges, but in 2023, Drake dropped the track 8 a.m. in Charlotte and rapped, "Hoes waiting on the bench in the lobby, that boy a lobbyist. Savage got a green card, straight out of the consulate. Where I go, you go. Brother, where you go, Slavian." Then 21 Savage confirmed the news and said that he was officially a lawful permanent resident in America.
Oh, whoa. Oh. Oh my God, what are y'all doing? Yeah, I'm freaking cooked. He's literally guard broken. I gave y'all everything I had. Nice one, boys. Yo, what's good? I had to lock in for that match, bro. I could not look over at the chat. As you can see, we just had to clutch up that W. I appreciate you tuning into the stream, folks. Them that was intense. I had to revive them like 3 or 2 times. This man, President Mike, got revived and wasn't paying attention, probably eating something. Oh, that was an intense game, bro. That's a Mentos almost cooked us. Y'all, you're asking how am I doing? I'm doing great. We got what do we got? Oh yeah, there's not gonna be. Even though I'm doing great, there's sadly not gonna be probably a video today because we're just gonna relax today a bit. So that's why it's somewhat good. We can relax a little bit because I need to make sure that I need to at least try to remember the Easter eggs somewhat for Ashes of the Damned when I do it tomorrow because I don't have the time to do it today because I still got to go back to the shift. But tomorrow it's probably going to be all zombies with Black Ops 7 Ashes of the Damned, and then I'm probably going to do also the Easter egg on Astro Malorum. Raider. Oh, rated the stream. I just realized that was a raid. I didn't even, bruh. That's the raid icon. I'm tripping. Didn't even drop the raid up on your boy. That's crazy. I appreciate that, folks. Them. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. You was most likely playing My Hero Ultra Rumble since you said, "Oh, I'm stupid." You said you wanted to join up, and I loaded into a match while yapping. Literally loaded into a match while yapping. That's my fault. Damn, we already got 8 people in here. But yeah, there wasn't gonna be too much time today to be able to do an Easter egg. This man said that was embarrassing as well. I don't even know what part he said that was embarrassing at. The whole freaking match was too intense toward the end for me to be able to look at chat. Nah, I trapped that nigga in the corner. I know he mad as hell. Well, you got a hold square now? Oh, that's nice because then if I'm pressing like if I get on rapid Deku. Bro, what are you doing? Shigbone, what the heck? Oh, well, you are red Shiggy. I don't know what you're doing over there, bro. I do want that red Shiggy outfit. Well, I guess it's not red Shiggy, but Shiggy outfit in general. Who killed you? Oh my god. Whoa, what the heck was that? Oh, that was Shiggy. Bro, that took up my whole freaking screen, my nigga. Oh, heck no, I can't fight. I can't get caught by Shiggy. Lemillion's actually mad hurt. He can't. Lemillion can't actually sustain a fight. Ah! No, Nichan. Stay right up over there. Now that was embarrassing. Yeah, I'll play another. I'll play another game. I'll still be on for another game. You know. Do you think I'm fucking stupid or something? I have bad aim, but I'm not stupid. Oh my god. Maybe I'm a little stupid. How did that reach me? That's so obnoxious. Get your ass back here, father. Yeah. I have no I have no health potions. I think I'm gonna go back for some health. No. No. No, I freaking didn't land on the ground. You're dumb as hell. I was trying to land on the ground, bro, but I kept on moving side to side. No, my nigga, there's no freaking way this obnoxious character. Yo, what's good? I'm Teardrop. Yo, what's good? Teardrop. I appreciate you tuning into the stream, folks. Hopefully, you're having a fantastic day so far. We about to try to get this next W real quick. If I don't, oh yeah, they're fried. You're fried. Bakugo went over here, huh? I don't have no team shield for him. He's gonna have to keep running. Bro, I can't get a Bakugo mid-flight. Where is this Bakugo? Okay, they killed Bakugo died at some point, bro. He was able to get that dub. Hey, I appreciate that. Bless you, Eno. I thought I was about to be sneezing for the rest of the game. That's back-to-back dubs right there. I think I actually even got enough resources to upgrade Shoto to what I wanted to upgrade him to. What did I want to even upgrade him to? I don't even remember. Ah, Space Hop. That's what I wanted. I wanted Space Hop. Okay, so yeah, because there was no other blue and yellow outfits that I had that I see. That's blue and yellow, but I don't have this outfit. This outfit's ugly as hell, bro. You said you're eating right now. What did you get to eat? You eating fast food or something that you made at the crib? I'm actually gonna be getting me some food after I get off stream here. Oh yeah, it's already 1:30. Cereal? It better be some good cereal. What type of cereal you eating? Let me guess. You eating Rice Krispies. No way, you're eating um Honey Grams. No, 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 no. You're eating Fruit Loops. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, that's actually a classic. I just ran out of my Cinnamon Toast Crunch. I remember back then in school we used to get the little cereal boxes. I had to steal like a couple Captain Crunches, no, a couple Cinnamon Toast Crunches, and then a Fruit Loops if it's up in there. I have like 3 bowls, maybe 4 bowls of cereal going stupid. Oh, is he actually gonna be able to get the box? Oh no, he's not. Here I come, good buddy. What? Who healed him? Bro got team healed somehow. Yo, what's a good value? Value way. I appreciate you tuning into the stream, folks, and dropping that follow on the stream for your boy Verse. I do hope you continue to enjoy the My Hero Ultra Rumble from your boy. I know I have my camera off right now, but your boy is on a little bit of half bar of energy today, so do forgive me. We're gonna be getting this is gonna be a short stream, but tomorrow we should be back at full energy to be able to do a longer stream because I will be off. But I'm probably gonna be doing the Easter egg on Call of Duty tomorrow. It's probably gonna be a lot of Call of Duty action tomorrow. I gotta get some zombies in before the freaking next DLC comes out. Next DLC comes out, and I still ain't did the Easter egg. Oh, I couldn't hit that shot. I ain't that good just yet, and I'm still terrible. Fuck, come on. Hit one. Oh, I could have just hit one. Just one would have made me satisfied. Bro, people just pulling up and just dying. Hold up, all for one. Damn. Big back, big back. Yeah, that's you, big back. You the one that's eating the cereal right now. I'm actually be going crazy on some. I'm probably get some McDonald's. I'm not getting that nasty ass Grinch meal that I've been seeing all over my stupid ass TikTok, bro. Bro, Oni-chan, stop it. No, All Might. Dang. Bro, come on, bro. Bro's about to just run right up to me. No freaking way! Oh my god. I should have just plus ultra. That's my dumbass fault for thinking, oh yeah, Kiri's not gonna be able to hit me. I might be alive. I might be alive. No, Kiri. No! Kiri, why? He said your team needs to hit the training grounds. Listen, this you know how it is when you get on My Hero Ultra Rumble, and I'm literally at a no rank right now or whatever the low ranks are. 'Cause I gotta re-rank up. I mean, niggas have to get rid of me. I was freezing their ass, boy. I've been going crazy with Todoroki. As long as I just hit my ice slide. Bro, what are you doing? First of all, those glaciers aren't even hitting all the way to the sky, my nigga. Oh, nice shots, though. You got somebody. Yeah, you're better off just keeping Shoto stuff. Oh, he got a revive. No, nigga, he has a revive. What are you doing? Bro, check the body. Check the body. Please check the body. Please check the body. Please, bro. You're stupid. There's literally a purple on the body. Oh, my God, bro. We're so fried. We're not making it out of the hood. We're not making it out of the hood. Like, bro. I know there was a lot of particle I know there was a lot of particle effects going on, but brosif, there was literally a purple right there, and I'm pretty sure it's still right there. If he dies next to this purple, I'm gonna be sick. I'm freaking fried, bro. Bro, if I see a purple, bro, please let me see the screen. Bro, please let me see the screen. I need to see if there's still a purple right there, bro. Like, bro, how do you? He didn't even go to even check and finish looking at the loot. Lemillion, please move to your right, bro. Please, please, please. I need you to look at the loot. Look at the loot over there, bro. Somebody needs to look at this loot. That's right there. I saw the purple. I just saw it. But that shit just blew me. Bro, are you kidding, bro? There's no way that he did not see that revived car right there. Bro, it's like how? Bro doesn't even double check the dead body, dude. Like, I was just walking. So I need 400 tickets.
So fried.
Oh my god, bro. It's gonna take forever to get this shiggy skin. What is that trashery, my nigga? Bro, what's up with the new background? I like the new background scenery instead of it just looking all plain. Oh, she's emote? Ain't no way. All right, let's get to it. I got probably like maybe 2 matches in me because I am hungry, good buddy. And you was talking about McDonald's is nasty. Check it out. I get the nuggets from McDonald's and I make sure I get them mugs crispy because unless you have McDonald's nuggets crispy and fresh, you ain't had them. You ain't had McDonald's nuggets. When they come out and I hear that crunch, it's over. And then when the fries hitting right too, they get the fries right with the salt, bro. I swear, I don't know what my McDonald's be doing, but they be tripping. They be giving a nigga, they be making the nuggets right, and then my fries will not have salt on it. Like, bro, how you gonna give me fries with no salt? I asked for a large fry. How did you forget the salt? Then the fries will be banging, but then the nuggets won't be crispy. So then I'm like, bro, I know you didn't give me crispy, fresh nuggets, and you just heated it up in the microwave, my nigga. Because I can tell, and I know. You just look at the nuggets and you can look at the nuggets, feel the bag, and you're like, oh yeah, we're cooking today. It'd be rare when they get everything right. They miss something. That shit be crazy. Folks say I'm gonna stick to home cooking. You know what's interesting about home cooking? I took cooking classes all throughout middle school and high school. Yeah, we had culinary classes in middle school and high school. Boy, I was in there cooking, boy. Yeah, I know he had to get those cooking skills on deck. But I don't got the time to be cooking at home. It's too much time. But my cooking skills are definitely up to par. I just don't be doing it. I had to make sure I got that under my belt. I was like, what? They said culinary class. I need it. All right. I'm gonna try to just mark the location like if I need help or anything. Bro said I'm sticking to home cooking. Home cooking, so that means cereal. Bro, I'm sick. You know it's funny as hell, bro. What the fuck? Bro, you took the time to shoot me all my whoa, 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 whoa. What kind of combo was that? Oh wow. I didn't even get a chance. I was trying to shoot it all my that was all my fault. I ain't got no heels, but I'm out here. Bro, if Kendo finds me, I'm gonna be sick. You know, you gotta get out of there, brother. You about to wow, you're actually about to die. The old Chaco just now pulling up. Bro, I don't know why you was trying to fight the both of them when you realized the match just started. I was only at half eight. Yeah, she's not getting out of the hood. But I was already at half HP, so there was no way I was gonna be able to fight anybody, even if it was 2v2. One grab from All Might, I'm pretty sure would have killed me. Oh yeah, she's not getting out of the hood, bro. She keep running. Don't even turn around. Just keep running. You turn around, you're gonna see a freaking axe kick of hell. And be yep, she's about to get axe kicked. Oh, she's dead, bro. I know bro. He hitting every shot. That boy is not missing. Bro, you should have just kept running. You may as well just keep running, bro. Just try to get out the jam. I ain't gonna lie, just do it. Why he ran right into something else? He's dead. pain. Like, bro, you should have just kept running the moment you plus ultra. This man Deku was on your bumper. That's crazy. Of course, I had to get hit by All Might and then strike Kendo literally at the beginning of the game. So I was already at a deficit. I didn't even stand a chance. They said sweats are ruining arc raiders. And this is the game, bro. Someone did mention this game to me. Bro, so you can fight real people in this game. They said sweats are ruining it. Bro. Shigbone, what are you doing? Oh my god. Red Curie pulling up on me. I gotta remember I can just use my what you call it for this movement to run away instead of just trying to fight the entire time. Oh snap! There ain't no fucking way. Bro, what? Bro, I just somehow ended up running into All Might. Oh my god. I somehow ended up running into All Might, bro. That dang there might be cute to get something to eat. Like that was a crazy combo, bro. This nigga All Might grabbed me and I got hit by a Curie Rock. Like that's freaking absolutely sickening. And y'all are worried about Tech Shiggy. This nigga Tech All Might's going ballistic. Look at this nigga. Bro's literally a hybrid of everything that you literally need in this game right now. Got something to track a nigga, like that don't even make any sense. Then he got his nigga Kiri coming out of nowhere with the rocks of doom. Oh yeah, he on that with you, bro. Oh. Lucky he just happened to notice Shiggy. Damn. But I haven't seen that nigga compress not one time. I've only seen what's the name. That might be looking like the cue to go get this food. Those two matches were rough. We got hogged down by the first team that we saw, bro. Do I try a third match? Bruh, it's already 2. Bro. This is the last match. Since we died so early in the last 2, this is the last match. I'm going to go get this food.
よし、行くか。
よく来たな。待機してる間にどいつもこいつもシャレオツなコスチューム着やがって羨ましいぜ。運ぶよ。
悪いな。聞かねえ。
待たせたな。バトルのお時間だ。早く暴れたくてしょうがないやつばっかりだな。後のバトル期待してきた。どこから出撃するんだ。
ここだ。
ここにする。ここにする。ここだ。
準備はここまで。
よろしくな。ああ。
バトル開始だ。
レベルアップだ。
動くまであと30秒。ポケットしてると飲み込まれちまうぞ。
レベルアップだ。レベルアップだ。これか。レベルアップだ。
個性技ガンマの効果が必要だ。俺に回せ。
早速誰かが KO したぞ。
全員セーフエリア内にいるみたいだ。
左で。
アイテムだ。よければ
俺
使って。
が悪くないはずだ。
レベルアップだ。
ここは危険だ。死にたくなければよい。逃げ遅れを排除して。
レベルアップだ。
敵発見。
レベルアッ
油断するんじゃないよ。
俺がもらうぞ。
エリア変動完了だ。まだセーフエリアにいないやつはいる。
攻撃されてる。
レベルアップだ。
飛んでろ。
わかった。
燃えろ。
敵の攻撃だ。
敵発見。
Oh, wow.
ないよ。
こうつらい。この
Bro, what the fuck? But that stupid AoE on that nigga Shiggy is insane, bro. He must have maxed out beta. What? No, bro, I'm stupid. Why would I just try to hit him right away? Remember, I gotta let Shiggy hit first. Bro, it took too long. Ah! Wait, hold up. What is Overhaul doing? Oh my gosh. Of course, no. Of course, I would have to feel this. Trying to help the boy overhaul. I'm trying to help you overhaul. No, bro, come on. What is All Might doing looking at me? If only I could have just shot the freaking stuff on the floor like I wanted to. Well, we survived a lot longer, but I couldn't get no freaking kills because, jeez, bro. Couldn't lock down on anybody. But this match was hectic as hell. You're gonna have to go crazy, you know. All you need is 2 revive cards. You can probably find that off a random dead body. Hey, you can't get it off a random dead body doing that. Fried. We tried our best, you know. We survived a lot longer in that match, but we weren't able to get no kills. Like I said, we just couldn't lock down no opponents. Everybody kept being able to get away at 1 HP. I was getting third party. Those are some unfortunate games, bro. But there's always tomorrow to get some more games in. You already know your boy will be live tomorrow. Ooh, let's see. Depending on the schedule, maybe we'll probably get a little bit of My Hero Ultra Rumble in. We gotta see. Obviously, I'm probably gonna be mad tired after this shift. I'm gonna have to go to sleep. Another 100. I was using Space Hop a little bit in that match, but sheesh. All right, I appreciate you running those 3 matches with your boy. It was fun. What the hell is that? Bro, that is not Danny Phantom, bro. What the hell is that? But hopefully tomorrow or sometime this weekend, like I said, we'll be able to get some more either My Hero Ultra Rumble or Where Winds Meets, because I haven't even been able to get my daily logins on Where Winds Meets, so I definitely fell behind on that and stuff like that. And just gotta get this zombie stuff out the way, but hopefully. He said people are nuisances, and we got ran down in those first 2 matches. Crazy. That was literally unfortunate. It was I was missing a couple of my abilities, but like dang, we was getting hogged down like crazy. I dang near forget how we even died. Well, I just know we was getting hogged down, but like I said, there's always the next match and there's always the next day to try to get some more dubs. So there ain't no need to be too stressed about it. But hopefully you continue to have a fantastic rest of your day, folks. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Watching this, there's no jumping. I like to start stuff off right. You know, I'm GDB Vice Boy and I'm Sereno.
You're Sureño.
I'm Sereno.
You're Sureño. Sorgan. We not Sorgan.
Listen, I represent. I'm Sereno.
You're acting like you're the king of the Sureños. Why you get jumped in by like 1,000 other people? We can't start this voodoo shit. He got jumped in by LA Icon.
What? You know,
What?
Listen, if I spell something, can you?
Icon got beat up by
Obesity. If I spell something, can you tell me what it spell? SWITTY. BLUE. What that mean to you?
Oh, you're obsessed with the homie.
What that mean to you?
You're obsessed with the homie.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah, you're obsessed with the
Swifty
Blue could also put you on.
I want to know what that mean to you.
So you checked in with him?
No, I ain't checked in with him. Yeah. I want to know, did y'all have something going on?
What do you mean?
Something going on.
Like something like how him and
I'll tell you what they had going on is that he used to pay Swifty Blue $200 an episode to do podcasts with him when he was trying to get his podcast off the ground. Then he started having my homegirl Linwood, and I watched you fat shame her.
No, hold on, fool. She's fat.
Who's fat?
Come on.
You can't fat shame a fat person.
You know,
You can't tell they're fat. That's like the meanest thing ever. You can't tell an ugly person they're ugly.
You can't trust a fat person.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
There's tons of really good fat people. No. What about Biggie Smalls? I would trust him with my life.
He got diddied.
What?
Oh, he got Nelly.
Oh,
so
shit.
he got Nelly.
Oh, no Nelly.
You're from
no
St.
Nelly.
Louis, right?
Yeah, I need some ice.
You got Nelly.
But I need some ice.
No.
Listen, ice.
Like
Listen,
math?
not like math. Yeah, he do math.
Out of here.
You do math. Him and loose. What loose at? Y'all do math together?
Cannon.
Oh, what the fuck is that, gang? Stop playing on me.
It's getting hot in here.
607 on takes it.
Come on, stop playing. I don't take that in the butt, gang. I don't do math. You do math. You do math. I don't take shit in the butt, gang. He takes shit in the butt. He takes shit. Come on, gang. Stop playing on me. Listen, this shit set up. How the fuck y'all shirt with my name on it so I take it in the butt? This is set up. Yeah,
This is set up. You guys are trying to pack me out. I got fired on my day off.
I hired myself when I got interviewed, and I got fired on my day off.
You hired yourself. No, Bricklayer hired you. You paid Bricklayer.
You might have
come
to
with
give
no
me a
trouble.
little bit of a history lesson about how that went down. Because I'm honest,
shit, you got jury. Oh, you
it
rich.
didn't mean anything to me. Yeah, twin Cubans.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Twin
Stay hot
Cubans.
here. You said ice, fuck ice.
You get hotter, you might as well get naked.
That's his job.
I mean, if you get hot, you might as well take your clothes off.
That's his
Come
job.
on, gang, if it's hot.
Yo, if we had ice come in here in the middle of the podcast, that would be pretty funny.
No,
Oh,
right?
no, don't do that.
Is that
Come
too,
on,
that's
don't do
sensitive
that.
topic?
Wow. Come on, man.
That is a
I
sensitive.
got my workers not wanting to go to work.
Go to work with what?
Yeah, come on.
You don't seem like you're from Mexico.
Oh no,
You don't seem like
daddy
you've even
is.
been
Hey, he
there.
love Trump. I want to know about that.
I'm black from the waist down.
No. How is your daddy an immigrant? And I was just talking to him. Come on, gang, stop playing on me. How is your? That's gay. I didn't even see that. Listen, cut that part out. 'Cause I just saw a dick. So fuck up, I saw Mexican dick. No, stop playing on me. Listen, hold up.
They say it's short like this.
But how is your? No. How is
You
your
seen
daddy?
it, huh? You seen it?
Your dick?
Yeah, he's seen
Quit
it.
deflecting.
He's seen it.
You deflecting.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's seen
Who
it.
showed me your dick?
Who seen it?
I forget. Someone showed me it.
No,
though.
he's seen it.
You deflecting.
No.
You
real.
deflect the
He saw my
question.
cock.
How is?
He saw my cock.
How is
He's a bull
daddy,
talker.
gang? How is your daddy getting kicked out the country and you still here? And you represent Trump.
Oh.
Because your daddy got kicked out.
Trump lied to me, dog.
You deported your own dad.
You deported your daddy.
No.
You sacrificed your daddy. He sacrificed daddy to be here.
Deporting your pops is
Trump
crazy.
lied to me, dog.
Oh shit.
Trump lied to me, fool. Fuck ice, fool. I thought
You
He
sacrificed
didn't
your
lie to
daddy.
you. He was very consistent during
He
his
went
entire
extreme.
campaign that he was going to get rid of all the Mexicans, all the illegal
no, he
immigrants.
said Venezuelans.
No, he said Mexican.
No, he didn't say
He
Mexican.
didn't specify.
You must not
Yeah.
be real Mexican.
No, I'm Mexican.
You a step kid of your daddy. I told mom, you got to be a step Mexican gang. 'Cause I'm Serrano. All right? I was talking to my mother. I'm a mother. Listen, you don't even roll your
Where you
R's
from?
right.
Where you from?
Let me hear your R.
Where you from?
Let me hear that.
Perritz.
What barrio?
Oh, yeah.
Say
What-
Perritz.
What's your barrio?
No, what?
Parica. Oh, guys, stop playing on me. Stop playing on me. No, listen. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien?
¿Cómo está? ¿Todo bien?
No,
Well, I'm a flat earther. I'm good.
Oh shit! Listen.
I'm a flat earther.
How you a flat earther when there is no Earth? Right here, we live in a simulation, gang. There's no Earth. There's no Earth.
simulation?
You live in a simulation. The Earth was destroyed, and Noah took it over and built a simulation, and that's how me and Adam control it.
Oh, you and Adam?
Yeah.
See, I got here. What's going on?
I'm taking pictures.
You want to get a DP? You want a DP?
I don't want a double penetration. No.
Nah.
No. I'm not gay, fool. That's bullshit.
Gay is
What would,
saying.
what would
Both
double
you-
penetration even be on a man?
Yeah. They think he a woman.
Ass and mouth?
And think he Mexican.
Yeah, ass and mouth.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Yeah, I've never met nobody that wanted to be Mexican that wasn't. I mean, you white.
You're saying he's a Mexican poser.
No, he
I'm
white.
black. I'm black.
You white.
I'm black.
You're not black.
Waist down, I'm black.
No. That was fake down
But
there.
you are.
A Mexican got no dick that big. Listen, I've seen a lot of
Why
dick.
are you looking at
Listen,
me?
everybody in the world, listen, if you're in the world right now, you think I'm gay, but I swear to God, mama, everybody has seen a dick, right? If you comment on this comment, you say you ain't seen a dick, you cap. You seen plenty of dicks.
Tons. That's why I can't remember his dick because I've seen so many dicks that I can't
But
remember.
remember, you said I had a nice one.
Come on, guys.
I don't even remember.
He told me.
I'm not gay.
I don't know. He was trying to diddy me or what? He was trying to diddy me.
Listen,
I don't know.
right now, y'all
Hundreds of dicks a day. I can't even remember yours. That's crazy.
That was odd. Listen.
That's how much cocky.
We got to really change the subject because that
Caucasian watching
that
cock.
got kind of crazy. But I really want to know, how can you support Trump? Because you keep on.
I don't know.
You
Fuck
playing.
Trump.
How can you support Trump, gang?
That's grimy.
We had Biden or the other bitch. What's her
Biden
name?
been dead a long time.
Come on. Right?
Biden been dead a long time.
From the choices we had.
real Mexican knows that.
No.
So you had to pick between
Come on
doesn't
now.
deport your dad
But you're
and
not-
deports
no.
your dad, and you
Fuck
said,
my dad.
"Fuck it, I'm going to deport my dad."
You said you fucked your dad. That's what we should talk about.
Whoa,
We should talk about that. That's how you became gay.
Whoa.
Wait, that's how you got get back on your dad for molesting you?
I deport my dad too.
You waited 30 years and got him deported.
Hold on.
What?
Wait. I've never met my dad. Fuck my dad.
Wait,
Really?
Never met
Tell
him.
us about that.
Yeah, I never met him.
did he really get deported?
Probably.
So you never met your dad for real?
Yeah, probably.
What kind of answer?
What kind of Mexican did meet your dad? I thought y'all was like close with family.
I never met my dad.
That's real.
But,
Well,
real
guess
talk.
what? Bring him in.
Oh shit! Come here, daddy.
Bring him in.
Daddy.
Gotcha. That's good though. Like, look, he's ready to reconcile. He didn't get mad when I acted like he was
The
coming
crazy
in.
part about it, you might be black.
Yeah.
If you never met your daddy, you got to be black. No, like for real, you might be black if you never met your dad. Right. So that got to be sad. You want to give me a hug right now?
Yeah.
Come on, stop playing on me.
This is the father figure you've been looking for.
No, I ain't finna hug you.
Oh, why not?
Cause I ain't eat no Bing burrito this morning.
Oh,
Yeah. I had a Bing burrito.
Well, you eat watermelon.
No, but I'll eat pancake bean
I do
burrito
too.
Yeah, pancake beans.
Pancake.
Yeah, you ever had that before? Yeah, pancake beans. Yeah, you ever had that before with the syrup on it? That shit good as hell. With a chili. Yeah,
Well, I know you're smoking some whack shit though.
Oh no, that's crack.
It's crack.
You gotta bring crack back.
He owns a weed company and he doesn't smoke weed.
Yeah,
He didn't even give me
But he
that.
does coke.
Yeah, I do coke and I do
And
meth.
And meth.
Coke and meth.
I love meth.
So how is it doing meth?
How to spin it like that and it.
He made my girl Linwood relapse. He got her back on the pookie.
She got mad.
Yeah.
Tell me about that. Like how long
She
you
got
been?
mad.
How long you
Yeah, I
been
didn't
doing
give it no
that?
D.
How long you been doing that?
I did it for a couple of years.
How that feel?
It felt good. It felt good.
Are you still doing a lot of hard drugs?
No, hell no. Look, I look good.
Showing me that you have biceps doesn't necessarily prove that you're not on cocaine.
No, because meth eats out your muscles.
Not really. You could, if you still just force
Why
yourself
you
to
doing
eat.
it for what?
No, but you could just force yourself
I got
to eat.
invited to get packed out, dog. You see this?
You could force yourself to eat.
I swear to God, be gonna keep your ass this time. Well, listen, what y'all do behind closed doors,
Hold on,
we
what
don't
is
do.
so with this sharp piss cup?
You know what this is, gang. You Mexican.
That's a voodoo
You
cup.
understand about
No,
voodoo.
no, Jesus Christ, we love you guys.
That's not a
Bless
pimp
this-
cup.
Bless this pod.
Yeah,
Thank you, Jesus.
Wait,
Christ.
aren't
Love
you a
guys.
Hoover Crip? Why you have a red rag?
Yeah,
No,
what's up with that?
I'm Crip Blood GD Vice Lord. Solanio. I'm Solanio. I'm MS-13. Oh shit!
Oh,
Y'all gotta
no,
be
no,
no, I'm not
Whoa.
I'm not that no more right now. I used to be, but I changed. I'm atheist.
Yeah.
I'm atheist.
So you don't
Yeah.
believe in God?
Yeah, but not the God you believe in, because the God you believe in is fake. Listen,
Whoa.
Elijah,
I don't pray with his ass out.
you know Elijah, right? Elijah, he came, he was trying to fight 450 people, telling them, look, God, you worship not real. And then he got like left in a chariot, a flying one. He was the first one that went to the aliens.
Oh.
Yeah, we was made by aliens. You was made by aliens too.
Yeah.
But I made you.
You
Yes, Mom, yeah.
You're my daddy.
Yeah.
You're my dad.
Yeah. But not that kind of daddy. I made you, you playing, but I made you in the lab.
Oh, you made me in the lab.
Yeah.
I'm GMO.
Yeah.
I'm GMO.
You fake.
I do eat GMOs.
No, I'm for real. No, the world selection gang. Listen, I don't think you know this.
What's up, bro?
How you doing?
I'm great.
How you doing?
Come on, gang. Who the fuck, gang?
Hey,
Stop playing with me.
Can I tell you something I've been meaning to say for a while?
What?
You want to know the most annoying thing about the Serenos and the Norteños?
Go what?
Is that whenever I write it, I got to go copy and paste the N with the squiggly line over it from Google.
Oh, the Enya?
The Enya.
Yeah, the Enya.
I got to go copy and paste the Enya.
Now you can just write it. Oh, well then.
I'm on a computer, obviously. Yeah. I can't just write it.
Okay, right.
Anyway, that's what I'm dealing with.
What you dealing with?
There's probably a faster way to get it.
Nah,
Like I could probably just do it with the
you
keyboard
can
somehow, but I just don't know
alt it.
how. Oh,
What are we
huh?
talking about? What we talking about? I don't have sex.
You don't
anymore.
know about like
You
the
don't have sex no
alphabet?
more?
What we
Hold on,
talking
you
about?
don't have sex no more?
What we talking about? I'm trying to make sure we ain't talking about no ass casting.
Ass.
Imagine we doing some
Hold on, you
podcasting.
fools are gay, huh?
Anyway, I've been thinking about how we can get you back on good terms with No Jumper and the staff. I feel like
No.
myself and the rest of the staff, we feel like
Wait.
you have to do something to
Like a ritual?
ask for forgiveness for your sins.
What?
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think you should let 4 Extra knock you out and stick
What?
a carrot
No,
up your
what?
ass. A carrot, yeah.
No, I'm down to get down with him.
With a carrot?
No, I should have brought a carrot for this fool.
Anyway,
No, I should have brought a
it's a pretty
You try to
simple
set up a
process.
fire, I'm down. I'll take it.
All he does,
I'm signing
he
up.
takes a carrot, he dips it in peanut butter, he swirls it around. We're
Put
gonna
it
get
in
really
your butt.
soft peanut butter. We're actually gonna heat it up in the
Y'all
microwave.
tripping, gang. Y'all on some bullshit. We're not taking him back.
He punches you one time,
No,
spins you over, puts a carrot in your ass.
no.
The peanut butter will act as a lubricant.
He's on some freaky
Man,
shit.
what you on, bro? Listen, for you to imagine that you got to be gay. Listen, I can't be here no more if you're gonna be saying that kind of shit like next to me. You did it with Brick Lady, but don't do that shit next to me, gang. Like for real. Like, don't give them kind of freaky ass demands next to me, gang. Stop playing with
It's
me.
not a demand.
No,
I would never want to do anything he's not
No,
comfortable
for real.
with.
Let me kick the curd up his ass. I'm the new 4 Extra.
Whoa!
Don't do that. Let
No,
me
you lied to me. You
Let
told
me put a carrot up your
let
ass.
you
me
told
do
me
it.
that
The
4 Extra
fuck?
got hit 4 Extra.
He got hit extra, so I want to hit him extra. Oh yeah, yeah.
I thought you're not gay, homie.
I'm not gay. Gay and straight the same. The world of simulation. I keep telling you that your booty not real. I mean, it may jiggle like it's real, but it's really not real.
You got a BBL?
Yes, I'm just keep it. No,
You know I did get a BBL, homie. Yeah.
Let's see. Show us your butt.
come on, gang.
Whoa,
Stop. You can't do that.
No,
You can't do that next to me
Whoa,
for real, gang.
not for free.
We could play. No,
fuck?
look, we're not
Not
really
for
gay.
free.
We doing this shit for views with no
on.
jumper.
If you got a BBL, you got to show me.
Oh, Show him.
You gotta show him.
No, show him, fool.
Let me close my eyes.
No.
I don't
But
want
it's
to
not
see.
for free, homie.
And I want you to get hit by the Punisher.
Whoa.
You ain't seen him? That's the guy who was fucking Cassie for Diddy.
You know him?
He did Vlad. I'm watching him on Vlad right
So
now.
he fucked Vlad.
No, he's looking for
I don't know how exactly
For
that worked out, but
he's looking for that better.
yo, I'm just saying, the Punisher, very soft-spoken guy. He's from Harlem.
Okay.
Diddy is also from Harlem.
Shit.
Diddy's wearing a mask for like the first 2 years of him banging Cassie. So he's fucking this beautiful woman getting paid like peanuts. He's getting paid like $200. It's Swifty Blue rates.
Don't do what I do.
To fuck his
Don't
chick.
fucking do what I do.
And he doesn't realize.
I put the finger in the
Bro,
butt.
don't
You
do what I do.
that.
Hey,
You
bro,
don't do that, fool.
Calm down.
They got some tension going on here.
Don't do what I do.
You don't know what I do, dog. You don't have my tricks, homie.
Don't do what I do.
You do not have
Don't
my
copy
tricks,
me.
homie.
Don't copy me, gang.
Look at
Not for real. Don't copy me,
you
gang.
don't got. You were doing it.
Because that's like we gay. If we do it together like we gay. Let me do it, then you do it after me. Don't do it at the same time as me, gang. Now listen to him talk about taking your ass.
Whoa.
Just the carrot.
Yeah, the carrot.
That's not
I
taking
should
it.
have bought some carrots.
That's just spicing it up.
I want to do a carrot Southside spread on you, fools.
Bro, I wish I still had more carrots.
Oh shit. Listen, speak.
You got some carrots, fool?
Who wants some carrots? I don't want no carrots.
I got a 7.5 inch carrot.
Well, it's why we've been talking about dick this whole time. That's why I want to know why we talking about only
This
one
is turning
thing.
into a jayed out
Gay
podcast.
shit. Like, the whole thing is just gay.
Yeah.
Right? Listen, I want to resign. How I do that? How do I say I don't want to work here no more?
Do you get paid?
No. How the fuck he gonna pay somebody?
He don't pay you.
He broke.
Oh, so
We pay him in Zaza.
I ain't gonna
I
pay
wasn't
me.
getting paid either. And I got fired.
You got fired because you paid Brick to come here. I know about the whole
No,
thing.
I
Yeah,
never
mama. Yeah,
I
Brick.
never paid
Listen,
Brick,
Brick
baby,
called me.
no.
That's what I got my
No,
Brick.
you're lying,
Listen,
bro.
Brick called me. Said I got a Mexican that will pay anything for fame. I swear I got my mama.
Whoa!
I swear I got my mama.
That's what he said.
Not
He
this
was paying-
Mexican.
Yes.
Not this
Listen,
Mexican.
I looked. He said, I said, what you got?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we
He
got
said-
carrots.
Oh, shit.
What's up? You ready? Oh, Game of Thrones right now. Throw it in there.
Gang. Oh, come on, gang.
Whoa, you eating them like a dick. Whoa. What's going on right here, dog? Whoa.
This is not gonna hurt you.
Hey, this is the size of what?
Even if you've really never done anything gay before, this is not gonna hurt you. This is a walk in the park.
He's trying to diddy me, guys.
I'm
He's
just
trying to
saying.
diddy me, dog.
This is even smaller than I thought it was gonna be. Like putting this in a
This
dude's
is a
that
good
got
day, right?
this doesn't make you gay.
Stop
Suck
playing,
my
stop
chorra.
playing with Adam Dick.
Suck my
Stop
chorra.
playing with Adam Dick.
Hold on. Let's take a shot. Hey, let's take a shot, guys. I might be down if you guys take a shot.
I don't do poison.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm still drinking coffee.
I don't
My buddy is a
Full.
temple
2
until
cups,
8
2
p.m.
cups.
I only drink real water.
Yep.
That's fake as fuck.
Not real.
That's fake.
No, listen, it's real. Listen,
Nah, you're
real
stuck in
water.
the Matrix. You guys are stuck in the
listen,
Matrix.
let me tell you something about water.
This is real holy water.
Yeah.
This is it.
Man,
No, this is real holy water, dog.
Let's talk about it. You're an alcoholic.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
No, you know what? I seen the interview with you and Linwood, and I relapsed.
Relapsed on what?
How'd you feel about what she had to say about you?
Nothing. She
You were
got mad.
trying to drag her down.
I was trying to drag her to the fucking
Look,
gym.
she's a mom.
She's a mom that's 400 pounds and she needs to go to the gym because she's obese. And I was like, look, girl, you're gonna die.
He
look,
begged her to join his podcast, and then he started torturing
I
her,
was
making
paid
fun
for
of
it,
her
though.
weight.
No.
Come on,
And then
gang,
that
you can't
same
do
day,
that.
I was like, hey, let's go to the gym.
She's got bigger
And I
fish
went-
to fry. They took her goddamn kids away. She's
No, he
fighting
didn't.
for her life
Right now?
and he's over here torturing her.
No, she's good. She's good.
It was
She's
years
eating
ago. She got her
she's
kids
eating
taken
hot
away.
Cheetos right now, for sure, for the menudo.
Everybody eat hot Cheetos.
Yeah.
So it don't matter. As long as
Hot
the Cheetos
Cheetos.
is good. Yeah, so you was having sex with the girl? The fat woman?
No, fool. Maybe that's why she got mad, but no.
So you wouldn't have sex with her?
No.
Oh, you told her she had to leave.
Who were you having
Well, hold
sex?
on.
We don't
Maybe
know.
like 10 bags. Give
We
me
saw
10
him
bags.
masturbating in a fucking
10 bags.
Stop
a sedan.
playing with me.
He was with a torta in a sedan. He was masturbating. He was clearly intoxicated off drugs. He was beating the shit out of his limp meat
And
in
he got
front
set
of
up.
this girl.
Hold on. Whoa.
And you got
Swifty
set
Blue
up.
claimed that he
Whoa,
sent
whoa,
her
whoa,
as a
whoa.
plant.
I mean, you got set up.
And then your boy said they, nah.
How you get set up by a girl high in the
I
car
was in a
all day?
bender.
So he's in the car all day,
I
just
was in the
fucked up,
bender.
fried.
She can't get flattered. I try to get my dick to everybody.
Come on, gang.
You know what I mean?
What you do though? Like how you get fried and go to sleep around somebody that's gonna just take your shit?
I don't go to sleep.
You ain't
what
go to sleep?
happens. Yeah, I've been up for like 48 days that time.
48.
48.
days.
Come on, man, stop
48
playing with me.
days. Yeah, cracked out, methed out, coked out. drink
at the same time.
At the same damn
How the fuck
time.
that
dog.
word?
Getting all horneado, you know what I mean? So I'm like, ain't
Horneado? What'd you say? Hold up.
Horneado, horny maniac. So I want to on a bitch, spread them cheeks and give him that. You know what I mean? Don't get excited, homie.
Do you think
Don't
it
get
says
excited.
something? It says something about your meth addiction that lefty gunplay won't even do meth with you.
Oh, fucking man.
Wow. Wow.
He's literally doing meth every moment of the day.
Lefty had one
But
job.
he doesn't want to do it with
He
you.
had one job to finger bang the pussy, and he kept missing with the left.
You tried to double team a girl with him?
Never.
Are you okay, gang?
Yeah,
I'm
what
good.
is
I'm
going
twitching.
on with you?
Yeah, I was what's going on with you. You twitching, you moving, kind of like funny, like.
You want my pickle? I mean, want my carrot?
Put it in your ass first. Yeah, I mean, put it. I mean, just let me see if it fit.
Just pretend it's a suppository.
Yeah, yeah.
Whoa, what is that?
No, for the last question, why do
The
Mexicans-
only time I had something in my ass full was back when I was sick, dog.
Back when
I had
you
to
was
put
what?
a pill. My mom put a pill in my ass because I was sick.
What kind of pill was it? Don't like put no pill in the ass when you sick. Stop playing with me.
He got
You
molested.
gay. You gay.
I was like, what the fuck is that, mom? Like, what are you doing? That's the only time, dog. I ain't at him.
So your mama turned you out. That's
Oh,
good.
you know what? But you said my mom might not be my mom, right?
She might be like your mom
My
might
mom
be
might
your,
not be my
might
mom.
be your husband.
My mom,
yeah, might be your husband. Yeah, taking that ass. I was keeping it real.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a bad thing, man.
Yeah.
So how that feel? Listen, I'm a question. So you a Mexican?
Yeah.
Right.
You're white, right? You're Asian, right? You're
I'm
Asian.
black. I'm black.
You're Asian.
So
No, you're Asian.
How can y'all fit like 10 in a twin bed? I mean, the whole world want to
we
know.
hustling. We hustling.
Is that
Yeah,
good?
we hustling. You fools just want to just be like that and take over all the. You know what I mean? Like, nah, hell no. We over here fucking lapping and everything, dog. Come on, dog. What's up, Adam? Just take them all on top.
That's fucked up.
I just get so uncomfortable with racism. I was just, it just took me
That
back.
wasn't racism.
That was
You made a joke.
How can you call it racism?
The premise of the joke is that Mexican people are poor and they have to sleep 10
I
people
didn't say
in
it
one
was
bed.
poor. I said sleep in the bed. You want to say poor. Now that's racist.
I am so anti-racist.
That's racist right there. Listen,
that
I'm
even
talking about sleeping
hearing
in the
you
bed.
say that brutally affected me down to my soul.
Why? Because we ain't talking about you?
No, it's just I would never
Listen, I
say
love
such a thing
Mexicans.
about
I'm
my
Mexican.
Mexican
See,
brothers.
Yeah, I love my.
Listen, I'm trying to start some shit, and I'm in LA. Listen, I love Mexicans. I'm Mexico, right?
Yeah, that's right.
We
I'm
just
Mexico.
yeah,
We're
I'm
gonna
Mexico.
pack you in today.
Yeah, but
We're gonna jump you into the
I
bed.
don't want to have sex.
No,
I mean, listen,
no, we're
it's
gonna
like
pack that ass. We're gonna pack you in. Like beep, beep, beep.
I don't want to get. You gotta get jumped in to be Serrano.
Yeah.
Well, I'm out then.
No, what?
I can't get jumped. I don't want to get.
You
I
want
don't
to
wanna
get
fight.
fucked in?
Nigga,
What are you trying to do?
No, if you fall around her, for extra gonna put something in your ass.
Oh,
he just said,
We got
he
a
just
few
said that.
samples right here.
So
Yeah.
I can't do no fall and I can't lose. Right? And how many of y'all got to fight?
3 and 4. You know what I mean? Just see how good your hands are.
Nah, I can't do that. I can't.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that.
Is that gonna be your next scene for on your plug talk? The carrots,
What?
carrots, peanut butter.
I'm not looking to get into the vegetable business. I actually don't even think that's allowed on OnlyFans.
Oh,
y'all on OnlyFans now?
A lot of stuff takes place there.
Why
yeah.
you want to start one?
No, I'm saying why come on there? But listen, I see a whole lot of promo for plug talk, but I can't find it nowhere.
What kind of dick do you have?
Come on, gang. Stop playing. Why the fuck? I'm talking about plug talk. I'm talking about dick.
Plugtalk.com.
Come on, gang. Stop playing on me. So if
No,
plug,
I'm serious though. Like, what are you packing?
what you, come on. No,
He
I'm
looks
not
like a
J-Man.
4-incher.
I'm not J-Man, gang.
Yeah, he looks like a
Listen,
straight 4-incher.
I'm not gonna do this with
He
y'all.
looks
I
like
swear
a
to God,
needle
my
dick.
mama.
For
This,
sure, like a
this,
lefty
this
dick.
could help determine the future of our working relationship.
No, I know what. Come on, gang. Stop playing on me for real. We supposed to get him, not me. We together. We together.
So the plan is to pack me out.
Yeah, we got.
Why did you come here with 3 blunts? What are you going through?
We got to get it.
What are you going through?
What's for his nose?
Is everything all right at home?
I do 3 of everything. 3, 6, and 9. Right? If it ain't 3, it ain't right.
Who needs to smoke that much weed?
It ain't about
What
the
is
weed.
wrong with
It's just a combination of 3. I can't do nothing in ones. I gotta do everything in 3s. I keep telling you that. So if I fucked you, I gotta fuck your wife and then fuck somebody else too. So I couldn't even fuck you.
This dude.
Because I'll keep it real. We gotta do everything in 3s. 3s, 6s, and 9s. All right.
It would be pretty crazy if we had sex for like
Come on, gang.
viral content.
Stop playing with me. I'm
Just
giving
like
you
to
some
go
signs.
viral, just like, oh, we're straight and we actually just fuck each other to just see
No,
what-
that won't be good. That won't be good.
That's
because
not the worst idea
I'm
ever.
GDBD Vice Lord. GDBD Vice Lord don't do that unless you look dirt. Right? Unless you look dirt. I'm not look dirt. So I can't get hurt. Right? That's what I'm mama. So we can't do that, gang. I represent Chicago. Right? You do a whole lot of gay shit. Like we're gonna troll him and that's it. You ain't gonna, you're not gonna put that shit on me. right? All that shit, like you for real. Like you must be really gay. You got a hard on too. Stop playing on me. That motherfucker getting hard down there. This nigga's he's straight
Why
gay.
you bulge hocking?
No, he's gay.
Why you bulge hocking?
What the
Damn, dog, bulge hocking. You're like sniping in the dick. Like straight up.
What?
You said he was getting hard. You said I was getting hard earlier.
You already swallowed that though? He swallowed that pretty good. I mean, I just want to keep it real, right?
Whoa,
Let's turn this into an intervention. What drugs do you have on you right now?
Just alcohol. That's it. Alcohol.
At what point in the day are you going to start doing the uppers?
Nah, I don't think I'm gonna do it.
Not today.
Not today.
Well, it's Friday. If not today.
Gary wants to.
What would be a better day?
Sunday. The holy day. Sunday, the holy day. Saca la bolsita. But I've been doing the cafecito. Honestly, I've been.
What the fuck you just say?
I've been on the help.
No, what was that? No,
you're gonna get a
translate
Rico.
that shit.
You're gonna get a Rico because I guarantee one of the line because he owns a sushi restaurant. One of the line chefs guarantee he sent him off to go get him an 8-ball one time. Boom.
Whoa, what?
Rico.
No,
Rico.
Wow.
The Zenyor Sushi Rico is gonna be fucking lit.
Whoa, you being a fed right now, dog.
It's a snitch platform.
You work with the feds.
It's a snitch platform. It's a snitch platform. There's no jumper. You already know this when you.
No, I didn't. I know
Come on,
that.
gang. We snitch on here.
No,
we
people
snitch on
just
here.
telling themselves.
I'm thinking about calling up my Fed.
Come on, gang. Stop playing on me. I'm just joking. You can't be for real. I'm with the streets. Nigga, I'm GDBD Vice Lord. I keep telling you that. When I say that shit, you supposed to go against.
I'm weighing the pros and cons because I think we need to take money launderers off the streets.
Whoa, hold on. Well, that's not me.
I just want to. I just want to do a Rico. I never did a Rico.
A Rico. Oh, we're gonna get him indicted?
No. Whoa.
Can I have a weed if we get you indicted? Like, can you leave that to me? I just want to know. Like,
I don't know what you're talking about, dog.
Oh, I just want to know. Why you shaking like that?
I'm gonna tell the feds they gotta interrogate Swifty Blue. He's gonna sing
That's
like
why
a bird.
probably like 2 miles away right here. And I'm like, man, I was about to pull in. He's like, hey, pull in for him. I'm like, hell no, that shit's fucking fetted out right here. Fool, probably bugged right here. Oh, what? Cowabunga.
What's fed it out? Come on, gang. Stop playing. You know we just trolling.
Why would they need that mic? They're already talking in the mics.
We not the feds.
That was the littlest pour ever. What was that?
Come on. What?
You're just doing shit. You're just doing shit because you're nervous.
I'm drinking by myself.
No, you're nervous, so you're like pretending to pour it out.
Yeah.
You thought we weren't gonna notice, so you were taking a fake swig.
Wait. Give him a cup. Give him a cup.
I don't want to take a thing.
I don't want
it. I don't want
No, you do. Give him 2 cups, please.
Why do I have to get drunk at 1:44 p.m.?
No. He's calling me out on it. Just one shot.
I'm not gonna drink for the rest of the day either.
One shot.
I can make it through the day.
I trust you guys. You know,
with just caffeine, vegetables,
you know what I mean?
steak, and a little bit of weed.
We chop them up. Saca la bolsita.
Why you keep speaking English than Spanish? You like confused? I want to know because like you trying to confuse me or you confused?
Spanglish.
Oh, Spanglish.
Yeah.
That's when I was in jail.
You're stuck in the Matrix.
You ever been to
You're stuck
penitentiary?
in the Matrix. No, county.
Why you never been to penitentiary if you was Sereno?
It's Jade out.
I thought Sereno was always in the penitentiary.
Nah, it's Jade out being in there. That's not cool.
So how you never been to jail?
Yeah.
I mean the penitentiary.
The county.
So what go on in the county?
8 months.
You ever had a fight in the county?
Yeah, no carrots, peanut butter.
Come on, I'm through. You ever fight in the county?
Bend them over.
So that
Are you gonna skip over the fight and just go straight to the
Yeah, no,
peanut butter?
straight up. Like, bend your ass over, that's it.
How are you gonna go right to the finale?
He gay.
Going to the finale is crazy.
He gay.
No. You guys are gay.
What you trying to do?
No, let me see.
Why the cup like something on?
No, come on. Want to sit on
That's
my
how
lap,
what?
fool. Part 2.
Why stuck together?
Hey, so why do that icon mark you out?
Oh, my.
I was just gonna ask him that.
Icon?
He's got a podcast with his dude Icon. And basically, Icon is the big dog.
No,
and
the fat dog?
you're
Hold
like
on.
his little lap dog.
Hold on, wait.
Come on, gang. Yes, you gave me more than you gave you.
Hold on, I'm gonna get more.
What you trying to do?
Hold on, wait.
I don't want that. What is that? Chrome Hearts liquor?
Wait, bro, we don't drink.
What is this?
Why are you
What kind of bottle is this?
Come on, fool.
It looks like Chrome Hearts. No.
Herradura.
It's Herradura.
Herradura. Look, fool, 100%.
How much does that cost?
Look.
We can't promote that here. They're not
does it
sponsoring
cost?
us. Put that down. Bro, can you put it
It looks
out?
like Chrome Hearts. That's all.
No. Come on. You're gonna take a shot, but you guys are.
They probably paid you to do that because you trying to promote too much.
Nah, I'm not
'Cause
promoting.
you ain't even drunk enough.
That's bullshit. Okay. He got a brand deal.
Yeah, he trying to promote. He's trying to use us.
Hold on. I get marked out by that fat
Yeah,
fuck. What you
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about,
I can't
dog?
mark you
Hold on,
out.
I ain't getting fucking marked out. That fool's fighting obesity too. Look, fool. Don't try to put Mexicans against Mexicans.
I don't have
Love
to.
the
You guys
guy.
are already
It's
against
all
each
good.
other.
No, I'm good. Shout out the homie. He's doing his thing.
No,
that's his thing.
he marked you
gotta
out.
Put down the Twinkie and pick up the weight.
And then you
got revenge. Start running. Start doing
He
that
went
shit.
on the Food Community podcast
So
and
what?
decided to get his revenge. He told the other host to expose Icon's wife
Nah,
for
nah, nah, had nothing to do with
another
that.
rapper that
Nah,
she
had
slept
nothing to
with
do with
like 10 years ago.
Wow.
He lined it up.
Hold on.
Why
hold
you
on.
lining up your
Dead
homeboys?
homies.
Why
If
you
he
lining
lets his
up your
girl get
homeboys?
piped down by someone else, is that our fault?
Yeah, it's your fault because you told.
No,
You committed espionage. You set him up to get exposed.
No. I was just in the table.
You exposed
That's
the
it.
ball
I was
dodgy
just
stuff.
listening to it. I'm like, oh shit, this is music.
That's crazy, bro. Like, why did
Nah,
you turn
nah.
your back on Icon like that?
I never turn my back on him. He's cool. It's on me.
No, you guys aren't like fully beefing.
I never
If you see him, you don't need to
it's
squabble.
cool.
No.
squabble with everybody, but it's cool.
Squabble means suck a nigga dick.
Oh, whoa,
Yeah, I thought you say you squabble with everybody. I knew you was gay, right?
No,
All this time I knew
fighting,
it.
dog.
Let me fight. And messing
You
with
mean
me
you
fighting.
squabble balls in your mouth?
I didn't know what that meant. I was confused.
son.
No, I was confused. I didn't know what that meant. No, for real, squabble would sound like that. But California got
shot. One shot.
I'm all right.
Damn.
I was talking about the weird words in California. California got some weird words, and squabble one of them.
No, it's an Ellie word.
You can fight anywhere.
Squabble.
You can call it. They have it in other
Why
places.
do you keep on trying to get me drunk?
Different
What?
word.
No, just I don't know.
Why you keep on trying to get me drink that?
He
same?
are you gonna drink it or not? Because he just poured it in front of you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drink.
it's rude. It's rude.
I'm gonna drink this in honor of you.
Carrot
right?
just fell. We just
We
lost
can
another carrot.
drink together like this.
Bro, I gotta save these carrots because it's such a consistent joke I want to make.
Now we good. Okay, we drink it together. Now tell us why you do so much
I didn't
meth.
want to take a shot.
Now tell us why you do so much meth.
It just feels good.
If I do this on my story, will people get mad?
Come on, man.
Oh, come on, dog.
Everything he do is I'm
Come
not-
on,
long
he's
live
just
the
over there,
ruler.
dog.
He would get it though. He knows I had a gay sense of humor.
What's a gay sense of
I
humor?
think he accepted me that
hold
way.
on. How can you have a gay sense of humor? It don't even make
I
sense.
think he accepted that though.
But what's a gay sense of humor?
That just like, in order for something to be funny, it doesn't have to be witty or controversial. It doesn't have to be anything besides
gay.
gay. Just gay.
It is funny.
I mean, what was that joke? It's just like, oh, I'm pointing a carrot at his butt. Like, what?
Yeah,
there's
but
no
rest
joke.
in peace. But it's rest in peace. The homie's
Damn, rest in
But
peace.
long as it's gay, it's good.
But can I mourn? Can I still be grieving, and then also make a gay joke?
Can you moan?
Mourn.
Oh, mourn. Well, I don't mourn.
I'm not sensitive, so yeah.
This is about what?
Anything. But
When I die, I want you guys to make hella gay
back
jokes
with
about
the
me.
icon thing. You said something worse when we were in the pod with his wife. You said
What'd I
something
say?
worse. Something about he's like a Jason Love. You said something like
I
that.
asked if Baldacci
you
was the
said-
Jason Love.
Hold on, you said that. Why ain't they mad at you?
Because it's a joke. It's just,
All I did was laugh, like giggle with the whole thing. Like, oh shit! I'm
oh, you're
listening to
having a
this.
little too much fun.
No. But you said some words to it.
You were having
Why
a
am
little
I
too
the
much
bad
fun.
guy? Oh, because you're white?
You were
Yeah, I was
having a
thinking
Because
little,
the
he's
same
a
thing.
white.
He's
He's a
white.
white card. What?
He is
You
a
were
white.
You know what I mean? I got you picking and choosing,
too
dog.
much fun.
Don't be scared, fool.
Scared of what? Who's scared of
Scared
Adam?
of the white.
Nobody scared of Adam. Who we calling?
Oh,
Who we calling?
let's get messy.
Who we calling?
I'm down.
Who we calling?
I don't know
Let's figure
who
this
you
out.
calling, but I'm down. I got 3 cards for that ass.
Oh. Come on, gang. I ain't with all that. I ain't with all that. I
Where's
wonder,
the peanut butter. Where's the peanut butter.
but that's
Damn.
Ain't nobody answer for you.
They're not gonna answer
They
for
know
you,
he's
dog.
the biggest troll.
You
They
might think
already
that you're
know.
trying to fuck, homie.
God,
The
no.
fuck? Yeah.
Stop playing with me.
Fuck?
I give up.
Yeah.
Who was he trying to call though?
I was
trying to
trying
call
to fuck
Icon.
you, Soggy.
Icon.
Oh, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
What? What's wrong with that?
Listen.
Put some carrots in your butt. Put some carrots in his butt.
You know what is the huge mistake I made in that interview with Negra? Is
What?
that I missed out on the opportunity to ask if Icon really be taking the honey packs.
Oh, I don't think so. You think so?
I don't know.
What's wrong with Honey Pat?
There's nothing wrong with it. It's just I want to know. Like he's always doing ads for honey packs. So it's like I missed out on the opportunity to ask her, like, yo, so
Why come
do he really be beating that up off the honey packs?
Why come everything you want to know got to be something to do with dick?
Look, see?
That's
if
weird.
I say that shit,
That's not
a
not
fucking
weird.
problem. No, but if I say that, oh, F Vader. F him or everything he stands on.
That's funny.
Everything he say got something to do with gay.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
then he
that's
called
all
it a
it
joke.
takes.
Then he say he playing. I don't think he playing at this point.
No, he's gay. I accept him. He's my gay homie. He's my only gay homie.
No.
I have a gay cousin, 2 gay homies. Him.
Oh, Adam 22.
Yeah, Adam 22.
It makes a lot of sense.
Does it count as gay if they're a stud? Do we have Mexican studs? We do, right?
I think Mexicans gay, they kill them and beat their ass. I've never seen a gay Mexican.
Have you been sexually harassing Jenny 6ix9ine?
No.
Or are you letting her live?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, I know you.
If she harasses
I know you're like the horniest dude on earth.
So
I know you've got a hard time keeping it in your pants. Are you propositioning Jenny 6ix9ine? Are you making her feel uncomfortable in the workplace?
Nah, she's cool. I don't care about her. Fool. She's over there fucking.
So you're mad that you're not like alpha enough to get Jenny 6ix9ine?
I don't want Jenny 6ix9ine. She's already has her own problems.
Who's Jenny 6ix9ine?
What's her problem?
Well,
she seems great.
Look. That's the homegirl, but she's a soft 6.
Who's Jenny 6ix9ine?
What?
What's a soft 6?
Show me a girl you slept with who's hotter than Jenny 6ix9ine.
Fool.
Show me.
Come on.
Tell me.
Her BBL's not. Come on, that's
her shit.
Why are you doing this? What?
BD on Vice Lord.
He's trying to fuck.
She's hot.
I'm GDP Vice Lord.
She's hot.
That's the homegirl, dog.
So
I'm just saying she's hot.
Everybody fuck the homegirl.
How you gonna say she's a 6?
Listen, who ain't never fucked the homegirl? And how's she a 6 if she's saying she's a 10?
6? No, he wants to fuck it. No, but you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. The last plug talks that you be featuring, they've been shot out. Fool.
So you watch them?
Don't try to make it about me.
No, I see the pictures he posts, and they're all stick figures. Like you have a tie, they're all skinny. Or your wife is smart and she doesn't want to get a
The only girl that we know of you banging is like an old lady.
The fuck?
No. That one. You did. Yeah. No, the one that.
Sorry, Lil.
No, who's the girl that you and Sharp are both fucking?
Oh, Sharp never got no pussy.
She's not like an old lady, but she's like a mental patient.
You been damn homie?
No, you never hit that. Get real.
You fucking a mental patient game?
Hold on.
If you fuck damn homie, that would be your grail sex partner for your entire life.
That homie's on me. I never fucked.
Dead homies. Should I call her?
Yeah, I call her. No, don't call her. She's a roaster.
Why?
Yeah,
That's
one person.
You don't want to hear her?
Yeah.
You don't want to hear from her?
Call her. Yeah, fucking call her. Yeah.
New ass.
Who we call her?
Damn, you don't know damn homie? The woman who killed Sharp?
I don't know.
Sharp Slayer?
Listen, I don't know anything that Sharp do. Sharp is the fakest pimp ever.
Where did you come from, fool?
St. Louis, nigga. I'm GDBD Vice Lord.
Shit.
Don't ask who I come from. Stop on me. Listen, I'm talking about Sharp.
Nelly pity you, dog.
Sharp is a fake ass pimp. Listen, I don't know why you hired him. See, he hired all kind of fake shit. He had a brick lady. He thought brick lady was a gangster. He thought Sharp was a pimp. Everybody he hired be opposite. I'm the only real motherfucker ever been in no jump.
I'm a
right.
You're just the only square.
Okay, stop playing on me. Everybody you hire is a square. Okay.
No, Sharp was a notorious sex trafficker.
Come on, he was a fake ass pimp.
He was. Brick baby.
He owes me $500.
Brick lady was
a fucking money, dog.
Brick lady was a snitch.
I'll beat your ass, fool. I'm gonna fly out to fucking Vegas. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you, fucking lame fuck.
Who you talking about?
He owes me $500 for a fucking bet.
Who?
The UFC, dog.
Who? Sharp?
No, yes, fool.
See,
Sharp
broke ass niggas.
No.
Type of niggas
Sharp
he hired.
bitch ass fool. Look, fool.
Yeah, fuck Sharp.
I'm
gonna pay you $500.
Fuck Sharp.
Look.
Yeah,
Fool.
get on
I get him for fool. I get him for a podcast.
Yeah. Give me your phone. Give me your phone. I'll call him.
Yeah, fuck Sharp.
Yes, let's call him.
There we go.
No, cuss him out first. Call him a bitch ass.